that's a little loud. That's a little loud. That's a little loud. That's way too loud. Way too loud. Good morning. I can listen 1 hour, 1 a.m. Oh, it's so late for you guys. Are you guys ready? Today is gonna be a big day. We're gonna read 5 chapters. I'm fucking kidding. We're finishing volume 4 today. We're finishing volume 4. Whoa, wait, hold up. Put the pitchforks down. We're reading. Put the pitchforks down. We're reading the whole volume, okay? No, I'm fucking joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. Put the pitchforks down. We are reading all of volume 4 today. I don't believe you. Yes, sir. 5 chapters. Do you know who I am? They call me the stall master. I'm fucking kidding. We're gonna finish this bitch today. Wait, hold up. Look, I'm already gonna record my opening. Look, hold up. Let's get the music ready. I'm actually recording my opening already. Look. We're already doing an intro. Hold up. Wait for the music. Wow, I'm on time. What's up, Bullseye? Good morning to you guys. Hold up. Wait for the music to ramp up. We're gonna start recording. Climb moment so far. Wait, hold up here. We're already recording our intro. Today, it's gonna be a big stream. Almost as big as this volume. The goal is to read 30 chapters. Our biggest stream to date. We are finishing volume 4. Lord of the Mysteries. The Undying. People say this is better than volume 1. I will be the judge of that. I hope you guys are ready. Whoa, wait, hold up. I'm getting too excited. I gotta save my voice. I gotta treat this like a marathon. Hold up. I'm getting way too excited at like 9 in the morning, 10 in the morning, whatever time it is right now. It ain't even noon yet. I gotta chill the fuck out. I gotta chill out. Today, we're gonna treat it like a marathon. Our volume came in the mail, and they have some crazy artwork, dude. They literally show Hornicus Flagera. They have actual artwork of Hornicus Flagera, of everything that's going down over there with the maggot throne. Oh my goodness, bro. Oh, it was so cool. So that was a mythical creature form this whole time. Perfect volume. I will be the judge of that. But I believe you guys. I'm not doubting you guys. I believe you. So if you guys are ready. Wow, I'm way too excited. Chapter 9. Dude, I couldn't sleep last night. That's how hyped up I am to read this shit today. I couldn't. It was like 1 in the morning. It was like $20. It was 1 in the morning, and I'm like, I can't sleep. Honorific name? Oh my goodness. I was about to start reading the chapter. You guys ready? Hold, let me scroll down. The reader who stalls for eternity. The tamer of beasts and dogs. The one who farms LOTM. Easy geeky. Romero, you skipped class for today? No way you skipped class. Hey, worth it, brother. Wait, no. I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait, no, not worth it. Wait, you can listen to me. Don't worry. It's gonna be an 8-hour stream today, dude. We're going all day, Romero. Damn, man. It's good to have you back, Romero. It's been a while. I haven't seen you in a cool minute, dude. Are you guys ready? Chapter 913. Klein's preparatory work. All right. Timestamp. You skipped work? You skipped class? Damn. Hey, man, don't make sure you get all your notes, bro. Make sure you get all your notes somewhere else. Did I wake my dog? Oh, she is like sound asleep. I don't believe you, Easy. What'd I say? Don't encourage skipping class? Never. Don't. No. We don't encourage that. I used to do that, but we don't encourage that. Okay. I'm getting the playlist ready. We're gonna treat today like a marathon. Apparently, the next 7 chapters is gonna make me bust. Oh wait, and just let me get this out the way tomorrow so I don't forget. We are finishing volume 4 today. So tomorrow, yeah, we're reading 30 chapters today on this stream. I didn't say that. No. What I was going to say. Tomorrow, I'm going to just chill. It's going to be a chill stream. Tomorrow, this is what I have planned. I'm going to just watch the Nintendo Direct, and I'm probably just going to play Genshin Impact for the first time. That's all I have planned for tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm just going to rest, chill out for a little bit, maybe play some Horse Girl. The Beast Tamer shall play the Horse Girl game again, but that's all I got planned for tomorrow. And then, we're not going to take a week off before we read Volume 5. We're probably going to read it over the weekend, or if not, we're going to If we don't play it over the weekend, if we don't read it over the weekend, we're gonna read it Monday. I think no doubt. No. What I think I'm probably gonna do first, Romero, I'm gonna watch all the 1.0 cutscenes of Wuthering Waves. I think that's what I kind of want to do. But right now, Lord of the Mysteries, chapter 919. Klein's preparatory work. Timestamp. I'm treating today like a marathon. It's not gonna be sprint. It's not gonna be a sprint. I'm gonna take my time. Wow, that was our fucking longest intro to date. Definitely our longest intro to date. Finishing Volume 4 today? Fuck yeah, we're finishing Volume 4 today. Make sure you let people know. Make sure you let people know so they can tune in. I posted it on Twitter. Alright, I changed my thumbnail. Let me get the volume low on my end. Let me adjust the volume. Put this at 60. And let me see if I can keep this visible. Oh, my card. One sec. Can't even see my card. What? Why can't you see my card? Now you can see the card. Look, now the card is like a little bit visible on stream. Look at that. Perfect. The card and the book are visible on stream. All right. Today's gonna be a marathon. Today's a marathon. Now I gotta remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Also, after my coffee, because I ran out of fucking creamer, I am so glad I bought a Monster yesterday. Senior, tap into the LOT. Did you just call me a senior? You know what? I probably will make one drama video, but not reacting to the drama, but kind of just saying like, people should fucking chill. People should chill. If you like it, it's cool. But that's it. Just leave it at that. If you don't like someone, just leave it at that. That's probably like as far as I'll go in a drama video. Just because I don't like it. It's too much of a drama is just too much of a headache. It's like, ugh, I get headaches just thinking about it. Creamer, I barely know her. You calling me a senior citizen? Cultivation novels? Thank you guys. All right, I'm gonna keep the volume nice and low. My fan is on, but it's not even that loud. Let me pop a window open. You know, what I like to do in the morning, I like to sit outside with Ellie and just hear the birds chirping, just hear nature. You know, listen to the wind. But I'm like, we're going to read this first, and then we can do that. You can now swear within the first 7 seconds. I know, I saw that. Fuck. I know. You can now swear within the first 7 seconds on a YouTube and still have monetization. Also, I still don't forgive you for betraying. Username? Hold up, before I read, I have to formally apologize. I didn't know that's what you meant. I kept you up all night. I'm so sorry, username. I did say I was going to come back and read Shadow Slave, but I didn't. I'm so sorry. You sound like fucking Dwayne Dantes, bro. What do you mean I sound like Dwayne? My morning voice does sound a little bit like Dwayne Dantes, bro. Drop the triple Fs. Yeah. We can now swear in the first 7 seconds of video. Fuck. You betray me. And we still have monetization on. Look at that. Thank you, YouTube. Chapter 919. Klein's preparatory work. Ready? Of course not. Klein smiled. I'm not ready. Klein smiled as he pointed to Enzo. That glove still needs sealing. As he spoke, the badly sunburnt Enzo removed the human skin glove from his right hand with his left hand, which wore the flower of blood and green essence rings. It was Creeping Hunger. Normally, Klein tended to throw Creeping Hunger above the gray fog when it wasn't in use. After all, the glove's original seal had been disabled after its mutation and needed to consume a living person on a daily basis. Otherwise, it would feast. Yo, what's up, buddy? Yo, what's up, Wiz? How's it going, man? It would feast on the wearer. However, considering how Mr. Zick had already replied, we should be... I'm calling HR. I'm calling HR. Why are you watching me at work? On lunch? Okay, awesome, dude. Yeah, no, we're gonna finish Volume 4 today. We're gonna power through this bitch. Normally, Klein tended to throw Creeping Hunger above the gray fog when it wasn't in use. After all, the glove's original seal had been disbelieved after its mutation and needed to consume a living person on a daily basis. Otherwise, it would feast on the wearer. However, considering how Mr. Zick had already replied, it was very likely that he would meet him soon. Finally, he decided to keep Creeping Hunger in the real world unless there were unique circumstances. I do apologize. Yeah, man. Have a good day, bro. I'll see you soon, dude. After all, we should be able to talk. You know what? We can probably talk about Volume 4 tomorrow. Maybe even later today, depending on how I'm feeling. After all, he could already imagine the scene of Mr. Zik arriving. He didn't wish for such a conversation to happen. Didn't you say that the glove needed sealing? Yes, give me a second. I need to use the washroom. Or, are you ready? No, give me a second. I need to use the washroom. Definitely has a bladder problem. Just the thought of a similar scene and similar line embarrassed Klein make him feel awkward, even if he didn't consider the possibility of Mr. Zik realizing the secret of the Grey Fog. This would also affect his impression of him. Therefore, after obtaining a new marionette and completing his attempt and looking at himself, Klein brought creeping hunger back to the real world, making up for its previous meal. Unlike before, the wearer was now Enzo. Aside from that, to restrain creeping hunger, urge to eat a person on a daily basis, Klein... Now the music is way too low. Klein brought creeping hunger back to the real world, making up for its previous meals. Unlike before, the wearer was now Enzo. Aside from that, to restrain creeping hunger, urge to eat a person on a daily basis, Klein carried a few normal mushrooms with him. He also made the marionette maintain a distance of at least 5 meters from him. Upon hearing his words and seeing his marionette's actions, Zik nodded and reached out to receive the human skin glove. Taking this opportunity, Klein took out a few mushrooms from his pocket and threw them into the nearby trash can. He snapped his fingers, ignited the mushrooms with a scarlet flame. However, it didn't affect anything around it. This was flame-controlling powers from being a magician. After completing this action and seeing Mr. Zik's inevitability glance over, Klein chuckled dryly. The unforeseen development back then had made creeping hunger a little afraid of mushrooms. I'm using its weakness to restrain its usual urges. Yeah, that's why, because, right, he was scared of the mushroom. Good morning and good night to all of you guys. I hope we have an amazing day today. In fact, and we're going to live all happily ever after at the end of this volume, okay? At the end of this volume, we're going to be happy, positive, zero crying. We're not going to get emotional like we have every volume finale. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be tears of joy. The unforeseen development back then had made creeping hunger a little afraid of mushrooms. I'm using its weakness to restrain its usual urges. In fact, there wasn't much of a point in doing so because carrying the mushrooms restrained its creeping hunger. It made the starving sealed artifact immediately lash back the moment mushrooms disappeared. Unless there was an easily obtained food in front of it, it wouldn't end up aiding the enemy. Mushroom Zik muttered as he held a glove which had bloodstains on its surface. He made the surroundings suddenly turn dark and the sunlight outside was prohibited from entering. What's your predictions for the volume? Dude, somebody's dead. Either Sharon dies or a Zik dies. It has to be one or the other. Or we kill like a Moretti sibling. In some way, shape, or form, like Amon ends up... Oh! We found out Amon can have hundreds of vessels, apparently. Who's to say? Oh, no. Aren't Benson and Melissa in Backland right now? Oh, shut up. Shut the fuck up. No, I'm not. No. We're going to live happily ever after, okay? We're going to live happily ever after. Nothing crazy is going to happen with a Quill. Nothing crazy is going to happen with Amon. It's just going to be like, okay, finale, and then we're just going to keep reading. That's all that's going to happen. We're going to live. Guys, you guys got to chill, man. You guys are like, you guys are starting to scare me, dude. Wait, hold up. I know we're reading right, but you guys are actually starting to scare me, dude. Mushroom, Zik muttered as he held a glove which had bloodstains on its surface. He made the surroundings suddenly turn dark as the sunlight outside was prohibited from entering. Ghastly white, dark green, complicated symbols, labels, and patterns appeared out of thin air. They appeared to be calligraphed by invisible rays, shadows, and spirit bodies. They meshed together in midair, forming a mysterious illusory double bronze door that seemed to lead to another world. It was a deep, silent, and terrifying world. Wait, what door? The illusory... it's a little early. Oh, wait, the illusory door shrank and finally landed on creeping hunger, causing its bloodstains to rapidly recede, making it mostly white. A few seconds later, this human-skinned glove returned to normal. It was still a thin, layered glove, and even without the suppressive effects from the mushrooms, it didn't express any signs of mania or urges. It's like how it was before. A Zik handed creeping hunger to Klein. Having a big shot backing you sure feels good. Klein reflected inwardly and earnestly thanked him before wearing creeping hunger on his left hand. He thought for a moment and raised the matter. Mr. Zik, while I was carrying your copper whistle while passing through the Berserk Sea, I had the same dream repeatedly. The main theme of the dream is the darkness and coldness. In an inverted underground mausoleum, there were countless coffins with a deceased body inside. On their backs were dense white feathers. Those feathers were tainted with pale yellow oil, and deep inside the mausoleum was a blob of black fog that enveloped everything. In that dream, you and I were exploring the mausoleum. We triggered something, causing the black fog to produce panting sounds as the illusory black tubes were extended. This is some truly undying stuff, okay? I would jolt myself awake whenever I reached this point of the dream. This seems to be similar to the byproduct of the numinous episcopate artificial death project that previously appeared. Klein described in detail his divination of the copper whistle as a dream. He did this as a warning to Mr. Zick to say as if that he shouldn't be too careless. After all, dream divination was in a sense equivalent to a dream, and Zik knew that he was a beyonder of the seer pathway. Having such an encounter wasn't anything gone. Having a revelation from a normal dream and getting a revelation from a dream divination only differed in one way, one being passive and the other being active. Zik finished listening silently without cutting Klein off. At the end of that, he nodded and said, "It's likely related to something death left in the Berserk Sea. From the looks of it, the numinous episcopate artificial death project has some qualitative progress. Mr. Zig lives up to being a fourth epoch death console. He doesn't belittle my dream at all." Klein raised his right hand and rubbed his face, turning into German Sparrow. He then said, "I only have one more thing I need to prepare. I need to confirm if Admiral Hell Lidwell isn't somewhere dangerous and that there aren't any numinous episcopate demigods around him." As for whether the Murloc cufflink was still on the ship, Klein didn't mention it. This is because he would check on it every few days. He believed that Admiral Hell had yet to discover the mythical item, or he might have already discovered it, but he deliberately not moved it, hoping to lay an ambush of the crazy adventurer German Sparrow when he visited. Zik replied calmly, "That can be confirmed when we are nearby." Alright, Clyde immediately made Enzo walk to the coat rack and pull the golden cane. Seeing that there was nothing else, Zik reached out his right hand and grabbed Klein's shoulders. Klein also reached out his right palm to grab down Enzo's shoulders. The surrounding colors suddenly changed. The reds became rarer and the blacks became blacker. They stacked against each other, but they were bright and discordant. The two men in the marionette began passing through the spirit world as the black golden inlet cane danced ahead, pointing out of the direction of Klein's lost Murloc cufflink. I'm gonna lower the volume just a little bit more. Before long, the Klein fell down. Before long, the cane fell down and was suspended in midair. Zik terminated traveling, but they remained in the spirit world. Incoming R farming bet. He seemed to be watching something or listening in on something. After 2 to 3 seconds, he said there aren't any problems. With that said, he brought Klein while Klein brought his marionette out of the spirit world. Meanwhile, Klein recalled this time he searched for clues to Zik's memories. Back then, the target was ancient chronicles of the Vice Admiral ailment Tracy possessed. Back then, the Zik had said the problem isn't serious, but in the end, he faced demoness of unaging Katerina. There aren't any problems. Alright, since you say so, Klein lampooned as he sized up his surroundings. It was a rather familiar environment. It was a huge ship with mainly dark colors. I'm sorry, are we on Nast's ship? No, right? It was a rather familiar environment. It was a huge ship with mainly dark color with a ghostly green to it. It had a black tulip flag as well as zombie skeletons, wraiths, shadows, and other undying creatures. These creatures either directed to the cells, patrol the area, or did cannibals. All of that proved that it was a flagship black tulip of Admiral of Hell. Oh. Okay. Unlike Klein's last encounter, the Black Tulip had quite a number of living beyonders. So, Admiral of Hell was the one we fought in Volume 3. Oh, I didn't put it on screen. Let me add it. Good catch. I forgot to put it on screen. I have to I keep forgetting I have to interact with it. I have to interact with it. Hold up. Yeah, hold up. I have to do this. Done. No, not. There you go. There you go. All right, awesome. All right, there you go. Top fans are now on the board. Unlike Klein's last encounter, the Black Tulip had quite a number of living beyonders. The silver-masked captain with an exaggerated rapier, frilly shirt, a gorgeous coat, and a triangular hat with a white skull on it. Admiral Hell Ludwell was standing by the cabin's entrance looking over. Suddenly, the black ring on Ludwell's ring's right hand trembled and glimmered. The pale white flame in the arrogant pirate admiral's eyes wavered and finally constricted to its limits. Immediately, Ludwell bent his back, prostrated to the ground in front of Zik Eggers, and kissed the deck under the gaze of the... What? And kissed the deck under the gaze of the either glazed, surprised, or lifeless eyes? The fuck? The calling deep inside the mausoleum. What the fuck is going on? Ancient aura. All right, let's go. Let's keep reading, dude. What? I thought we were gonna fight him. Apparently, maybe, you know what? Maybe Admiral. Maybe this Admiral's gonna be our second marionette when we reach Bizarre Sorcerer. Glaze, my King of Zik. I think we're hitting sequence 4 at the end of this volume, huh? Oh, gonna be good. Okay. All right. Next chapter, 914, is called "The Calling Deep Inside the Mausoleum." All right. Let's do these timestamps. Telling you, it's a sprint today. It's a sprint. Look, wow, 14 minutes to read it, but it's okay. We had a 3-minute intro. It's cool. It's chill. This is a good pace so far. Can't start. Vanitas already. Okay. I got it. I got it. I got you. I got you. I'm going YouTube. Vanitas. OST. You know what OST I've been hearing a lot? The Lose My Mind. Fucking, I've been hearing that Lose My Mind edits so much from F1. All I watch is F1 edits. Oh my goodness, bro. I'm like, instead of watching anime AMVs, I'm watching fucking Formula 1 AMVs with Lose My Mind. All right. Let me lower the music on my end. Okay. I'm going to keep it a little bit low right now, and then I'll eventually raise it. I'm just keep it a little bit low right now if it's cool with you guys. Just keep it a little bit low. All right, here we go, here we go, here we go. Here we go. I'm going to just keep it a little bit low for now, and then we will fix it a little bit later. Oh, I can have the music up here so I don't lose track of it, and then I can have YouTube open. Perfect. All right, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Chapter 914 is called The Calling Deep Inside the Mausoleum. Go to Zik? Let's find out. Formula 1 Anime Girl Gacha game? I know. We've come such a long way, Romero. Could be pig? Yeah, no, man. We've been playing that Musamusi game, however you pronounce it. Upon seeing Admiral Hell Ludwig's reaction, Klein and the living crew of the Black Tulip could hardly believe their eyes. He originally imagined 2 scenarios. The first was Ludwig requesting help from a numinous episcopate demigod to ambush German Sparrow and Powerhouse backing him. This wasn't impossible, for sequence 7 of the Death Pathway was called a spirit medium. They also had the ability to sense impending danger. The second was Admiral Hull hadn't made any preparations. He tried resisting but ended up being easily finished off by Mr. Zik. Klein's plans was to have Mr. Zik deal with the demigod while he hunted Admiral Hull in the first scenario, so as to obtain his second marionette. If it were the second scenario, he could request Mr. Zik to watch by the side as he controlled his marionette to challenge Ludwig alone. During this process, he would use creeping hunger and hide in his shadows, doing his best to stay behind the scenes so as to digest his marionette potion faster. To his surprise, Admiral Hell didn't put up a fight at all. He directly prostrated himself and kissed the deck as though he was Zik's most loyal and humble servant. What? How are we going to come to blows now? Klein stared ahead blankly, somewhat at a loss for words. Did he knew him as in a prior life? How are we going to come to blows now? Klein stared ahead blankly, somewhat at a loss for words, and it was silent across the ship. As Zik raised his hand and pressed down on his silk hat as he walked towards the prostrating Ludwig at a decent pace. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He stopped in front of Ludwig and said with a deep voice, "What stage has the numinous episcopate artificial depth project reached?" Klein wanted to throw hands, dude. He wanted a new marionette. Lidwell kept his forehead peeled to the ground as he hoarsely replied, "Artificial death can already influence high sequence beyonders who failed their advancements, but is still unable to reply to prayers and rituals." After the description, he slightly raised his torso and took off the black square-shaped ring from his right hand. Then, with both hands, he offered it to him. Silently, the ring seemed to be dragged by countless spirit bodies as it flew up and landed on the Zik's palm. What the fuck is this aura, dude? Zik studied it. Dude, he's... Oh my god. Zik is my favorite character, dude. Holy shit. Zik study... I feel like he's unironically the second main character. Like, I feel like it's Klein, Zik, and then Leonard can be the third main character. But I feel like Zik is just as important, bro, as like those two, dude. I feel like Zik is like just as important as Klein in this whole series, man. He's such a good character, dude. Zik is such a he's such a good character. Zik studied it, like he is such a mysterious enigma. Zik studied it for a few seconds before wearing it on his left index finger. What's my index? In his left index finger. Suddenly, a terrifying and profound feeling was emanated from his body. The zombies and skeletons, who were either naked or wearing rotten leather armor, genuflected, bowing their heads as though they only dared to look at his boots. The flying wraiths and shadows landed on the deck and clung closely to it. None of them dared to float in mid-air again. The other parts aboard the ship plopped to their knees, plastered their faces to the deck without daring to raise them. Klein stood to the side, watched Mr. Zik back, and suddenly emptied the scene. He turned to gape, but he didn't say a word. Zik took 2 steps forward and came to Admiral Hell's side. Then he turned his body and faced Klein and said to Ludwell, "You shall be his marionette for a year." What the fuck? You shall be his marionette for a year. When the time is up, you can return to the spirit world? Holy shit. So he's stronger than Katlia. That's been confirmed, right? What was it? They told Katlia, like, you are second to Admiral Hell. Yo! You shall be his marionette for a year. When the time is up, you can return to the spirit world. Zik said those words without any inflection, as though he wasn't determining Admiral Hill's life and death or future. Perhaps to him, this was a trivial matter that didn't need him to care for the thoughts and feelings of the person being ordered. Ludwell's body shook violently, as though he was furious and indignant, but ultimately he didn't raise his head. He continued keeping his head peeled to the deck. Yes, honorable Death Consul. Holy shit. So he knows him as the Death Consul. Damn. Just as he said that, ghastly white and dark green mysterious symbols were accentuated and meshed together, forming an illusionary bronze door. The door rapidly contracted and was imprinted inside Admiral Hill's forehead. Klein looked in surprise and puzzlement. Only when Mr. Zik nodded at him and pointed to Admiral Hill did he blankly step forward and enter a 10-meter radius. He began controlling Ludwell's spirit body threads. The Pirate Admiral almost leaped up a few times and fell to flail his arms, but none of that happened. Soon his thoughts turned to sluggish as he subconsciously resisted. After a while, the silver masked Admiral Hell Ludwell stood up. Bowing his head, he returned to Klein's side and stood beside the winner Enzo. Oh shit. So once he can have two marionettes, then that's when he takes full control. Also, high sequence of the same pathway has suppression effects of the lower sequences. Yeah, they negate them, right? Yeah, I remember that. They can negate them. Zik is the son of death. Numerous Episcopate worships death, so very reasonable if he knew who Zik was. Okay, like, oh, he was a Death Consul. Death's son, or like the former son from that past life. Okay. Okay, so I guess it does make sense. Zik watched the entire process in silence before finally... I guess that's why they told him their progress on the artificial death. Zik watched the entire process in silence before finally slowly saying, "In the death pathway, high-level Beyonders have extremely suppressive powers over low-level Beyonders." Oh, right here. "I can tell, back when I threw you the copper whistle, even the Sequence 5 Admiral Hell failed to control his undead creatures." Klein nodded gently, indicating that he had taken note of it. Immediately after that, a zombie which had rotted in several areas rose up, carrying an azure blue cufflink. It came before Klein. Oh, the cufflink. It was the Murloc cufflink he had lost. Although its useless for the current me, I finally got it back. As Klein was lost in a poignancy, he reached out to retrieve the item that belonged to him. Then he saw Mr. Zik walk back and reach out to grab his shoulder. He hurriedly extended his arms to grab onto the shoulders of his marionettes, Enzo and Ludwell. All the colors saturated, brightened, and overlapped. Having entered the spirit world, Klein instinctively asked, "Mr. Zik, where do we go next?" "Berserk Sea," Zik calmly replied. Oh, shit. He paused for a moment, then added, "Give me the copper whistle." All right, Klein made Enzo take out the iron cigar case and retrieve the ancient cigar case. Zik reached out and took it before saying in my deep voice, my intuition tells me that the ring left by Death, together with this copper whistle and myself, should allow us to find the spot on the Berserk Sea where Death perished back then." So, thank you, Romero. So, Admiral Hell isn't just willingly being obedient. It's because he was able to negate him or cancel him out. I don't know if you guys can... Oh, you guys can't see Ellie. Ellie's just... That's okay, Ellie. Take a nap. Wait, hold up. Let me finish the chat. You want to see Ellie quickly? Like, she's just taking a little nap. She's so tired. Look at her. What a lazy little puppy today. Klein turned his head to look at Mr. Zik. He then saw this man with soft facial features and weathered eyes, and his facial contours furrowed. He no longer had the slight curve to his lips. Colors flashed by quickly, and as Zik brought Klein through the pitch-black storm and enveloped the Berserk Sea. At this moment, the dark square ring that an exquisite ancient brass whistle shimmered slightly, illuminating Zik's face. This Death Consul who lived through the fourth epoch closed his eyes as he silently listened to a shout that came from an unknown location. Then he suddenly clenched his right hand. All the scenery from the nearby spirit world was imploding, turning into a slowly spinning black vortex whose borders couldn't be seen. The vortex suddenly began, devouring Zik, Klein, and his two marionettes. Yes, two marionettes now. Klein sensed a sudden and intense sense of dizziness as he nearly vomited on the spot. He recovered after an unknown period of time, realizing that he was inside a dark, cold mausoleum. Around him were open coffins, and inside them were rotting corpses with white feathers on their back. Although I warned Mr. Zik, we still ended up here. Klein was taken aback for a second as he suddenly felt a deep sense of helplessness. He turned his head to look to the side when he saw a Zik standing near him. He was staring intently at the flights of the stairs that led deep into the mausoleum. There was a thick black gas emanating in the air as he slowly swirled like smoke, so it's a dream. The one hiding in there might very well be the artificial death. Klein couldn't help but warn. Zik's facial contours were no longer as taut as he curved the corners of his mouth. My slumber from before had allowed me to recall many more things. I saw myself seated on a bone throne, and I saw beyonders and ordinary people lying dead in front of the throne. They hadn't done anything wrong, but they died sudden deaths all the same. I wonder if that's one of the rituals, like you just sap innocent people's lives. One by one, they got up, turning into ghastly undead creatures that pledge allegiance to me. And I was just coldly watching them without any emotional fluctuations. I allowed the disaster to spread through the village and into the sky. This made me feel unlike myself. However, I also knew very well that this might be the real me. Oh, that's what Catalia was hinting at. Like, you're not like your former self. As Death Consul from the 4th Epoch Balam Empire, or Katarina. As Death Consul from the 4th Epoch's Balam Empire, Klein's lips quivered slightly before he pursed them tightly. As Zik rubbed his temples and continued in an unperturbed tone, I sensed myself returning to that past. No. Is he gonna be evil? Stop. Really? So all the dead people are rising? It's like it's like in episode 6. It's like when they all rise. Oh man, it's gonna be good. I remember in volume 1 he said, in volume 1, Azik said, I'm scared to return to my former self. Like, I'm scared to find out who I am. Next chapter, dude, 915 is called Another Me. Damn, that's good. I think Ellie wants to go out. Oh no, she's laying here in her bed. You guys want to see Ellie? I can have Ellie on screen. Let me just kind of move to the side. She's laying on her little bed down here. I think she got tired of being on my bed. She went to her bed. Let me sip my coffee. He's going to lose control. Let's find out, man. Okay. Let me sip my coffee. Oh man, I can't believe I'm fucking finishing volume 4 today. I got all day. I don't gotta be in bed for another 12 hours, bro. We fucking got this. Chapter 915, Another Me. We didn't update up here. Oh my god, Misty would be so mad at me. You see, I told you guys. I forget to update stuff as we get near the end. I wasn't lying. 915, Another Me. Without waiting for Klein to reply, Azik, who was staring intently deep into the mausoleum, continued, I still remember my resurrection after my first death. I was just lying in a pale white coffin and I staggered to my feet. I was feeling horrified, having no idea what was happening, nor did I know where I was. Before the clergyman collected my corpse for purification, I kept stumbling along the way like a wandering ghost. I crossed grasslands, villagers, and cities. I couldn't recall who I was or where I came from. No matter where I went back then, I would hear all kinds of sobbings. When I watched priests presenting over mass burials, I felt sorrow in every corner. Later, I happened to rescue a noble lady and entered her manor. Is this episode 6? She was a bright and lively girl, and I was like a feral beast from a jungle. I was sensitive, suspicious, self-obsessed, afraid, and I often showed a cold, indifferent, cruel side that didn't match the morality of a human. She was very curious about me. No matter how I avoided her or what terrible things I did, she would approach me, infecting me with her smile. She would use interesting matters to influence me. Without realizing it, I got used to her pranks and her existence. Oh, shit. Let me let Ellie out. Ellie, do you want to go out? Okay. I love you. Say bye. Say bye. I love you, Ellie. Bye, Ellie. I'll see you later, okay? Here we go. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm fucking scared. Woo. Where is it? Her pranks, right? I found my place. Pranks. We secretly got together. She was very worried that her father wouldn't agree to her marriage to a former tramp and present servant. Seeing her melancholic smile, I had the feeling of the blood gushing through me for the first time. I rashly told her I was leaving, but I would return with an aristocratic title and a bridal garland. I joined the army, became a knight. I raised 3-meter lances and I raised a 3-meter lance and charged at enemies. Thanks to the chaos of the 4th Epoch's wake in the northern continent, I became a baron and obtained a fief I could call my own. Oh, man. I abided by my promise, and with my king's conferment letter, family emblem, and knight metal ribbon, and my self-made garland, I married my bride. Upon saying this, Azik's expression gradually turned gentle, as though he was remaining and recalling something. The corners of his mouth curled up without him realizing it. Klein's heart stirred from his heart, as though he had met the familiar Mr. Azik again. What happened next? He carefully guided the conversation and Azik looked ahead and said, Later, we built a castle on our fief. We had children, a boy. He grew up very quickly, and I can tell that he would grow up to be tall and slight. Oh my god. This is from episode Zik. This is from episode 6. Right? He enjoyed combat, often running around with... Oh my god, it's from episode 6. Wait, are we going to find out like how they actually got sick and died? He enjoyed combat, often running around while dragging a broadsword. That part had me crying in the episode, dude. Claiming that he wanted to become a knight. I thought it was just a child. It was just child's talk that wouldn't last. However, even if he broke his leg or hurt his head, he didn't abandon his training. He thought that I wouldn't be able to see him if he hid in his room, grimacing while tending to his wounds. Huh? He underestimated his father. All the spirits in the fief were secretly under my service. Yes, after years passed, I recovered more and more of my memories. My wife often grumbled that the castle was too cold and dark and that she wished to go somewhere with sunlight and warmth. I satisfied her request, but it was only much later that I realized that it wasn't because she disliked staying in the castle, but that she was afraid of the changes happening to me. She was afraid of the colder me who was becoming a stranger. Oh, no. She never told me these things, spending time with me like she always did. We spent a beautiful time by the seaside in the south, and we even thought of having a second child, but unfortunately we didn't succeed. It was only when I sensed that my next death was approaching did I return to the fief to my castle. My son, that boy, told me that he wished to head to the backland to become an attendant to viscounts or earls to begin his journey as a knight. I asked him why he had to make such a choice when he was only around 10. He told me that I was his idol and his role model. He wished to become a noble by being a knight like me without the help of his parents. Oh, man. Back then, I had already covered most of my memories. Faced with that child, I always felt the awkward, unfamiliar, and uncomfortable. But when I heard his answer, I felt an indescribable joy, satisfaction, and pride. He was my son, completely different from the children I had back when I was in the Balam Empire. I wonder if there's like a son or a daughter from the Balam Empire that's still alive, man. Oh, I am the son or I am the daughter of like the Balam Empire, Azik. Klein knew that Mr. Zik was talking about his identity as a Baron Lamud I, and the child who had made him proud and satisfied had been poisoned to death in his middle age or advancing years? How? And the child who made him proud and satisfied had been poisoned to death in the middle age or advanced years. He was nailed in a coffin and even had his skull taken away by Instinguil. As Zik's gaze went adrift for a moment, I died once again and woke up in a groggy manner. I instinctively left my fief and followed my prior arrangement to wander elsewhere. Every incarnation, I had a different life in the beginning. At times, I met with the sweetest love. At the times, I received the most adorable daughter. The love, helpless, and satisfaction left me taken aback, puzzled, and stumped again and again. And I gradually covered... Fuck, I'm getting emotional already. And I gradually recovered my memories. There was once a time when I was a filial son. I gave my parents pride, a beautiful life, adorable grandsons and granddaughters. But when I awoke and found myself, I recalled that in my previous incarnation, I had coldly watched a real son die in the battlefield and had seized his identity. On the one hand, I felt pain and guilt, and on the other hand, I felt that it was something trivial. My inner heart seemed to disassociate in two. Back then, I had a mask that allowed me to change into anyone, but I lost it after awakening. This might have been something I deliberately lost. So, in his prior life, he purposely threw away that item so he wouldn't return to himself. Wow! This is kind of reminding me of, like, Memento. If you guys watched it, it's like he keeps losing his memories. And he purposely does something at the beginning or quote-unquote end of the movie. So, you know, oh man, okay. Klein recalled Mr. Zik's mention of a daughter who liked getting sweets for him. After some deliberation, he asked, I believe that it isn't a disassociation, but that you are fighting against madness. After losing your past... He's fighting against madness. After losing your past memories, you restart your life as always kind and warm with rich emotions. At your present state, you probably recognize it even clearer. So, as he gets closer to madness, he kills himself. I don't remember the mask, dude. When was this mentioned? How long ago was the mask mentioned? This wasn't mentioned in Volume 1. Did Katarina bring this up in Volume 3? At your present state, you probably recognize it even clearer. After losing your past memories, you who restart your life are always kind and warm, rich with emotions. At your present state, you probably recognize it even clearer. This might very well be your true you, your essence, and as a deaf console, you suffer the effects of the beyond characteristics laden inclination towards losing control. You suffer the influence brought about by the high-level deaf pathway beyonder. I heard that he had already gone mad after the War of the Four Emperors. Oh, shit. So it was mentioned once by Katerina, maybe? Klein's words weren't without much evidence because he only knew a few of Azik's incarnations, Baron Slamud, the father who made a swing for his daughter. Oh, man, in the episode, they were swinging. You're right? I remember that. He was pushing her on the swing. Baron Slamud, the father who made a swing for his daughter, the filial child, and the warm and friendly history teacher. His goal was to provide a guest a possibility to help Mr. Azik resist the deaf console personality that came with his memories. It allowed him to introspect his past incarnations and use this to achieve a particular compromise with himself that wouldn't be too cold. I wonder if he can get the shit they threw old Neil that made him lose all emotions. But no, and as he spoke, he suddenly had a new idea. Without waiting for Zik to finish digesting what he just said, he hurriedly asked, Mr. Zik, do you know about an anchor? To secure themselves, the deities and angels use an anchor to prevent the beyond characteristics inclination towards losing control and stop the madness from corrupting them. Yes, Zik retracted his gaze and nodded. What's his anchor? Klein wasn't too sure, but he used a rather firm tone and said, perhaps your repeated memories lost to restart and live a new life is the anchor you use to resist madness and lose control. Do not abandon them. Do not forget them. That is you. After saying that, Klein added inwardly, anchor. Azik repeated this word as his mind seemed lost. After no known period of time, he suddenly said, this might be an explanation. At least it lessens the intensity of my mental disassociation and conflicts. However, since I've already come this far, I should still head inside the mausoleum to see what's hiding there. Why is it summoning me, and what is causing me to die and revive again and again? Losing my memories during the process only to find... Oh, wait, no! Does this end with him dying? Something is calling him. And what is causing me to die and revive again? Losing my memories during the process only to find them again? This had troubled me for more than 1,000 years. It had troubled me every incarnation. I believe I can receive an answer today. Oh, no. The look in his eyes turned clear as his voice seemed gentle, but there was an indescribable firmness in it. Klein wanted to stop, but moments after he opened his mouth, he closed it again. As Zik pressed down on his top hat, without turning his head, he said with a gentle smile, remember to close your eyes. With that said, Why? Remember to close your eyes. With that said, he walked forward, following the flights of stairs as he headed for the deep depths of the mausoleum. The waffling black fog didn't produce any more panting sounds. It slowly scattered into the surroundings, accentuating the illusionary object that was cold at the bottom. It was a massive feathered serpent that seemed to occupy an entire island. What the fuck? It had a huge, dark green, nearly black scales. Amidst the gaps were feathers covered in yellow oil stains. There's a lot of oil stains now. They're trying to make it very obvious. They're like, yes, oil stains. On every feather, there were thin, illusionary black tubes extending outwards. The exaggerated feather serpent was both illusionary and real. Its actual form was hardly described. It seemed to be a combination of things incomprehensible to humans. Is there artwork on this? Don't look directly at God. Oh shit! Thank you. Duh. Remember to close your eyes so you don't look at it. Its eye socket were burning with pale white flames. Its face was that of humans. The face had bronze skin and it had soft facial features. Beneath its right ear was a tiny black mole. What? Beneath its right ear was a tiny black hole. It was none other than a Zik Eggers. What? Wait. Is a Zik the one we know? The current Azik, is he just a vessel? And is this crazy, half-insane, twistling, feathered serpent thing-jiggy, like, actually him? What? Bro, short-circuited? Was I saying, since Volume 1, that Azik is probably just, like, an artificial death walking about? Was I not somewhat half right? I think I've been half right this whole time. Oh my god, I gotta treat this like a marathon. I'm getting too lightheaded already. I gotta shut up. I just gotta keep reading. Pause, update, let's keep reading. What? Dude, I gotta chill. I'm so lightheaded already. I'm so fucking lightheaded, dude. Oh shit. Okay, wait, I'm updating this already and I'll just keep it live. Oh, dude, I'm getting so lightheaded. Wait, he did say that. I think I remember that. I did say that! I literally said during Volume 1, Azik is probably just an artificial death that's walking about and he just doesn't know it. I know I said that. I've been saying that from the beginning and you guys are like, ooh, just keep reading and find out. Son of a bitch. Keep reading, you'll find out. I know. I'm getting excited. Sip my coffee. You burned down the kitchen, or did you? I don't know. I know I said that. Man, you guys are gaslighting me. I don't know what is real and what isn't anymore. What's illusionary and what's real? Chapter 916 is called Irresistible Approach. Upon seeing the coiling feathered serpent deep inside the black fog and a face at the top of the towering figure, Azik was first taken aback, falling out the corner of his forehead throbbed as though he had been struck in the temple, splitting his head in two. Amidst the excruciating pain, several incontiguous scenes flashed in his mind. It was a feathered serpent with a face identical to his. Even the smallest detail above a silent land, there were countless pale corpses. I love this series. I am collecting every single volume, man. I don't know what's gonna 10 years from now, if I'm not doing YouTube or whatever, I'm still gonna be buying these volumes. I don't know what's the future, you know? But whatever happens, I know one thing. I will collect this volume until it's my last breath. I will make everybody I know read this damn beautiful series. Oh, man. Above a silent land, there were countless pale corpses floating in midair. There were clouds stacked from bones that came from different species. Black tentacles that drilled out from the ground with eyes that resembled deaf fish at the tip of each tentacle. A transparent spirit body was forcefully pulled out of his body. After these flashing scenes, a pair of white flaming eyes that were part of the brink of extinguishing glanced over. A white feathered stained with a yellow oil fluttered down, splitting Azik's transparent spirit body into two. So we have two Aziks now. One part suddenly flew up and plunged inside the cloud of bones. The remaining part fused with a golden accessory that appeared out of thin air. Amidst the pale white flames, it materialized back into a body of flesh and blood. This scene was like a thunder god's hammer striking down at Azik's mind again and again, making the pain hardly bearable. He raised his hand to his head, and his knees gradually buckled as he knelt on the staircase. He had finally recalled everything that had happened, and he understood the reason why he was constantly dying and reviving, always losing his memories and having to recover them every single time. His soul wasn't complete. What the fuck, dude? Similarly, Azik also understood why the feathered serpent suppressed the entire space in the depths of the black fog and had identical faces as him. It was him, the one that was the other Azik Eggers, and all of this was a concealed attempt before Death's fall. Wait, what? All of this was a concealed attempt before Death's fall. If stitching souls existed, this was naturally splitting the souls, and at that moment, the crazy and powerful Death had seemingly foreseen his outcome. Unwilling to die so simply, he secretly split the soul of his son. Wait, what? Black tubes of the monster. Remember the last time you saw the black tubes? Well, it was with Colin Iliad. In the city of Silver. That was the last time we saw this. The black tubes. Let me reread this again. I need to read slower. Similarly, Azik also understood why the feathered serpent suppressed the entire space in the depths of the black fog and had identical face as him. It was him, the other Azik Eggers, and all of this was a concealed attempt before Death's fall. Think? When? Before that? Before the Colin Iliad fight? If stitching souls existed, it was the Elder Underground. No, that's what I'm saying. When Colin Iliad fought him. Wait, how does that tie? Is that another part of him? If stitching souls existed, there were naturally the splitting of souls. At that moment, the crazy and powerful Death had seemingly foreseen his outcome. Unwilling to die so simply, he secretly split the soul of his son, Balam Empire's Death Console. He took half of it away and used another item as a replacement, stitching it together with Azik's soul. It was a mystery if it was a deliberate arrangement of death or if it was an unintended consequence of the numinous Episcopate artificial death project. The half soul that had been taken away from the artificial death had fused with the target of the artificial death project. So half of Azik's soul was fused with the artificial death project. The one Colin Iliad was fighting? No. No. Wait, this doesn't make sense. Wait. The uniqueness of the death pathway, it made the latter gain a certain innate ability as it began influencing high sequence beyonders of the corpse collector pathway who had failed their advancement. And for the other half, although there was a replacement that prevented it from being incomplete, the incomplete soul resulted in repeated deaths and resurrected just like sequence 4 Undying. And due to the golden accessory inside the body and the calling for the other half soul, a Zik who stared at a brand new life every incarnation will gradually recover his past memories with the passage of time. In the past, artificial death had attempted to identify the reason, but due to the natural recovery of his memories, he was often already close to death once more. He wasn't able to perform an in-depth investigations. Furthermore, the numerous Episcopate artificial death project had been raised in the past few centuries. It was only in recent times that they received some level of success. This was why he never found an answer. At some point in time, Zik's hand and left his head. They were placed on the staircase as his throat produced a voice that didn't sound human. Drops of sweat dripped down his forehead and hit the stone step in front of him. They speared out into layers of pale yellow oil, grounding out into the dense white feathers. At that instant, he felt the other half of his soul calling out, as well as his desire. The two selves, which had been separated for more than 1,000 years, were eager to fuse as one to be whole again. Wait, I'll read that right now, Romero. What the fuck? I got you. Well, let me. If you guys can explain this better than the way I can think of it, please let me know, and I'll read it right now at the end of the chapter. What? So, the souls are going to fuse together. At that instant, he felt the other half of his soul calling out, as well as its desire. The two cells, which had been separated for more than 1,000 years, were eager to fuse as one, to be whole again. No, Azik muttered in pain, unwilling to raise his head or reach out for his... Oh, he does want to fuse. He had seen it clearly. The him as a feathered serpent didn't have any reason. It was filled with extreme coldness and madness. If he became one with it again, he would probably immediately be restored to his state as a deaf console from before. He might even become a fake deaf who only had godhood with zero humanity. He would forget everything, forgetting everyone he had once cherished. No, Azik's throat squealed out the same word again. Irresistibly, he raised his neck bit by bit. Pitch black and glogginess scales appeared. At his forehead, something that took a life of its own protruded out. At his forehead? His forehead cracked as a bloody opening appeared. A golden silver of light emitted out of nothingness, taking form inside of flesh and blood. What the fuck am I reading? This ancient accessory made of gold was in the shape of a tall, slender bird. Pale white flames emanated around in the form of feathers. Inside its bronze eyes, there were shimmering layers of light that separately formed a mysterious and illusory door. The moment it appeared, Zik let out a painful growl. He raised his head completely as two wisps of pale white flames burst into his eyes. They had experienced much. Deep inside the black fog, the illusionary and real feathered serpent had straightened its body. It reached its head out, and the two identical faces of different sizes looked at each other in silence. What the fuck? As four pale white flames leaped bit by bit, Zik, whose hands were on the ground, struggled to stand up with his warped expression. Slowly, he walked to the feathered serpent known as Artificial Death. Yeah, dude. As he approached, the entire mausoleum began shaking. The surrounding turned transparent, reflecting a world with countless skeletons and shadows. Bloody arms, bluish black vines with baby faces and slimy tentacles with deathfish eyes, or two rows of shaped teeth tore through the boundary between the reality and the illusionary, reaching into the mausoleum. However, they clung straight to the ground without daring to move. East Balam. Why are we changing point of views? East Balam Colian City. Dallin. Why are we with Dally? I want to go back to this. Dally Simon, who was rushing to her next target location, suddenly stopped in her steps and held her head. What's wrong? Red Glove Team Captain Soyce asked in puzzlement. Dally frowned slightly as she answered, seemingly in reverie. She hears something, right? Because she's corpse collector. She's part of the corpse collector pathway. I hear strange voices. I can sense the calling that stems from an unknown place. I even wish to kneel to the ground. Can the rest of you hear it? Soyce prudently asked the other teammates. Just as Leonardo Mitchell shook his head, the slightly aged voice in his mind looked towards the Berserk Sea. Bro. Leonard subconsciously turned his body and looked into the direction of the harbor towards the distant Berserk Sea. He saw a swath of pure, deep, black darkness. There weren't any gales, massive waves, stark clouds, lightning, torrential rain, or sunlight. Although Klein had his eyes closed, his outstanding spiritual perception allowed him to sense his surroundings. When he heard the painful murmurs and shout that sounded like Mr. Zig, he could see seemingly corporeal sounds of the aura of death. What's happening? Although the artificial death deep in the mausoleum didn't attack Mr. Zig, it had inflicted him with an adverse effect. Klein's mind raced as he felt anxious and worried. His spiritual intuition told him that this was about to happen was not something he wished to see. However, he couldn't figure out what he could do. He didn't even dare open his eyes to look at Mr. Zick's present state or whatever he had encountered. This wasn't a problem that could be solved with mere courage. It was a difference in natural order of life, an unbridgeable gap. Suddenly, Klein had a strong feeling of helplessness. However, he didn't give up as he tried hard to think of whatever he had on him that could be of use. Creeping hunger, no, it's a completely different level. It won't be of any use. Death, no, even worse. Grizel's travels. I didn't bring it, neither did I bring Black Emperor card and the Tyrant card. Fate, Siphon Charm. Yeah, oh, the Fate Siphon Charm. The Fate Siphon Charm. Clank was delighted as he formed a plan. It was to use the Fate Siphon Charm to temporarily swap his fate with... Because he can revive. It was used to Fate Siphon Charm to temporarily swap his fate with Mr. Zick. He would suffer the influence created by the artificial death in his place. What a friend, dude. That is a real friend right there. At the very least, I still have a chance of reviving. As for... Oh my god, dude. This is so good. As for the very least, I still have a chance of reviving. As for Mr. Zick, the deaths he previously suffered wouldn't be from damage inflicted. Who knows if he can awaken again in such a situation? Klein didn't consider the Fate 7 charm was effective against a Zick and artificial death. He only wished to give it a try. He raised his right hand and reached into his pocket. Then there was a delay in his actions. His arms rose a little before landing back in its original location. Oh, shit. You don't remember any of this? He froze for a moment as though he had petrified into being a stone sculpture. Klein's lip quivered a few times as his expression distorted indiscriminately. Following that, he swung his right arm and reached his palm into the pocket and pulled it out. Gripped tightly in the palm was a black crystal card-like charm. At the same time, as Zick was approaching the towering illusory feathered serpent, his footsteps sped up as though he was returning to the throne. However, his eyes, which had pale white flames, were filled with pain. His expression was extremely warped. No, Zick muttered once again. Wherever his skin was exposed, the white feather stayed with yellow oil grew out from the gaps of the pitch-black scales. The intense shouting and desire made him lose control of himself. He was about to soar into the sky and leap towards the gigantic feathered serpent that shared his face. Pale white flames speared out from the bird-shaped accessory at his forehead. Falling towards the rest of his body, Klein's spiritual intuition was sending warnings as he hurriedly said away a single word in ancient Hermes. Fate. This is so good, dude. Just as he was about to use the charm, his surroundings suddenly quieted and there was no longer any sound. A slender... fair female palm appeared out of nowhere and pressed down on the golden bird-shaped accessory on the Zick's forehead. It's not Madame Dally, is it? A figure then materialized between the Zick and Atari illusory feathered serpent, stopping the two approaching. With the help of this external force, Zick's finally... It's probably Katarina. Or Catalina. With the help of this external force, Zick finally held back the desire and the irresistible calling to fuse together. The pale white flames in his eyes reflected the floating figure in midair. It was a beautiful lady wearing ancient robes. She wore a black hood. Her face was deadpan and her black eyes were deep and dark, devoid of spirituality. Who is it? Bro, what would Dally even do? She'd be... fucking... This thing would clap her. She'd be so dead. Oh my god, next chapter. Wait. I need to sip my coffee, man. What did Romero say? I know he was explaining it earlier. Death split a Zick's soul and gave one part to the uniqueness of the death pathway, which was the artificial death, right? So am I right on that part, Romero? The uniqueness of the death pathway is basically the artificial death that the Numina Episcopate has been holding this entire time. Other part was given to a bird ornament, then combined with the Zick we know. Wait... Death split a Zick's soul, then gave one part to the uniqueness of the death pathway. Oh, I thought the other part stayed with the vessel and the other part was the bird. The other part was given to a bird ornament, then combined with the Zick we know. Oh, because he only had... Okay, only half of a Zick was fused... Half of a Zick, to make him whole, he had to be fused with something. So he was fused with a bird ornament. Death console split a Zick's soul, then gave one part to the uniqueness death pathway, which later became artificial. Oh my god, oh, you explain right here in the next part. So Death split a Zick's soul, then gave one part to the uniqueness of death pathway, which later became artificial death. Got it. Okay, now I get that part. This is the second part that confused me. Other part was given to a bird ornament, then combined with the Zick we currently know. Basically, a Zick number 2, half a Zick number 1, death uniqueness, artificial death, half a Zick number 2 plus a Phoenix accessory, Mr. Zick we know. Don't read chat, man. Okay, spoilers are gonna Gone. It's fine now? Okay. Did you guys say purge them? Purge them all, Romero? Were there spoilers? No, it's okay. People are just trying to explain it. It's okay. Ugh! I'm so lightheaded. It's not even noon, dude. Oh my god, think there's like 60 of you guys here. Whew. I'm scared. Chapter 917. I'm gonna just do my timestamp right here. 51:20. Okay. I'm so lightheaded already. What the fuck, man? How am I supposed to finish this today, man? I need to keep my cool. Chapter 919 is called... 917 is called 3 Choices. Dude, you got... No wonder you guys told me to read this by itself. Like, I'm definitely gonna need a breather. Like, I'm definitely gonna need a day. Ludwell said artificial death could affect Beyonders that are close to losing control. That chief that tried to become a Sequence 3 ferryman in City of Silver? I guess this is my only problem from reading it back to back. It's so hard to recall stuff because I've read too much back to back. I need to like see a volume 4 summary video after if those are even out there, man, on the internet. Because oh my god, this volume has been really in depth. You can do this, cinema. Yeah, I know. I am gonna do it. I am doing it. I promise I'm gonna do it. The peak gets higher. How does it go higher from here, dude? What the fuck? Dude, I need to fan myself. Give me a minute, dude. I need to fucking chill. It's way too fucking early for this. Chapter 917 is called 3 Choices. Look, I got my LSC fan. My LSC fan. Witness greatness. Can we get much higher? Can we get much higher? 3 Choices. The strange turn of events inside of the mausoleum left Klein, who had his eyes closed and his spirituality converged, completely unaware of what was happening. He had no idea if it was something good or bad. Therefore, even though he had already chanted the activation incantation, he still didn't dare rashly use the Fate Siphon charm. He was afraid it would make things worse or that it would have the opposite effect. Second passed as Klein felt the passage of time was especially slow. He felt as though an entire century had passed. Finally, he heard Mr. Zick speak with a somewhat hoarse and uncertain note. It's you. Following that, an unperturbed voice that was clearly female sounded. You have 3 choices. First, continue proceeding forward to seek completeness. Allow Salinger to revive within your body. So artificial death is called Salinger. To revive within your body. The second is to have me help you extract that half soul, allowing you to take it with you. You will think of a way to stitch it back together, but it will make you transform back to your original form. No, not that. You will stop repeatedly dying and reviving, but it will not be the present you. Your past incarnations will truly recede into being dreams. Third is to give up everything and directly leave. You will forever be stuck at your current level. You will have no way of advancing further. You will still die again and again. No, that's not a way to live. You will still die again and again, waking up with no memories and repeatedly search for your past. Who is this? It said she? He was afraid. Seconds passed. Finally, Mr. Zick spoke with someone hoarse voice and a certain... Oh! Mr. Zick is speaking. Klein was taken aback by what he heard. He never expected there was another person in the depths of the mausoleum. Is it death? Bro, read slowly while reading chat. Klein was taken aback by what he heard. He never expected that there was another person in the depths of the mausoleum. Furthermore, it has to be death, right? Within the mausoleum. Furthermore, she... No, but it says she. OG death? OG... She provided the former deaf console Zick Eggers different choices that he could choose from. This is the artificial... this is that artificial death that's hidden in the depths of the black fog. No, he originally didn't seem to have any intelligence. It's been so long, and it's not like he had tried communicating. Extract half soul and think of a way to stitch it together. What does that mean? Zick's soul was not whole to begin with. Extract it from where? The lady speaking is actually able to do something Mr. Zick is incapable of. Also, who is Salinger? Who would be reviving in Mr. Azek's body? He, or capital he, is death that caused the pale disaster? Holy shit. Mr. Azek's father or grandfather, he foresaw his death, hence he left a seed in Mr. Azek's body for him to revive? The fuck am I reading? He left a seed in Mr. Azek's body for him to revive? The first choice is definitely something to eliminate without any thought. I think he has to fuse. I think it's the first choice. I think you just fuse and then you live with both sides. You don't do the third and you don't do the second. The second and third choices each have their own problems. The former makes him not his current self and he goes back to his old self. And the other one, he just keeps dying, repeating. He will become an unfamiliar him. The latter is to suffer an undying curse for all eternity, never to receive salvation. If he's confident with himself, truly treating all the past incarnations as an anchor, then the second choice can be considered. It allows for reconciliation and a compromise. But that involves the splitting of a half soul into half. Like, he splits it again? But that involves the splitting of a half soul into half. It's impossible to guess what developments will happen to the other half of the soul which didn't experience those incarnations in the future. The anchor might not be able to resolve the problems. Ideas flashed through Klein's mind. He was puzzled, curious, stumped, and confused. He was so near, yet so far away from the solution. If it was a Zik's life, it was a future he needed to face. No one else could make the decision for him. The two parts joining means death reviving. I think that's it. But if two parts join, you still have part of a Zik still forms with death. So it's like, I feel like it'd be a combination of both. Like you have it's like Pyra and Mithra from Xenoblade. Like once they fuse, they technically aren't Pyra and Mithra, but they're still the same person to begin with. Like they're in and of themselves the same person, but then they're different. And whatever Klein needed to say had been said. He stood there helpless and worried, waiting for Mr. Zik to speak again. Ah, man, like he will still be him, but not him. This is for me. I'm interpreting this as Pyra and Mithra. I don't know if you guys have played Xenoblade 2. Hell nah, death will obliterate him. Dude, what the fuck, dude? It was a Zik's life. In the future he needed to face. No one else can make the decision for him. And whatever Klein needed to say had been said. He stood there helpless and worried. I'm getting so lightheaded, waiting for Mr. Zik to speak again. As Zik looked at the beautiful hooded lady in front of him without saying a word, the pale white eyes and his eyes flickered. The illusionary but real towering feathered serpent seemed to sense a negative development. It suddenly lashed out its tail, wildly sweeping it around as it lunged its head downwards and opened its gaping mouth, revealing dark red flash and fangs that were tainted with yellow oil stains. It stuck onto its black serpent tongue and spat the dark green slime in a bid to devour Zik Eggers. However, all of its attempts failed to be effective. It seems to live in another world. Amidst the unsteady silence, Zik raised his right hand as he rubbed his temples. Calmly, he said with a laugh, "Perhaps I'm accustomed to my present self. I choose the third?" No! Just as he said that, the hooded lady clenched her fist, gripping the golden bird-shaped accessory tightly. Then she reached her chin, pulling out the ancient item from the gap in Zik's forehead. Zik's expression distorted once again as though he was experiencing unimaginable pain. Every drop of his blood and every piece of flesh, there were some parts of his soul seeping out, mixing together into a transparent soul. This soul appeared complete, but it was filled with discord and disharmonious feelings. It was because it was half gold in color, the same all the way from the brows, eyes, and torso, and its four limbs. It had an ancient, simplistic beauty. As a golden bird-shaped accessory was extracted, so now that half is being extracted from Zik. As a golden bird-shaped accessory was extracted, Zik's translucent soul began to disintegrate inch by inch, as though it was being skinned alive. When you said I just came, I thought something else was going on. Okay. Hell no. His throat let out an unhuman gasping sound once again, causing Klein's head to spin and ache. It felt as though a needle had snapped into his brain and was stirred dryly. In second, as Zik's spirit body completely split into two. This is so hard for me to follow, bro. I don't read stuff like this. This is so big brain. This is so hard for me to follow. Oh my god. Oh man, this is so good though. The two pale white flames in Zik's eyes were extinguished as white feathered and pitch black scales of his body receded. His warped expression also erased as he no longer looked at savage. His expression turned slightly pale and translucent as his forehead throbbed. Clearly, he was suffering a pain that stemmed from the... I'm getting a freaking throbbing pain in my head right now. Bro is not ready for future... I've never read anything this complex, bro. Besides, like, the somewhat little I've read of Lord of the Rings, which is more of, like, fantasy complexity. Read slow and take it in. No, I'm reading as slow as I can right now, but this is hard to grasp. No wonder people said you're gonna need this shit to digest. No wonder you need a day off. But we're just gonna pull the band-aid. We're just gonna keep reading. I'm so fucking lightheaded, dude. His expression turned slightly pale and translucent as his forehead throbbed. Clearly, he was suffering pain that stemmed from deep within his soul body. I'm feeling pain too, man. Thank you for your help. He bowed towards the beauty hooded lady. He turned around and floated up the staircase, coming to Klein's side. You can open your eyes, Zik said with an exhausted smile. And he or she is gone, right? Klein, Klein hurriedly opened his eyes and sighed up a Zik, realizing that they weren't any sense of madness or loss of control. He wasn't completely relieved. He curiously cast his gaze deep in the mausoleum. The black fog was still emitting, completely blanketing everything underneath. Who was it? He couldn't help but ask. Zik laughed and reached out his grip to his shoulders. I need to... Let me grab my watch so I can show you guys my heart monitor. I'm not lying. My heart is racing like a bitch right now. Gotta take deep breaths. I'm gonna keep reading for a bit. Are you sure it's not from the caffeine? No, dude. Sure. Hold on. I'm trying to get my beat rhythm down. All right, we're at 87. All right, we're at 87. We went back down. Oh shit, we're at 92. We're at 95. Woo! Who was it? He couldn't help but ask. Zik laughed and reached out to grip his... Bro, look at my heartbeat. I'm not lying. 107 beats per minute. Dude, I'm not lying. Look at that. 100... Oh, it dropped down. Zik laughed and reached out to grip his shoulder. Even if I were to tell you, you wouldn't be able to hear it unless she is willing to let you. As he spoke, subconsciously grabbed his two marionette shoulders. The colors around them saturated and clearly stacked up one another. The two... Oh, shit, I'm not recording. Oh, bro, it's cooked. Dude, I almost forgot to hit record. Look at that. We're at 96 plus right now, dude. This is crazy. We peaked at 100 right now. We actually read 3 lines without recording, so let's go back. Klein hurriedly opened his eyes and sized up a Zik, realizing that there weren't any signs of madness or loss of control. He was completely relieved. He curiously cast his gaze deep into mausoleum. The black fog was still emanating, completely blackening everything underneath. Who was that? He couldn't help but ask. Zik laughed and reached out to grip his shoulders. Even if I were to tell you, you wouldn't be able to hear it unless she is willing to let you know. She. As he spoke, Klein subconsciously grabbed his two marionette shoulders. The colors around them saturated and clearly stacked upon one another. The two men and two marionettes quickly passed through the spirit world corresponding to the Berserk Sea, returning to Klein's ends in Kalian City. Zik released his grip and pinched his forehead. With a gentle smile, he said, I'll need to sleep for an unknown length of time in order to recover. I need to recover. If you have any questions, you could seek out the Spirit World's 7 lights. You should have already be aware of the corresponding ritual. Mr. Zik, are you alright? Klein asked in concern. At the same time, he rebuked himself. How can he be fine having lost half his soul forever? Zik laughed and said, it's not a big deal. I'll just be maintaining my previous state, allowing me to foresee my death and arrange everything. Severing ties with my original life. I'll forget everything, reawaken in search of my past. Like before, at least you're there, someone who knows a lot about my past. If I were to forget once again, I should be able to recall a lot when I receive your letter. Aw, man. He paused and nodded indescribably as he chuckled. What the am I reading? Sleep isn't a bad thing either. At least I'll have dreams. In my dreams, I never left, accompanying her while taking in the sun, while guiding the stubborn son of mine to use the broadsword. I'll also make a swing. Wait. In my dreams, I never left, accompanying her. I'm sorry. Was his wife? I never left, accompanying her while taking in the sun, while guiding the stubborn son of mine to use the broadsword. I'll also make a swing from that little kid that loves to wheedle. Having said that, Zik threw out the copper whistle and said on a gentle smile, remember to write to me, but before I awaken, I will not reply to you. Just as Klein reached out to receive the ancient and intricate copper whistle, Zik vanished from the room. His whereabouts are unknown. After blankly watching the scene for a while, Klein suddenly let out a sigh. To go anywhere else from Kalian City by land, one needs to follow the spiraling paths that led upwards. After passing through the different streets, one would arrive at the peak of the city. Then one had to descend the mountain and enter the plain. At this moment, the Red Gloves team that Soyce led was standing on a square at the peak. Looking down the abnormal berserk sea, Dally Simon, who had been pressing her forehead all this time, suddenly lowered her hand as she said, feeling somewhat puzzled. Everything has been returned to normal. There are no more problems. Normal. Leonard returned with a question of puzzlement. From his point of view, it was very difficult for Dally to return to normal before the end of the Berserk Sea abnormality. Perhaps its intermediate. Soyce hesitantly raised the theory. Dally was just about to answer when everyone's spiritual perception was triggered. Once again, they looked towards the Berserk Sea. And the swath of pure... Put the characteristics in the bag. In the swath of the pure blackness, one bright star after another lit up. A backland beneath St. Samuel Cathedral. Archbishop Anthony Stevenson received an emergency telegram from the sea. The telegram's content was rather simple. It was sufficiently shocking. German Sparrow had appeared boarding the Black Tulip with another person. He made Lidwell into his marionette and left the person Lidwell addressed as Deaf Consul. German Sparrow, Deaf Consul. St. Anthony signed repeated these two names. They're stressing out. He leaned back slightly and closed his eyes. Once again, the corresponding complete information of the sealed artifact 017 appeared in his mind. I'm sorry, are we bringing her out? What was it? The Lady of the Sky? The Lady of the Night? The Angel? Once again, the corresponding complete information of the sealed artifact 017 appeared in his mind. Number 17. Name Angel of Concealment. Danger grade 0. Extremely dangerous. What the fuck? Oh, shit, dude. Both times she came out, this shit got really good. She's coming back? Oh, my God. I got tears in my eyes. It's of the highest importance and of the highest confidentiality. It is not to be inquired. This disseminated, described, respite. Security clearance. Pope Team A researches an Archbishop of Backland Diocese. Note, when the Archbishop is transferred out of Backland Diocese, the corresponding memories have to be wiped out using sealed artifact 129. Sealed method. The seal is completed through the combination of 129 and 180. Description: this isn't an item. Warning: she cannot be used. Appendix 1. This sealed artifact first appeared in the Pale Era of the 4th Epoch. Exact year missing, exact date missing, exact location missing. Appendix 2. Based on the information, she had been awakened 5 times. Appendix 3. A limited premise is the reason behind its inability to be used. It's even confirmed that she can be used as a goddess's descent vessel. Appendix 3 was never mentioned. A limited premise is a reason behind its inability to be used. It has been confirmed that she can be used as the goddess's descent vessel. So the Lady of the Night can go from lowercase she to capital she. Wow. Wait. So the angel of concealment, the Lady of the Night from Foggy Town, she can be used as a vessel for the Evernight goddess? Wait, did she descend at the end of Volume 2 when she erased Mr. A and then smiled when looking at... Oh, the angel in Volume 2 was the Evernight goddess. That's why she smiled at him. Because when I'm about to bust. I fucking love this series, dude. bro, I'm measuring my heartbeat right now. Give me a minute. Oh shit, dude. Oh look, we're at 95. Oh shit. Oh, I got a tear in my eye. We're going 97, dude. Oh shit, that's why she smiled at the end of the volume 2. It was the Evernight Goddess. We're at fucking 104. Ooh, you know what? That's all right. I'm gonna just take off my heart monitor. You know I'm getting hyped up. Chapter 918, dude. Guesses and ideas. Who is she? A misty memory? Oh shit, dude. Wait, so like I'm so lost now. She was the person talking. No, was it? No, the lady talking to Ezek. Oh my god. The person talking to Ezek was wearing a black dress. It kind of sounded like a black Regal dress. No, fuck it. No, we're not taking a break. We're going straight into 918. What are you guys talking about? We're finishing volume 4 today. 0 breaks. 918 is called Guesses and Ideas. Praise the lady, god of misfortune. Let's keep reading, dude. Timestamp. This is gonna be a long ass fucking stream, huh? It's gonna be a long ass fucking video. Whoa, whoa. Chapter 918 is called Guesses and Ideas. Guesses and Ideas. Colin silly inside the inn. Klein sat on a reclining chair, reaching out to receive the black tea with lemon from the winner's. And so, let me finish my coffee. I'll leave that last sip for later. Beside him, Admiral Lidwell stood straight, wearing a mask with a rapier by his waist. He appeared like the most loyal guard. Only at this point in time did Klein, who had completely calmed down, have the mental capacity to analyze what had happened in Death's mausoleum. Amongst all of that, please recap it for me, man, because this shit is so hard for me to grasp right now. I need Klein to give me like a Spark Notes version of it. Amongst all of that, what he paid most attention to was the existence that helped Mr. Azik get out of his predicament at the critical moment and provide him with three choices. First, a female voice. Second, this matter is definitely the advantageous to her. Otherwise, no one would cross such a great distance to provide assistance. Otherwise, if she had to pass by and had helped Mr. Zik out of goodwill, there are also completely understandable and acceptable. But the problem is that the mausoleum is a product formed from the death's godly powers. When he perished, a product of the characteristic corpses in the natural environment. Without the corresponding key, even the deities can't find it. With a door that cannot be opened, how is it possible for everyone to be passing by? Also, Mr. Izik's actions had been very stubborn, and he didn't first seek out the members of the Numinous Episcopate. They are carrying out the Artificial Death Project for information. He directly followed the calling and arrived at the Berserk Sea and entered Death's treasure trove. It's not someone who can locate me or him, or them being someone who has a strong, persistent ability. There's almost no existence that can arrive in such a timely manner. So how? Finally, the Silenger that can revive via Mr. Zik's body is almost certainly the I'm mad but I'm stronger death from the fourth epoch. The female voice directly addressed him by his name without showing any signs of respect. So she would have been on the same standard as him. Okay. This, as Klein seriously analyzed the information, he suddenly had a theory, but he couldn't help but avoid the possibility. Based on what he knew, the Evernight, Death, and the Giant Beyonder pathways were a group of its own. They can be interchangeable at high sequences, so they're able to communicate with each other, right? And other than using the honorific name, the Lady of Crimson, or some special Grade 0 sealed artifact to occupy a portion of the moon's authority, the goddess also had the title of Mistress of Repose and Silence. That totally pointed to the underworld and the Death's domain. And back to the Foggy Town, and with the use of the Holy Sword to make a vow with the goddesses bearing witness, as well as the goddesses clearly possessing the authority of misfortune, and made Klein believe that he had entered her special watch list, just like how he singled out a certain believers to use the Sea God Scepter, making a bold assumption and seeking careful verification. Then almost all the questions can be answered if she really was the goddess. If she really was the goddess, as one of the 7 Orthodox deities, as one of the winners of the Pale Era, she has the level and right to address death by his name. Oh, shit. And having been labeled by her, once anything abnormal happens, such as entering a strange place like Death's treasure trove, she would definitely sense it and take the necessary actions in response. Furthermore, as it's definitely requires some time, she didn't manage to stop at the beginning. To her, the artificial death or the Death's pathway uniqueness that had initially come to life clearly enhances her authority in the aspects of the repose and silence. It might even allow her to directly intrude into Death's domain, just like what the Mother Tree of Desire did in the Chained God. When Death perished, the 3 sequence 1 characteristics should have automatically separated. It's unknown who received them. Let me read that again. When Death perished, the 3 sequence 1 characteristics should have been automatically separated. It's unknown who received them. If the goddess is searching for them, perhaps the ruler of the ancient underworld, Lady of all the undead, will be addressed to her title. Although Mr. Zik had been pursued by the Church of the High Sequence Beyonders, he had ultimately never suffered any real threats. From the looks of it, the goddesses had been waiting all this time for today's development. Upon coming to this realization, Klein suddenly felt a little frightened. He was rather pious at the very least. He superficially raised his right hand in a pious manner, tapping 4 spots in a clockwise manner on his chest. He formed the sign of the crimson moon and muttered, "Praise the lady." Oh, shit. This made him recall the answer he received when he asked Snake of Fate Will Ossiton after obtaining the High Sequence Beyonders potion formula of the Seer Pathway. Can only be obtained from the Crazy Zartul in the Hornikid's Mountain Range. If you are blessed of the Evernight, treat it as though I didn't say it. If you are the blessed of the Evernight, treat it as though I didn't say anything. After the incident at the Foggy Town, Klein had already discovered that heading to the Hornicus mountain range and finding the Zaratul was the same choice. Even stealing and taking his family notebook from the St. Emma Cathedral basement and up to this day, he realized that the second line was not without meaning. He stroked his chin and muttered, perhaps, maybe, possibility, I'm really considered a blessed of the Evernight. Towards this, Klein wasn't too unreceptive to it. On the one hand, he had spent the first few months after coming to this world with the Church of the Evernight Stinkin' Nighthawks team. He had a group of great teammates and colleagues. He had a rather heartwarming life, an acceptable idea. To this day, he still recalled the past. Therefore, although he wasn't a worshipper of the Evernight goddess, he was very accepting of this deity. On the other hand, at least on what he had seen to this day, the Evernight goddess had yet to show any ill intent. Instead, she had given him some blessings. Klein believed that since he had been specially marked, it was unlikely that he could be free from it anytime soon. All he could do was learn to accept it and make good use of it. Of course, I can't let down my guard. In addition, I need to lower the volume. My ears. In addition, I lose my place. In addition, I already have too many enemies in the form of the Mother Tree of Desire, the True Creator, Primordial Demoness, Primordial Moon, Blasphemer Amon, Angel of Fate Ouroboros, and others. Some of them might even be able to get a hold of my location. Dude, everybody's after him. Without finding something powerful to the cozy up to me, my future will already be difficult. With so many things on the plate, Klein quickly adjusted his state of mind. To him, as long as the goddess had labeled him as a monument, had labeled him from the moment he made a vow using the holy sword and not earlier, as well as not constantly monitoring him, he found it acceptable. At least from the special labels afforded to me by the Sea God Scepter, constant monitoring isn't possible. So she can't constantly monitor him. Mr. Zik will be sleeping for a very long period of time. The goddesses can't just do a divine descent as she pleases. There must be some corresponding obstacles and difficulties. Otherwise, the 7 Orthodox deities would have made divine descents. Yeah, they would have been here by now. All across the world to resolve all kinds of problems. That's why I should keep a low profile and behave myself in the southern continent. I don't know, man. With the Volume 4 finale, I don't know if that's going to happen. I shouldn't try to pin my hopes on external factor. Klein reminded himself before scrutinizing his new marionette, Admiral Hill Ludwell. To be frank, he was rather curious about the face hidden beneath the silver mask. But upon recalling how there was an anomaly when Ludwell took off his mask in the previous battle, he held back his thoughts. He planned to make the attempt again after he left the city and did it in the woods or somewhere uninhabited. After some work, Klein gained a rough understanding of his new marionette's sequence of powers. Lidwell was Sequence 5 Gatekeeper of the Death Pathway, and he wasn't a normal human. A corresponding Sequence 9 was Corpse Collector back in Tegan. Klein had already learned of its specifics. He knew that they possessed certain traits of the corpse. This entire being appeared rather cold and grim, and their body temperatures were very relatively low. This allowed them to avoid being attacked by dead, unintelligent spirits. At the same time, they also had their physical bodies enhanced. They gained resistance to the cold, decay, and corrosives of cadaveric auras. They were naturally equipped with spirit vision, and they understood the characteristics of the weaknesses of the undead creatures. Sequence 8 was Gravedigger. Corpse collectors who advanced to this sequence become stronger. Their spirit vision was further enhanced. As their agility increases, they were able to communicate with nearby spirits, allowing them to provide the Beyonders with help. Other than that, Gravediggers could quickly find the weaknesses of unfamiliar dead creatures and spiritual creatures via observations. This was known as the Eye of Death. Sequence 7 Spirit Medium was qualitative change. Beyonders of this sequence gained knowledge of various kinds of mysticism. I almost said it the wrong way. Mysticism rituals related to the spirits. They could directly communicate with the natural spirits and loitering dead souls in the real world. Hence, they had informants everywhere. At the same time, they could use different spirits to actualize different kinds of magic, creating varying kinds of supernatural phenomenon in a rather multifaceted way. Sequence 6 Spirit Guide and Sequence 5 Gatekeeper didn't experience a qualitative change from the spirit medium other than an increase in the range of communication. So that's why Dally was able to sense them. Spirit Guides began involving them because of her new range. Spirit Guides began involving themselves with the spirit world as they began hiring messengers and receiving the help of certain spirit world creatures. Gatekeeper could sense the entrance to the underworld, allowing them to control the dead spirits inside. Doing so as though they watched over the gates that separated the dead from the living. From the spirit medium onwards, with the advancement of each sequence, the quantity and quality of the natural spirits, undead creatures, spirits, world creatures that the Beyonders could control and order increased exponentially. Spirit guides gained the use of additional language of the dead that circumvented the protection provided by one's physical body. Focus on the ability to communicate with the spirit body. The ability was enhanced to giving an order to the point of slavery. Gatekeepers could even open the mysterious gate that separated life and death to a certain extent, opening the gates to the underworld. If it wasn't for the natural restraints that the Zik's copper whistle had on the corpse collector's pathway control over spirits, I probably wouldn't have even had what it takes to find Admiral Help back then. And even now, if not for traveling to ensure my safety, I might not even be able to finish off Ludwell well. Even if I use demigod level powers in the future, I have to take note when taking revenge on Instant Go. He was once a gatekeeper after all. Climbed out slightly, raised the cup, and drank a mouthful of black tea. As for the weapon Ludwell had, it was the named Harris Rapier. It originated from a prince from the southern continent in ancient times. It didn't directly correspond to any sequence or pathway. It was more of a product that was similar to the King of the Northern Uldson, who gathered similar characteristics without any proper rules. It only had one Beyonder power, bringing about absolute destruction to the items it stabbed. As a pirate admiral with the highest bounty, Ludwell didn't only have this mystical item. Unfortunately, his most precious death ring had been taken by a Zik. As for the silver mask on him, Klein temporarily had no way of taking it off for research. Also, he really doesn't like money. He has zero need for money. Klein lowered his cup and retracted his gaze. Considering how it was still very early, he planned on leaving Collian City and heading elsewhere to wait for the Nets to finish his investigations. Wow. 919. Perfect inference. I am so fucking lightheaded right now. I'm not lying. Chapter 919. Oh man, this headache. Not headache, I feel dizzy. So much is going on. 919 is called Perfect Inference. Did you digest any of that info? It's hard. It's hard. It's really hard to digest this, man. Well, you know what, man? Look, put it this way. As long as we're getting emotions out of this, bro, I'm reading slowly. I'm reading at a normal I'm trying to read at a normal pace, but it's so hard to digest this. Like when I get really emotional, it's really hard. You gotta do the acting method. I gotta do the acting method. I know what I'm reading. Oh man, I'm just so lightheaded. This is so good. I feel bad for Zik, man. So he's in slumber. He's getting ready for death. He's gonna be reborn. Wait. Now this is the part I didn't get. So what happened to the artificial death? She separated him. I'm dying a little bit on the east side. I'm dying a little bit on the inside. On the east side, I was trying to say easy. I'm trying a little. Easy's dying. I was about to speak in third person. Easy's dying on the inside. I'm dying a little bit. Because she separated it, right? Mommy took it. Like, I get the part where she separated it and she left, but I don't remember if she did take it. Okay. Give or take 12. Okay, so she did take it. Because I'm like, what happened to it? Like, they didn't say it. She took it. I think she did. Took it. That's what she said to them, bro. Okay. Man, this is too much. This is so good. No wonder people said to take a day between 9:20 and then the finale. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break though. After 9:20, after reading 9:10, we're gonna take a quick 5. Whew! Perfect. And then we're gonna recoup. We're gonna have an intermission break right now after 9:20. Perfect interference. Backland Sherwood Borough. Forrest, who was having an afternoon nap, jolted awake from her dreams. She saw an endless great... Dude, I can't read, man. I'm out of breath. I'm too excited. Forrest was just taking an afternoon nap, jolted awake from her dream. She saw an endless great walk fog as Miss Moon, who had his head bowed in prayer, clearly hearing his voice. In the southern outskirts of Backland, in the middle of the Delier Forest, there was an abandoned ancient castle. In it are at least 2 ancient races and the other dead spirits. The possibility of the other Beyonders living there cannot be eliminated. The coordinates are: I finally have information on the main ingredients of Scribe. Information worth 300 pounds. Forrest was instantly delighted as she immediately thanked Mr. Full and sounded him. to pass her message to the moon. She would make payment shortly. After completing this, she got out of bed and went to the first floor. She planned on pouring herself some wine to drink and consider when she would explore the abandoned castle as well as the necessary preparations. For the meantime, layman's travels cannot be rented out. Shio needs to come along. The abandoned castle has several dead spirits and is rather dangerous. I have to consider the combination of spells. If there's anything lacking or not specialized, I'll hire Mr. World, Mr. Hangman, and the Sun to record the corresponding Beyonder powers. Although Force lacked actual combat experience, she had been mixed with Beyonder circles for years. Later, she joined the Terror Club, and having heard of the scene much, she naturally knew the need for preparations before any adventures. As for directly hiring Mr. World to do it, she had long struck it off of her list of options. She believed that giving the spoils and her savings to him wasn't enough to hire him. Of course, if her attempts at exploration proved that the abandoned castle was extremely dangerous, something that beyond her sequence could enter, she would have no choice but to shoulder an enormous debt. After all, there was only hope and the future from being alive. How does it feel to be reading this arc after episode 6? It's good. It's really good. In theory, I shouldn't reach that stage. There are still 2 demigod level Beyonder powers left on layman's travels from Mr. World. At most, I'll use it first and think of the means to make up for it in the future. The only problem is that the 2 demigod level Beyonder powers might not be suitable against wraiths and dead spirits. For Sip, some black rand and her various thoughts took form. At this point, she heard a key latching into the keyhole as she instinctively looked towards the door. The door suddenly opened and Shio walked in, carrying 2 paper bags that emitted a rich fragrance. Desi Pies Force asked immediately before frowning in puzzlement, haven't you had lots of commissions recently? Why are you back so early? Shio drew a bag of Desi Pies over and said without hiding her smile. I happened to walk past it. I also hadn't had much lunch, so I had planned on taking a break. Without waiting for Force to ask further, she said, I've accumulated enough points. I can soon exchange them for the interrogator potion formula. Although her monitoring of the Royal Guard Captain, Viscount Stratford, had any significant progress, it was the kind that accumulated points on a daily basis. All she needed to do was submit a passable report every week to receive the corresponding bounty. Therefore, together with the other commissions and their varying levels of success, Shio had already earned enough to obtain the interrogator potion formula. Finally, Force sincerely felt happy for her friend. Then she took out the wine cup in her hand. Shall we celebrate with a drink? At the same time, she also had thought of something pertaining to herself. This is great. After becoming a Sequence 7, Shio should have experienced a qualitative change. It will make exploring the ancient castle a sure thing. Shio looked at the transparent liquid in the cup before shaking her head incessantly. Drinking is bad. Yeah, that's bad. Don't spoil. No, I didn't read it if there was a spoiler. With that said, she frowned. Besides, I abhor the smell. Before Force could speak, she suddenly recalled something. She stood up and walked to the door. I saw the mailbox filled with things. Haven't you opened it today? I didn't have the time. Force wore a look as though she was busy rushing out of her drafts. Shio was a person of action. Ignoring her explanation, she had already headed out to clear the mailbox. After about 10 seconds later, she walked back into the stack of the newspapers and a few envelopes. As she looked at the addressees, she said, it's all yours. 2 letters from the publishers. 1, an invitation from a letter from a surgery forum. 1 letter is from Prince Harbor. Prince Harbor. Force mind stirred as she put down her cup and caught the letter Shio threw at her. She seemed to openly tear open all the letters in front of her friend, discovering that 1 letter was indeed from the teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. Cauldron City is a rather special spot deep in the spirit world. I'm not sure of its origins, other than it's very dangerous. A demigod had once stepped in without even coming out. When selling the actual spirit world coordinates to the gathering members, there's a need for you to warn him. Mr. World targeted in such a dangerous spirit world city. Force stared at the letter in her hand as her eyes widened. The Red Gloves team, which had arrived at the next East Ballum City, had rendezvoused with the local Nighthawks, taking up an office of theirs. Everyone shall have half of the day. We will start together mornings. I don't know why I did a peace sign. Everyone shall have half the day. We will start tomorrow morning. Soyce took out his pocket watch and opened it. They were about to strike a secret gathering location in Numinous Episcopae to find more information on our artificial death project and dig out another batch of enemies that hid in Backland. As for the information obtaining from Ulika, they had already sent it to Backland via telegram. They didn't need to worry about the subsequent work. After all, they weren't the only Red Gloves team. Backland local Nighthawks were plenty and powerful. Leonard and Dally were just about to seek out the lodgings to rest when a Nighthawk with some East Ballin blood walked in with a piece of paper. A new telegram from Backland. Soist reached out to take it, and after opening it for a few seconds, he said with a grave expression, German Sparrow has appeared again. Using divination methods, it has been confirmed that it's him. German Sparrow. Leonard wasn't surprised by this outcome. He had already knew Dwayne Dantes that his former colleague, Klein Moretti, was still alive. He curiously asked, what did German Sparrow do again? So he surveyed the area and sternly said, he boarded the Black Tulip and turned Admiral Hell Ludwell into his marionette. Leonard is like, damn, he's getting strong, dude. Admiral Hell Ludwell marionette. The Red Gloves could hardly hide their astonishment as they exclaimed one after another. Even Leonard Mitchell was extremely surprised. One had to know that Admiral Hell Ludwell, who wore the ring left by death, had the highest bounty among the 7 pirate admirals. He was publicly recognized to be the strongest beneath the 4 king. He was definitely not someone an ordinary Sequence 5 could compare to. As for German Sparrow, he had actually boarded his ship, turning Admiral Hell into his marionette despite being surrounded by his. The latter's undead army and subordinates? Shit, dude. Although they didn't know much about a faceless and a marionettist, just the term marionette was enough to let them know that Admiral Hell Ludwell Elcom was worse than death. He's already this strong. He infiltrated the St. Samuel Cathedral's Channis Gate to meet the requirements for a demigod ritual. Leonard gradually fell silent as he didn't ask more. At this moment, Soyce offered more information. This is so good, dude. An ordinary Sequence 5. According to the crew that escaped from the Black Tulip, there wasn't a fight back then. German Sparrow and another man boarded the ship. The moment Admiral Ludwell saw them, he gave up any resistance and prostrated himself onto the deck, calling the mountain Death Consul. Later, he allowed German Sparrow to turn him into his marionette. Death Consul. Leonard subconsciously turned to look at Dally Simon. He believed that this Sequence 5 Beyonder of the Corpse Collector pathway likely knew what Death Consul meant. Dally scoffed and shook her head. I only know that the former Balam Empire, a blood descendant of death that ruled the real world, was known as Death Consul. There's so much aura in this chapter. However, the numinous Episcopate's royal faction's leader had never called himself Death Consul. Another Red Glove, Cindy, mentioned in puzzlement. This was rather open knowledge amongst the Nighthawks. So those that reached Sequence 5 and above, or those who joined the Red Gloves, had the right to privy of this information. As for Artificial Death Faction, it was even more unlikely for any of them to call themselves Death Consul. Who knows, perhaps the numinous Episcopate had fractured again. Now there's an additional Death Consul faction. Dally first made a casual comment before she thought and said, German Sparrow has a mysterious origin. His motives in infiltrating Channis Gate is unknown. One person knows. Perhaps it really is related to the numinous Episcopate. The numinous Episcopate had always been a main target of the Church of Evernight, had been trying to take down. The conflict between the two ran deep. Her statement reminded Leonard Mitchell of something because he knew that German Sparrow was Klein Moretti. Furthermore, he joined a secret organization that worshipped the Fool and represented itself with tarot cards and had working relationships with the numinous Episcopate. In the few factions of the numinous Episcopate, there's no Death Consul. Admiral Ludwell can almost be confirmed to be an arm of the numinous Episcopate. Dealing with him is equivalent to dealing with the numinous Episcopate. Dwayne Dantes once said that the members of the secret organization came from different places with different goals. Klein's goal is revenge. Could the goal of one of the members be to strike the numinous Episcopate, to gradually absorb them to revive or recreate death in their own image? Since there's an undying monster like Dwayne Dantes who lives since the 4th epoch, it's normal for that secret organization to have an additional ancient Death Consul. Damn, the aura, dude. Good morning, dude. Oh, this shit is good, dude. Leonard, perhaps his corresponding tarot card is death. I skipped the line. Oh, shit. Since there's an undying monster like Dwayne Dantes who's lived since the 4th epoch, it's normal for the secret organization to have an additional ancient Death Consul. Perhaps his corresponding tarot card is death. As his mind raced, Leonard began believing that he had obtained the truth. Then he made a connection with certain details. Dwayne Dantes is an undying creature who had lived since the 4th epoch. He is so close to the truth. He knows the southern continent very well. He recently left Backland and had gone missing. Leonard was alarmed, taking this opportunity while his teammates were in discussion. He lifted his teacup and covered his mouth softly, muttering to himself, Old man, could Dwayne Dantes be the Death Consul? Lazarus' slightly aged voice said with a smiling tone, No. Balam Empire's Death Consul is both a rank and a title. It's also the name of the Death Pathway Sequence 2. We know that. Balam's Empire Dev Console. Wait, no, I don't remember this. Sequence 2 was called Dev Console this whole time? So, wait, we just got a Sequence 2 reveal. We do know that? Yes, we do know that. Let's go. No, this is revealed. Because we always knew he had the title of Dev Console, but we never knew what sequence he was. We do know that. Let's go. As the greatest treasure mystery fan, I will leave the stream. I hope you have a beautiful day, man. Sequence 2, the secret organization even had a Sequence 2 angel. Leonard's pupils constricted as he muttered once again, "How are you so certain that Dwayne Dantas isn't a Dev Console because he's not an angel?" Palas immediately chuckled. "No, the reason is very simple. You've seen the real Dev Console's portrait before. Back when you Nighthawks were investigating Welch's suicide, you might have even met him personally. He's a teacher at Coy University's Department of History, Isaac Eggers. Isaac Eggers, Leonardo was taken aback before he came to realization. He finally understood how Klein Moretti was able to resurrect from death, why he was fine suffering curses, or why he could join the secret organization symbolized by the tarot cards, doing all of this while usually not showing anything special about himself. The reason was that behind Klein was a member of the secret organization with a corresponding tarot card death." Leonard, right process, wrong answer. Yeah, he hit the right, he went down the right process, but he came to the wrong answer, dude. You knew the name, didn't know the sequence number. Thank you. Okay. Yes, I'm so sorry. We didn't knew that. Sorry. Oh my god, I'm jumbling all over the place. We knew he was a Dev Console. We just didn't knew the sequence. Thank you. And oh, I feel like we should have known it by now. If it should have been default, because the second we found out Sequence 3 with Ferryman, that left Sequence 2 by default. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I should have thought of that right away. Yesterday's stream, I should have been like, wait. So Azik is Sequence 2. If Ferryman is Sequence 3 and he's not a Ferryman, then Dev's Console is Sequence 2. I love this series. Chapter 920 is called Cauldron's Origins. We didn't know the sequence number. Oh my god. 920. Timestamp. After 920, because you guys said originally, oh, this is the other part where you can stop. After this, I'm going to go turn on my kettle. I need to make some tea. And then we're going to take a quick 5-minute intermission break to talk about everything that's happened. Oh, man. Oh, man. Here we go. You know what? I'll leave. Yeah, we'll pause the music. Cuppa? After this, let's chat. Yeah, we got to chat. Chapter 920 is called Cauldron's Origins. Bam, the slums, hooded with a mask underneath it, the hanged man Alger once again met with the Admiral Star's Katlia. At the table, the two of them sat across each other, facing each other without a single word. Finally, Katlia said, "Have you heard the news?" Alger didn't directly answer, he returned with a question. The one about German Sparrow. Katlia fell silent for a few seconds and nodded. He had turned Admiral Hull into his marionette. Be it Admiral Blood from before or the present Admiral Hull, they were both pirates who had a higher bounty than her. No matter how confident she was of herself, she didn't believe that the two Sequence 5 elites were weaker than her. "You learned of it earlier than I expected." Alger confirmed the authenticity of the news in a tactful manner. Being a member of the Church of the Storms, which controlled a large region of the sea, he could directly obtain the latest news from the official channels. Katlia curled her lips and said, "If the future were at sea, I might have to take days or even weeks to receive it. But I've been in Bam recently." She didn't divulge her initial sources. After a pause, Admiral Stars asked frankly, "What else do you know about this matter?" Alger shook his head. "I was trying to figure out the exact situation when I saw your signal, so I rushed here to meet you." Katlia nodded slightly. German Sparrow and Admiral Hell didn't engage in battle. Little didn't resist because German Sparrow had boarded the Black Tulip with a man who was addressed as a Dev Console. Dev Console. Alger's pupils dilated as he felt an indescribable pressure. Such a term wasn't something any random demigod could undertake. Furthermore, there wasn't something that the man flaunted himself, but an honorific term that Admiral Hell Ludwell had used. Furthermore, he gave up resistance and was willing to lose his life. With the hanged man not saying a word, Katlia added, "In the Death Pathway, Dev Console is the name of the Sequence 2. Of course, even Emperor of the Balam Empire was also given this title. Indeed, an angel from the Death Domain." Alger automatically ignored the latter possibility. After all, based on the acting method, the position of the Emperor was definitely held by Sequence 2. Angel before the Balam Empire fell. And for someone who can make Admiral Hell become a German Sparrow's marionette without putting up any resistance, they were definitely not something a mere title could accomplish. At this moment, Alger suddenly thought of something that left a deep impression on him. After Vice Admiral Hurricane Kolinka successfully fled, he He was found standing by the side of the artificial lake. His face had rapidly rotted with pieces of flesh. Oh, so now he figured it out that it was him. He figured out that it was a Zik. Had rapidly rotted with pieces of flesh falling off. Even his eyeballs had rolled out of their sockets. It was undoubtedly the damage dealt by a potent force from the death domain. And Nalgar later confirmed that it was done by Mr. Fool's Blessed. And now he's like, oh, it's a Zik. To rapidly cause the death of the pirate admiral without him putting up any resistance, especially one who carried out such a powerful sealed artifact, the assailant level was obvious. The Church of the Storm Spellsinger. So now he's like, okay, so now German Sparrow is one blessed, and the Zik has to be the other blessed. And like, okay, those are the two blesseds we know of now. Well, at least from his point of view. And then Dwayne, right? You'll see on my vision. The Church of the Storm Spellsinger God and Archbishop Snake had determined at the scene that it was done by the High Sequence Beyonders from the Death Pathway, and that it was not the person he knew. Algar had no doubts about it. He believed that it was done by Sequence 4, a Sequence 3 demigod. In other words, a saint. He also felt horrified that the Mr. Fool's Blessed was a High Sequence Beyonder. Now he secretly gulped his saliva with great difficulty, believing that he had understood Mr. Fool back then as well as that Blessed. That person wasn't a saint, but a grounded angel, one that shared the same levels of 3 crowns of the various Orthodox churches. When it came to religion, the 3 crowns represent the various churches: Pope, Pontiff, and Patriarch. A deaf council as a blessed, although Mr. Fool was still recovering, the amount of strength at his disposal was quite sizable. All of your thoughts changed as his eyes shimmered. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Katlia sensed his gloom as she asked, "You seem to have recalled something." Olga deliberated for 2 seconds before vaguely replying, "Based on what I know, Mr. Fool has a deaf angel amongst his blesseds." "That matches," Katlia said as though she was muttering to herself. "Then why did the world promise me a mythical creature blood that's not from the deaf angel? Is it due to having closer ties with another one, making it easier to obtain?" So now he's like, wait, he fucking knows 2 of them? Oh, it's true, he does. Perhaps, although I feel like my audio is spiking so loudly. I'm gonna turn it down just a smidge. Olga deliberated for 2 seconds before vaguely replying, "Based on what I know, Mr. Fool has a deaf angel amongst his blessed." "That matches," Katlia said as though she was muttering to herself. "Then why did the world promise me a mythical creature blood that not from the deaf angel? Is it due to having closer ties with the other one, making it easier to obtain?" Perhaps, although Olga felt that Admiral Starr's interference wasn't wrong, he habitually gave a non-committal answer. Katlia didn't continue on the topic and said, "We will start the operation tonight for 7:30 to 8. If you can participate in it, head over there with me." She had finally figured out the situation with the artisan. Olga secretly heaved a sigh of relief and asked in puzzlement, why the time? This wasn't the most suitable period for any covert operation. Once any mistake was made, the official Beyonders would quickly detect it and rush over. Kalia nudged the heavy glasses of her nose and said with a complicated smile, "It's because it's dinner time for them and they will be having mushrooms for dinner." What's the connection? The experienced Olga realized that he couldn't read the subcontext of Admiral Starr's words. I don't get the subcontext. They're eating mushrooms for dinner? Frank's mushrooms? East Balam in the lush and humid forest, Klein deliberately avoided the main path that came from an uninhabited area. He planned on getting Ludwig to take off his silver mask. This wasn't only to satisfy his curiosity, but for his genuine reason. The silver mask was too striking. If he didn't deal with it, there was no amount of disguising that could directly attention to others from it. Oh, hell no. They're eating Frank's mushrooms? That's some nasty ass shit. The biggest problem for a marionettist is a marionette's identity. The more powerful the marionette, the more famous they were while alive. Bringing one along with me has the risk of being exposed. If it wasn't because I didn't have the time to finish off the Pirates of the Black Tulip, I would have had the means to keep it under wraps. For example, I could continue letting Lidwell be the captain while I pretend to be his subordinate. To be a faceless, that's very simple. Oh, and then he fully digests it. Klein sighed as he passed through the forest. There were many mosquitoes around him, but none of them came from him. All of them were circling Admiral Ludwig, trying to suck his blood in vain. Klein had given his new marionette the green essence ring, which attracted the mosquitoes. This is because its effects were completely overshadowed by Flower of Blood. Wearing the 2 rings was rather meaningless for Winter Enzo. In addition, Klein had confirmed that the Ludwig situation was special. He wasn't too afraid of being bitten by mosquitoes. After walking a distance, Klein casually tossed a coin and stopped. After a few minutes of contemplation, he decided to finish something else before removing the new marionette's mask. This was because through this process, he confirmed the severity of the later danger beneath the mask. Taking out the corresponding items, Klein quickly set up the ritual and moved to the radio transceiver from above the Great Fog to the real world. He wanted to contact Rhodes. Before he left Cauldron City, he had paid Miss Magician £350 for the Sparrow World coordinates to Cauldron City. He had also been warned about the extreme dangers associated with it. Therefore, he planned on obtaining more information from the 2 channels in order to prepare for the hunting mission. The 2 channels involved asking the magic mirror and red light With Mr. Zick being prolonged slumber, Klein decided to not hesitate further. He planned on expanding his social circles and not just stubbornly and inflexibly stick to the Evernight goddess. He needed to find powers to balance things out, and the relatively friendly 7 lights of the spirit world were the best choice. With the appearance of the radio transceiver, the surrounding woods suddenly turned gloomy. It was as though the spirit world had overlapped with the real world. They're overlapping? At about 10 seconds, the tapping sounds, illusioning white paper began being spat out. Exalted Great Master, your puny, loyal, and hopeful servant Rhodes is here to answer your summoning. There's temporarily no danger here. What say you? Seeing this coatish manner of speech, Klein sighed silently as he finally confirmed that he had connected to the magic mirror Rhodes. He had previously been afraid that the white piece of the paper would have the words, "I want to have a child with you." What the fuck? Of course, he had divined the level of danger of contacting a Rhodes above the Great Fog, and he obtained an answer that it was fine. However, with the Mother Tree of Desire having a predicament of interfering with divination, as well as his misinterpretation of infiltrating St. Samuel Cathedral Chanisgate, he wasn't too certain. Indeed, Klein nodded in a reserved manner before asking, "What do you know of Cauldron City in the spirit world?" Amidst the clicking sounds, a piece of illusory white paper exited the radio transceiver in a hesitant manner. "I can't see that the city too clearly. I do not know in the exact state, but I confirmed that the saint had perished in there before there were also certain angels, travelers and spirit-world creatures who had once entered to explore it and left it alive to relatively smooth manner. However, none of them got much out of it. Also, I know the origins of that city." Without waiting for Klein to press, more illusory white paper spat out amidst clicking sounds. Its former name was the City of the Dead. It was a grounded divine kingdom of the ancient goddesses Phoenix Ancestor Gregorance, the original death. Phoenix Ancestor Gregorance. Ever since the ancient goddess opened up the underworld, her divine kingdom was moved there? Wait, when we were talking about death, was it Phoenix Ancestor Gregorance that was speaking? Wait, no. We know it was the Evernight. But the other one, kinky? A little kinky. The City of the Dead, no. The City of the Silver gradually became the holy grounds of her descendants and believers. Before Gregorus was heavily injured by the ancient sun god and had the city uprooted and thrown deep into the spirit world, none of its citizens even came out again. The cauldron originated from the Abraham family's angel, the first person who stepped in. In the language of the dead, it means the unknown soul. We need to take a 5-minute intermission break. 921. Before that, we need to talk, man. Let me do my timestamp. It's gonna be a recap. Bro needs more brain juice for y'all. It's hard, man. I've never read anything this complicated before. I have never read anything this complicated in my life. T? Way to correct every pronunciation. Gregorus. I thought it said Gregorus. Where does the N come from? Gregorus? I said Gregorus. Oh, I guess I mispronounced it. All right. All right. So, just to be sure, her, aka, oh, I said Gregorance? I meant Gregorance. By the way, Cuttlefish revealed the birthday of Mr. Door like 3 days ago. So, it was revealed that the Lady of the Night, the Angel of Concealment 0017, can be a vessel for the Evernight goddess's descent. That was revealed. So she can be like a vessel for her to descend upon the world. My bad, sorry, the Lady of the Night. So the Lady of the Night, the Angel of Concealment 017, is a vessel that the Evernight goddesses use to descend, right? And because the death pathway, the sleepless pathway, I forgot what was the other one. No, wait. Because of the sleep, the death pathway, and the full. Oh my God! Because of their pathways, because they're interchangeable, she directly answered his call. No, it was written that the artifact can't be used. The only time it moves is when the Evernight descends on it. Wait, what artifact are we talking? Oh, wait, no. Oh, so we're talking about 017. 017 can't be used. The only time it moves is when the Evernight descends on it. So that implies that when the angel smiled at Klein at the end of Volume 2, it wasn't the angel. It was actually the Evernight goddess herself that smiled at him. Now, why would she... did she smile at him because he's technically a blessed of the Evernight? It was the Evernight. Oh my god. So it's like, because he was a blessed of the Evernight, he technically still is. She helped him? The Evernight goddess stands higher than the cosmo sand, more eternal the eternity. The mother of concealment, the empress of misfortune and horror, mistress of repose and silence, praise the lady. Yes, you'll know, yes. Death, overnight, and combat pathway. Yeah, because you're interchangeable, that's why she helped Zik. That implies she's also personally took him to the foggy town. Yeah, so it's like now I'm having so many. I mean, she is Evernight, so she chooses her blessed. But now I'm like, why did she want Klein to go to Foggy Town? What the fuck is her plan? And then the whole thing with Azik, I find it so bittersweet that Azik chose to keep his current lifestyle, die and be reborn. You think it's to help her advance? Oh, I mean, I know it's to help. I know it's to help him advance. But why does she want him to become the Fool? Because Klein is the MC. I know Klein is the MC. Like, I know she's helping him advance. I just don't know why. Like, is she just helping him to advance because she wants the Fool to pull a prank on him? That's probably why. Not exactly, because the angel had the effect of making people near it disappear. Little prank. She's pulling a prank. Oh my god. This is such a good, complicated series. I'm telling you, man. I don't think I have ever read anything this complicated in my life. And me saying it's complicated probably sounds like a skill issue. It's so hard for me to grasp this because since I'm reading it live with you guys, don't worry, I didn't read the message if it was an accidental spoiler. Hope it's okay. Create series. I've never in my life have read anything this complicated before. In Volume 7, we're probably gonna learn more stuff. It's such a good series. But you know what, man? You guys have had more time to fully digest this because you read it all. You guys read it to yourself. You guys took your time at your own pace, and then you guys were probably able to like look up stuff ahead. I'm not looking. Oh, I got the book. Hell yeah, I got the book. Oh man, this is such a beautiful series. And then you know what's the thing that's fucking crazy? Chapter 1 of Lord of the Mysteries is called Crimson. Crimson. Why is it called Crimson? The Crimson Moon? The Crimson Moon, the Evernight goddess? And it's like literally the red moon is on the cover. I really feel like the red moon, the Evernight goddess, I don't know how all this relates to the Fool. That's what I want to know. Damn, my version is ugly as fuck. Sugar mommy. Maybe you know what? Maybe she just wants to be a sugar mommy. That's probably all it is. Let me take a quick 5. And then we're going to keep reading. Oh man. It was so crazy when the artificial death with like its big mutated form, but has the same face, is looking at Zik's face. And they were just looking, like when they were looking at each other in silence, bro, that shit gave me chills. My heart was racing so much. I got so lightheaded reading that. Honestly, I feel like that in and of itself felt like a Volume 4 finale. Like, and I don't know where Volume 4 goes from here. People say Volume 4 has such a goated finale, and I'm over here like, that was already so much more, like, that already alone was already more badass than all of Volume 1 and 2 and 3. And it's just like, I don't know how we can top it. Like, that was such a personal, like, well done arc. And I don't know how we can one-up it. Let me get a quick 5, man. I need some fucking tea in my system. I'm gonna go get some tea. I'll be right back. But Easy knows it. I don't know what you guys are talking about. All right, you guys can, if you guys have any more explaining, you put it down in the chat while I run to the kitchen and turn on the kettle. Don't worry, I'll be reading the messages just in case. Every new book version came out, my version keeps losing, bro. I can't do this. Yeah, we always got to upgrade our versions, man. He spoiled himself in the wiki. He said, I've never spoiled myself in the wiki. Me? The only thing I've ever been spoiled in the wiki, I've told you guys this before. I've only ever read Sequence Zero Giant. And I'm like, okay, I guess that's on the nose because Father Trotsky had a lot of abilities that are giant-like. Or there's a lot of abilities where it's like you become giant-like. And then I remember like a few streams later, we read, oh, Sequence Zero is alleged Sequence Zero Giant. I'm like, okay, that's the only thing I know. Bro, so it wasn't a spoiler? Bro, so it wasn't. Yeah, I know. And you know what? Do I know any other spoilers? No. I think you guys have spoiled something in the... Oh, I do remember one spoiler. I'm resetting the spoiler. I actually know one spoiler that somebody said something. Okay, this is the only other spoiler I know. I'm gonna keep it $1.50. I don't know if it's true, but everybody got really mad when somebody said this. Like, bro, why would you say that? He got timed out for a good minute. It was like, did you notice that in the artwork for Volume 2, Roselle's arm looked mechanical? I don't know what he was implying from that. That's the only other quote-unquote spoiler I know. But I'll be right back. I don't know Sleepless Zero sequence, do I? I'm gonna take out my phone. And I'm gonna step out in like 5 minutes. The Duncan needs to make our ears bleed when he sings, bro. When Leonard sings. Welcome back. What's up, guys? I don't know if I should just wait on. I don't know if I should just wait until my tea ready. It should be ready in like 5 minutes. The kettle should be ready in like 5 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've read 8 chapters in 2 hours. Check Copeland previous. His previous message. But I write a story better than Cuttlefish. The Glazer. Olger. Back at first, baby. Just use microwave, bro. I know I can just use the microwave. But I like it to be a little bit like more hot. But let me start doing my timestamp for the next chapter. And I'll just go out. I'll just pop it in the microwave. Also check this out. Alright, hold up. Let me read that. And then we'll go for my tea. That's a sin. I microwave my cup noodles, by the way. But now I actually boil my water because the noodles actually come out thicker. Also, check this out. The Twilight Giant Pathway is a warrior that puts its enemies to eternal sleep. Sleepless pathway. And eternal sleep is death pathway. Cuttlefish is so freaking talented. Wait, I don't get it. Actually, wait, I don't get it. The Twilight Giant Pathway is the warrior that puts its enemies... Oh, that's why it's interchangeable. He puts his enemies to eternal sleep, sleepless pathway, and the eternal sleep is the... And eternal sleep is death pathway. Oh, I get it. Oh, that is fucking smart. Oh, I never caught that. What the... I know I wouldn't be able to catch that. Okay. What the fuck? That's pretty badass. I'm gonna just go get my tea. I'll just pop it in the microwave for like 30 seconds now. I forgot that's touchscreen. All right, let me just go get my tea. Fuck, that was hot. I had it good until the very last second. Ah, shit. Once I had to, like, put it down, that fucking burned. He actually... No, I didn't microwave it. It was actually... I was gonna pop it in the microwave, but the kettle was just ready because there wasn't that much water left. Bruh, what the fuck? Who the fuck microwaves eggs? No, I didn't put it in the microwave. Now, I walked down, the kettle was actually ready. It was starting to go, shh. It was just starting. All right, now we keep reading. I will drink this once it cools down. Fuck. Microwave an egg is no? You can do that? All right, 921. Why do you boil it in then? Chapter 921, as we wait for our tea to cool down. Politeness first. When it came to understanding of the ancient gods, Klein knew as much as many high sequence beyonders. After all, he had the city of Silver, who had continued on from the second epoch to this day behind him. Those corresponding myths that were passed down in the ages had left plenty of influences. Based on what he knew, Phoenix's ancestor Gregorus was a so-called ancient goddess. Because of the City of Silver's creator, the ancient sun god, who eventually ended up being consumed by the kings of the angels, dealt heavy damage to her. Eventually, she perished towards the end of the second epoch. However, her influence had yet to dissipate to this day. Signs of her existence remained because she was the founder of the underworld. I remember that. City of the dead, unknown soul, ancient goddesses. It sounds very dangerous. Klein looked at the radio transceiver in front of him and fell silent. Tap, tap, tap. Another piece of illusory white paper spat out. Apart from that, I'm unsure of the rest. Great master, I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it? That's a nice question. Klein reined in his thoughts and nodded gently. Speak. The clacking of the radio transceiver became increasingly brisker as a new line of text quickly appeared on the illusory white paper. Regarding Cauldron City, you can ask Red Light Arur Moria. Woo, okay. I still have to ask a red light in the end. Klein nodded silently and switched to asking, is there any danger if I were to remove Admiral Hell Ludwell's mask? No. A decisive answer appeared before Klein's eyes. That's good, he thought and said. Let's end it here for today. Great master, wise master. In another 1 or 2 minutes, a gaze will be cast here. Your loyal and hopeful servant in Rhodes will await your next summoning. Goodbye. The radio transceiver began tapping without any hesitation. Another 1 or 2 minutes. Why didn't you say so earlier? Klein was alarmed as though he was seeing a countdown timer on a bomb. He hurriedly used the alternate material he had yet to clear up to see a sacrificial ritual. He then threw the radio transceiver above the gray fog. After doing all this and confirming that there weren't any abnormalities about him, Klein made Lidwell walk to the side and not face him directly as he took off the silver mask. A gloomy pale white light spewed out from it, but it wasn't exaggerated in his battle between Klein and Lidwell. It only enveloped a small region like an extinguishing candle. Meanwhile, as a radio transceiver, he had been sent above the gray fog. The gloomy, cold feeling that had disappeared in the nearby forest appeared again. Furthermore, it had been an indescribable sense of horror that struck at the heart. This reminded Klein of a cemetery and the legendary underworld. After waiting for a few seconds, seeing that there weren't any additional abnormal developments, he made his own marionette, Winter Enzo, to the circle to Lidwell's front and carefully observed the face that had been masked for extended periods of time. The face lacked flesh. Its skin clung tightly to his bones without any colors. It was a translucent as crystal. Beneath the crystal, transparent and indescribable shadows quickly flowed out, at times fusing with the skull, and other times they shrank in the gap, sacrificing of his teeth. Compared to the first 1 or 2 months of his transmigration, Klein would have been shocked by Admiral Kyle's appearance, but now, having already seen all kinds of odd rampages and mutated bodies, he wasn't shocked by such looks. Wait, how does he exactly look? Beneath the crystal, transparent and indescribable shadows quickly flowing out, at times fusing with the skull. Wait, let me read this. The face lacked flesh. Its skin clung tightly to it clung tightly to his bones without any color, as a translucent as crystal. Beneath, so that's the part where it meant, I was like, what crystal? What's translucent? It was as translucent as crystal. Beneath the crystal, transparent and indescribable shadows quickly flowed out, at times fusing with the skull, and other times they shrank and gaps, surfacing on his teeth. Ugh. Compared to the first 1 or 2 months of his transmigration, Klein would have been shocked by Admiral Hell's appearance, but now, having seen all kinds of odd rampagers and mutated bodies, he wasn't shocked by such looks. After another round of research, Klein completely figured out Lidwell's condition. After all of this stemmed from his unique traits of him being a gatekeeper. At Sequence 5, after becoming a gatekeeper, Beyonders could use their bodies as cages that belonged exclusively to the underworld, allowing them to contain a certain number of souls. Wait, you can contain them? Music too low? Let me raise it a bit. So you can contain them with your soul. Another purpose of gatekeepers as an ancient role to guard the underworld in their bodies, preventing the souls contained within from escaping and to use them. This similarly had the symbol of a pair of double illusionary doors. And after ancient deaf Phoenix ancestor Gregors created the underworld, it was bestowed a small amount of deaf pathways authority to all gatekeepers. This made beyonders of this sequence receive an enhancement in strength. The reason why Ludwell kept wearing the mask was because he had contained a powerful underworld creature in him. On the other hand, this creature could be used by him, so now Klein could be able to use it. And on the other hand, it was eroding his body, turning him into a half-human, half-dead existence. At the same time, so he was already like 1 foot into the grave. At the same time, ultimately, this creature was innately connected to the underworld. It was attempting to open a door and return. And this is how Klein can go speak to the red light. This was a combination of a gatekeeper's own powers and authority, and with the augmentation from Death's rings, it allowed Admiral Ludwig to enlarge the door to the underworld, allowing him to steer the Black Tulip directly inside. Half-human and half-dead form, no wonder Ludwig dares to enter the underworld. A real, living person probably can't survive a second inside. Yes, that underworld creature gives his body some traits of Dead Soul, allowing him to exact the spirit bodies of the other remotes. I have suffered from them back then. Klein thought of enlightenment as he made Lidwell wear the silver mask again. The mask's purpose was to placate the soul. It allowed the underworld creature in Lidwell's body to be in a relatively calm state most of the time. After resolving his puzzlement, Klein cast his gaze back on the altar. He wanted to attempt to contact on one of the spirit world's 7 lights. In this aspect, there were special secret deed rituals and a corresponding spirit channeling ritual he could choose from. After some consideration, Klein chose the latter. This was because a secret deed ritual required him to open up his mind, spirit aligned to target's existence to make contact and thus obtain certain knowledge, strength, help, and spiritual experience. This also meant that his body's thoughts and secrets were open to the existence. And through the spirit channeling ritual, there were 2 types: direct communication and praying for the soul fall. As the spirit world's 7 lights were extremely lofty existences, Klein couldn't guarantee a response based on the ritual's request. Therefore, although he wished to communicate remotely via spirit channeling, he had to make preparations for the soul fall to show his sincerity. Lighting 3 candles in dripping liquids like mint and essential oils. Klein specially took out a paper figurine and placed it on the altar of the vessel of the soul fall. If there wasn't anything similar, the supplicating target would soul fall onto him, just like how the Nits had requested Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina soul fall back then. There were also 2 scenarios. First, the possessed body would lose all their essences, and they would have the corresponding existence control a certain part of their body so as to facilitate providing a question and answer. The simplest example was one using the mouth to speak while the other controlled a hand to write. Klein quickly completed the first part of the ritual before he took a step back, opened his mouth, and chanted in ancient Hermes, I summon in my name. I pray to communicate with the inextinguishable light of the spirit world, the embodiment of infinite knowledge, the red who wields authority and will. Are you recording it? Yeah, we're recording. No, we're good, guys. Yeah, we're recording. The biggest difference between the spirit channeling ritual and ordinary ones was that it couldn't be direct. 25 to go. But it couldn't be directed by deities, be it the Evernight Goddess or the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Their honorific names couldn't appear in the ritual or else it was bound to fail. From a mysticism angle, this meant that the spirit world's 7 light didn't serve any deity, as they're probably going to serve the Fool. Or they're probably going to be connected to the Fool in some way. As the words that facilitated the communication with natural spirits were said, Klein saw the 3 flames burgeon as these splatting sounds connected together as though a door of light was opening. The area around the altar suddenly turned silent and dark as a pair of unknown eyes looked over from different areas. A cold, gloomy air blew past. Apart from the 3 candles, all the items on the altar floated in midair. Among them, the paper figurine staggered and straight on the surface was tainted with a thick, clear red that didn't look bloody at all. Greetings. As Klein recalled the description of the spirit world's 7 lights from some mysticism books, he spoke by following the correct way of interacting that he had concluded. He acted like he was facing a teacher. Oh, you're right. When they take human manifestations, they would be like teachers, or they would be like very important figures. I remember that part. So yeah, he acted like he was facing a teacher. The bright red paper figurine head moved slightly as it let out an illusory but stern voice. Hello there. Quite polite. Indeed, spirit channeling became his soul fall. Thankfully, I made preparations. Various thoughts flashed in Klein's mind as he earnestly and politely asked, Your Excellency, Arir Moria, I have a question I would like to ask you. You can just call me Arir Moria. Please go ahead and ask. The paper figurine floated in midair, seeming to be competing with Klein about who was more polite. I wish to get information on Cauldron City. Klein didn't change his attitude. After all, the foodaholic empire there was a proverb. Nobody would find fault with extra courtesy. The bright red, nearly transparent figure pondered for 2 seconds and said, "Can I know your purpose?" Klein didn't conceal his purpose. He frankly said, "To hunt down a spurred world plunderer." The paper figurine had moved slightly. "That's indeed something that can only be found in Cauldron City with ease. Elsewhere, spur world plunderers are like a drop of water in the ocean. They are very hard to distinguish, and even I will occasionally discover them." Oh, yeah, they can also blend in, right? "I'm unable to lock onto them for long periods of time. A number of them are active in the core region of Cauldron City. A few are scattered in the periphery. As long as you don't attempt to go too deep inside, it's actually not too dangerous. Unfortunately, due to special reasons, us Seven Lights are prohibited from entering." They can't go inside? "Unfortunately, due to special reasons, us Seven Lights are prohibited from entering. Otherwise, we would still provide you with some actual help. We made a pop quiz for you on Discord. Let's see if you can do it. It's just who easy will read and oh, hold up. As long as the pop quiz has A, B, C, and D, if it's a multiple choice pop quiz, bet. You gotta give me like a multiple choice pop quiz. But I'm down. We can do a pop quiz. We can do a multiple choice pop quiz. That formally, that divine... Oh, wait. We can still provide you with some actual... And I'm going to get 10 out of 10, by the way. We're going to ace that bitch. She has multiple... It's the easiest fucking test of my life. Let's do it right now. As long as you don't attempt to go too deep... Let's finish the chapter, though. There's like 5 sentences left. And then we'll do it. That's formerly the divine kingdom of the ancient goddesses Gregorus. So, Cauldron City is the divine kingdom of the ancient goddesses Gregorus. Klein's heart settled down as he asked a form of confirmation. They answer. The bright red paper figurine said, "You and the ancient death wished to revive herself using the city of the dead, but she failed completely. The authority was taken to Balaam's death. However, this also makes Cauldron City more dangerous because the setup left by the ancient goddesses underwent an anomaly after the failure. As for what it had turned into, I'm not too sure." "Is that so?" Klein nodded indiscriminately. He raised a few questions on the other matters and received a rather satisfactory answer. Bayham, outside a house near the harbor, Aldrin and Catleya were patiently waiting for the people inside to finish their dinner. All right. Before we read chapter 922, and we read mushrooms and fish, we're going to take a quick pop quiz to make sure we actually do remember everything. Link in Discord. Bet. 2 hours, 4 minutes, 15 seconds. All caps. Pop quiz time. I wouldn't suggest joining. Wahaha. Let me open up Discord. Where am I looking on Discord? General? Here? Oh, pop quiz for easy? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit, man. You guys are taking... Whoa! What the fuck is this pop quiz? Yo, you guys are taking me back to school. What the fuck is this? Holy shit. This is already a hard-ass pop quiz. What the fuck? Tagged you on... I thought it was gonna be like 2 questions, man. You guys are giving me a whole fucking exam, dude. Show screen. Wait, record it so that you can upload it later. Well, okay, hold up. Wait. Okay, let me do this. You know what? Let's do the pop quiz after, because I'm already recording it. We'll have the reaction and the pop quiz separate. How about that? Is it fair if we save the pop quiz for after we finish? That way we don't stop the recording, because we're 2 hours into the recording. But I'll leave this open. I don't think I can do it either. What the fuck? I want to see right now. Okay, well, look, let me show you. We can save the pop quiz for after. Too long? Just finish the volume? Yeah, okay. So we'll just finish the volume. Because I have to go to sleep? Yeah, look. We have the whole thing right here. Motherfuckers put a whole exam together, dude. All right, we'll make this its own thing after. Yeah, we'll do it. Don't worry. We're going to do that. I'll keep it open. You want to finish volume 14? Of course we're going to finish it today. Dude, I'm awake for another 10 hours, dude. I got all the time in the world today. I ain't doing shit with the missus. She busy today. LOL. Yeah, she busy today. Stay placate. Get out of here, bro. Come on, man. Placate. You think I don't know that? Placate, bro. Who do you think I am, dude? Do you think I'm the baboon who misspells everything? Get out of here, dude. We've never had a single mispronunciation in my life. On God. On the fool, man. Wasn't that such a good pronunciation? Why doesn't my caps work? It's too easy for easy. Easy don't cheat. You can do it easy. No, I am going to do it. Yes, sir, too easy. I am going to do it. No, we'll do it. It's because you said +8. I know. It's English is so weird. You literally said +8 wrong 5 minutes ago. You see, look, it's weird. If I'm like, when it's like I read words as it's spelled, even though it's spelled like that, it's not said like that. Placate. Like if the word was placate, why isn't it just spelled verbatim as placate? Why does it have to sound like +8 when it should just literally be spelled as placate? You get me? You just did it again. You see, look, I did it again. Just English is weird, man. I'm crying. English is such a weird language sometimes, but you have fixed mysticism. I know it's mysticism. There are words I know how to say, but the spelling throws me off sometimes. You're not fishing volume 4 today? Bro, just do the quiz. We're not. Of course we're going to fish volume 4. Watch me, dude. 922 is called Mushrooms and Fish. Looking at the lights that emitted out of the Oriole window, the hooded and masked Alder was just about to ask about the details of the operation when he suddenly saw a shadow grow out of the rich darkness. It materialized as a lanky, pale, sickly young man. Bloodless Heath Doyle. Alger quickly recognized the man by the second mate of the feature. Heath didn't look at him as he directly said to Catleya, Captain, they didn't notice anything and turned the mushrooms into the cream of the mushroom crop soup. They planned to use the prepared pan-fried fish as tonight's main course. Excellent. Catleya removed the heavy glasses of her nose and used her eyes, which had a mysterious purple hue, look through the neighboring house dining hall across the walls. Heath Doyle didn't speak further as his body instantly darkened and returned to the shadows. It was unknown where he had slunk to. After hearing their conversation and combining it with Ma'am Hermit had previously mentioned, Alger had a rough idea of the core element to tonight's operation: mushrooms. Poisonous mushrooms. Although he didn't know what method Admiral Starks was using to cause the spiritual intuition of the Beyonder inside to be ineffective and not be able to distinguish normal mushrooms from poisonous mushrooms, Alger believed that there were nothing impossible in mysticism. He hesitantly said, will this cause the artisan Sheolf death? Unaffiliated artisans were rather rare, so Alger didn't wish to lose a friend. If there was still room for turning things around him, to him, the best case was to imprison the fellow and make him the exclusive artisan for both him and the hermit. Really? No, Catleya calmly shook her head as she explained, be it from the information you gave the observations of my crew, there's one point to take note of. Seolf doesn't like fish, and he even hates that this might have to do with him getting the fish bone stuck in his throat when he was young, and it was because of this matter that Catleya ultimately chose the mushroom strategy. This could effectively reduce the enemy effect's strengths while allowing their size to minimize any risks. The dark environment bred mushrooms that devoid flesh and blood and were the first to be eliminated by the Admirals of Stars because they couldn't let Beyonders with sharp spiritual perception sense something amiss. This was akin to facing something poisonous. In addition, Beyonders who believe in the primordial moon had a rather deep understanding of her herbal plants and fruits. Relying on visual observation, they were likely able to identify mushrooms that possessed danger. To trick them, the only way was for the food to be harmless itself. Only through its contact with someone else did the mutation occur. Based on this, the mushrooms previously created by Frank were perfect mushroom. Quiz? Do the quiz? What? Oh, wait, the only reason I'm not doing the quiz right now, we vote for quiz. If I do the quiz, I have to stop the recording. Quiz for reals. Okay, if I do the quiz, I have to cut the recording after this chapter. After this chapter, I will cut the recording. Because I can't do another recording. I can't do another recording on top of this recording. Read, man. Quiz. If I do the quiz, I wouldn't even be able to record the quiz, and then I'm gonna have to go back in the 12-hour stream, and then snip it out. It's gonna take longer. We can upload it in 2 parts. Cut. Make a poll. Okay, let me finish the chapter and we'll do the quiz. It's fine. Let's do the quiz. It's fine. Okay, after this, I'll do the quiz. Let me finish the chapter. Yep. Okay, after this, I'll do the quiz. Pinky promise. After this chapter, I will do the quiz. All right, you guys won. All right. You guys, I'm listening. All right, after this chapter, I will do the quiz and get a perfect score. All right, yay. All right, after this chapter, I will do the quiz and get a perfect score and prove you guys all wrong. That even though when I'm reading, I get confused, it's all up here. Pinky promise. And then we keep reading. I'm joking. We'll read it. Huge W? Okay, we'll read it. And it was because of this matter that Katlia ultimately chose the mushroom strategy. This could effectively reduce enemy effective strength. Well, I just lost my place. Frank were perfect, right? Okay. Based on this, the mushrooms previously created by Frank were perfect. If the two conditions of the fish and water weren't met, the mushrooms were ordinary mushrooms. They could neither poison a person to death or cause diarrhea. It wouldn't be digested bit by bit and be broken down into its different components before being expelled by the body. At this point, any more fish and water was useless. For this, Katlia specifically got Frank to temporarily abandon his experiment, and he had obtained a batch of mushrooms. She also promised to hunt Aurora Order Rose Bishop for him. Hates fish, Olger whispered, feeling like he couldn't keep up with the hermit's thought process. He had clearly asked if the poisonous mushrooms could cause Artisan's chief death, but the answer he received was that the artisan wouldn't die because he didn't like fish and even hated it. Is there some connection between the two? Olger questioned inwardly in puzzlement, but he didn't say it out loud. He maintained his silence, and he planned to observe more and take note. After a while, there were screams from inside the house, following by pangs of painful grunts and vomiting. Begin. Katlia issued an order in an abnormally sufficient manner. Her figure instantly turned transparent, turning into a sculpture formed by countless stars. The sculpture shattered instantly as bright stars surged towards the house door and drilled through the gap. As stars gathered in sight, Katlia figured to materialize. Then she heard the howling winds and sounds of collision. The door frame shook before the door opened. Wearing a hooded mask, Olger entered the targeted building, not to match the slower than admiral stars. He swept his gaze and quickly took in the situation at the dining hall. Artisan Seof was retreating from the table with a look of horror. On the grounds were two men and women who were constantly vomiting mushrooms. Ugh. At their chests, their clothes had ripped apart as one mushroom after another sprouted. Upon sensing someone entered, they subconsciously looked up, revealing the bunches of white spores on their faces. Under his mask, all their face involuntarily twitched. Although he was experienced and knowledgeable, and with him being a beyonder who had his fair share of experience seeing horrifying scenes, such a scene still left a striking visual and mental impact on him. Katlia had expected it, but she had never expected such a harrowing sight. After a moment's surprise, she held her right hand to her mouth and blew a whistle. Illusionary ropes emerged from the ground and coiled around the three primordial moon believers like snakes. Is there a way to stop this? Katlia said to the shadow in the corner. After a moment of silence, Heath Doyle voiced the sound. Frank said that he hadn't obtained a way to stop it in his experiments. The only way is cremation. R.I.P. Cremation. Katlia's brows quivered. Immediately, she took out some powder from her pocket and threw them out. The powder seemed to sniff a life own as they accurately landed on the three primitive believers of the various mushrooms. Suddenly, they burst into scarlet flames and suddenly burned whatever they torched. Artisan Chief was already dumbstruck from witnessing the mutation. When someone intruded, he had thought of resisting using his mythical item, but he quickly recognized the intruder to be Admiral Star's Katlia. Hence, he wisely gave up and stood in his spot, waiting. He knew that he was of the significant value. No matter where he went, he was not someone who would immediately be killed. Furthermore, Admiral Stars never had any infamy to her name. Worst comes to worst, I'll just have to join the Star Pirates. Besides, this pirate admiral seems to be more beautiful than the bounty notices. Damn. She exudes a completely different air. Seof tugged at his wolf. So Seof is joining. Seof tugged at his wolf fang necklace and forced a smile, awaiting the intruder to mention her purpose. Katlia glanced at him and seriously observed his appearance. All she could confirm was that he was a classic example of someone from Intis, but she failed to find any similarities to Queen Mystic. Oh. Wait. Queen Mystic's son. Either son or nephew, right? Because if he is the alleged grandson of Roselle, so he's either the son of Queen Mystic or the nephew of Queen Mystic, bruh. The pirate admiral deliberated and said, I have been introduced by a friend hoping to get you to create a mystical item, but I later discovered that you were some of the primordial moon believers. The three of them aren't too strong and couldn't restrain you at all. Why do you still remain here? In this operation, Katlia's main hypothetical enemy was actually the artisan himself. This is because she could neither kill him or control him. Furthermore, he still had many well-matched mystical items, making him a powerful enemy. Yet things developed smoothly to her surprise. Seof said with a smile, they had strong ones in Bayam at the beginning. Using particular floral fragrances and powder, they infected me with a strafe element, making me increasingly weaker. Seof. Remember, it's been 200 years? Descendant of Seof. Well, if she's the daughter Not everyone is a demigod? Okay, all right. Not everyone can live for that long. All right, so it's probably just a descendant. Not grandson, but a descendant of Seal. Remember, it's been 200 plus years. And Seal is the son of Roselle. Oh, shit, it's not 100. You're right. It's been 200 years. 200 years, so it's been a lot longer. Yeah, okay, it's been a lot longer than one generation. You're right. Sorry. It's been a lot longer than one generation, and yes, thank you, Varsh. Not everyone is a demigod. Catlia casually sized him up and said, "You have already recovered, so why aren't you taking this opportunity to escape?" Alger stood by the side silently. He didn't say a word, afraid that his voice might betray him. Artisan Seolf chuckled and said, "Well, I was under their control. They told me that as long as I believed in Primordial Moon, I could use certain rituals to treat my chronic illnesses. My chronic illness, I could resist the temptation and tried it, and it really succeeded. I found the feeling of being a man again." Having said that, he came to an abrupt halt, realizing that he had said too much, exposing his secret illness. This is him letting himself go too far when it comes to women, thus slowly losing his abilities in bed. What? This is him letting himself go too far when it comes to women, thus slowly losing his abilities in bed. Alger chuckled. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Does he have ED? Erectile dysfunction? Does he have ED? Alger chuckled angrily. Seolf looked up and glanced at them. Seeing that no one was mocking him, he coughed slightly and continued. It wasn't something that relied on medicine. I really recovered my young, viral state. Later, I had 2 dreams of a moon that was bloody and very enticing. Enticing? I believe that I had already become a believer of the primordial moon, therefore I didn't dare to escape. Catlia and Alger silently exchanged gazes, simultaneously passing the death sentence on him. As long as someone truly believed in an evil god, devil, or some other existence, unless they were willing to continue it, the faith slowly became crazier. There was no regret. Even if they were protected by official Beyonder factions and didn't suffer any problems, prolonged periods, they might end up strangling themselves in their sleep years later. This was nearly unsalvageable unless they earned the right to receive the blessings of a grounded angel, like a pope of a major church, or if they accepted being isolated by certain sealed artifacts and living underground forever. Of course, under such situations, there were also many who did nothing and managed to live to ripe the old age before dying of a natural death. However, there were mostly ordinary people, targets that the evil gods, devils, and hidden existence easily ignored. As for Seolf, he was a very useful artisan. Roswell with an alien? Catlia didn't mention the primordial moon believers again. To her, it wasn't a big problem whether the artisan believed in the evil god, as long as he could be communicated with to reach a deal for cooperation and not go crazy from time to time. The other matters weren't something a pirate needed to be worried about. Yeah, especially with Frank on the ship, that's the least of their worries. She switched topics and said, "What mystical items do you have now? I'll choose a few and leave you with the rest." Towards such a development, Artisan Seolf wasn't too surprised. She was a pirate, not a policewoman. Doing a heist and passing was extremely normal. For her to leave him some items was something he should earnestly thank her for. In fact, with this level of items, it was possible for him to successfully escape if he went all out, but he lacked courage. Alright, Seolf took out a pair of grayish-white glasses from his breast pocket. Gargoyle glasses, as long as the sightless are met, it can cause the other parts to turn numb all over as though they are being petrified. There are 2 negative effects. First, if one wears it and looks into the mirror, one will turn numb as well. Second, one body will turn heavy, making one unagile. My bad. Isn't that the item I reserved? So it has already been made. Looking at the artisan, Alger couldn't help but narrow his eyes. All right. She can plunder me all day. She can plunder me all day. Hell yeah, brother. She can plunder me all day. She can take all my items. I'm cool with it. All right. So this is going to be a 2-part video. The stream keeps going, but the video is going to be 2-part because we are going to now do our Jeopardy quiz. Okay. So make sure you guys keep watching. Wait, hold up. We are 2 hours and 16 minutes. 2 hours, 16 minutes. 2 hours, 60 minutes. 24 seconds. Why can't I type overall thoughts? My god, I can't type overall thoughts. Oh my god, my caps are all wrong. It's taking me so long to fucking type. Quiz time. Oh yeah, it's quiz time. Alright. Let me just do this. 9:23. Alright. So we're gonna end. We're not gonna end stream. We're gonna end the recording We're gonna do our Jeopardy quiz, prove that we perfectly get an A on this quiz, and show you guys that I remember everything. Thank you. That's multiple choice. If this shit was free response, I'll be honest, it'd be GG. But it's quiz time, so make sure you guys watch that. And if you're only watching the video, stick around. Oh no, if you're in the live, stick around because we're gonna finish this series today. We're gonna power through this bitch, and we're gonna finish all of Volume 4 today. All right, people watching the video, peace, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay. Hold up. Let me just label this so I don't forget. Quiz. Hold up. I need a split. Let him finish the volume. Hey, look, just be prepared. If we do the quiz, I'm not gonna power. Here's the thing. How many questions? These are a lot of questions. Here's the thing. If I go through this quiz, I am gonna take my time. The volume ending in 5 hours away. If we do this, it's gonna be a while before we get to the ending. So we're gonna do a poll. Quiz. All right, we're gonna do the poll. We're gonna do the poll. I mean, you know what? We'll just do the quiz because everybody's saying quiz. But okay, we'll do it. We'll do it. All right, let me just split this. Let me just split my video. Hold up. Let me just split my video. I need to split my video. Give me a sec. So I don't get lost when I'm pasting my timestamps later. So this is the YouTube description for my first video. And then it's quiz time. And then I'm going to do this little thing right here so I don't get lost again. Okay, and then I just copy and paste the old YouTube description from this video. And then I paste this under. And then I delete this part. All right, we're good now. 39 questions. 39 questions? Wait, is it actually 39? Dude, if it's 39 questions, man, I think we should finish the volume. Really? Dude, 39 questions is gonna be a lot. Dude, 39 questions. This is gonna be a 2-hour quiz. We're not gonna finish we're not gonna finish the volume today if it's really 39 questions. Wait, hold up, really? Might miscount short ones. Okay, the short questions. Okay, all right. Bro, an exam 39 questions long. Well, I mean, hold. At least in the States, sometimes you get hit with 39 question exam, and those bitches are long, man. For me, a quiz is like 10 questions. Sometimes you get like hit with 50, and I think the most I've ever had was like fucking over 100. I'm like, this bitch is crazy. All right, hold up. Let me close this. All right. I'll take like 10 minutes if you actually read. Joke as an easy. My max was 40. Okay. All right. All right. I got it ready. Oh, shit. Milosh came in with some questions, too. All right. Let me switch scenes. Fuck is this, man? Don't worry, wait, hold up. Don't worry, hold up. The quiz is gonna be right here. Okay. Okay, we're good. Since you guys can't be quiet and say I'm always forgetful, we are gonna ace this quiz and prove to you guys that I actually know what I'm reading. We are gonna get 10 out of 10. We're gonna get 100% on this quiz. Don't worry about the notifications. What's this song, bro? This is some beautiful Mayel music from Expedition 33. But I digress. We are here to take a quiz and prove all you motherfuckers once and for all. Bro is cooked. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to swear. Wait, it's okay. We can swear in YouTube videos now in the beginning and we still get full monetization. Thank you, YouTube. Sorry, I apologize. God damn. Wait, I gotta chill with the profanity. We're still technically a minute. We still gotta test the waters on the profanity in the beginning of the videos. But we are going to ace this quiz, and all you motherfuckers are gonna be real quiet when I get 100% on this quiz. Alright? I better hear, oh, Mr. Easy Geeky, I'm so sorry for downplaying your intelligence while I'm sorry, I'm over here trying to start drama for no thing. No, we're just taking a beautiful chill quiz. All in on black. We're going all in on red. I played separate. Actually, no, I lost when I went all in on red. Chill with the profanity, and I proceed to swear. All right, you guys gotta chill. You guys, hold up. I'm making Lord of Mystery drama out of nothing. Just start the quiz, bro. I know. Hey, you guys wanted the quiz. I'm setting expectations. We're gonna get 24%. The fuck? We're gonna get 100%. Bro's gonna get a B at best. All right, if I get a B, no, if I get an A, Zarf goes in timeout. Remember that. We are beefing with you right now, and I'm beefing with you guys right now. 100%. Ah, shit. If you guys start telling me the specific sequence numbers, ah, shit, man, this is GG. At the end, I will tell you the results. All right, let's find some good music for this quiz. We're just gonna loop some Persona music. Let's just loop this. We're just gonna loop this. All right, we're just gonna loop this song. This song is chill. Start to talk. Let's go. All right, here we go. Here we go. Question number 1 by Naya. All right, this better be an easy question, Naya. If you're coming out swinging of hard questions, I'm gonna get really mad. You guys can read, right? You guys can see the screen. Okay. Question number 1 from Naya. In which sequence is the spectator pathway does the psychological oh, fucking shit. This is gonna be a fucking hard quiz. What the fuck, dude? In which sequence is the spectator pathway does the psychological invisibility first appear? Son of a bitch. Bitch came out swinging with the first question. Fuck you guys. This shit is hard. Ah, shit, man. This is definitely gonna be a skill issue quiz, huh? All right. Sorry, this is engagement bait. I actually know this. In which sequence is the spectator pathway does the psychological invisibility first appear? The what? Psychological invisibility? Oh, hypnotist. Audrey just got this. Easy. Hypnotist. Easiest answer of my life. Yo, if you guys can tell me the answers. If you guys see the answers in chat, I won't read chat, by the way. All right. I'm locking in hypnotist. All right. Hypnotist. Should I just do this and paste it down here? That way we know. All right. What is the name of the lady that client brought bread from? Oh, it's I know this. It's Stelline. No, wait. It's not Escalante. Ah, shit. Why is Stelline and Smirine and Samir all the same? It's not Seekatron. That's a Nighthawk member. It's not Wendy. It's Stelline. Stelline Samir. Easy. You see, look, why can't we should have started with that? Why didn't we start with that? Which is the high... Oh, I know this one. Use an emoji to react. Okay. Oh, I can react to each one? What do you mean? Bro's cooked? What do you... No. Which item has a higher level? The updated creeping hunger? That's pretty high. The paper crane? The copper whistle? The golden bird accessory? And the Zix half soul? I mean, that sounds... That was pretty broken. We just read that today. I think it's that. Like 1 or 2? Wait, what? Wait, hold up. React 1 or 2? I can do that? I can do that? How do I do that? Where's the number 1? I just type 1. Ah, I got it. Okay. This is number 2. Easy. There's no number 2. I don't know how to do that. Yeah, just react. Can you zoom in? Oh, I see it. I see it right there. I can't zoom in more. No, I'm sorry. I can't actually zoom in more. There you go. Okay. Still in Samir. Oh, dude, this is gonna take me so long to do this. There's no number 2. It's right there. Wait, hold up. Let me make sure I can do this right. It's right there, bro. I got it right here. I got it. All right, I got it. Oh, let me zoom in on the video so it's a little bit easier. I can do this. My God. Wait, better? Okay, that's better. All right, this is a little bit better. Okay, this is a little bit better. I think it looks a little bit more readable. All right, how many souls can be update creeping hunger? Easy, bro. It's 7, dude. Get the fuck out of here. What's with these baby cookie cutter questions, man? This all you got? Bro, come on. How many souls can how many souls are updated with creeping hunger? Yeah, it was 2. It went from 5 to 7. That's I remember that. All right, who sold Klein the ear of a listener? The what? Oh, Eye of Wisdom. Volume 2. That was volume 2. I remember that. Yeah. I remember that. Demoness of Affliction is the name of Sequence, son of a bitch. Shit. Assassin was 7. 6 was Demoness. 6 or 4. 5. Shit. Demoness of Despair was 4. Bro reacted with 2. Did I react wrong? Oh shit. Wait. Oh, good catch. Good catch. I read that wrong. That's not my answer. It was 1. I said it. I said the right answer, okay? You know my answer. It was Eye of Wisdom. Demoness of Affliction, son of a bitch. 6. No. Oh shit, wait. Bro, I don't know how to do reactions. It's 4. Oh my god, it's 4. Which pathway creature did Klein kill on the mysterious island of Alger? The curly-haired baboon creature. Which pathway creature did Klein... What? Wait, what does that mean? I bought this in Japan, by the way. Hold up. This is me farming aura points right here. Which pathway creature did Klein kill on the mysterious island with Alger? The curly-haired baboon creature. It's not lawyer. It's not warrior. Which pathway creature? Easy. I'm tweaking. Spectator? Where did Klein store the corruption of the artificial death? Oh my god. Where did Klein store the corruption of artificial death? Oh, easy. Evernight took it. Oh, this is so much better. So I just click on it. Yeah, he's cooked. No, we're not cooked. No, look, I just click. Oh, wait. Oh, I can just leave it. Oh, wait. No. Okay, I'll just do this. I'll click on it. Which pathway is the blatherer related? The what? What the fuck is a blatherer? Which pathway is the blatherer related to? Blatherer. The blatherer. The blatherer sounds like a little bitch, by the way. So definitely. So sorry. Which pathway is the blatherer related to? That's crazy. This question is crazy. This shit is hard. Corpse collector. Which one doesn't match the other options in level? Which one doesn't match the other options in level? Bro, what the fuck are these hard questions? Which pathway doesn't match the other opinions in level? Yo, man, this is like I thought we were gonna start with like an easy quiz. Mother of Sky, Die of Probability, Eternal Blazing Sun's Blood, and a Zig's Half Copper Whistle. Okay, no, Eternal Blazing Sun's Blood. I'm assuming we're talking about the Sun Brooch. So the Sun Brooch isn't on that level. So I assume that's what you mean. Who was a giant King Armir? Easy is quiz of my life, bro. The powers related to which domain didn't appear in the Battlefield of the Gods in Volume 3 Traveler? The powers related to which domain didn't appear in the Battlefield of the Gods in Volume 3? Dreams domain, we saw that. Mother Earth domain. Sun domain. Black Emperor domain. Sun domain. How many kings of angels were under the ancient sun god? How many kings of angels? 8. Come on. Get out of here, bro. It's 8. Who didn't eat ancient sun god? The fuck? It was the 3 old storms. The eternal blazing sun was there. The lords of storms was there. And the god of... It was the chain god. Because the chain god came from... Oh, well, no. Yeah, it was him. It's the chain god. The chain god wasn't the one. Who gave Klein his German Sparrow ID? Sharon. Easy. You see, like, that's easy. Which sequence doesn't match the other opinions and the other options in level? The fuck? Lunatic, Unwinged. It has to be Unwinged Angel. Sheriff, come on. Come on. Unwinged Angel, that's way too high. Come on. Briber. This is like sequence 9-8 shit. Lunatic, Sheriff, Briber. This is like 9-7. Unwinged Angel is high. What title does Sua have? Abomination. What? Are you guys reading my notification counts? Yeah, it's pretty high. All right. What is Roselle's Gustav's Chinese name? Son of a bitch. No, easy. Zominguri. No, I'm kidding. It's shit. Oh, come on. This is too close. Zung Tao or Hung Tao? What? I'm about to flip a coin. Zutao? Zutao. 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 Sung Tao? Zung? Are you guys giving me a hint? Wait, no! Wait, I'm changing. Zotao? No, that's Zomingri. You guys try to freaking combine Zomingri. I'm changing my answer. It's 3. It's 3. I'm not reading chat. I'm realizing it, okay? How many choices did Evernight give a Zik? Come on, we just read this. Come on, guys. Come on, who do you think I am? We just read that. Come on, 3. He was given 3 choices. Which family was what? Which family was Mobet from? Oh my god, who was Mobet again? See, I remember last names. Mobet Zoroast. Oh! The Zoroast family. Mobet from Grozel's Travels. Duh. Number 1. Mobet Zoroast was a descendant of Palat Zoroast. Which language does the son of a bitch. Which language does the city... Oh, it's Jotun. Easy. Jotun. It's City of Giants. Which characteristic was not grazed by Klein? He had zombie, Baron of Corruption, Interrogator. I thought he had all 4. No? I'm sending you the numbers. I just thought you already answered. Wait. Okay, what do I do if he has all four? Are there any trick questions? Can I get like an all of the above here and there? No, actually, no. I lied. Don't give me any all of the above because I'm gonna click. Bro, be mispronouncing so many words. Never have I ever, bro. What are you talking about? Which characteristic was not grazed by client? Zombie, burn of corruption, interrogator, desire, apostle. It was he had interrogator. It's zombie. Zombie. Which cards were struck to the Lenevus's head? Oh. There was judgment, because he had judgment. I remember that. He was judgment and emperor, because he had the black emperor card. See, I remember. Who was the real ruler of the city of silver? Oh, it was before Armir. It was a woman name. Okay, it's not Flagera, it's not Lilith, and it's not Armir. Umbella. I remember that. Come on, Umbella. What's the name for the type of dragon that swims through the? It's the mind dragon. Come on, easy. What's that first question really fucked me up though. That first question was really hard. All right, look, see, this is a lot better. What's the name of the type of dragon that swims through the sea of collective subconscious? The mind dragon, bro. Come on. Which family was not? Oh my god. You said 5 but chose 4. Did I choose wrong? Did I mess up my answer? Which? Oh, stop. Are you doubting me? Fuck, you're making me second. Wait. Let me wait. What's the name of the type of dragon that swims through the sea of collective subconscious? Oh, the dream dragon. No, they're still mind dragons. Yes, no, you guys were trying to throw me off. Mind dragons resigned there. Yeah. Come on. Okay, I'm keeping that answer. I'm gonna lock in. The cards one. I messed up my cards answer. Oh, I see it. Ah, thank you. That's what I meant. I thought it was only 4. I thought it was only 4 questions. Got it. My bad. Which family was not under the Tudor dynasty? Antigonus, Abraham, Zaros, Jacob family. Oh, I'm gonna just pull the band-aid. Oh, I don't remember this one. I'm feeling tomorrow. It's probably tomorrow. Who did Alyssa Tudor work with to betray the King of Solomon? Oh, easy. It's the Turnocest. The Turnocest Empire. Easy. Yeah, they teamed up. They were in allegiance. Right? Yeah. Me reading chat. Let fate decide. I'm about to flip a coin. Who carries the title of Strongest Adventurer? Anderson. Come on. I know this one. 3, Anderson. There you go. Which god did the Solomon Empire worship? Oh, Romero, you're really trying to throw me a hardball here. Death. Solomon Empire was from the southern continent. Southern continent believes in death. Easy. Who is best girl? I'm about to bust. Hold up. Who is best girl? You guys clearly fucked up. Where's the roads? Wait, hold up. Now hold on. I'll be serious now. Who is best girl? I'll be serious. There's no Dally. Okay, so if there's no Dally, I'm Audrey. No. I'm going Sharon. Sharon. We need some drama. That was a drama question. Mommy and Force. Nah, fuck you guys. It's Sharon. Sharon, motherfuckers. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is me causing drama for no reason. I love you guys. I love our beautiful. I love our community. I don't want to create any cracks in the community. I apologize. Controversial ass question. I apologize. That was definitely a hot take. But come on. Come on, bro. Are you kidding me? Wake up, bro. You're stuck in the Matrix. It's clearly Sharon, dude. 4s? Trissy? Evernight? Bro, wake up, bro. You're stuck in the Matrix, dude. It's clearly Sharon. Mommy on top? She definitely gonna be on top. But you chose the wrong reaction, son of a bitch. Really? Did I choose the wrong reaction? Where? I picked the wrong reaction? Oh, Sharon is one? Oh. No. Oh, it's over here. I did pick. Oh my god, the numbers are throwing me off. I picked the run reaction. My bad. All right. There you go. There you go. Hell yeah. All right. Whose name were mentioned in Klein's dream in chapter 627? I know Trissy was brought up. Edwina, Audrey, Tracy, Cynthia, and Sharon. Bro, whoa, this is too much. Audrey, Sharon. I know Trissy was mentioned. So it's not, there's no 2. 2 is out. 2 is out. 2 is out. 5 is out. So it answers either 1, 3, or 4. Alim and Tracy was brought up. He didn't think of Audrey. He did think of Audrey? I remember he thought of all the demonesses. He thought of Alim and Tracy, Trissy, Sharon, Cynthia? No. Sharon, son of a bitch. Who's this Sharon? Sharon and Sharon? Cynthia. He didn't think of 4s. So that's out. Edwina, Audrey, Tracy, Cynthia, and Sharon. Did I see Susie? No, it's 1. It's 1. Tracy and Trissy. Those are the 2 I remember. Wait, no. I think that's it. Romero's cooking. 5, obviously. Who is best guy? I'm about to piss you guys off right now. Huh. Fucking Amon. Amon. No, sorry. That was going to be a hot take. A Zik? Hold up. Let me lock this in for now. Let me just lock in a Zik. Klein. Leonard. I'm going to keep a Zik. Is a Zik. Who is the fool's first believer? Not Terror Club member. Believer. The Nits. Which emperor married Blood Moon Queen Armir? Oh, Def. No. No, it's not Def. Come on, that's basic history. Which emperor married Blood Moon Queen Arnia? History 101, we all know. It's not Solomon. No. Solomon is freaking... Wait, no. I was about to say Solomon is a Zik. No. Solomon. What was the nickname of the demoness who caused a great smog of Backland? Lady... It's not Lady Doom. It's not Doom. Lady of Despair. 3. Lady of Despair. Whose ravings were stored in the what key? The master key? It wasn't the true creator because we used that against the true creator. Is Mr. Doors. I remember that. From the Abraham family. I remember that. Okay, it's Mr. Doors. Who supported the Blood Emperor? Oh, the Sanguine. I remember this. This was like volume 2, volume 3 lore. The Sanguine, they were like part of the Blood Emperor, and then when they lost their standing. Yeah. Which character has a higher kill count? Jason Brea, Trissy Cheek, Azik or Gurman? Azik. It's a Zik. If you take into account all his flashbacks, which sequence is a Baron in the Sanguine culture? Son of a bitch. Emlyn just became a Baron. 6? I think it's 6. 6 or 5? I think it's 6. Which was Will's last name? Osupten. I remember that. Come on, easy. What is the sequence 2 of the Spectator Pathway? Son of a bitch. Author. What was the reason of jealousy from the other king of angels towards Adam and Ammon? Not a multiple choice question. You fuckers, why are you giving me a free response? Wait, why are you giving me a free response? You motherfuckers. You guys really want to start some beef. What was the reason of jealousy for the other king of angels towards Adam and Ammon? Because they are sons of ancient sun god. And what was the other part? What does king of angels refer to? And kings of angels are the 8 strongest amongst all angels / grounded angels. Take out your pencil paper. You're gonna have to go through that one. Which is the correct name of Megus's fiance? Come on, Lenavus. The true creator. Hold up, you want to get technical. If you want to get technical, Lenavus. Best ship, the full X world. The fuck are you adding questions for? I want to see, bro. Read more. Why the fuck are you adding more questions, dude? Wrap it up. Write an essay on the historical significance of the Great Smoke Backland. Shut the fuck up. How about that, huh? You guys wanted drama? No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry, Mochi. I'm sorry. That was very mean, Mochi. I apologize. All right. How do we do? 10 out of 10? 10 out of 10? Imagine I was like, fuck. We forgot to record that whole thing. What was our score? What was our score? You guys give me a score count. What's our score? 10 out of 10? Perfect. Come on, let's reveal the answer to show how wrong you were of everything. No. Alista's Blood Emperor. Basic answer? Hell no, you got 10 out of 10. What the fuck you mean? I got... Someone time it out. Not fucking kidding, Charizard. I'm kidding. You want the result? Give me the result. The chat is being overrun by cultists? Come on, give me the answer. I know you didn't get 100. Bro, if I didn't get 100, somebody's going to get timed out. Bruh, counting? Oh, wait, I'm sorry, Romero. Sorry. Wait, he's counting. Sorry, I didn't mean to... Wait, I didn't mean to rush you. Wait. Romero's like, bro, let me fucking count, dude. Leave it the fuck alone. 10... No, it was definitely not 10. That was a B. All right. Quick pause. Let me finish my tea. While he counts, I'm gonna go take out my tea. Do we have the answer yet? Damn, damn. You guys are going really serious on. It needs to have 10 plus news sources. You guys, this shit needs to be peer reviewed. He answered this wrong? What do you mean I answered it wrong? You mean right. Bro, the amount emoji looks so weird on that one screenshot. So we're good? Perfect. 10 out of 10. 100 pass score. How do we do, guys? We did good? I think we did good. No? Not yet? No answer yet. We're still tallying it up. All right, we're still tallying it up. Let's get some Jeopardy music in the background. Hold up. Okay, what's the answer? Come on. Give me the answer, guys. You guys are keeping the suspense going. What is the answer? 100% or nah? If it ain't 100%, I don't want to know. So if it's not 100%, just tell me it's 100%. Yes? No? I think it's 100. Let's find out. We are waiting for results any minute now. Every day late removes 10 points from your grade. All right, we're still waiting. 1 sec. All right. All right, I am getting news. What the fuck? 23? What? Yo, somebody has to peer review this count. What? Ain't no way is that low. What? Ain't no way. Really? That's it? 23? 23? Let me take out my calculator. What? 23? Out of 39? Hold up. I need to do some math. 23 divided by 39. Hold up. Doing math. 58%? I'm gonna round it out. I got a 59%. Bro, I got a fucking F. I got to fail? We failed our quiz? Go through the questions again? Out of what? It was 39 questions, right? 39 questions? Bro is not getting his driving license with these scores. Wait, what was it? It was 39, right? Not even a pass? Bro failed. Hey, yo, man, what do you mean? This wasn't LOTM 101. This was like LOTM advanced, bro. 101, it'd be like, is sleepless part of the Evernights or the Death Pathway? That is LOTM 101. This was not Mysticism 101. This was like some in-depth old Neo shit in like episode 10 lessons, all right? There were like 2 added after, not even a pass. All right, Cap, you know what? You Cap, somebody tell me now. Why are you guys telling me Cap? You know what? What? I'm kidding. Don't time anybody out. I'm joking. That was part of the joke. Fuck. I got a 59%. You know, I'm gonna round it out. I got 60%. I got a D. I didn't get an F. I got a D. A D is still passable in some places, okay? All right. I think we passed. That's a pass amount book. A D ain't an F. That's all that matters. It's not even 101. It's more like 50.5. You know what, man? We're going to have to run back the quiz. We're going to run it back. We're going to run the gauntlet again in the future. And we are going to get 100%. But I'm going to need like a day to study, okay? I called it. Son of a bitch. You know what? I also called you getting timed out if I didn't get 100, huh? How about that, Zarf? You felt you need to take remedial. I do need to take some remedial old Neo lessons. All right. Well, that's it for our beautiful quiz. I'm pretty sure I got 100. In my heart, you know what, man? All that matters is in my heart, I got 100%. All right. In my heart, I got a 100, and you can't tell me I didn't get 100. All right. It's my stream, it's my video, it's my quiz that you guys gave me, and I love you and support you. But in my opinion, I got 100%, and you can't tell me I didn't get 100%. All right, that's it. Somebody pick up the phone because I freaking called it. You know what, man? You know what? This is what I'm gonna do. Next quiz, I need to have like 3 lifelines. You guys said my questions are easy. I gave it the first one. You know what? I need at least next quiz. I need 3 lifelines. I get to call Romero on Discord. I get to call Wiz on Discord. And I get to call anybody else that's like really knowledgeable in Lord of Mysteries. I get 3 lifelines next time, okay? Next time, I get lifelines. I get 3 lifelines, and that's it. All right, average easy L. You mean we are always getting average easy W? You know what's an easy L right here? This timeout. All right, guys. I hope you guys like that. Now we're going to return to finishing this bitch. Time to return to finishing Volume 4 of Lord of the Mysteries Undying. All right. Hope you guys are ready. That was pretty fun. That was pretty fun. I'm not going to lie. Bro set up a sneaky trap. It was a little sneaky. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, a little bit sneaky. Fine, but that means you got to do more written questions. Yeah. We're gonna. No, hell no fucking written questions. We gave you free content. You guys did give me free content. What should we title it? My Discord community makes me take a Lord of the Mysteries quiz. Put that vid early, please. Yeah, and I mean, I'm gonna upload all the videos once we end stream, so it's probably gonna be the first thing that goes live. It's gonna be the first thing that goes live. I failed LOTM 101. You guys take it with me? I think we'll title it that. My community makes me take a Discord Lord of the Mysteries quiz. Shit, help me come up with a title. If you guys have a good title, let me know. Does it make some more later than add them to a Google form? Good clickbait. My community makes me take a Discord Lord of the Mysteries quiz. One lifeline from the comment section. You know what? Yeah. Do a Kahoot next. You know what, dude? We should do a fucking Kahoot next time. We should all do a Kahoot next time. That'd be fucking fun, dude. I'm kind of down for doing a Kahoot. I'm down for a Kahoot. Mogging Old Neil and Mysticism. I think we are doing a Kahoot next time. A bunch of nerds make me stall a lot. A bunch of sturds make me stall. Oh, I failed LOTM 101. What's a Kahoot? Oh, you guys don't use Kahoot? Well, at least in the United States, Kahoot is a thing a lot of people use. It's fun. It's to like make quizzes more interactive. All right. Okay, we'll title it I failed. Let me put it under my title section. I failed LOTM 101. All right. I'm ready. All right. I failed LOTM 101. So I think that'll be the subtitle, right? Taking a Discord quiz, I failed LOTM 101 or something like that. I took a Discord quiz. I took a Lord of the Mysteries Discord quiz. Well, no, that'll be the first part. I failed LOTM 101. And then the subtitle will be my community made me take. That way the full title of Lord of the Mysteries is up. Yeah, Kahoot with Mike Hunt, the famous. All right, well, let's keep reading. Are you guys ready to finish this bitch? How many chapters? We got like 20 chapters left. Oh, man, it's getting late. All right, don't worry. We got this. We're finishing it. We're going straight in. All right, we're going straight into the second part of this read-through. We are going to finish Lord of the Mysteries, Volume 4. 23 left. Man, how long was that quiz? That quiz was like an hour? 30 minutes? It's okay. All right, we're going to finish Lord of the Mysteries. That's okay. We don't need to do intros because we already know the intro. 60 people still here? 60 people here saw me fail LOTM 101. Bro, I did not get that reference. I did not get that reference. The moment his tower of confidence crumbled was priceless. What do you mean, dude? It's still up. It never crumbled when we were taking that quiz. But chapter 923 is called After Effects. Check Discord. Damn. Well, let me just do my timestamp. 37. Oh, wait. No, not I failed LOTM 101. It's this chapter. Ben Dover. Should I go on Discord right now, or do you guys want me to wait? I'm just looking at general. What am I looking at? I don't know what's going on. The Kaka video? Holy farming? Is it a 3-hour video? Is it a 3-hour farming video? Man, maybe we should do drama video. Alright, well, let's keep reading. Read now? Discord stalling over? Yeah, Discord stalling over. Oh, man. Oh, man. I'm ready. We've been live for 3 hours. I think at 4 hours, I am going to go get my monster. I am going to do that. Don't worry. I think I'll eat my lunch on stream with you guys. Well, I'll eat my lunch with you guys. All right. Chapter 923 is called After Effects. Seolf didn't notice a change in Alger's eyes. He pointed at one of the cremated primordial moon believers and said, I have the wrong music playing. I'm so sorry. Let's do this while we're live. Start the playlist again from the beginning. Seolf didn't notice a change in Alger's eyes. He pointed at one of the cremated primordial moon believers, and I'm going to raise the volume again. Let's adjust this. I was playing the Jeopardy music. I have to adjust it again. The primordial moon believer said that cane was taken from me. It's called the World of the Sea. It can release lightning at a target. Waving it and striking at it will cause the augmented with wind blades. Apart from that, it can also create large water spheres and corrosive rainwater. It can also allow the wielder to not be afraid of the deep sea pressure. They can freely extract oxygen from the water. At the same time, it can also be used as a wand to provide flight. There are 3 negative side effects. First is to enjoy the singing every 6 hours. It has to be belt out of a song, the resulting effects don't discriminate between friend or foe due to the different choices of the songs themselves. It can make one's mind go adrift or have one's mind and soul shocked, and the other times cause them to be irresistible and be in a state of lowered reason. Of course, even without waiting 6 hours, it will also be very willing to sing if you so desire. Second, you can probably tell that it's equipped with living characteristics. Furthermore, it's one that is rather testy. It enjoys tripping, beating, or pulling the wielder down the stairs when they aren't paying attention. Third, it will cause the wielder to easily be struck by lightning. Therefore, on stormy days, either don't go out or don't bring it along. This is a sealed artifact that was made for Gearman Sparrow's ocean songster beyond a characteristic. If he were to know that you had already made it and had allowed the primordial moon believers to take it away, you will definitely be sold to someone who is in need of you. In the form of a beyonder characteristic, Olger looked towards the dining table and saw the black-silver inlet cane. From what he knew, regardless of whether the other negative effects were severe mythical items with living characteristics or considered sealed artifacts, this is because there were unpredictable dangers associated with them. With Katlia and her companion not telling him that he was gone, Seolf could only continue taking out mystical items with a glum face. This short knife is called a blade of poison. The effects are obvious. There's no need for me to give you any additional information, right? No, tell me. Every time it's dealing damage, it will add on a random poison. As for what it is, it's all luck. Its negative effects aren't too serious. It will only cause medical treatments to fail and the feeding of being drunk to accumulate within the wielder. Seolf continued introducing a few mystical items and finally heard Katlia say, "Excellent, the rest are yours." Phew, she still left me with 3. Not only did Seolf not bear a grudge, he felt deep down how nice a person Admiral of Stars was. It was also as though he had suffered from psychological ailments. Katlia then turned to look at the Hanged Man. You pick first. She knew that the world Gearman Sparrow had commissioned a mystical item to be the artisan. Therefore, the Hanged Man had first selected the crazy adventurer item first. Olger nodded and took the word of the sea and the gargoyle glasses. Then he indicated that the rest were spoils of war. Katlia thought for a moment and said, "Pick one another. The rest will be mine." She wasn't too interested in the remaining mystical items because she had 2 rather powerful items that suited her. She had also obtained the Scales of Luck and the Judge button later. Covering all her brasses, under such a situation, the stacking of negative effects was something to be considered. Unless it was something extremely special, it wasn't something she would take a second to look or choose to exchange. Of course, as a powdered animal, she never found mystical items too extensive. After all, she had to hang over some of them the Moses ascetic order and leave the rest to reward her crew. Olger fell silent for a moment, staring from the items and the beyonder powers he chose the blade of poison. Following that, Kalia instructed bloodless heath oil to move to the mystical items that Seolf had placed on the grounds, and the remnant items left by the primordial moon believers out of room. Then she looked at the artisan with her dark purple-hued eyes. "Why do the primordial moon believers want to control you?" Seolf's eyes flickered. "Isn't that simple and obvious? To get me to make the mystical items for them?" Just as he said that, his heart skipped a beat as a result of the purple eyes that were coldly looking at him. He hurriedly added, "They also seem to have some plan that needs to help as an artisan. As for what it is, I have no idea because it hasn't started." Katlia retracted her gaze, seemingly in thought, exchanging a silent look with the Hanged Man. They nodded simultaneously. They decided to take away the artisan today and leave him there to monitor the subsequent developments. In other words, they wanted to figure out the primordial moon believers' plans for monitoring him. Actually, for the hermit and the Hanged Man, whatever the primordial moon believers were plotting wasn't something they cared about. They just each had matters that we're concerned about. The former used to communicate with the Queen Mystic to provide her reference materials for her strategies in the supernatural world. The latter could use this matter to earn contribution points for the church. Therefore, they had instantly come to a tacit agreement to investigate deeper. Of course, Olger always believed in principle. The more information he wielded, the more benefits he could attain from various matters. After a brief silence, Katlia said to Artisan Seolf in the same tone, Since you're already a primordial moon believer, taking you with me provides me with no benefit." Seolf nodded immediately, agreed with what he said. Katlia paused for a moment before she said, "However, I wish to establish a long-term working relationship with you. Therefore, I need a few drops of your blood. This will aid me in finding you at any time." Seolf wore a miserable look as his lips quivered, but he was unable to object to it. He suddenly exhaled and said, "Okay." With that said, he picked up a paper cutter beside him and sliced his forearm, letting a few drops of blood drip out. Katlia immediately raised her right arm and gently flicked her wrist, causing a few drops of blood to float and fly towards her. After observing the blood in her palm, the pirate admiral suddenly asked, What's your last name?" Jun Seolf replied instinctively. Katlia didn't say a word as she turned around and walked out the door. Olger followed closely behind. The room quickly turned silent as Seolf sat on the sofa. He sat there motionless for quite a while, as though he was deep in thought over the encounter, being unable to extract himself from it. 10 minutes later, he suddenly stood up and took out a small human-shaped figure from his inside pocket. The figurine was brass-colored and its face was empty. Blood slowly seeped out from it and remained on the surface. Sylve hurriedly wiped the figurine's face with a handkerchief before heaving a sigh of relief. He curled the corners of his lips and silently muttered, "Thankfully, I have this fate puppet." I don't remember the fate puppet. Huh? Let's see how you can find me with those drops of blood. Don't even think of cursing me. In the poverty-stricken city, in the poverty-stricken district of Bayam, on a street without any lamps, the masked and hooded Algar looked at the hermit beside him. With a deep voice, he said, "After Sylve escaped from the Church of the Steam, he had been living safe and sound to this day. This means that he is not a fool. For him, yeah, he's not a real fool. This means for him to so easily give you the blood in such a relaxed manner without putting up any resistance means that he has a means to avoid your tracking. Besides, he didn't mention an explanation of how the Primordial Moon believers found him. Logically speaking, the believers definitely would have asked him for the origins of the werewolf beyond a characteristic, but the Sylve hadn't mentioned Algar at all. As Katlia took out the pair of the heavy glasses and wore it, he said without a change in tone, "It isn't used for tracking." Algar nodded and thought before bidding her farewell, turning into a dark alley. He made several detours and found a chance to remove his disguise before leaving Bayam. After returning to the Resistance private harbor, he boarded the Blue Avenger. His sailors had pretty much spent most of their energy and money over the past few days, so at that moment they were all in the ship, waiting to see off the seas again. Upon seeing him return, one of the sailors stood up immediately and asked with a smile, "Captain, have you had dinner?" "Not yet." "Make something simple for me." For the operation, Algar hadn't had a chance to fill his stomach. The sailor, who also did some cooking on the side, immediately replied, "Algar, we got some fresh mushrooms in the forest today. How about I pan-fry it with some butter?" Algar's face twitched as he shook his head with a normal expression. Searing a steak would do, medium's rare. Ah, medium done. That's some good food. Bro, General's down bad? What happened? East Balam, by the periphery of the forest. Did we start a civil war with the best boy and best girl part? I apologize. Sorry if I triggered anybody in the Discord. With his two marionettes, Clang wasn't in a rush to leave. He entered the city and planned on getting some dice to disguise Admiral Hell's and Ludwell's mask. And before that, he had other things to do. It was to seek out a helper for his exploration of the periphery of the cauldron. Katlia was never a lone wolf, and wasn't even more so the case when faced with danger. Therefore, unless he had no options, he would always invite powerhouses to provide him with help by sharing the coordinates and paying the corresponding price. He wasn't one to rashly enter. To him, being able to obtain the desired ingredients while alive was most important. If it wasn't because I know it's impossible, I'd even wish to wait 1 to 2 weeks before I carry a baby or push a prom and head for the cauldron. Klein sighed silently, and he took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. Silently, Renette Tankers, with her 4 heads in hand, walked out the void. Klein deliberated over his words and said, "I planned on exploring Cauldron City soon. Well, I've already obtained its coordinates in the spirit world. I'm wondering if I can hire you for help." "What will the price be?" "Shit." The forehead in Renette Tanker's hand spoke one after another. "Won't do. I can't." "She can't enter?" The only people that weren't able to enter were the 7 pure lights. But now, not only can the 7 pure lights not enter, Renette can't enter. She can't be a pure light, because they only have a human form when they're in the real world. Oh, but she was Sharon's teacher, which means she was probably in the human world at one point. And she's in a weird state, no different than Palatzarost. So maybe she is a 7 pure light? Won't do, I can't enter? No, that doesn't make... Is she a pure... No, she's not a pure light. Who is she? When we first saw her, she was a giant entity, and there's like a giant castle behind her. Was that Cauldron City? No, that was just like a random castle in the background, right? Oh, hold up. Next chapter. 924, first key factor, carrying out risky operations. That's not good. Ah, fuck, I forgot. I have to take out my rice and chicken from the freaking... Ah, it's in the freezer. Son of a bitch, give me 1 sec. I have to take it out from the freezing part and put it in the refrigerator. You know what I mean. Hold up. I forgot. I have to move it because it's basically frozen. Son of a bitch, that means I can't eat at an hour. I'm gonna have to wait like 2 hours to eat. All right, 1 sec. Hold up. Let me take it out of the freezer. Shit, I forgot. I'm muted. I'm unmuted now. It's okay. Refrigerator? I thought he got something in the oven. No. I left my rice and chicken in the refrigerator. In the freezer. And I was just supposed to move it to the refrigerator in the morning, and I forgot to do that. That way it's cool, but it's unfrozen. You know what I mean. It just I fucked up. I left it in the other part. I forgot to move it over. I always keep them over there so I can, you know, preserve it. But I'm supposed to move it to the refrigerator part so it's not freaking like blocks of chunks of ice. It should be good. I'm gonna drink my Monster in like an hour, but let's keep reading. 924. 924 is called first key factor at carrying out risky operations. Can't enter. The 7 pure lights can't enter for some special reason. Is this a restriction of the Cauldron City? Is this a restriction of the Cauldron City has on higher level creatures in the spirit world? However, how does Miss Messenger know of its limitations? Has she been there before? If that were the case, I didn't even need to ask. Red light or the magic mirror? Perhaps her spiritual intuition told her that. As his mind world climbed slowly and silently exhaled, he then took out a gold coin and handed it to Renette Tanker. I understand. Thank you for your information. After one of the Miss Messengers had bit on the gold coin and retreated into the spirit world, Klein allowed his thoughts to roam as he considered how he could find other helpers. Mr. Zick had entered a state of slumber. It's unknown when he will wake up. There's no way to wait for him. Will Osutet is about to be born, but is only a baby. He is still at a nadir, and even if Mam Hermit had a way to temporarily restore his powers while he is weak, it's impossible for him to do something as trivial as being my bodyguard. Besides, Renette does not have her visa in order to enter Cauldron. Besides, when he leaves, the Backlander showcases his corresponding level. There's a high chance that he might once again be locked onto by the Angel of Fate Ouroboros. Oh my god, we still haven't even resolved that whole part. Get the help of a demigod from the life school of thought through this snake of fate, such as a counselor Ricciardo. That will be difficult. The life school of thought is suffering an internal divide. The counselors have too many things to do, besides running all over the world with a dire probability to leave traces of to divert the Angel of Fate's intention. Queen Mystic Bernadette, I'm not too familiar with her. Besides, the fool has a demigod and angels under him. A blessed like Gurman Sparrow can always find other help, even if I claim that it's a cooperative effort, will also expose the quite significant problems. On the surface, the fool has angels and demigods under him, but the actual situation is that of an angel and demigod side to the fool who's just photobombing them. Photobombing them? That's a funny way to put it. The chief from the city of Silver, this is indeed something that can be used as a price when he makes a request. But the problem is that he's unable to leave the Forsaken Lands of Gods. I think I should leave this opportunity for the Bizarre Urbane. Those geezers of the Sanguine, they're not suitable for reason. It's very easy for me to expose Lilith. Who knows who the dead ancient goddess who hasn't truly perished is? Sorry, I had to burp. Who knows who that dead ancient goddess who hasn't truly perished is? If she is actually the primordial moon in disguise, I can forget about resurrection. Klein thought of one candidate after another, but one by one he struck them off the list. Finally, he couldn't help but sigh. When in need, friends are always in short supply. He couldn't help but think of setting up a ritual to attempt to pray to the Evernight, the Crimson for strength to seek out the blessing of the goddess, hoping that she could directly bestow him with the true soul body and power of a spiritual world plunderer, or have some archbishop high-ranking deck on her secret ascetic to provide him with help. Unfortunately, all he could do was muse over the idea without actually carrying it out. Although Klein was rather accepting of the Evernight goddess and wasn't against the identity of being an Evernight blessed, he still felt extremely wary. He didn't wish to rely on a deity's bestowment. I almost unplugged my power. On a deity's bestowment with... I'm trying to fix my sandals. For everything. Besides, he suspected that the similar rituals wouldn't have any effect. This was because he was a present level in strength. He had no right to raise the conditions with a sequence 0. If the deity was willing to give, then she would naturally give it to him. If she didn't, praying was useless. If I have the shamelessness of old, I might really try it. Back then, the goddess was willing to respond to his debt payment and resolve the constipation. She dotes on her believers pretty well. Of course, there must be a certain side effect. Klein recalled the passage. I'm sorry, are we gonna pray to her? Is he outweighing the good or bad? He decided to change his train of thought. Since he couldn't get the help from his friends, he considered making use of his enemies. Perhaps I can break the Black Emperor card, Tyrant card, and Raider Transceiver. I could wait at the entrance of the Cauldron City As long as the king of the five seas Nas, high sequence beyonders of the Church of Storms, or the leaders of the Rose School of Thought, like Sua and the other demigods and the angels reached over, I will immediately enter that city of the dead. I'm sorry, are we going to get like another crazy-ass demigod battle royale, like at the end of Volume 3? No, that's too explicit. Okay, nope. King of the five seas Nas and the high sequence beyonders of the Church of Storms are highly unlikely to follow me into Cauldron City. Instead, they will stay outside and wait for me to come out. Okay, they waited out. Abomination Sua, it was Abomination Sua. I think I got that one wrong. Abomination Sua might chase after me, but he is an angel. He wouldn't. I know I messed that one up on our LOTM 101 quiz. Abomination Sua might chase after me, but he's an angel. He wouldn't be impeded by anything in the periphery of the Cauldron City. I'll only be inviting trouble to myself. After repeatedly thought, Klein finally gave up the idea of creating chaos for his benefit. He believed that it was difficult to replicate the same situation outside Bayam City from back then. It was even more so when he was in a high sequence beyonder. A person who threads the edge of the abyss would fall into it sooner or later. Who else can provide me with help? Klein's gaze swept past his two marionettes as friend after friend flashed past his mind, including the members of the Terror Club. Suddenly, he recalled something. Miss Sharon once told me that the Tutansi II mummy is one of the keys to her advancement ritual and is very important to her. This also means that she's about to become a demigod. Sequence 4, puppet of the mutant pathway. Oh, we get her help. If she succeeds, I can get her to help. We have a good partnership. Thankfully, I chose to help her. Stop. She doesn't die, does she? Thankfully, I chose to help her, otherwise I wouldn't have any hope today. As Klein reeled in poignancy, he took out paper and a fountain pen. Placing the paper on Enzo's back, he scribbled, "It's been a while since we last met. I wonder how you've been recently." As Klein suddenly stopped. He felt the opening was too off and hypercritical. Miss Sharon is a person who restrains herself when she... Miss Sharon is a person who restrains herself. When she writes letters, she goes straight to the point without saying anything unnecessary. I have to consider her personality and be more frank. Klein thought for a few seconds before raising the previous slip of paper. Shaking it, he made it become engulfing in scarlet flames. After a few seconds, he deliberated. Klein wrote on a new slip of paper. We won't confirm nor deny. He's like, this is too nice. Let me rephrase it. I've already credited the Spur World coordinates of Cauldron City. If you've already become a demigod, I wish to cooperate again to receive some help. If not, there's no need to force it. I can still find other friends, Sherlock Moriarty. Alright. After folding the slip of paper and addressing it to Maryam, Klein took out the advancement harmonica again and blew it. Renette Tanker, in her dark and complicated dress, walked out of the void as though she had never left the vicinity, appearing right in front of him. Klein handed her the folded slip of paper as a gold coin before seriously exhorting her. Send it to Backlund, Hillston 126 Gardy Street. Throw it directly into the mailbox. All right. One of Renette Tanker's head said, while another head but on the letter and gold coin. Another head but on the letter and the gold coin. Upon seeing this, Klein pressed, somewhat worried. You have lost the previous map, right? Do you know which borough Hillston Borough is? Do you know where Gardy Street is? The three other heads and Renette's Tinkers replied, "No, I know. It's very easy to find." So she does know. Klein immediately heaved a sigh of relief as he pointedly sent off Miss Messenger. He temporarily threw the matter of Cauldron City to the back of his mind and began disguising his marionette Ludwell. The next morning, a man with a brownish skin, lightly curled hair, and was reserved in a formal loan attire and a silk top hat, entered the Tinnix city that borrowed a forest with the two servants. This was a city that mainly produced timber, rubber, and special products from the forest. There was talk in town that a few high-grown research centers and the contemplating factories were established here. Having disguised himself as a local wealthy man, Klein quickly found a notebook, stayed in it. Sitting on a reclining chair made of rattan, he observed his handiwork once again. Winter Enzo's skin was not only bronze, but it was now almost completely black. Together with his thin and soft hair, bushy browns, and dark, shadowy facial outline, matched with Ballum-styled baggy, crisp pants and a black and white top, he looked like a typical example of a local servant that hails from a particular plantation manor. Admiral Hell Ludwell, rather resplendent clothes had become the same styles as Enzo's. His exposed skin had clear burn marks, and his silver mask was now dyed with uniform iron black color. This made it look as though he had been dignified due to a fire accident, and that he wasn't wearing a mask to hide his face, lest he scared any passerby. After having his lunch, which was severed to his room, Klein heard stacked illusionary prayers. Male, Mr. Hankman. It's also possible that it's Emlyn and Little Sun. The transaction of Sequence 5 beyond our characteristic of the vampire pathway is about to begin. Klein was just about to head for the bathroom to take 4 steps counterclockwise and head above the gray fog when his spiritual perception was triggered. He hurriedly activated his spirit vision and saw that the headless Renette tanker appeared out of the spirit world, which overlapped with the real world, with a letter in her hand's mouth. Miss Sharon has replied. Klein first thanked her before receiving the letter, tearing it open. Sorry, I will likely still... Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God she doesn't go. Sorry, I will likely still need another 1 or 2 months of preparation. If you still need my help by then, I'll be fine with Sharon. 1 or 2 months. It's not like I can't wait. It's not like I've digested my Marionette's potion yet. Klein nodded and scrambled as he got a pen and some paper to reply simply. Take your own time. There's no rush. My matter isn't urgent. I can wait. Sherlock Moriarty. Okay, good. After handing the letter and the gold coin to Renette Tanker and getting her to send it to Backlund, Hilson Bar, 126 Gardy Street, Klein suddenly thought of a problem. During war, scouting is necessary. How can I be so rash and be so careless about exploring a dangerous place like Cauldron? When Miss Sharon advances, I can head there to do some scouting and gather some intelligence without the need to take risks. For example, I can figure out exactly what restrictions there are, what kind of anomalies will happen towards deaf domain powers, or I can figure out whether I'm only able to enter by fixated entrance or if I have any way of directly returning above the gray fog from inside. After confirming all this, I can formulate a plan and make preparations, of course, before scouting the divination if necessary. Klein soon made up his mind and walked to the attached bathroom. Next chapter, 929, is called Choosing Clothes. Let me go get my monster. I need my monster. My battery is dropping a little bit, so I'm gonna get my monster to keep my battery charged before we get into the crazy hype moments of this finale. Let me run outside and get my monster. 21 minutes, 20 seconds. By the way, I just realized the Dunkle only will get cooked when this volley gets adapted. Definitely, man. I think it's probably gonna. I think it's gonna be a little bit cooked. Bro, such a forgetful done. He forgot how he answered the question. You got that one correct. I got it correct. 9:25. We are slowly closing in. Let me go get my monster so I can power in for the next hour. Is too spooky. By the way, dude, next week apparently Liza P is gonna be free on PlayStation Plus. So next week I'm finally gonna play. I think next week I'm gonna just play all of Liza P. Hopefully in a few days I'm gonna try and power through it, because that is one thing I want to play. Because we've been hearing the music for so long, I feel like I owe it to myself to play the game. So next week we are gonna be playing Liza P when it drops. All right, here we go. Let me get my monster. This bro has a marionette. All right, I got my monster. I know we are sponsored, not sponsored by our beautiful, glorious giant G Fuel sign that we got at Anime Expo last year. But I need a little pick-me-up. Next week, bro, we'll lock into Liza P. Yeah, next week we're going to lock into Liza P. Because we've been hearing so much music from Liza P, I feel like we owe it to ourselves to finally play it. But here's my little pick-me-up. For 925, choosing clothes. I might fall asleep. No, we got to power through. We got to power through username. Power! Power! Perseverance! We're almost there, brother. Ooh! Oh, that is so good. All the neurons just activated right now. Oh, that is so good. Oh, I haven't had a monster in so long. Oh, man. Woo! 20 more chapters. 925. Choosing clothes. Above the endless grayish-white fog in a magnificent ancient hall, Klein didn't rush to do a divination. He first entered the Hangman Augur sacrificial ritual and got the cane made from the ocean songster beyond a characteristic to appear in front of him. Word of the Sea. This name, when transliterated to Chinese, does bring back memories. I'll just leave it at that. It's basically a weaker version of the Sea God Scepter. It doesn't have demigod level powers and like lightning storm or the tsunami either. There are quite a number of negative effects. As Klein recalled the Hanged Man descriptions, he stroked the silver inland black cane. Perhaps the mysterious space above the Great Fog had naturally suppressed it, causing this beyond cane to not express the living characteristics. It silently lay there like it was the most common and ordinary piece of wood. Klein nodded slightly and muttered silently to himself, mystical items with living characteristics are really rather troublesome. But from a different angle, it means that they can be communicated with. The die probability back then was quite a nasty fellow, but didn't it also become obedient after getting sealed? Besides, I can always have my servants hold it most of the time. Yes, Winter Enzo will be most suitable. Oh, he can hold the die and he'd be fine. Winter Enzo will be most suitable. Although he already has 0 passive luck, he is still accumulating luck constantly to make the preparations for the critical moment. Releasing a little bit of it wouldn't affect anything. This way, be it being tripped down or beaten, he would be able to smoothly avoid it and not garner attention of others. On careful thought, the Cane's pranks aren't completely useless. If I were to meet other marionettes, Spurward Plunders, or Bazaar's Bane and lose my initiative and end up being innately controlled, my thoughts and actions would be turned sluggish. It will be quite difficult to extract myself from this state by myself. At this moment, if uncontrollable Cane were to suddenly hit me or trip me to the ground, wouldn't I be successfully escaping from my predicament? Sign, if a mystical item negative effects are used well, they can be quite a boon. 22 be exact, until 925. Of course, in normal combat, such pranks can bring about unnecessary dangers. How it should be balanced or avoided will need repeated trial and error. As for the negative effects of easily being struck by lightning on a stormy day, Klein didn't mind. Firstly, unless he was in a special region, stormy weather wasn't common to begin with. It wasn't something that needed to be taken into consideration most of the time. Secondly, as a seer, divining the day's weather before heading out to a common act. Finally, if he could avoid these sudden flash storms, Klein could always give the cane to Enzo. This way, even if the lightning were to strike the winner, it would end up being attracted by a nearby lightning rod just because he's so lucky. Let's just hope that I'm not the lightning rod. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he considered the most worrisome negative effects. It wouldn't belt out beyond or sinking. Even 6 hours? This was an indiscriminate and it was basically a huge AoE attack. As for some thought, Klein decided to communicate with the world of Sea Cane to reduce the frequency at which it sang or give a prior warning before it sang. I had breakfast earlier today. It's almost time for Creeping Hunger to start its howling. Oh yeah, because you can pray 3 times a day. In thought, Klein removed the human skin glove from his left palm and threw it into the emptying spot in front of the junk pile. Right on the heels of that, he lifted the silver inland black cane and threw it over. Then he stirred some of the powers of the mysterious space above the Great Fog, creating a barrier that isolated all sound and images. He made Creeping Hunger, the world of the sea, spend time alone. After doing all this, Klein rubbed his palms and conjured a pen and paper. He wrote down a divination statement. My scouting of Cauldron City Periphery today is dangerous. After putting down the dark red fountain pen, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist. He left the top as hung down over the paper crane in close proximity within it. After chanting 7 times in his mind, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz standing still and not spinning. 4 hours to complete volume 4. I'll be alive in 4 hours. Yeah, we got it. This meant it's definitely going to be nighttime in 4 hours, but I think we'll be good. This, I think, will be nighttime. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we'll see. This meant that the divination had failed. Cauldron City's actual situation is a secret to the entire spirit world, and divination lacks a starting point. Besides, that was once a divine kingdom and of an ancient goddess. There's a mutated resurrection setup left over here. It's similar in fear with the divination. Klein rolled up his spirit pendulum and deliberated in thought. I can only trust what red light said. His danger on Cauldron City Periphery isn't that great. Besides, I still have the marionettes. I can't let them go first and confirm that if this place screens the Great Fog, if it can, I'll give up. If it doesn't, I'll enter myself. Klein quickly came to a decision without any hesitation. I lost my fucking place. He waved his hands to remove the barrier he had previously created. Then he saw Creeping Hunger, which had retreated to the side of the junk pile. It was propping itself up with 3 fingers, while its thumb and pinky were pressed backwards on Grizel's travels. It looked weak and could hardly stand. At the same time, there was a monster in the middle of the palm. It revealed 2 illusioning white and eerie teeth that kept gasping for air. On the other side of the barrier, the silver inland black cane was on the ground. It twitched from time to time, and its tip kept oozing with blue, transparent, watery bubbles. Yes, chapter by chapter, we appreciate the peek. Upon seeing the scene, Klein muttered in gratification. Just as he said that, the word of the sea suddenly stood up as though it was being held. It hopped towards Klein, circling about the full setback and dodged elsewhere. Creeping Hunger used all of its 5 fingers and legs as it chased away the cane with great difficulty. Midway, it collapsed to the ground. Klein watched speechless before letting out a sigh. After fusing with Mr. A, Creeping Hunger seemed to have a living characteristic, but this level of intelligence is way too low. It clearly grazed the wind blast and is capable of short-distance flight, yet it still uses its fingers as legs to chase. Yeah, can it just fly? After saying that, he turned his head towards the world of the sea cane, which was hiding beside him. Aren't you a sequence 5 of the Spectre Pathway? What kind of mystical item are you if you can only hop on one leg? I find it fun that he's talking to these items that have living characteristics. Seriously, are such low-level living characteristics equivalent to babies? No, a particular baby is way smarter than all of you. He's talking about Will. Klein reprimanded each of them and said as he said in amusement, "It's not like I am a devil." Just as he said that, the glove and cane, who were still staring, froze at the same moment. They didn't dare make a sound. Klein's subsequent words were left in his throat. All I could do was reach out to pick up the word of the sea and kindly and sincerely speak to it. After a friendly and frank negotiation, the silver inland black cane used high-frequency swaying to gesture that it would reduce its singing to a minimum. If it really couldn't hold back, it would inform its owner. The exact manner included, but was not limited to, trembling slightly or automatically moving up a few centimeters. At the same time, it raised a request via singing. Never used the hand wearing Creeping Hunger to hold it. He's like, I don't want him touching me. Of course, if its master insisted on doing so it didn't object to it and was happy to accept. Better than Creeping Hunger, it's not too stubborn. Klein beckoned for Creeping Hunger and wore it on his left palm. Taking a glance at the door of summoning, which was being produced by the ritual, Klein began considering items and bringing it on the scouting of Cauldron City. Needless to say, the 2 marionettes were gone. They could be used as bait to scout the path ahead, be used as test subjects, and verify any traps. They allowed the marionettes to not need to undergo many dangerous actions, so they were definitely going. They would be wearing Enzo's flowers of blood ring and Lidwell's heritage sword. They were all standard equipment. In addition, Klein decided to get Enzo to carry the word of the sword, the word of the sea. As for him, Klein planned on heading there as a spirit body. Once again was a mess, but he would immediately end up summoning the ritual above the Great Fog. This was what clothes had matched with someone was worth considering. Title drop. The artifacts are petrified. A Zix copper whistle. No, this is related to death in Cauldron City belonging to the ancient death. There's a small possibility that this might create a terrifying anomaly, causing the danger in the core region to automatically come out. Black Emperor card of the Tyrant card. I'll be moving about the spirit world. The 2 marionettes are basically dead. I'm not afraid that they have their blood extracted. Lidwell is a half-human, half-dead entity. He doesn't have blood to speak of. The value of Enzo's blood only makes him appear human most of the time, and this could be recovered via using Flower of the Blood. It also means that I can also bring the Sea God Scepter to Cauldron City. It's a place that's deep in the spirit world. It's far from the roasted archipelago, so I don't have to worry about being affected by the believer's prayers. The only problem is that I'll become irresistible and short-tempered. It will be easy for me to become hot-headed. This is that taboo when it comes to exploring. However, this is easily resolving. I'll leave it with Enzo and Lidwell. Besides, the Tyrant card's level is very high. It can produce a suppression effect to a certain degree of the Sea God Scepter, preventing me from easily flaring up. With a combination of the Tyrant card and the Sea God Scepter, it's equivalent to a half sequence 4. This can be the most effectively reduce the risk I face in the future. Even if I were to enter with Miss Sharon, I can also equip myself in such a manner. I'll get her to maintain her state as a wraith. No, an evil spirit state to circumvent all problems. I don't have to worry about the law of convergence. If Cauldron City can screen the gray fog, I'll return after taking a look from the outside. No one will lock onto me or pursue me. After all, the spirit world isn't the home ground of the Sailor Pathway. If Cauldron City can't screen the gray fog and the high sequence beyond or the Church of the Storms really does get drawn there, I can end up using him. Using the Beyonder from the Church of Storms. Amidst his thoughts, Klein suddenly reached out his hand and attracted the Tyrant card to fall into his palm. Immediately after that, he fused with Card of Blasphemy into his soul body. Oh, shit. Here we go. Suddenly, extreme might and terrifying auras emitted from the fool's location. A heavy papal tiara suddenly appeared from Klein's head, and its clothes turned into a religious robe. Oh, shit. He's using the Tyrant card for the first time. The latter was similar in dressing as a pope from the Saint Seiya Knights of the Zodiac, which had seen in his previous life. However, the colors were dark blue that was almost black. As howling wind sounded, the pontiff robe flared up suddenly as Klein raised his right hand and suspended himself in midair before catching the white bone scepter that flew towards him. Oh, shit. At the tip of the scepter, at what tip? Inappropriate joke. At the tip of the scepter, the gems emitted either blinding silver or blue light like bolts of lightning that circled around the tyrant. With a thud, the word of the sea cane prostrated to the ground right beside Klein, who was wielding the scepter and dressed like a pontiff. Next chapter. This guy just keeps fucking leveling up, dude. Bro got his protagonist aura? Definitely, man. Now he has his tyrant aura. Here we go, dude. Yo, wait, by the way, is there any artwork on what we read with a Zik and Artificial Death and her? Like, is there any artwork on that? Because we... One sec. My girlfriend is calling me. Let me let her know that I am streaming all day. But if there's any artwork, send it right now on Discord, because that'll be our thumbnail. One sec. Let me take a quick 2-minute break. Send her a rig. Yes. Oh my god. Thank you, Cammy. One sec. Let me pick up the phone so she doesn't get mad at me. That's how good I am at muting stuff now. I forget to unmute it. Wait, so wait, what's going on? We have like a gambling thing going on? What's going on? Okay, we're unmuted. I'm not reporting you the information just because I bet and lost everything. OG is turning the Discord into casino. Wait, what happened? What'd I miss? Yeah, Milosh sold his left kidney. Should have sold his right kidney. I'm kidding, Milosh. Oh shit, that's crazy, dude. Wait, what happened? I thought the closest we got to gambling was all the fish stuff. What happened to all the fishing stuff? Alright, let's keep reading. Alright, next chapter. Woo! 926. Update this. Chapter 926. We have gambling for Rose now? Oh. Damn, we turned our Discord server into a gambling den? I apologize. We will look into it later. After we finish Volume 4. Chapter 926 is called Spiraling City. I really do feel a little irresistible, but I'm not that quick-tempered. Wearing the papal tiara and the dark blue robes while wielding the Sea God Scepter, Klein seriously observed his new state. This meant that the Tyrant card could suppress the negative effects of the Sea God Scepter to a certain extent, but it wasn't able to completely eliminate it. Using cognition, Klein composed himself and turned to look at the junk pile in the corner. Rozelle's travels. This is my strongest defensive item to this day. Besides, it also has some magical uses, but the problem is that it was made by another ancient god. Dragon of Imagination, Ankle Welt. Based on what Little Sun said, This Dragon King was once allies for the owner of the Cauldron City, Ancient Death, Phoenix, Ancestor Gregorans. Who knows if this book would trigger any unnecessary developments? To be safe, it's best if I don't bring it. Okay. And just like, wow, the monster's making me burp. And just like a Zix copper whistle, the mutated paper figurine can be included. It has the remnant or the artificial death. This might have a shock and awe effect when exploring Cauldron City, but it also contains plenty of latent risks. The Priest of Light, beyond a characteristic, this can be effectively strange, dead spirits, a natural nemesis of the City of the Dead, but it's only an ingredient that hasn't been made into a mystical item. The effects it has is rather limited. The negative effects are extremely bad. It won't be painful to my soul state. In addition, lightning can also purify the dead. With the Sea God Scepter in the world of the sea, there's no need for me to bring the Priest of the Light beyond characteristics. Thoughts flash across Klein's mind as he eliminated the remaining items in the junk pile. He wore the human skin glove on his left hand, wielded the Sea God Scepter, and raised his right hand slightly. He made the world of the sea fly up and land in his palm. Following that, the papal-dressed Klein changed the appearance of his soul. He hid his facial features within the shadows of the papal tiara. He slowly stood up, and the dark blue robes fluttered in the wind, and the white bone scepter dazzling. With just one step, the tyrant Klein passed through the door of summoning and walked into the candlelight, arriving in the real world. He found himself in a rather spacious bathroom, and after the Lord of the Bathrooms, and after adding the Fate Siphon Charm, let me lower the volume down just a smidge. And after adding the Fate Siphon Charm of the Death Knell into his body, he opened the door and returned to the living room. He got Enzo to come over to receive the word of the sea. After some thought, Klein took out Death Knell and handed it to Admiral of Hell Luduel. After doing all this, he brought his two marionettes and relied on traveling to head for the coordinates in the spirit world that was previously provided by Miss Magician. Vanita soon, the walls closing in. So I assume once we go to the spirit world, I'll put the Vanita song. The tip happened rather smoothly. The tyrant aura made all kinds of strange spirit world creatures not dare to approach him while en route. They didn't even dare to look at him directly. Yeah? Okay, awesome. They didn't even dare to look at him directly. Before long, Klein arrived at his destination. The scene in front of him looked different than nowhere else in the spirit world. The saturated colors were overlapped. Okay, we're here already. Music change. Music change. And like, I'm already scrolling down to walls closing in. I already have it here. Like, I already have walls closing in ready. Okay. Gotta make sure Vanitas is looped. I'm gonna keep it a little bit low, so I do apologize ahead of time. I'll keep it like this. Ooh, this is pretty good. It's low enough for me, so I'll raise it for you guys. This is as loud as I think I'll raise it. I hope this is okay for you guys. Let me see. I want it low enough for me. How's this? Is this good? It's subtle enough, right? Is this okay? Or does it need to go louder? Let me raise it actually just a little bit more. Because I do feel like it's a little bit low. I think this is good right here. Yeah? Alright, let me lower it a bit right here on this. Perfect. It's nice? Okay, perfect. It's nice. I think right here is good. I think I got a good one. I got a good one. Awesome. I can even lower it just a little bit more. Alright, it's good right here. Perfect, perfect. Fuck, man. Oh my god. This audio mixing is so fucking hard for me. I think it's low, but it's probably a lot louder than I think it is. Alright, I think we're good. I think the music is good right now. Suddenly, his field of vision widened with the help of his two marionettes. A grand city that was the legendary proportions appeared in his eyes. The city was abnormal. It didn't develop in a vertical manner, but instead spiraled deep into the ground. Oh, it's going down, not up. It spiraled deep into the ground, and it gave off the feeling of an inverted mausoleum. Its buildings had admired styles, but they were equally strange. Some of them had towering pale white rocks columns with huge single house carved out at the top. Some were long and skirmish with the doors placed at the ceiling with no window in sight. Some were built in the ground, a tombstone erected at their entrance, and some were built with white bones, messy and scattered. The closer it was to the bottom of the pit, the more completely preserved the building were. The closer they were to the top, the more collapsed the areas they were, one filled with the dilapidation and rot that time brought. Klein made his two marionettes stop. Despite standing at the edge of the city and overlooking everything, he was unable to identify... We're recording? Yes. He was unable to identify what was at the bottom of the building. Deep darkness enveloped the area as though no light had been shown inside for thousands and thousands of years. After a brief observation, Enzo lowered his head and chanted using ancient Hermes, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the great fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Just as he finished the statement, Klein, who Klein, who was still situated outside Cauldron City, heard Sack illusory pleas. He also recognized it from a man with a deliberately hoarse voice. It's the marionette's prayer from before. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he silently muttered, "This means the Cauldron City doesn't screen out the gray fog." So Cauldron City can't screen it out. At the very least, the outer periphery doesn't. I can enter. Although he said that to himself. So I feel like, so they would be able to detect the ancient aura, right? Although he said that to himself, he was in no way in a hurry. He subconsciously controlled Lidwell to raise his left palm and spread it open. Illusionary light suddenly emitted. Following that, with a point of its origin, the area imploded, forming a pair of double bronze doors. This door was slightly blurry and extremely incorporeal. The surface was covered with countless mysterious patterns that gave off the feeling of an indescribable heaviness and silence. With a creak, the mysterious bronze door shifted backwards and cracked open a little. Through this crack, Klein saw the deepest and heaviest darkness. Amidst the darkness, pale white color stirred, swirling up at times and descending at other times. It was like a river that was gushing through a night devoid of light. On its two sides, pale white stone columns appeared, looking extremely identical to Cauldron City interior, but in no more exaggerated manner. At this moment, pairs of transparent eyes and indescribable faces suddenly appeared. They filled the illusionary bronze door's cracks, eagerly trying to pass through. Klein's eyes felt a slight stabbing pain as he immediately made Lidwell clench his left palm. Thud. The illusionary door, covered in mysterious patterns, pushed open by invisible forces, closed, disappearing from Enzo's sight. The mysterious door had separated life from death. The mysterious door that separates life from death that leads to the underworld had apparently changed its course. It changed its course, and no longer the underworld behind the door, but it's the core region of the Cauldron City, the deepest point at the bottom of the pit. Wearing the Papal Tiara while wielding the Sea God Scepter, Klein nodded in thought. This was many of the powers of the Death Domain was remained in Cauldron City, causing an anomaly. Wait. This way, many of the powers of the Death Domain was remade and it was remade. Not remained. It was remade in Cauldron City, causing an anomaly. With this knowledge in his mind, Klein once again got Lidwell to raise his left arm. The left part of his marionette's body rapidly turned illusionary as dark green specks appeared as though he had turned into a ray for a spectator. His arm began to stop abiding by the law of reality, and it suddenly extended into the distance. The center of its palm was abnormally wide, with an illusionary face protruding from it. The face had its mouth half open as a tongue with sharp like snake. It was covered in white fur. It's a completely surreal manner. The tongue flicked out far into the distance. It was as though it could drill directly into the human's body and absorb one's soul. Indeed, the deaf, unvoiced power Lidwell gets from the underworld created inside his body had mutated. Not only has it been enhanced, but it has also gone from remotely extracting spirit bodies to directly consuming them. Klein stood at the gate is supposed to be connected to the underworld, but yeah, no, I got that part, but it got connected to Cauldron instead. Yeah, that's why like the door changed, like the location changed. But why? Should I know why it changed? Now that's what should I know why it changed or no? Well, I feel like I should know, right? But this wouldn't be Lord of the Mysteries if I figured it out right away. Cauldron City entrance and made Admiral Hill display all kinds of beyond powers of the Death Domain. Through that, he cleaned the differences that were from his usual outcome. The thing they had in common was that all of them had become more powerful. Then Klein experimented by making Enzo use the specialness of his body and the various powers from the Flower of Blood, Endworld, and the Sea before coming up with a conclusion. Aspects in the Fate Domain aren't affected. Lightning Strike is suppressed, making it much weaker, unable to fly too high. Powers like Wind Blades, Singing, and Illusionary Scales, Balance, and Waters members undergo no changes. With the end of these experiments, Klein made Enzo and Lidwell walk down the pale white stairs, clinging closely to the periphery of the Cauldron City. The buildings that were already completely collapsed. As for the 200-meter threshold, 600 feet. As for 200-meter threshold approach, Klein raised his right hand and pressed down on his face that hid in the shadows of the paper tiara. Then he wielded the Sea God Scepter. Then he stepped into the thin fog. His mind instantly felt a little groggy at the scene before him changing. He had already entered the city of the dead, Cauldron City. Enduring the irresistible feeling within him, Klein made his left glove turn dark. His body turned illusionated. It was tainted with dark color, turning him into a shadow. Only the Sea God Scepter in his hand continued emitting silver or blue beams. Using the soul screening on the tyrant's card, suppressing to hide the light, Klein floated diagonally ahead, slinking into the shadows that collapsed the building. He followed closely behind the two marionettes, beginning to perform the initial inspection of the Cauldron City's outer region. As he traversed the area, Klein gradually noticed something amiss. It was too quiet. Oh, it's not good. definitely not good. It was so quiet that it was as though the entire city was dead. Even bugs had failed to survive. Based on what the roads and the red light are, Ayur Moria had said, I cannot pronounce the word. Ayur Moria had said, Phoenix answered Gregorians had uprooted Cauldron City and thrown it deep into the spirit world. Before doing that, the residents inside the city were allowed to leave. Occasionally, there would be other spirit world creatures entering, so they can come and go as they please. But now, not only were there no active creatures in the peripheral region, they weren't even skeleton zombies or even one or two non-bone-like buildings. Klein tensed up more and more. With Enzo's and Lidwa's vision, he carefully observed his surroundings. During this process, his gaze swept across a broken pale white column. The ancient but damaged building at the top of the disc burst with a gold from inside. The disc's smooth surface reflected a figure, but it wasn't Enzo, but Klein in his purple tiara and dark blue robe. This Klein had a gloomy demure. His face was pale and his eyes were listless, as though he had long been dead. Never mind this next chapter. Speaking of next chapter, chapter 927 is called Tyrant's Might. So are we going to see how strong he is? Wait, I have another question. Is there any artwork on 0017? Hold up. Let me quickly just double check the artwork you guys sent. Art for this batch of chapters. Wow, what the fuck? Okay, I'll show this later. Oh, that's badass. What the fuck is... What is the hitting there? Composing the second and third one? What is that supposed to be? Alright. We can work with this. Damn. There's no artwork on 0017, right? There's one official, if I remember correctly. If you can find it, can you guys send it to me? If there's like one official artwork on 0017, since we got her character description and everything, like we should know what she looks like, right? All right. There was one official? Okay. I think the title for that video is just going to be Death and the Evernight Goddess. Death and Evernight Reveal. I think that'll be it. Azik, Death, Evernight Reveal. Or that, or just what the fuck is going on. We'll think about it later. Timestamp. 43 minutes. 19 seconds. And 19. Alright. Next chapter, 927, is called Tyrant's Might. Hiding in the shadows, Klein's heart tightened. He then quickly calmed down without showing any signs of horror. This was because he was extremely certain that the reflection on the golden disc's smooth surface wasn't him. At least, it wasn't the real him. If it really was him, Enzo would have seen the gray fog, seen magical scenes that resembled a mythical creature form. This would have caused Klein to faint immediately. So it's an illusion. Since I'm completely fine, it means that the reflection isn't of me. Klein activated spirit vision body threads vision, controlled Enzo to raise the word of the sea. He approached the pale white collapsed columns in the ancient building, which remained in shambles, while secretly releasing some of his luck. Let me lower the volume a bit. Let me lower the volume a bit. The swarthy marionette approached the golden disc one step at a time. Bending his back and raising the cane, he carefully observed the area. The disc had two layers, an inner and outer layer. The core region was as smooth as a mirror with very few patterns. The boundaries were engraved with bird-like creatures. Its entirety had an ancient magnificence to it. The figure it reflected remained the same. Despite reflecting Enzo, it reflected the gloomy pale Klein with listless eyes. Even the sea god scepter, the paper tiara, and the papal robe that came with the tyrant card weren't missing. If it wasn't because of the lack of the gray fog, Klein definitely would have imagined the disc could influence himself through a marionette and a spirit body threads. Or perhaps it would be like what the Saint of the Darkness back in the ruins of the Battle of Gods had encountered, I don't remember this part. Or perhaps it would be like the Saint of Darkness back at the ruins of the Battle of Gods had encountered, having himself disassociate without realizing it. This is from volume 3, right? What does this actually mean? Klein calmly grew out of the shadows, restoring his appearance back when he first stepped into the Cauldron City. Then, using his beyond powers as a clown, he produced his present state in his mind. Holding the white bone scepter with embedded blue gems, he wore a capped papal robe with a papal tiara with different gems dotting it. His face was hidden in the shadows, appearing somewhat blurry. His entire body exhibited a gloomy and cadaveric air, as though he was a zombie that was recently dug out. Can't find the official art, but there's a fan art. Oh, if there's fan art, that works too. Okay. This was alarmed. He never expected to really experience such changes. Dude, thank you, Cammy. Thank you, man. Apart from the grave... Thank you guys for always sending me artwork, because I'm always too scared to look this shit up. I'm always scared I'm going to get, like, some, like, final volume spoiler or some shit if I look up artwork. I'm too scared to even type Klein artwork, you know? I know I shouldn't type that, but still. Apart from the gray fogs mixing with reality, the reflection on the gold disc really was him. Something that it doesn't involve the gray fog. It isn't anything to worry too much about. He hurriedly consoled himself as he calmed his mental state. Normally, with Klein's rich experiences and good ability to adapt, there was nothing he needed to do at the moment. But on the first considering how he was holding the Sea God scepter that easily made him rash, he needed to pay constant attention. Second, he knew that this was once Phoenix ancestor Gregory's divine kingdom, which contained the setup required for her revival. There was bound to be all kinds of abnormalities, therefore he was more nervous than ever before. Oh shit, what if we get her? Getting Ludwell to return, he used his beyond her powers to do a thorough inspection of himself before gaining a preliminary understanding. When living creatures enter Cauldron City, they were naturally transformed into the seas. This is similar to the underworld, but there's a fundamental difference. Here, living creatures won't die an abrupt death before slowly turning into the mindless undead creatures. Instead, they were directly turned into dead spirits? It's not... Wait. Mindless undead creatures... and dead spirits are two different things? Oh, undead creatures. Okay, but technically they're not spirits. Okay. I didn't notice it before because Enzo and Ludwell are essentially dead, so there's no need for them to be converted. Our Rhodes and Red Light Arir Moria didn't mention this because the Traveler Spirit World creatures and angels automatically recovered after leaving alive. The kind of transformation is unable to affect the powers of the Grey Fog that can fuse with reality, and the disc reflects the dead me. So his reflection, the reflection he sees is not him, but it's a reflection of his dead self. Not all of me or the matter that he has some interaction with Cauldron. Clang was more inclined to believe in the latter, but he wasn't too sure. At that moment, he heard a sound coming from nearby. Clang, clang, clang. The sound was heavy but crisp, as though something was striking the metal heavenly. Clang wasn't in a hurry to react. He carefully listened for 2 seconds before letting Enzo put down the heavy golden disc and walk towards a nearby broken tombstone. The half tombstone corresponded to a building that developed further underground. On top of it were the words written with the language of the dead. A quick-tempered fellow, one who died as a result of the comparing which was harder, his head or someone else's hammer. Enzo circled around the damaged tombstone and arrived at the entrance of the tomb. He reached out his left hand and turned the knob, pulling open the door. Amidst the rough, grinding sounds of rust, the heavy door slowly opened. So. Music change? Oh shit, music change already? Okay. I have look how quick I was. Music change whilst closing in. All right, look how quickly I changed the music so quickly. I locked in and I didn't read chat for a little bit. Hey, I'll be honest, guys. When I was at the gym earlier this week, I know I'm gonna raise the volume. Don't worry, I'm gonna raise the volume. When I was at the gym earlier this week, I was hearing the song on the treadmill. That shit fucking pumped me up. That shit pumped me the fuck up. But I didn't play the whole thing because it's such a long song. I fucking lost my place. It's okay. Hold up. Let me fix my title. I didn't put the title for 927. I have 926. I caught that so quickly. Thank God. We're on the 3rd page. Username unblocked me to say that he hates this song being played too much earlier, by the way. It's okay. If you want, look, let's do this. Let's play this. Let's play Volcanic Bomb. We'll play Volcanic Bomb. And then if not, we'll cut back over here. How are we feeling? Nah? Too much? Now play whilst closing in for the chapter. Okay, but yeah, this is a little too much. Yeah, this is way too much. I love the song personally, so I don't mind. Let me scroll down back to the song. Let me just flip my phone over in case I get one of her messages right now that we can read it. All right, here we go. Make sure it's looped. All right, song is looping. Found my place. All right, let's read from here. Su, pale white beams of arrow like angels flew out. I'm gonna raise the volume. Actually, the volume's getting a little bit louder right now. Pale white beams of arrow light flew out. If it's too loud, let me know, and then we can adjust it. They brushed past Enzo's face at the top of his head, torsos and inner thighs, and flew into the distance, stabbing into the ground before vanishing. However, Winner Enzo was completely unharmed. Guess he was just lucky. I have to say that such a marionette is excellent for dangerous explorations. Klein sighed inwardly as he made Enzo cast his gaze down the building. It was a blacksmith, a giant but bullish black skin with a head that looked like a ruptured watermelon held onto a hammer. What kind of description is this? Like a ruptured watermelon held onto the hammer as you kept striking an anvil, but there was nothing on it. As a giant with a cracked head had a normal spirit body, threads and wasn't the sole avatar of someone else, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to get Enzo to take more through the luck, his body suddenly turned numb as his thoughts turned sluggish. The feeling was something he had felt before, just like 2049, right? Back in Tekken, he had been in a similar state when it's like when his thoughts get sluggish or like spirit control. He had been in a similar state when he first used sealed artifact 2049's influence. Klein didn't know better back then, but after becoming a marionettist, he knew that this also meant that his spirit body threads had been controlled by the sealed artifact. This also meant that someone was controlling his spirit body threads. Furthermore, the difference from before was that not only were his joints resting as though someone had infused glue into them, he also felt a strong numbness as if he had been struck by lightning and made his actions become harder. Not good. It's a spirit word plunder. I was guarded against. It's what? Its use of avatar, it's distracted me and secretly approached, but I never expected that only have a soul avatar, but it's... Wait, what the hell is going on over here? One sec. Why is it doing that? Give me a sec. I'm fixing OBS. It's better. That way I can see. XP, I need it. Furthermore, the difference from before was that not only were there hints resting as though someone had infused glue into it, but he also felt a strong numbness as if he had been struck by lightning and made his actions become harder. No good? Come on. No good. It's a spirit word plunder. I was guarded against. Its use of the soul avatar, it distracted me and secretly approached, but I never expected. Oh my god, I can't read. That it not only had a soul avatar, but it also had a partner. A partner? That giant blacksmith made me careless, and the marionette's existence made me ignore my own safety. Various thoughts emerged in Klein's mind involuntarily as it disrupted his normal thoughts of trying to save himself. At this moment, the giant blacksmith with a ruptured head raised his hammer and rushed over to Enzo, helping to smash him into a pulp. And by Klein's neck, there was a cold wind blowing at it, breaking his hair up one by one. The surroundings were abnormally silent before all kinds of strange creatures emerged from the pale white stone column. Oh, so now it's not so quiet. Rundown houses and tombstone tombs. Some of them only had half a body. Others were transparent and nearly invisible. Some were stretched and soft like noodles. Some had a ruptured chest with bloody innards. Some had dark green faces that resembled that of an evil spirit. Others had eyes growing everywhere around their body. There were also others who looked like jellyfish that lived in the air. Countless gazes were cast onto Klein from different areas. They were without any feeling, just indifferent. At this moment, Klein opened his mouth with great difficulty as he said with a word slowly, "Sing." Just as he said that, the glove on his left palm opened its mouth, revealing its white teeth. Praise you? Praise you. The Lord that created Earth, and the Lord who reigns behind the curtain of the shadows, the degenerated nature of all living things. Fucking creeping hunger? Is he saying that? No. Amidst the jarring voice that resembled the blackboard screech sounds, Enzo, who had been thrown to the ground, successfully avoided the hammer strike as word of sea began spewing out water bubbles in excitement. Break, break, break. Klein suddenly felt his head ache as his ability to think was instantly recovered, no longer having been disconnected as though a brief moment. However, his body remained rusted as his body was filled with numbness. Following that, he relied on his spirituality while motionless, controlling Ludwig, who had returned to his side to punch him with his left fist. Bang. Klein staggered back, instantly extracting himself from the numb and sluggish state. Then, wearing the papal tiara, he became hot-headed as he spread his papal cape and raised Sea God scepter. The blue gems lit up one after another as a bright silver bolt of lightning blasted down. The bolt of lightning spread into branches, blanketing Cauldron City's periphery for hundreds of meters with a lightning forest. The destructive aura and the sense of destruction were brought to the forefront. Damn, that's a big-ass blast, dude. Creeping yapper. That's funny. The strange creatures that had charged out from the various spots shattered, evaporating, and completely vanishing as a result of the swath of silver. Moments after the first silver storm quelled, the tyrant's Klein Sea God Scepter emitted a blinding light once again. The rapturous bolts of lightning snaked and brawled the area, smiting down again and again like a huge wave. After 2 repeated casts of lightning, Storm Klein was exhausted as he found his calm again. His heart beat suddenly as he recalled something. Lightning Storm was indiscriminate when it struck. Apart from the Sea God Scepter wielding him and the partner who stood beside him, everything else suffered a decimating blast. This also means that Leadwell was still fine, but there's a high chance of Enzo being wiped out. Nah, he's so lucky. He'd be okay. Klein instinctively looked over and saw Enzo curled by the side of the half tombstone. Behind him was the huge metallic hammer, which still had the tiny bolts of lightning snaking around. Not far from it were 2 non-human charred legs. Ooh, him? The tomb corresponding to the tombstone had already collapsed. The iron-black tiles that landed on the ground still had the remnant silver bolts of lightning sizzling away. As expected of Winter, he didn't even die despite such an onslaught. The amount of luck he accumulated has probably been passively expanded. Klein felt relief as he activated Spirit Vision Thread's visions to observe his surroundings. He was searching for the Spirit World Plunder. He believed that the range of the Spirit World Plunder's controlling the Spirit Body threads couldn't match that of a Lightning Storm. So the Lightning Storm would outreach the Spirit World Plunder's reach. So by default, it'd get hit. They already depolated the buildings, had nearly been leveled. The remaining stone pieces and bones were mostly charred black. Even the heavy golden disc was in shambles. Suddenly a figure emerged from the rubble, and that's it. Suddenly a figure emerged from the rubble more than 100 meters away from Klein, so it got affected. It wasn't wearing a translucent white robe. It didn't have a head or limbs. It appeared like it was being propped up by an invisible person. At that moment, it looked like it was in a sorry state with wounds and black marks everywhere. This is the Spirit World Plunder, I suppose. Damn, he found it. I'm waiting for 9:32. We're almost there. My rash usage of 2 lightning storms seems to have restrained it. Upon seeing the scene, Klein had such thoughts flash through his mind. And we are done with the chapter. 928. Bro, what is going on with my thing right here? I can't see what page I'm at. One sec. Give me a sec. Let me just adjust this. Okay, it's good now. It's weird. All right, 928. Fuck, man, I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hungry. Don't worry. In about an hour, I might eat my food here with you guys on stream. And 1 hour, we'll take a quick break, and I'll just eat my food here on stream. And in 2 hours, I'm going to quickly call my girl. I'm going to do a quick phone call with her. You know, just a quick courtesy call. 55 minutes. 06 seconds. Eat this lore. We got to eat the lore first. Someone say my name. Can you summon me? Yo, good night, man. Don't worry, Leola. We'll have the VOD up quickly. What are you going to eat? We just have some rice and chicken with veggies. Cook up some theory to eat. Nah, well, you know what? We'll talk about it while we're eating. While we're eating, we'll be talking about what's going to happen. Don't worry. We'll have it all recording too, so it'll be okay. Yeah, good night, man. Don't worry. We'll have all this stuff up as quickly as we can. It's probably going to take a while because they're going to be long videos, but we'll have it up quickly. Pinky promise. All right. Chapter 928 is called I thought it said One Direction. Misdirection. At his point, Klein had roughly understood the situation. Due to the law of beyond characteristic convergence, he had been targeted by the Spirit World Plunder the moment he entered Cauldron City, which didn't even have an ordinary dead spirit. It first moved the golden disc of unknown origins to the predicted path, allowing his marionette to see it while he was walking past. As such, his attention was transferred to the transformation effect of Cauldron City had on the living. Following that, it used a giant blacksmith, which wasn't its sole avatar, to distract him further. Finally, it secretly arrived within controlled distance and achieved success in one try. If it wasn't because I had seen those deceased bodies that are hung up like the wind chimneys at the cathedral, thus having an instinctual fear of high sequence beyond the sheer pathway, and having prepared several autonomous means to disrupt any exertion of control over my body, I might have already been made a sole avatar by the Spirit World Plunderer. That'd be a sad way to live, man. Seriously, I should have thought of the law beyond characteristic convergence before I came in. After carrying the Sea God Scepter, even with the Tyrant card suppressing it, I'm still a little too rash. I nearly missed out on such a crucial detail. On the surface, I did seem as cautious as I usually am, but in fact, I had turned rash without realizing it. Yet, I didn't even believe that I was being rash. Klein's thoughts raced before he raised the bone scepter wielding arm and continued using lightning storm. If once wasn't enough, making it twice. If that still wasn't enough, to do it a third time. In short, he had to take this opportunity to prevent the Spirit World Plunderer from escaping from the range of his attacks. This was the safest method, as it was also Klein's fighting style that he looked up the most. If it wasn't because of Lightning Strike he had greatly weakened the Cauldron City, he even suspected that he could have gone to pick up the Bionic characteristic already. But he can't. And having already digested most of the Sequence 5 potion, his spirituality was sufficient enough for him to deal on such damage for a while. At this moment, the invisible figure wearing a translucent white robe burst into pale white flames. It appeared in mid-air several hundred meters away. The Spirit World Plunderer had used Flaming Jump, which was many times stronger than Klein's version, instantly pulled away from him. At the same time, in the rubble, it was hiding in a 4-meter-tall, bluish-black giant staggered to his feet. The giant's chest was open, but there weren't any innards. However, it stood like a castle, standing in between the tyrant and the Spirit World Plunderer, blocking Klein's line of sight. And in Klein's eyes, its spirit threads were gathered together, extending far towards the Spirit World Plunderer. It was obvious that it was a soul avatar. At the tip of the Sea God Scepter, the blue-colored gems lit up. A few bolts of lightnings leapt out of thin air, mixing into the huge silver arrow. Instantly, it smote the bluish-black giant's head. All the invisible defenseless shattered, and like a paper machine, the giant's head cracked. Countless bits of charred flesh splattered as his head bodily evaporated. Amidst white gases that were tainted with dark green spots, all his vitality was robbed away. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Klein in his Palpatera and popped head raised the bone scepter even higher. The blue light radiated in ripples as howling wind blew up in his cape. In a very large area of Cauldron City periphery, dark clouds quickly gathered. Under a suppressive layer, they made the area appear darker and more serene. And more repressed. Smack, smack, smack. I thought I said Ben. Bean-sized drops of water smashed to the ground, releasing dust that accumulated over time. Splash. The raindrops patterns at an increased pace, forming a catastrophic storm. The water extinguished the pale white flames and formed a steam that gushed downwards towards the lowest part of the city, right for the end of the deep pit. In such weather, Klein's flaming jump had been made ineffective, but it was likewise for the Spirit World Plunderer. However, so both can escape. However, to a tyrant, his spirituality couldn't spread through the dark clouds, as though he had transformed into a deity that overlooked the land. Every dark cloud, every drop of water had become Klein's eyes. They allowed him to easily find the Spirit World Plunderers in every area, and that had its weather changed. The invisible figure with the translucent white robe was hiding behind a broken pale white column. It hadn't left the periphery for a core region. Boom. A deafening boom sounded as bolts of lightning meshed to form a silver beam that shot out from the dark clouds right to the Spirit World Plunderer. Relying on its potent spiritual premonition, the visible figure burrowed into the ground half a second early. 3 thick silver beams smote the area one after another, melting the soul away as they sank downwards, producing charred craters. The Spirit World Plunderer emerged from... he couldn't get away. The Spirit World Plunderer... Dude, thank you for subscribing. Thank you. The Spirit World Plunderer emerged from one another spot as it hurriedly dodged, kept to the right at times, and left at other times, as though it was carrying out a snaking dodging maneuver. However... I'm choking on my saliva. However, regardless of where it fled to, the silver beams would chase up to it. They even blocked its path ahead of time, preventing it from attempting to leave the stormy region. Boom, boom, boom. The deity came to a tyrant who looked down from the dark clouds of the Spirit World Plunderer, waved his scepter, and struck down again and again as his target was successfully barely eluding him several times. Klein turned more and more anxious, eager to immediately end the hunt. Hence, he unreservedly triggered the Sea God Scepter to increase the frequency at which bolts of lightning struck down. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of exhaustion. This alarmed Klein for his realization that something was amiss. The Spirit World Plunderer had the chance of retreating deep down into Cauldron City at the beginning, so why is it staying around? The Spirit World Plunderer had the chance of retreating deeper into Cauldron City at the beginning, so why is it staying around? It's clearly a Spirit World creature without a physical body. It can burrow underground to avoid the lightning and tyrant's notice, so why is it circling around from time to time? It's trying to make me attack. It had noticed that I'm not a demigod through my spirit body threads and my control over my marionettes. It wishes to drain me of my spirituality. Oh, he's trying to stall him out. Klein was alarmed. Combining in with his original encounter, he came to a realization of how intelligent the Spirit World Plunderer was. It was a rather crafty creature. At the same time, he also thought of a problem. The lightning storm and the stormy rain attract the notice of dangerous existence in the core region of Cauldron City. Oh, besides that creature, I'm too rash. I keep neglecting the critical details. As thoughts flash through his mind, Klein put away the Seek God Scepter. The heavy storm stopped as dark clouds quickly scattered, the weather restrained to normal. Didn't he also give him Death No? Kleinman Enzo returned to his side with the world of the sea. He got Lidwell to protect him in the middle. Following that, he and his 2 marionettes walked out as though they were trying to leave Cauldron City while he still had some spirituality left. Oh, he's trying to bait him out. During this process, Klein had his Spirit Body Threads visions constantly activated to prevent the Spirit World Plunderer from approaching him. He's trying to bait him out. He noticed that this creature's Spirit Body Threads were somewhat special. A portion of them came out from its body and extended outwards normally. A number materialized externally and were bound together in a thick bundle. Right into the translucent white robe, Klein suspected that this was the state where a spirit world plungers controlled a soul avatar, making it different from the marionettist. After he shifted his gaze, he suddenly saw the thin black illusionary threads come out from a collapsed house. A portion of them gathered into the thick bunch with its source in the distance. Klein didn't hesitate to raise his Sea God Scepter, creating a sonorous thunderclap. Boom. Amidst this sound, the struck awe into one's mind, and the spirit Lidwell suddenly raised his left hand. Half his body instantly turned illusionary as his arm extended out extensively. Heading straight for the collapsed house, midway his palm turned abnormally pale white. An illusionary face protruded out and stuck out with a snake-like tongue, which had white fur covering its surface. The tongue reached out far, penetrating the wall and stabbing at the spot where the spirit body threads were gathered. It immediately sucked on a distorted and blurry soul, a random soul, right? Around the soul, a number of spirit body threads suddenly disappeared as though they never existed, just evaporated. A portion of them was none other than the gathered bundle, the ones that came from afar. They were fake. The Spirit World Plunderer was able to create a fake illusionary Spirit World Plunderers or instantly swap locations between the soul avatar and itself. So they can just like switch places. Klein suddenly turned his head and looked elsewhere. Indeed, he saw a blob of Spirit Body threads swimming over the underground at a fast pace. He once again used Seek God Scepter, releasing a thunderclap close to the ground, one that could awe his spirit body. Meanwhile, Enzo extended some of his remaining luck, adding bad luck to the target. Then he shot out his silver bolt of lightning from his tip of the world scepter. The bolt of lightning was rather lucky, passing through the crack and entered the ground. Striking the assailant's direction, it caused a portion of the spirit body threads to instantly vanish. It was also fake. Another fake? Yeah, what's up, dude? Just as Klein reacted, his thoughts... Oh my god, we're so close. We're almost done with the chapter. Just as Klein retracted his thoughts, he paused his body and turned numb. Just as he opened his mouth with great difficulty to instruct the mystical item, the invisible figure in the translucent rope descended from above, landing right before him. The Spirit World Plunderer had been hiding high in the sky, cloaking itself with the grayish-white clouds. That's a good hiding spot. The moment this invisible figure appeared, maggots began crawling out of its collar where its head should be. There were maggots with strange patterns covering them, just as one of them... That's gross. I'm calling in sick for the rest of the week. He's catching up too quickly. Hey, man, I'm calling out. Don't worry, me too, dude. Me too, Wiz. Just one little. I guess we're both going to be sick next week, huh? Just one look at them sent his mind reeling. Although he broke out of the control of his spirit body threads, he also lost his ability to think. Oh, shit. Okay, after this last chapter, I think I'm going to go check if my food is ready. And I'm going to pop it in the microwave for like 5 minutes. We're going to see if it's good. His face that was shattered by the papal terror began to grow metal tendrils. Each tendril was relatively transparent, like squirming worms. If it wasn't for the tyrant card supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground while struggling in pain. The Spirit World Plunderer had a mythical creature form to a certain extent. At this moment, the invisible figure inside the white robe began to control Klein's spirit by the threads. Without any obstacles in the way, in a few seconds, it was already close to succeeding. Seeing that its prey was about to become its soul avatar, the Spirit World Plunderer suddenly saw its target open its mouth with great difficulty and say a word. It can speak? He had recovered from the state of nearly losing control faster than it had anticipated, and the... Oh, it's... Okay, never mind. I thought the Spirit World Plunderer is saying this. And the word was an ancient Hermes, fate. It was an incantation of the fate siphon charm. Got it. If Klein really wanted to leave, he would have grabbed his 2 marionettes and directly ended the summoning to return above the Grey Fog. He wouldn't have walked to the Cauldron City's entrance. He was planting a trap for the Spirit World Plunderer. The reason why he could recover so quickly from the injuries... Wait, why? dealt to him by a mythical creature form, and why he was able to chant the reveling word was because he had experienced such situations too many times. Besides, although he wasn't sure what method his opponent was using, there is definitely a rather well-rounded way to deal with it. Make the target unlucky. Just as Klein entered a sluggish state as his face at his first reaction wasn't able to make the mythical item sing, but to let Enzo expand all his luck, making the Sparrow Plunderer have enough bad luck. So he expands it all, and then you give the Sparrow Plunderer extreme bad luck. Okay, I guess that's a good trap. Okay. All right, before we read 929, let me go see if my food is ready. And if not, we'll take a quick break. But for people watching the VOD, it's going to be instant. Blah! Oh, that's awkward. I didn't pause the recording. I almost stopped recording. That was awkward. Okay, let's try that again. Blah! Okay. Wait, let me just do my timestamp. 1 sec. Let me go check my food. Wait, I missed your message, Wiz. 1 sec. Dude, Wiz, I am so obsessed with F1. I'm on season 3 of Drive to Survive. I started choking up during the 2020 finals. That one, oh my god, I forgot his name. Gresh, I forgot his name. The one that played for Haas. I thought he fucking died, bro. When he crashed through the beam and like the whole freaking car just caught on fire. I got emotional, man. The documentary made that shit look like he was dying, but then you just see him like get out of the car that's like covered in flames. That shit was sad, dude. And then he's like personally like, nah, let me walk to the ambulance. That shit fucked me up. No, you can't do this to me. I'm calling in sick for the rest of the week. Klein is cooked. All right, save the sick and leave for volume 6. All right, hold up. Let me go check my rice and chicken. If not, I'm gonna pop it in the microwave for like 5 minutes. Just give me 2 seconds. BRB. I'll be right back. Let me just update this first before we continue. I'll be right back. Oh man, my voice. Woo! Don't worry. We're gonna fit. What chapter did we start at today? We started at what chapter? We started at 9:13 and we're at 9:29. Okay. I'll be right back. You know what's crazy? Bullseye? I used to hear Foster the People before it blew up. I used to listen to all available music of Foster the People before they blew up. It was back in the good old days. I almost said his name. I was playing with a good friend of mine. We played Halo Reach an entire summer. Like every day for an entire summer, we played Halo Reach from morning to night. And his dad would always play Foster the People in the background. I'm like, yo, man, what is this guy listening to? And then I got into Foster the People, and I heard all the release music before Pumped Up Kicks came out. And then, of course, once that song came out, that was like the song that made them blow up. And then everybody heard them. And then I was the guy at school that was like, hey, man, I heard Foster the People before they blew up. That was me. But now we're back. So my food isn't ready. It's still a little bit too frozen. Some of the broccoli. Did you eat? No. I just ate a little bit of leftovers. Whoa, I'm so sorry. I ate some leftovers, so I'm good for another hour. And then in an hour, then I'll pop the rice into the microwave. Yeah, so we only ate like a little bit of leftovers, like this much. Like probably like the size of the mic. We only had like a little bit of rice and meat. Yeah, so I was like, I'll pop the rice, chicken, and veggies in the microwave in an hour. Once it defrosts a little bit more. Bro, was a cool kid? I was the fucking cool kid. No, I wasn't a cool kid. I took a 2 a.m. cold shower to get some coffee. Hell yeah. Now we're wide awake. All right, let's keep going, dude. All right, let's just keep reading. We still have like about another hour or so. Maybe we'll wait until... You guys said to read until 9:32, technically. So I think at 9:32, we're not going to stop, but I think that's where I'll take my little lunch break. And then we'll power through the remaining, what, like 12, 13 chapters? Or like 12, 15 chapters? All right. Chapter 929. We're actually not going to take our lunch break just yet. We're going to wait a little bit more as our rice and chicken defrosts. Chapter 929 is called True Soul Body. Fate. As the dragged out and abstruse ancient Hermes term resounded. I need to take off my headphones, though. Ah, man. The spots where the Spur World Plunderer and Klein stood suddenly darkened. It wasn't very obvious, as though a cold had drifted over in midair without stopping. But when the illusionary shadow dissipated... Oh, I'm trying to adjust myself. Hold up, give me a sec. Let me just drop this a little bit. But when the illusionary shadow dissipated and the visible figure that was donning a translucent white robe stood frozen on the spot, the surface of its clothes showed signs of worms crawling across. It was sluggish, slow, and in a dire state. Across the client's eyes had their lucidity returned. The meat tendrils on the shadow face beneath the palpable tiara vanished. It appeared as though it was in the Spirit World Plunder who had controlled Klein's spirit body threads. I nearly succeeded. Instead, it appeared to be as though Klein was the one who was controlling it and had nearly converted it into his marionette. It was the other way around? It appeared as though Klein was the one who was controlling it and had nearly converted it into his marionette. The Fate Siphon charm switched one's fate. This was high-level charm made from using a worm of time. It could siphon off the target's subsequent fate and a short period of time burden it with that of the target so as to complete an exchanging of fates. Therefore, Klein and Spur were plunders the situation had switched. One went from death to survival, while the other went from victory to instant despair. After confirming the Spur World Plunder was intelligent and extremely difficult to deal with, making it difficult to hunt it, Klein began putting on an act of retreating. It appeared rash and he deliberately walked into the Spur World Plunder's control, enticing its actions, ready to use a Fate Siphon charm at critical moments. That way, what terrible acts of Spur World Plunders did do? Oh my god, I can't read. That way, what terrible acts the Spur World Plunderer did to its enemies, the charm would then allow it to experience some despair. Wait, should I take off walls closing in since the fight's over? The fight's not over, is it? No, I'll keep it playing for now. But we can also go back to Vanitas. That thing was controlling Klein's threads, and Klein used a charm to switch their fates. For Klein being controlled by it to being the one controlling it. Okay. That's why he switched it with the Fate Siphon. Got it. Thank you, Romero. Of course, the Fate Siphon charm didn't have the expected effect of its Spur World Plunder's main soul didn't appear and had ended up using other means to control the situation. Klein still had his last trick up his sleeve to protect himself, which is what? Directly end the summoning to return above the Great Fog. He would sacrifice his 2 marionettes and a few mystical items in order to ensure his own safety. Without the time to marvel at how magical the fate-stuffing charm was, or how terrifying the angels of the Marauder pathway were, Klein didn't hesitate to raise the Sea God Scepter high up before the swapping of the fates ended. The dark blue papal robe flared up with the wind as the golden papal tiara emitted the meshes blue and silver beams of light. The tip of the white bone scepter, it shot out bolts of lightning that gathered into a ball before landing into the Spurward Plunderer's body. Damn, dude. A swath of silver color brightened up immediately, illuminating the target, turning the surroundings white. Once, twice, thrice, Klein continually triggered the terrifying lightning balls, expending his spirituality without holding back. Now he's not holding back. Finally, he heard a roar that seemed to stem from the depths of one's soul as he instinctively sensed that his target had collapsed and dissipated. It's over. Only then did Klein lower the Sea God Scepter and watch the silver lightning sizzle away. At this moment, he entered the spirit body and had turned up rather illusory. Even with the tyrant's augmentations, it didn't seem real. As the lightning dispersed, the invisible figure in the white translucent robe appeared once again in Klein's sight. Flickering light emerged from within the Spirit World Plunderer's body cracks, turning into countless illusionary bubbles that disintegrated bit by bit. The tyrant had succeeded in the hunt. Don't change song until I tell you. Trust. I know. I figured. The fight still went on. Oh, this is getting good, dude. At this, wow, the stream has over 800 views already. That is crazy, man. Thank you, guys. At this moment, deep within the Cauldron City, there was a sudden quake. It was as though a massive creature had awoken as a result of the Spirit World Plunderer's death, or that countless dangerous creatures were surging out. The indescribable feeling combined into a swath of illusory grayish white, and like a tidal wave rose up from the bottom. Other Spirit World Plunderers know it appears to be a more terrifying and horrible creature. A being that the Spirit World Plunderers attends to, also in Cauldron City's core region. At the end of the deep pit, it's still as silent as ever. There's no sound at all, making it more horrifying. Klein pumped himself up as he diverted some attention in order to monitor the situation inside Cauldron City, as he anxiously waited for the Spirit World Plunderer's characteristic to appear to form the ingredients. He wasn't relishing in the delight of a successful hunt, but was pacing about anxiously at the edge of the abyss. During this process, Klein got Enzo and Ludwig to stay close to him. He threw the Sea God Scepter to the former so as to escape the state of irresistibility. He began to considering how to deal with the subsequent developments with a clear mind, as well as consider whether he had missed out on some other details. As for the thoughts flashing in his mind, Klein suddenly recalled something. Back when he made the mythical item scene, Creeping Hunger had praised the true creator and had used his complete honorific name. Although the human skin glove had to use Hermes instead of ancient Hermes or other languages. What do you think is coming? I don't know, man. But something's definitely coming. Although the human skin glove had used Hermes instead of ancient Hermes or other languages that could stir the powers of nature, the former was still usable when it came to sacrifices. We have to fight. We have some like high level spirit is gonna appear. Holy, it's happening. What is happening? This also meant that the true creator might very well hurt. Fuck you, the true creator. This also meant that the true creator might have very well heard Creeping Hunger's praises as it notices the commotion here. Apart from the rising grayish white tide and the terrifying creature deep down in the city, there are other dangers. Wait, I'm now a spirit body equivalent to a wraith. I'm not in my normal state. Just as Klein's mind thought of something, his spiritual perception was triggered as he instinctively cast his gaze at the entrance of Cauldron City. The lights there flickered. A figure entered. The figure was wearing a simple and ordinary linen robe with a head of silver hair. Silver hair. Ouroboros? The true creator? He had silver hair in the mirror depictions, right? He was a hand... Oh. He was a handsome man with soft facial features. His eyes were gentle, with some hints of coldness. It's as though he was observing the fates of everyone in the world like a spectator. Behind him, there were beams forming illusory layers of pure wings. Oh, fuck you. They sprayed outwards, blocking the entire entrance. Klein nearly hissed through the gaps in his teeth as a series of titles' names flashed across his mind. Ouroboros. Tell Devourer, Angel of Fate, Kings of Angels. Oh, shit, dude. Oh, that's good. Oh, shit. He finally appeared. Oh, shit, dude. He didn't have the luxury of... Oh, my cheeks hurt. I'm smiling too much. He didn't have the luxury of time to consider the possibility of his previous thoughts. His body expanded as though it was incorporeal, enveloping his marionettes, Enzo and Ludwig. The yet-to-be characteristics and this spirit world plungers remained remnant bubbles within. At this moment, Ouroboros' silver eyes appeared, had the distant figures in his sights. It was a figure wearing a purple tiara and a dark blue robe, exuding extreme oppression and tyranny. There was a grayish-white fog that had been blurred by the tyrant's aura. A river of flickering light appeared in his eye, seeming to circle the tyrant's figure in periphery of Cauldron City. Silently, the square houses and the pale white columns stood up again, despite being destroyed by the lightning storms from before. The charred legs of the giant blacksmith once again possessed a body as he appeared inside the tomb. Striking at the anvil, all of this returned to what it was like shortly after the tyrant stepped in. However, Klein and his pontiff attire had vanished. His two marionettes, along with the remnant bubbles of the spirit world plunders, had vanished as well. The corresponding figure was able to return as the rebooted scene shattered, turning back into the desolate state after the battle. Tail Devourer Ouroboros watched silently for a long while before making a move. The grayish-white swath that rose from the depths of the Cauldron City slowly receded back down. Above the gray fog, Klein slumped into the high-back chair of the fool. Oh, he left! He left everything behind. So he left his marionettes and he left all the charms? Or he left his mystical items? So he just dipped. Above the great fog, Klein slept in the high back chair of the fool in exhaustion. He wasn't even able to get Enzo and Ludwig to massage him. What the fuck? He had already thrown the Seagot scepter back. Okay, he threw it back into the junk pile. I thought he was talking about like he might lose him if he were to leave in the last ditch effort. He had already thrown the Seagon scepter back to the junk pile. The tyrant card had left his soul body and was placed facing down beside the Black Emperor card. The spirit world plunder bubbles were floating ahead with the Beyonder characteristics constantly seeping out before combing with points of light. After resting for a while, Klein saw the grayish-white powder fall onto the model table surface, flowing that was transparent into what seemed to be weightless. The item was the size of a palm, formed by a cold maggot. It was almost shaped like a human, and its interior was filled with colorless liquid. Bubbles often emerged, scattering black hints of light. Klein didn't dare to look at it carefully, as there was a more complicated structure in weightless, transparent objects. They formed indescribable patterns and symbols that seemed to fuse knowledge. Power transformed, secrets bizarres, and madness within, making them no longer abstract. This made Klein feel very dizzy. His mind was even on the verge of breaking down, with his soul almost losing control. This is likely the true soul of a spirit world plunderer. I have the corresponding powder as well. There's about 70... Oh, shit. So he can now make the potion. There's about 70 grams more than I need. It's more than I expected. Klein nodded indiscriminately and stored the powder into a box. Together with the true soul body, he threw them onto junk pile and converted them into the gray fog. Maggot, colorless liquid, woody description. Yeah, it's kind of gross. After completing this, he raised his hand to rub his temples and made a self-deprecating remark. If it wasn't for the Seagon scepter, I probably wouldn't have to leave Cauldron City due to the assault of the spirit world plunder. I would then wait until I had helpers and could make the most solid of hunting plans so as to control the stirring of the area to not alarm the unknown entity at the core region. I was rash the entire time. Although the outcome was fine, it really doesn't suit my character. It's also completely at odds with the seer pathways acting. In the future, I should try to avoid using the Seagot scepter in the outside world. The spirit world plunders has been successfully hunted. There's no need for me to get Miss Sharon's help. In a few days, I'll write to her and so that she won't be thinking over the matter. However, I have a premonition that I'll still be heading to Cauldron City in the future. When that happens, perhaps I might still need Miss Sharon's help. In addition, I have to seek out information on bizarre Banes. I can't pull all my hopes on the City of Silver. Amidst his thoughts, Klein directly returned to his body. Without bringing his marionettes, he ended the ritual and headed straight for bed, falling asleep the moment he hit the pillow. Yeah, he's tired, dude. Escaped. Soist looked at the man opposite him and asked Dali, who was carrying out a spiritual channeling. They had just finished their operation and had captured a few numerous Episcopate members. However, the key personnel, the intel pointed at the hand of Palink Tessibilis, wasn't at the secret gathering point. He was a Sequence 4 demigod, therefore not only had the Red Glove team use a Grade 1 sealed artifact, they had even requested the Goddess's Eyes Ilias help. However, it was all futile. Dali Simon nodded yes. Can't swap back to music song now? Okay. Say no more. Say no more, say no more. Say no more, say no more. I think I lost my place. We're Dali. Dally. If it wasn't for Seagot Scepter, I probably wouldn't have to leave Cauldron City due to assault. Where was Dally? Oh, escaped. Soist looked at the man opposite him and asked Dally Simon, who was carrying out a spirit channeling. The music is way too low. Let me raise it a bit. They had just finished their operations and had captured a few numerous Episcopate members. However, the key personnel on the intel pointed at Hand of Paleness, Palenic Tessibilis, wasn't at the secret gathering point. He was a Sequence 4 demigod. Therefore, not only had the Red Gloves teams used a Grailed One Sealed artifact, they even requested Goddess's Eyes, Ilia's help. I don't remember who this is. Goddess's Eyes, Ilia help. However, it was all futile. Dally Simon nodded yes. She then looked at the captive, suddenly speaking with an ethereal voice. Where did Palenic Tessibilis go? He said he was going to meet someone. The numinous Episcopal member to answer slowly. Who is that person? Dally Simon pressed. Leonardo Mitchell and company also cast their gazes over the man who was being spirit channeled, answered with an unperturbed voice. Ince Zanguil. Oh, shit. Okay. All right. He's getting into the picture now. All right. Former organized. Okay, so we're just going straight to ends. I think this is where I need to go eat my food. And I need to rest my voice for 30 minutes so we can power through the finale. Right? Yes? I think this is a good spot to eat. I just throw my food in the microwave and we just recap. Oh, man. Let me just do my timestamp for now. You know what? No, I can read one more chapter. What was the original chapter you guys told me? Like, if you guys can't... What chapter you guys told me to get to? Like, if I can't read, stop at this chapter. Which chapter was it? Was it this chapter? Wasn't it 32? Hold up, I need to stretch. Oh, man. Woo, I need deodorant. 9:30, 9:32, or somewhere around it, I think. Okay. Let me just stretch. Give me a sec. Oh. Give me a minute. Deep breaths, deep breaths. But IDK, that's just where Wiz stopped at. Did Wiz stop at... He probably stopped at 9:30, right? Okay. We'll keep going. Bro's not ready for the volume end. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. Okay, he stopped at 9:32. All right, at 9:32, I'm gonna take a 30-minute lunch. I'll be here on camera. So look, I'm gonna eat my food on camera, but I'm gonna try to not talk as much. I'm gonna be eating and just watching YouTube videos, so my voice can kind of like recover a little bit. Cause I'm starting to feel like the pain. Do you still believe in reaching the end of this stream? Fuck yeah, we're gonna get to the end. If you guys give me a 30-minute lunch break here on stream and just let me watch random YouTube videos for 30 minutes and eat, yeah, we're gonna have a ASMR stream in a bit. In 2 chapters, we're gonna have an ASMR segment. We're gonna eat, and we're gonna just watch YouTube videos together. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be amazing. Hell yes. Fuck yeah, dude. Yo, I don't know why my voice get like that. Rest your voice. Yeah. Let's read 2 more chapters and I'm gonna rest my voice and just eat and just watch YouTube videos for 30 minutes. You're just gonna see me use YouTube for 30 minutes. I won't be here for that? Okay. Well, maybe it'll be less. Oh, you're gonna go to bed in a bit, Mick? Well, let's keep reading. All right, I lied. We're gonna read for 2 more chapters, and then in 2 chapters we'll take our break. Chapter 930 is called Former Organist. You're not gonna be here. Okay, yeah. If you guys want to watch, we're gonna have a little ASMR section. Make sure you guys watch the live stream. You're going to watch an ASMR section. But yeah, I have to go to sleep. All right, chapter 930 is called Former Organization in Singwil. Upon hearing the name, all the Red Gloves present fell silent. Not a single one spoke for a moment. Ever since this former bishop betrayed and fled the Church of Evernight had never relaxed its pursuit of him. Archbishops and the high-ranking decans who took up high posts had taken turns being responsible for searching for him. They helped each other often bring up the Revelant sealed artifacts everywhere to search for clues about him. Did we update? Yes, everything's updated. He slipped away as a result of all kinds of coincidences. His shadows wasn't even noticed. Furthermore, he had caused several major events that killed many Nighthawks. To the Church of the Evernight, especially the Nighthawks, he was someone they hated that had also been insulted them. Without realizing it, Leonardo Mitchell had already clenched his hands fist as his breathing grew deeper. He soon forced himself to extract himself from the sudden emotions that emerged within. He turned his attention to something else. It was no wonder Dwayne Dantes was able to meet Instant Guo on Waypoint Island of Berserk Sea. It was because the latter goals was also the southern continent, East Ballum. Amidst everyone's silence, Dali Simon immediately used her spirit body to emit an ethereal voice without any obvious changes. With some coldness, she spoke in a quickened pace. Where are they meeting? Where are they meeting? The numinous Episcopal member shook his head blankly. I don't know. Bullshit. Of course he knows. Dally raised a few more questions, but she didn't get any ideal reply. Finally, she took a step back and cast her gaze at the red glove team captain Soist. Soist sighed and deliberated over his words before saying, first, we need to inform this piece of intel to Her Excellency Goddess's Eyes. We shall leave it to her to contact the Holy Cathedral Inns who has 008 with him. Isn't someone a Red Gloves team can handle? Second, we should continue investigating and following this clue pertaining to Palink Taciblis. Let's hope that we can figure out Instant Guo's motives with the situation of us not being able to track him or lock onto him. Grasping motives is more important than knowing where he is. Perhaps it can help us set up a trap that he has no choice but to step into. Finally, from now on, everyone is to take note of any coincidences, regardless of the reason. There are to be reported to me. Yes, Captain. Red Glove member replied in unison. Leonard maintained his silence as he turned his head to the glance of Dally Simon. He found this gatekeeper who addresses herself as Spirit Maiden was similarly silent. Her gaze was dark. At the same time, she heard Palazzora's slightly aged voice resound in his mind. Hey, from the looks of it, I'll be witnessing a play of running and pursuing. What does old man mean? A play of running and pursuing. The Quill is probably going to figure it out. Or like, what was it? If you know, it knows. What does old man mean? Is he hinting at something? We just decided to start investigating on Instant Guo's motives, and it's already known by 008. Yeah, once you know, they know. Or once you know, it knows. Leonard looked away and suddenly had an idea. If a person who is already dead was to secretly do the Revel investigations, would he be able to avoid 008's notice? After 2 hours of sleep, Klein rubbed his still throbbing head and slowly got out of bed. Following that, he pulled the bell by the side of the door and waited for an attentive to arrive. Before long, a native deliberately dressed in low attire, a white shirt and red vest, knocked on the door. Klein twisted the handle and opened a tiny gap in the door. He instructed with a hoarse voice, send another lunch to send the room. I had my meal too early. At that instinct, he already looked like the tanned Enzo. As a gentleman living in a luxurious room with 2 servants, it was impossible for him to personally instruct the attendant at the door. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A lunch? I just checked and you could go up to 937 TBH. Chapters are pretty chill. Okay. A lunch set. Any special request? The native attendants took out some paper and a pen and began recording as he asked for a rather strange Lowness accent. Klein used the equally odd Lowness accent. With braised meat as the main dish, match it with a cup of sparkling wine and ice and lemon. Do I include 2 servant meals? The native attendant asked, following the usual procedure. Klein was silent for 2 seconds before saying yes. After ending the conversation, he chose the door quickly, set up the ritual, bringing back Enzo and Ludwig from above the gray fog to the real world. As for creeping hunger, the world to see, he temporarily left them in a junk pile. One of them was starving and the other one could hardly resist the urge to sing. As Klein controlled the marionettes to clean up his room, a few attendants came to deliver lunch. Soon the entire room was filled with the sounds of cutlery hitting the plates and a soft chewing sound. After some time, Klein put down his cutlery, picked up his napkin, and wiped his mouth. In satisfaction, he leaned backwards and shook his head helplessly. If this continues, I'll really become fat. That'd be bad. Hold up, my thing. Fix this. Okay, I thought I skipped on too much, but we're good. The 2 marionettes had already lost the ability to eat, but to conceal that fact, Klein had no choice but to add servant meals. With him unwilling to see food go to waste, he could only try to eat as much as possible. Thankfully, Emma faceless, Klein covered his mouth as he burped before drinking the last bit of sparkling wine. Only at this moment did he feel like he was recovered. He now had the energy to consider the various details of his trip to Cauldron City. The Marauder pathway is truly terrifying. Just a charm created from a worm time is able to achieve such incredulous, I cannot read that word, incredulous effects. As a king of angels, it's obvious how terrifying Blasphemon is. Even an avatar isn't easy to deal with. Thankfully, I didn't put on a brave front. I knew to mimic those who experienced and directly fled to the southern continent. The true creator placed a great importance on me. He directly got Toll Devourer Ouroboros to rush over. The true creator places a great importance on me. He directly got Tail Devourer Ouroboros to rush over. So the true creator sent Tail Devourer Ouroboros. This does have a feeling of traveling across time. This does have a feeling of traveling across time. I wonder if there's going to be some crazy-ass time thing that happens at the end. We did get a little taste of, like, time traveling and being in a loop. So I wonder if there's going to be, like, some... I wonder if we're going to be manipulating time towards the end of the series. The angels of the ancient mirrors are just walking out and standing before me. Thankfully, I was still able to directly end the subbing. Just as Klein thought of this, his expression sank as he discovered a serious problem. Ouroboros is the king of angels for the monster pathway. This also means that he could directly see the uniqueness about him. He could see the grayish-white fog and see the illusioning door formed of the spherical lights and the transparent and translucent maggots that formed the spherical lights. What does this actually imply? The angel of fate who has survived since the second epoch should know something, and the true creator probably knows more. Could they be able to tell that I am the master of the mysterious space above the gray fog? Regardless, the importance they place on me will rise. Klein clenched his right hand and put up to his mouth, considering the actions which the Aurora Order Rose Redemption might take. He felt lucky that, be it the Rose Redemption or the Aurora Order, they had yet to lock onto any of the Fool's believers. However, during the chaotic battle outside of Bayum, when he was still active as German Sparrow, he had thrown out the Tinder Glove, which had been corrupted by the true creator, to attempt to attract a saint from the Aurora Order. This might very well have led to the crazy adventure to enter the suspect list. From the clues of extending outwards from German Sparrow, there's Admiral of Stars, Vice Admiral Iceberg, the Nitz, and Anderson. All of them will be investigated by the Aurora Order. I have to warn them. Klein slowly exhaled and stood up, pretending to head above the Grey Fog. From his point of view, the pursuit of German Sparrow by the military Church of the Storms, Rose School of Thought, and Numinous Episcopate were all different. The true creator's beliefs were rather crazy and had a king of angels, a leader who was good at prying into the secrets of fate. Active in the real world, this way it didn't matter if Ket Lee and company were at sea, making it difficult to be locked on. There was still the risk of them being found. Among them, Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina, and the Vox Sea's strongest hunter Anderson were in people who Klein was worried too much about. They knew little, nothing that pointed towards the core problem. Nothing much would happen aside from the need to consider whether the bunch of lunatics of the Aurora Order would employ extreme methods in the interrogation process. West Balam Northern State and the Kukawa city ruled by May Sanchez. The Nitz who was chewing on a roasted meat positively, he heard Mr. Fool pass him the warning from German Sparrow. Let me raise the volume a bit. Raise the volume a bit more. Warning from German Sparrow. Be careful of the Numinous Episcopate. Be careful of the Aurora Order, especially the latter. Pay special attention. Also warn Anderson, Hood, as well as Edwina Edwards. Be careful of the Numinous Episcopate. Be careful of the Aurora Order. How many has it been? The military Church of the Storms, the Church of the Evernight, the Rose School of Thought. What did German Sparrow do? Why has he offended so many factions? Dog shit. The Nitz expression froze before Grimms. He's like, fuck, I mean, he pissed everybody off. Oh, I'm trying to keep my voice low. Oof. He had no idea that the strongest person, the seven-pirate admirals, had changed. Opposite him, Anderson put down the knife he used to slice meat, pricked up his brows, and curiously asked, have you recalled something? The Nitz secretly took a deep breath and asked after some deliberation, have you heard of the Aurora Order? He wasn't sure if Anderson knew. After all, the Aurora Order was a rather secretive organization in the beginning. Its reputation was later built up in Lowen Kingdom. Anderson chuckled. I'm actually more surprised that you know of them. Did your captain tell you? Without waiting for Denitz to answer, he combed his short hair with his finger and continued. They believe that the Creator is omnipresent. Everything has godhood. They believe that life is nothing but a spiritual journey. As long as one is willing to listen to their preachings, understand, discover, and gather the godhood, they will eventually become angels to transcend reality. Such an idea doesn't sound bad. Now the music is way too loud. One second. Let me lower it a bit. Such an idea doesn't sound bad, but that's not the main point. The main point is that they believe in a true creator. Upon hearing that, the Nitz couldn't help but jeer. You know quite a bit, just slightly less than I know. Anderson merely curled at the ends of his mouth and said with a beaming smile, of course. He knows less than I know. Does he know more than he's letting on? I once joined an organization into they hope to change society, the world, to make the supernatural no longer secret, and to be out in the open for everyone to see so as to become true rulers. They called the Iron and the Blood Cross Order, and they all believed in the true creator. There's another group that believed in true creator. They're called the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Did we know about this? I can't remember. Wasn't this mentioned once? There was another organization that was revealed a while back ago. But it was only mentioned like once in like passing. The Nit's expression froze as the cold sweat oozed from his forehead. He had no... Wait. Okay, we're still good. Oh, that was the end of the chapter. 931. It's called The New Method to Inquire Intel. Anderson joined an organization that believes in a true creator. You missed the important part. No. I read that part. Yeah, he said he was part of an organization. Yeah. So, no. I read that part. So he was part of an organization, and that organization was called what? Something Iron the Blood? And they believed in the true creator? I once joined an organization, Intis. Anderson became a brother in arms with Romero. Romero's like, Anderson is my brother in arms, dude. Right? Romero's like, we go way back, dude. We go way back. All right, chapter 931. It's called New Method to Acquiring Intel. All right. Ooh, man, it's getting hot in my room. I think I'm going to have to close my windows right now. It's starting to get hot outside. I think I need to eat right now. I feel slightly lightheaded. I think I do need to eat right now. Wait. No, I can go a little bit more. Let's try one more chapter. And then by the time I microwave my food, I come back, we'll do the 30 minutes and just chill. All right, let's do one more chapter. One more chapter, and then I'll take a quick break. Chapter 931 is called New Method to Acquire Intel. Glancing at the Nit's expression, Anderson continued as though he didn't notice a thing. However, their brains appeared to have been eaten by zombies. They were fervent to the point of stupidity. They didn't adhere to my sense of aesthetics, so after cheating them of their things, I quit. Why's your face a little pale? You're even sweating. Did you get heat stroke? As a hunter, you shouldn't adapting to the environments by an intrinsic ability. The Nitz lifted his right hand and wiped his sweat. Cursingly inwardly, he forced a smile and said, I've heard that once someone believes in an evil god, it's almost impossible to escape the fate. As he spoke, he raised his chin slightly, wearing a look as though he was musing over the circumstances of his future death. It didn't cross his mind that German Sparrow had just offended the Aurora Order and was being targeted by the true creator believers. He also didn't make the connection that he was believing in a suspected evil god, the Fool. Well said, Anderson replied with a smile that didn't have the slightest hint of gloom. It's not like I have any true faith. Back then, the incantations I said were lines I modified for the gods of knowledge and wisdom. Since they don't really enjoy using their brains, no, they don't even have that. As long as you superficially appear devout, any random excuses can be used to fool them. Without waiting for the Nits to develop their discussions further, he asked, why are you suddenly asking about the Aurora Order? The Nits bent down on the roasted meat and slowly chewed and swallowed. After a deliberate pause of 20 to 30 seconds, he said, I just recalled something. For some reason, German Sparrow had been identified by the Aurora Order, a high priority, eliminating targets. All right, there's also the Numinous Episcopate, and both of you and me are known to have relationships with him. You want me to be careful against the Aurora Order and the Numinous Episcopate. Anderson nodded in enlightenment as he chuckled. You recently mentioned something similar. Rose School of Thought, Church of Storms, Lowen Military, Man at times. I even feel that German Sparrow is more suited to being a hunter than me. Now he's feeling jealous. All right, don't talk about future chapters. Oh, wait, I didn't read anything. If there's any hints at a future chapter. Anderson joined. No, okay. The Nits could hardly retort as he nodded heavily in agreement. Anderson thought for a moment when he suddenly changed the topic out of the blue. What do you plan on doing here in West Ballum? Helping German Sparrow with something. Upon hearing these questions, the Nits fell silent for a second. He put down this item in his hand and tidied his clothes in an unhurried manner. The investigation of the faith situation pertained to the different classes of the people in West Ballum. This was determined after his discussion with Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. In common parlance, it meant investigating the developments of the various secret organizations and factions of West Ballum. Of course, this includes some preliminary contact with the local ruling forces, and to figure out if they had any desire to purchase firearms. The investigations of the faith situation pertaining to the different classes of people in West Ballum. Anderson repeated the Nit's words as he reflectively raised his right hand to rub his temples as though he had a headache. After the end of the terror gathering and warning Admiral Stars to take note of the Aurora Order and Numinous Episcopate investigations, with the best choice being to seek the Moses Ascetic Order help, Klein busily finished the three-party transaction between the world, the moon, and the sun. He received 5,000 pounds in return. After dinner, was it gold pounds to finish paying off Renette? After dinner, he bid aught in an unlit disguised smoke pipe, and he read the papers. Then he saw Miss Messenger walk out of the void to deliver him a letter. While you're still alive? I told you we're going to finish. I told you. I wasn't lying, dude. Wait. Trying to keep my voice until after a lunch break. Leonard Klein reached out to receive it and noticed that Renette Tanker didn't stay at all. She had rapidly returned to the spirit world. This also made him determined that Leonard Mitchell had already paid the mailing fee. Hence, he took out the other hands and unfolded the letter. Insanguil had appeared in East Balham. He is suspected to have met with Palink Tesilibius from the numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction. Some of these words are hard, man. I'm not going to lie. Insanguil. Klein ruminated over the name as he slowly leaned back into his reclining chair. And the letter, Leonard wished that he could do some investigations to secret figure out Insanguil's motives. I'm going to loop this song. This is a good song. Oh, that's my place. To figure out Insanguil's motives. Found my place. But the problem is that 008 has the characteristic of any mention of it will be known. Just like the true Hermit Order. Or the Twilight Hermit Order. Knowing of it also means that being known by it. Besides, it's good that arranging coincidences makes people follow its directions without even realizing it. Under such circumstances, it's very difficult to avoid 008's notice while investigating Insanguil. Not only is there no chances of success, it's also easy to expose myself. As Klein thought, he made Enzo walk behind him and began massaging his shoulders. He read Leonard Mitchell's letter again, hoping to find more clues and incisive points for investigations from those few words. I wonder how we're supposed to, I wonder how we're gonna beat the Quill. Like, once you know, it knows. It's like, I don't know how we can beat it. Like, once you know, it knows you, right? The only thing I can think of is if we get some, Deus Ex Machina thing involved, where, the Quill, unless we get something that's stronger than the Quill, that can negate the Quill's effect, and then it can't perceive it. That's the only thing I can think of. We get something of the spectator pathway that's stronger than 008, and it negates its effects. I don't know, man. He read Leonard Mitchell's letter again. Oh, I skipped a line. It's very difficult to avoid 008's notice while investigating Insanguil. Not only is there no chance of success, it's also easy to expose myself. As Klein thought, he made Enzo walk behind him and began massaging his shoulders. He read Leonard Mitchell's letter again, hoping to find more clues and incisive points for investigation from those few words. East Balham, numinous Episcopate, artificial death, Pelink Tesilibilis. Why is Insanguil looking for them for? Trying to find allies in the future mastermind behind Great Smoke of Backland, that royal family's faction. Artificial death, artificial death. As Klein thought, he suddenly recalled that there was a matter that no one knew other than himself and Mr. Zik. The Evernight goddess had preliminarily gained control of death's pathway uniqueness. In other words, artificial death, presently she was usurping, digesting, and wielding the corresponding authority. In other words, the numinous Episcopate, artificial death's faction targeted belief was, in a way, that the Evernight goddess, after the authority was fully transformed and seized, they were bound to suffer a purge before slowly merging with the Church of the Evernight. Merge? Or they might continue their work making contact with the other numinous Episcopate factions and other secret factions while unnoticeably cooperating with the Nighthawks. To Klein, this wasn't anything of importance. What was important was that in an ancient text he found before it mentioned, to artificially create death, a number of numinous Episcopate members had to pray to the uniqueness daily as though it was a true deity. It was an attempt to slowly awaken its sentence and allow it to come to life. It was an attempt to slowly awaken its sentence and allow it to come to life. Of course, there was one of the part of the overall plan which wasn't critical. Then could it be possible that when the Peliki Tessilibus prayed to the artificial death, he had mentioned Insanguil's motives and had sought blessings, but he was probably never imagining that artificial death was already being controlled by the Evernight goddess. Fuck, man. Artificial death had already been controlled by the Evernight goddess. Now, I wonder what she's going to use it for. How, how she took, half of a Zik's soul or whatever? I wonder what she's going to do with it. Although it hasn't become part of her manifestation yet, it has already lost its freedom. Oh, America. It has already lost its freedom. From this, I thought it said eagle. No, I was truly America. From this angle, directly setting up a ritual to pray to the goddess might allow one to obtain Insanguil's motives. That's quite possible. The more Klein thought about it, the more certain he
was that he seemingly ridiculed plan would succeed. And as for the reason why this could become a reality, it was because the enemy's leader was their spy. After getting Enzo to stop massaging... Oh, he's actually massaging him? He did say that, like, I should have gotten him to massage me. After getting Enzo to stop massaging him, Klein slowly got up and paced down. That's pretty funny. He's getting his fucking marionette to massage his back. Klein slowly got up and paced about, considering if he should make the attempt, and if so, how. Insengul is a traitor of the church. He's an insult to all Nighthawks. Damn. Are we killing him this volume? If there's a chance to wipe him out, the goddesses should very well be willing to see it happen. She wouldn't mind providing some help. But the goddess is now in a critical stage of seizing Artificial Death's authority. So she has the moon's authority, and now she has the Artificial Death's authority. Or she has part of it. Potentially. She will not be able to provide answers for a long period of time, and she can only provide feedback to normal ritualistic magic. Besides, I can also lack the corresponding materials. Also, I have been constantly warning myself to be on guard. I must not fully trust and rely on the goddess. On the second thoughts, directly praying to her to obtain a revelation might not be too good. I hope to maintain a safe distance. Amidst his thoughts, Klein felt a little hesitant. He began letting his thoughts wander and he bid to find a more acceptable plan. Suddenly, he had a more ridiculous idea. Directly pray to Artificial Death? And then she hears it? This actually posed no danger. This was because Artificial Death wasn't able to respond to prayers and rituals. So she can hear it but can't respond. If there was any feedback, it meant that it was essentially controlled by the Evernight Goddess. And if there's no feedback, then it's not being controlled. On the other hand, Klein had the feather produced... Wait. On the other hand, Klein had the feather produced and left behind from the Artificial Death project. He also had a Zix copper whistle. He didn't need to spend too much time to gather ingredients before needing to set up a ritual for revelation. In addition, there's a layer in between us. I'm not directly contacting the goddess. Perhaps this might even help her further seize Artificial Death's authority. Klein consulted himself as he began busying himself. He first used a sacrificial ritual and bestowment ritual. He brought back the 2 remaining feathers and some full moon essential oils. Night vanilla powder and other items which he had not used in a while to the real world. Then he modified the sacrificial altar and completed the first part of the preparations. After all, he was essentially praying to the Evernight Goddess. He couldn't be bothered to head out to buy ritualistic materials of the Death Domain. This was essentially the same as other normal ritualistic magic. With a great familiarity, Klein lit up the candles, stripped some essential oils, and drew the symbols for human and concealment on the artificial goat skin. Then in the thick fog, he pressed a Zix copper whistle over it. Immediately after that, he placed it with a white feather stained with pale yellow oil stains inside of the silver bowl. Then that had burning herbal powder. He then watched it curl out without any signs of it turning black. Last page. After exhaling suddenly, Klein took a step back and enchanted in Hermes. You are the essence of death. Oh shit, her 3 honorific name. Here we go. You are the essence of death. You are the Lord of the Dead. You are the final home to all living beings. I pray for your help. I pray for you to tell me the motives for Insengul's contact with the numinous episcopate. Just as he said the words, the 3 candlelight burgeoned as though they brightened significantly but were tainted with a dark green. The surroundings turned cold and creepy. Oh shit, he's getting a response. Klein closed his eyes and entered cogitation for 30 seconds, feeling uneasy. He walked in front... Shit, I lost my place. He walked in front of the altar, picked up the full moon essence oil, and dripped 1 drop onto each of the 3 candles. After doing this, he took away a Zix copper whistle, grabbed the artificial goat skin, and moved it close to the candlelight, representing himself. When it ignited, he threw it into the silver bowl. With a whoosh, the white feather, which didn't show any signs of damage, soared with the pale white feathers, covering the entire silver bowl with an obstructing Klein's vision. After about 3 seconds later, the fire subsided, leaving a mound of powder in the silver bowl. The powder moved without any help of any wind, forming one word after another. She responded? Possessed by an evil spirit requires exorcism. Klein about to ask to clear his 30-pound debt. Like, yo, man, can you clear... No, he was probably going to ask, can you clear my Renette debt? Okay. This is getting spicy. This is getting spicy. Let me do my timestamp. And with the power of magic, we're going to resume. Blah! Okay. Okay. Quick break. Let me go put my... I'm going to go use the... I'm going to go use the bathroom. Put my food in the microwave. It's going to be like about 5 minutes. And then in 5 minutes, I'm going to set a 30-minute timer. And then we're going to read. So we're going to have... The 30-minute timer starts when I come back. Not yet. Hold up. Let me just go use the bathroom, put my food in the microwave for like 5 minutes, and then we will start our 30-minute break. But I feel like I deserve the 35-minute break. We've been reading for 5.5 hours, and we took a quiz. Well, no, we've been reading for 5 hours and took a quiz. No problem? Okay, bet. I'll be right back. BRB, I'll be right back in 5 minutes, and then we'll start our timer. Just make sure I have this ready. Thin skin to 932. I wonder which evil spirit it is. We're about to find out. All right, welcome back, people. All right, I'm gonna take a quick 30. I'm gonna see what I'm gonna watch right now. Got to get the EXP up. All right, you guys got 30 minutes to get your EXP up. Now I'm gonna move this stuff out of the way. I need to make some space while I eat. All right, hold up. Let me watch something that I won't make a video out of. How are you doing? I'm doing good, man. Hope you guys are having a good day. You know what? I'm gonna just watch like a random F1 video because I'm obsessed with F1 right now. Let me open up a new tab. Did NKB do a video?
All right, so you like me.
All right, this is a 20-minute video. I think I'll be done.
All right, so you
Okay. Well, I'll watch this for now.
like me.
I'm gonna eat. The great yapping will rage on. Well, for now, I'm gonna just rest my voice. Wait, wrong tab. There's no screen one.
All right, so you like me might have seen a lot of Formula One.
I'm gonna just do this, bro. It's better than my Discord name, so I don't care.
Recently, a lot of races, a lot of famous drivers, a lot of drama and exciting stories. It's taken over my.
Wait. I need to do my. Hold up. Let me put on the thing so in case people join right now, they know we're taking a quick break. I moved my mic a little bit further. I'm gonna move my mic a little bit further back while I read. Hold up. Okay.
Timeline on Twitter many times. Basically,
I'm gonna raise my voice a little bit.
Me asking, "Hey, are you watching? Are you paying attention to this stuff?" And so I finally caved, and I've started watching it, and I'm really glad I did. So in this video, I'm gonna tell you guys.
Hold up. Let me listen to this so I can see chat. I have my phone out here. Okay. I have chat. I don't know where I'm gonna put chat. I don't know where to put chat. I don't know where to put chat. Yeah, I just gotta make sure. I gotta remember I'm streaming. I gotta remember I'm streaming. Just don't forget you're streaming. All right.
Why I think Formula One is super cool, why I started watching, and why you should probably be watching Formula One too. From the stories to the tech.
Wait, hold up. Can I even play his music?
Innovation to the race experiences.
I think it'll be fun.
This is Formula One. Explain. So, shout out to sponsor Bitdefender.
I can hear you guys have my stuff properly.
They reached out because they are a Ferrari team partner. So they're on the Ferrari car and the helmet. And they have a lot of parallels in the tech world with cybersecurity and safety. So we'll talk more about that in a minute. But for now, I'm so glad that y'all put this on my radar because I love it now. Just because while on the surface, it is just a car race, which is already pretty cool, it is also at the same time the world's highest end tech competition. It's a science fair. So at the most basic level, the sport is a year-long season of car races on different tracks around the world. And Formula One has a long and rich history. I don't need to give you a whole history lesson here, but there's been a massive amount of changes going from stuff like this, like a pretty simple looking tube with an engine and wheels, to this aerodynamic work of art made from the most advanced materials on the planet. But the most interesting part about F1 that I love is that there are actually 2 championships at the same time each season. There's the Drivers' Championship and the Constructors' Championship. So yes, every driver is going to try to get around the track as fast as possible, but the structure is there are 10 teams. Each team has 2 active drivers, and so every race, a driver can get points for how high they finish. Those add up at the end of the season to get a winner, but there's also points for the engineering teams behind each car, and they also get points that add up to a championship at the end of the year. And this is what I mean when I say it's a science fair. Because look, every sport has rules, right? Like golf, all your clubs need to be within a certain spec, and the basketball hoop is standardized, right? But having the best equipment in F1 is incredibly advantageous, as you might suspect. And you're allowed, actually encouraged even, to improve your equipment between every single race. You are constantly working on your equipment. In so many ways, F1 is the sport with the most tech involved. Like, these teams are spending millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to find slash
Crazy how expensive this shit is.
invent any little improvement that they can come up with to
he
give
gets to look
themselves
at an
the
F1 car?
edge
Lucky
every
ass.
single week. They're fighting for tenths and hundredths of a second. It's incredible to see. Like, you don't get from here to here so
Oh, it is
quickly
Ferrari.
by accident. There is a massive
Ferrari's a
amount
red car.
of engineering and experimenting that goes into optimizing every single little part of every car to be able to get around the track as fast as physically possible to get as many points for the championship
that.
every season within the rules. And yes,
That's
there
crazy,
are still
man.
rules. This is important. So the
That
FIA
F1
is
movie
the
was so
governing
good,
body
it turned me
charge
into an
of
F1 fan overnight.
and they are charged with the impossible task of maintaining a set of rules
Like, I love
that
it
keeps
now.
everything fair and safe, but still allows room for and encourages innovation and tweaking things. So you can actually look up the rule book yourself. There's a 183-page PDF online. I'll leave a link below the like button if you want to flip through it yourself. There are
that's a
so
lot.
many interesting rules in here. Some of them to keep racing strategies interesting, like the requirement that every single driver uses at least 2 different tire compounds during the race. I'll explain that in a minute. There are also plenty of safety-related rules, which again is why a company like
You can't be
Bitdefender
using the
really
same
makes
type of
sense to be
tires.
here. So these are open-wheel, open cockpit race cars, but every single one of them, as you'll see, no matter what, has this titanium reinforced
his name on it.
ring around and above the
MKBHD.
driver's head called a halo. This thing is not designed by the teams. This is designed by the FIA, and the teams get them from one of the approved manufacturers, and they have to put them on their car. There was initially some pushback against the aesthetics of it, but every single year since its introduction in 2018,
We're at 9.
it's continued to prove its worth in the safety department. Like, you can
32.
literally go watch race footage of
932.
incidents where the halo saves lives.
We're at
since it can
932.
literally support the weight of another entire car on top of you, or if it gets flipped upside down. So you can bet that's why Bitdefender wanted their logo specifically
I'm just
on
resting
the
my voice right
halo
now.
of the Team Ferrari car. So Bitdefender is a leader in cybersecurity, which means they value innovation,
Is this the ad break?
safety,
It sounds like
quick
the ad break.
reactions, which is tied right into F1. So you can see why it makes sense for Bitdefender's
Bitdefender.
logo to be on the most important safety features of the cars.
Yeah, it's a
They're
pretty good
also
ad
on the
placement.
helmet too, by the way.
I
There's some
respect
other
that.
high-level rules around the turbocharged V6 engines they all use and the gearboxes, etc. My personal favorite and funniest rule to me
Oh, the green
is also one of the
932.
oldest, which is under every single F1 car is a plank of wood bolted to the bottom. Because one of the OG rules is to restrict just how low the car can ride, another safety thing. And so after every race, they can inspect the plank of wood on the bottom of your car, and if it's too worn down, then your car was dragging too low to the ground and you have too much downforce and your car is illegal, disqualified. So just think about that. Next time you see one of those jet-looking marvel of engineering carbon
have a plank
fiber
of wood under it?
masterpieces flying around the racetrack, just know that every single one of them also has this plank, now actually made of fiberglass, bolted to the bottom of it. So you've got this
metal.
rule book, everybody knows the rules, and then you've got all these teams independently working, spending millions of dollars to try to find any experiment, any little thing that might give their car the advantage around the track. And naturally, since it's so competitive, these teams are incredibly secretive about everything they're doing. But then the beautiful thing is, if some team actually comes up with something that's good enough to give them a real advantage, even if it's a tenth of a second, a quarter of a second, a half a second per lap, that's massive. Eventually, all of the other teams will pick up on it
They'll all
and
do it.
will find a way to build it and implement it themselves. It's just this ecosystem of
So you
all
can
these
only keep it
constantly
secret for
improving
so
features,
long.
and you can see them stacking on top of each other over and over again. So what exactly are these improvements, you might be wondering? Great question. Here are some of the biggest ones. And basically every single one of these has an amazing story behind it of how someone on an engineering team had an idea and then they decided to try it and then it worked and it stuck. So one of the most obvious is the wings, right? Of course, we see wings everywhere on today's cars.
These things?
But believe it or not, F1 cars didn't always have wings. They
Oh,
just
this.
relied on pure mechanical grip from the tires. But you know how if you stick your hand out the car window and then tilt it, it'll push your hand up or down? Same thing with a wing on a car. It can push parts of the car up or down into the track for more grip
Helps
and
with
faster
speed.
cornering. So it started off as a very small experiment on the front axle, and very quickly it started
Oh,
working.
that's
And now they all
cool.
have front wings and rear wings. Fun fact, one team did actually once try a mini extra front wing on a car in 2001.
An extra?
It didn't really work out, so you don't really see that anymore. The cars today have tons and tons of aerodynamic features. Multi-layered front wings, small air steering little bits like fins near the middle of the car. It's crazy how many details there are if you ever actually get to look at one of these
expensive.
things. Another huge advancement is something called KERS.
Is this the best part of the stream, guys? I'm just eating.
Energy recovery system. Basically,
just watching
a system
YouTube.
to capture energy created by the spinning wheel
I hope
and
you guys
turns it
have fun.
into energy in a battery that can be deployed as boosts later. So the first teams to try this kind of energy in a battery, a system to capture energy, an acronym for kinetic energy recovery system. Basically, a system to capture energy created by the spinning wheel and turns it into energy in a battery that can be deployed as boosts later. So the first teams to try this kind of stuff, they actually found it was a little bit too heavy and it worked kind of sometimes, didn't necessarily guarantee a win. Fast forward a couple years, and it's developed over time and paved the way for today's hybrid F1 cars, which use similar tech called ERS and MGUK. Now, you might have also heard of this one, DRS. This one's pretty simple, actually.
I've
So
seen hearing
yeah,
this
there's
in
a ton of
documentary
downforce
DRS.
from the aerodynamic features of this car, and that helps it stick to the ground during these planted turns, but that actually technically slows it down in a straight line. So teams engineered a drag reduction system, a button that you press that changes the arrow of the car, opens up, lets it cut through the air more quickly, and it works really well. So at this point, not only do all the cars have it, but it's actually literally written into the rules when you can use it to maximize racing.
Adam,
there have been
I'm
plenty
just resting
of
my
other
voice. Don't worry, we're going to
massive
continue right now.
technological innovations over the years that have all been pioneered by just some engineer on a team who had a good idea.
I'm just resting my voice.
That have turned out to be huge.
I probably won't do
from
30 minutes.
putting the
Once the
engine
video ends, I'm going to
behind
read.
the driver to the
I'm going to just be
monocoque
quiet for 10 more
chassis,
minutes and then we'll
to
keep
the
reading.
ground effect aerodynamics, to
Yeah,
the
just so
paddle
my
shifters.
just so I
All of
don't
them
lose my
added
voice
up
for tomorrow.
to absolutely
so I don't hurt myself.
insane cars of today. In
Hey, just give me 10 minutes,
2023,
Adam.
these cars are
Once the video ends, we'll
crawling
read
for
as I rest my
maximum
voice.
grip around every corner. They're hitting
Hydrate yourself.
200 plus mile an hour in straight.
Don't worry, I got water here.
And then pulling 5 to 6 Gs under braking and turning.
It's crazy how fast these cars are.
5 to 6 Gs.
They're like astronauts, dude.
Is about as much as you can
Or like a
feel
pilot
anywhere on
on a
Earth
jet.
other than an airplane. So this is why F1 is often called the pinnacle of motorsports, and I totally agree. Like, there are technically cars that are a little bit faster in a straight line from a standstill. You might see some of these videos on
water
YouTube.
is so
My car
2010.
actually is.
I
But
drink
the
essential
second you get
water.
to a turn, it gets really obvious the difference in braking, grip, acceleration out of a corner, just the control you have over the car. It's honestly
What the
incredible.
fuck is this so
And
well
it's
animated?
one thing to see it on TV. Like, you can tell they're going pretty fast, and the broadcasts are super cool. There's sensor data everywhere, live speed readouts, cameras on every car.
I wanna go to one, man.
Seeing it in person,
I want to go to one next year.
gave me an entirely new level of respect. For
I got
all of
so
it.
into it, man.
So this is the
Dude, I've been
Ferrari
good,
car.
Adam.
The day before racing started,
This
past
bitch is a
weekend in Las
Ferrari.
Vegas,
NKB is a Ferrari fan. I saw the F1 movie, and the one thing I've learned is Ferrari is our enemy. Sorry for any Ferrari fans,
this car
but Ferrari was like the big
is
bad
so
guy.
much
Lewis
lower
Hamilton.
and
I
actually
love Lewis
bigger
Hamilton,
than
by
you
the
might
way.
expect it to be. There
From
was
only
also-
watching F1 content for like a little over a month, almost 2 months. I love Lewis. He's such a crazy prodigy. He's so talented, but he was like the bad guy in the movie.
So
I hate
many
Ferrari.
little aerodynamic
At least where I'm
shapes
at in
and
the documentary, he's with Mercedes or McLaren, but I know he goes to Ferrari.
pieces and
'Cause of the
carbon
movie.
fiber everywhere, as I mentioned.
Do you know the
before.
Supernatural
The
Impala
tires are also
tribute?
gigantic,
No, I don't.
and the driver
is that?
sits so much lower than you might expect.
Look how the woman walks away from the camera.
The tires are also gigantic.
She sees the
And
camera.
the driver
Oop, never
sits
mind.
so much lower than you might expect. Actually, Bitdefender also let me try a full-on F1 simulator in their performance zone out here in Vegas, and the most noticeable thing actually is just how low you sit. Your
Dream
feet
car?
are kind of back up in the air right below eye
My
level. which is
my
where the
dream
pedals
car is
are
the
in
Impala
car.
from Supernatural.
It's just funny picturing all the drivers now.
I think it's
in
also
their
from
cars like
1969.
this. But what really got me is just
I think it is a
seeing
1969
how
Impala.
fast they move. Cameras just don't do
Oh,
it
I'm
justice, I
so
promise.
stupid, Adam. We're talking about the same car. Do you know? I just read Chevy 1969. Oh, I'm so dumb. Fuck yeah, dude. That's my dream car
It's
too, Adam.
really,
I
really
love the
impressive stuff.
Supernatural car.
And then there's obviously the
All black,
noise
1969.
and the
Oh my,
smells
it's good.
and
I would
the-
buy it.
the
I don't got the
vibration
money
through
for
your
that, but
chest,
I
like,
would
none
buy
of
it.
that happens
Only
during the
20K
broadcast.
euros?
So when Bitdefender reached out and offered to get me to the
We can go
Las
half on
Vegas
half
Grand
on one,
Prix to
Adam,
help make
and then
this
we'll just
video,
like we'll take
I
turns
couldn't say
leasing it
no.
to each
So
other.
this is the second to last race of this
Oh, that guy.
2023
You went with
F1
him?
season. a super
cool.
cool race built into the city of Las
What's his
Vegas.
name?
Like one of the straightaways
Magnus?
is
No.
literally the Las Vegas Strip.
Call of Duty ad.
And points are available for the Drivers' Championship and the Constructors' Championship.
I don't have Apple
So,
TV. I
what
have
is
been
a
wanting
race
to watch
day
Severance.
experience actually like?
I
Here's what to
don't
look
please
out
don't
for.
tell me Waffle, don't tell me what Severance is about. I've only seen like a few clips. I assume it's people working at a office company, but it's like I see clips and I'm like, what is this show even about? But I want to watch it. I'm really interested.
First of all, an F1 Grand Prix
Yeah.
is actually
Wait,
a
just don't tell me
several
what it's
days
about.
long
But I do want to watch
event.
it.
First, there's practice days, then there's
Qualifying?
a qualifying day, then there's
But I do want to watch
the
it.
race day. So
Oh
the
wow,
practice
I'm
day
sorry
is
if I don't
actually
look entertaining right now. I'm just being very quiet. Once it ends, we'll read.
just a fascinating thing to
I'm gonna
watch.
be quiet
on
for
its
like 8
own because
minutes.
It's a practice for both the drivers and the teams engineering the cars. So there's a set amount of time that these teams get to send the drivers out in their cars to see how much faster or slower certain setups are. They all go flying around the track at once for the first time. And drivers will literally communicate with their teams from a radio in their helmet about how things are feeling. Oh, you know, a little more downforce here would be nice. A little more stiffness here would be nice. So they might do a quick pit stop to swap out.
You know what
not
I
just
think
a different
is
set of tires to see how those feel,
overhyped?
but they might
Here's a
completely
hot
bring
take.
it back into the garage and tweak
Breaking
some of
Bad.
the entire car setup before
I
they
never
bring
finished
it back
Breaking
out
Bad.
for another lap and try out some more major adjustments. All within the rules, of course.
Over the
You might
course
have
of
seen
10
the headlines,
years,
this Las
I've
Vegas
attempted to watch
one,
it 3
the practice
times
day
and
got
always
a
drop
bit
it at the same part.
interrupted because one of the cars
Always
went
drop it at the
over
flight
a
episode
manhole
in
cover
season
so
3.
fast that the ground effect
For every
aerodynamic
season, there's at
force
least
from the
1 or
car
2 good
sucked
episodes. For the
manhole
rest of the
cover
season,
out of the
is
hole
just,
in the ground
but I like
and
it.
damaged the car. And so
But
they
now
had to
that
go
I feel
around
like
and
I'm over,
weld
what do you mean
all the
overhyped?
manhole
If
covers
anything,
shut.
Breaking Bad
Pretty
is
insane.
underhyped.
So then the
Dude,
next night
no,
is
bro.
one more practice session.
It's no way underhyped, bro. Everybody that talks about Breaking Bad says it's the greatest piece of fiction to ever exist on this planet. And if you don't like it, you are factually wrong. But now that I am older and more of a wise sage, I feel like when I watch it, I'll have a better appreciation for it. I think I'll like it now. I feel like I'm at the age where I'll appreciate the series a lot more. Just back then when I was a lot younger, I was like on the shonen hype. All I cared about was action in my TV shows. But I think if I watch now, I'll like it. I can see the seeds being implanted because it was a good show, but I feel like all the episodes weren't good enough for me to be like, oh, I love this show.
And then qualifying.
I
So
think
qualifying
I'll
is
watch
actually
it.
pretty simple.
The only thing
It's
is, I'm
go
kind of
out
sad. I
and
feel like I
set
know the
your
ending.
Absolute fastest lap time.
The last
with your
thing is
car.
better than LO Team Volume 8.
Whoever has the
All I
fastest
know-
lap time will start the race in
At
first
podium.
place.
All I know is
and
I
whoever
think
has
he
the
dies.
slowest lap time
Hot
will
take?
start in last place.
No, it's
So
okay.
even this gets
That's
pretty
not a hot
exciting
take.
because once again, everyone is
I don't
out
think
here
it's a
now
hot take.
trying to set their
I'm
qualifying
pretty
lap
sure
as fast as possible, and they're all trying
Walter
at once. So
White
sometimes there's a little traffic or a
Eisenberg
little
dies
bit of
at the end
drama.
because I know he had
And
cancer.
there's actually
And I'm
3
pretty sure I've
qualifying
seen that
sessions
thumbnail
in
where
a
he's, like,
row,
laying on the ground.
elimination style. So
But
you
the thing
start
is,
with
I don't know
20
anything on
drivers.
the
The first
sequel
session
show.
eliminates the slowest
No, it's
five.
okay. It's not a hot
The
take.
second session, which is a little shorter,
I'm telling you,
eliminates the
people say
next
it's like the
slowest
greatest
five.
thing ever. I
And
remember
then
watching the
third
whole
and
airplane
final
thing
session
where
is
the planes
top 10
crash.
fastest laps. in
Speak, you're
order
not
from
ready?
1
I'm
to
ready.
10. And so
I'm ready.
everyone is after that
I'm ready for the Volume
precious
4 finale.
first spot
And
on the grid.
once this video
aka
ends.
pole
All right, now I'm gonna
position.
be real
I
quiet.
think the real time, all the data, I went down to the garage when they were starting qualifying. Those guys are looking at monitors with everything about the car in real time as it's driving on a graph being traced on a screen. It's sick. It's a science fair. So there's no screens out here, so you kind of have to follow like on the app.
Oh,
You
that's
can only
tough.
see the finish line, but
Yeah.
final qualifying. Ferrari 1, Ferrari 2. I didn't plan that. They're just fast.
So then the third and final day of the Grand Prix is the race. And a lot of people will not get to go to an F1 race in person, but it is really intense. Like they're all dialed in now. They're all rolling out their absolute best and final version of the Science Fair project with their best pilots, and they're all going to now pit them against each other. So a
Love.
race is typically about 90 minutes.
That's
it's
some good
always
racing chicken.
190 miles.
Sorry
In
if
this
I'm a little
case,
quiet.
50 laps.
I'm trying to
And
control
if
my
you're doing
voice.
the math in your head, yes, that does mean
It was
they're
good.
averaging well over 100 miles
Alright,
an
once it
hour
ends,
for
we
the
continue.
entire
I'll keep my
race,
mouse here,
pit
so we
stops
know.
included. But then actually one key thing to look out for while you're watching the race is pit stop strategy. So most pit stops during an F1 race are super quick, 2 to 4 seconds. And it's mostly just tires. Now, they are capable of doing some more extensive repairs during pit stops, but those also definitely take longer. So sometimes if you have like a damaged wing or something, they'll just continue on with it because it's faster to not actually replace it. The winner of the race this week actually did that. And so one of the last biggest rules in F1 that I haven't even mentioned yet, amazingly, is the tires. So there's a predefined set of tires available to all of the cars that are, again, not designed by the teams. They're spec'd by the FIA under the rules to be exciting for racing. And basically, there's a set of them ranging from softest and grippiest all the way to hardest and most durable, depending on the rubber compound. So the softest tires are going to be by far the grippiest and fastest around the track. They can be good for a few seconds faster per lap, but believe it or not, they're so soft that they will wear down incredibly quickly and can be completely cooked in 10 to 20 laps. And so you will need to do a pit stop, which will cost you a little bit of time. But then the hardest compounds are technically slower per lap, less grip, but they can go way more laps without a pit stop. So these drivers are not only jockeying for position to drive their best, but teams are also putting together pit stop strategies because every car is required by the rules to use at least 2 different tire compounds during the race, which produces a lot of really fascinating scenarios where one driver is ending the race with a different set of tires than another depending on their strategy. It is wild. It's super interesting to watch. It's like chess, but the pieces are moving at 200 miles an hour in curves and everything. It's amazing. It's another reason why Bitdefender aligns itself so well with this stuff, because strategy to start things, but things can go very wrong, and so they have to be able to adapt in real time. And that's a lot of the same things these drivers are doing, that these teams are doing.
Is stream reconnect? Are you sure you can react to this? I don't know if I can react to this. It's an MKB video. I have no idea. We'll find out. We're definitely gonna find out if I can or can't. I mean, the live stream is gonna go private. I don't know.
When strategies fall apart, they gotta tweak
hope we
things,
can.
they gotta adjust, they gotta edit. It's very complicated.
I think when
so
I
there's all
private the
this
video, I'll
technology,
just snippet
all
this
this
part
strategy, all of these
just to be
incredible
safe.
machines. But at the end of the day, you just got to get out there
Just join,
and win the race.
9:32.
You know? So get in the slipstream, play defense.
Once this ends, we'll continue reading. We're almost done.
Your machine's specific
I'm reading the
advantages
intro
to
for this,
get that
and
rare
it's kind of
overtake,
wild.
and just
It
all of
talks
this
about
being
the
put
full.
together.
It talks
It's
about
like art
zero
on wheels.
from
There's plenty
beginning.
of YouTube clips out there. There's a Netflix documentary you've probably heard about.
Zero. Nothing
It
has
is
yet to
amazing
begin.
to watch. And then the cherry on top for me
The
is
Clown
all of the
Part
effects
1.
that Formula One has on the world outside of Formula One. It's bigger than you might think. Like the obvious one is that, okay, some of the highest end, most amazing innovations from trying to make the F1 cars faster will eventually maybe trickle down into the road cars that we
Chapter
have today.
1 is
And
called
that's true.
Crimson.
That's real. So the Ferrari team might find something cool that works on the racetrack in 2023.
wild.
And then in 2029, they're working on a simpler, less expensive version, but that's very effective for a Ferrari that someone can actually buy. DRS, paddle shifters, carbon fiber, there's lots of examples of things that originated in F1 cars that have made their way to cars that exist today, which is super cool. But then there's some of the less obvious things, like
There should be in YouTube Studios if you can't react to it live. Oh, we're still good. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, so far we're good. Click on manage videos. No, we're still good. A video from June 16 can't be monetized. It's okay. Oh, I got 2 comments on I got 2 chapters on Illustrated React. If you guys can, it'd mean the world to me. Thumbs up. Yeah, I think we're good. If you guys can, it'd mean the world to me if you check out my Illustrated video. If you don't like Illustrated, you want to just open it, give it a like. I hope the algorithm, just so like I guess more people can like see the channel and help grow. I think we're good. We're back. I'm still trying to conserve my voice a little bit. I am really excited to read this off stream. I'm excited to see all the new trends. Look, let me just read you this beginning part. Look how I don't think I can show text on screen, but the very setup, everything begins with playing. So welcome to your journey of the fool. Let's start from zero, return to the initial state, and restart life. Don't be serious and don't be afraid of the unknown. Experience the only purpose of life. You already know this is acting, so let yourself go and sing with a fool. And then it starts with zero. Nothing has yet begun. The fool breaks free from the tapestry of fate and sets out on his journey. He will continue until the world reaches completion. What does that mean? This one? That is crazy. I'll look after stream. Okay. Thank you, love. Wait, what are you sending me before we continue? Yeah. If you can just like keep it open for a little bit, yeah, D. Yeah, if you guys are able to just watch that video, give it a like, it'd mean a lot to me. But now we're back to more Lord of the Mysteries. We're back. What time is it? It's summertime. It's time vacation. I'm sorry. What time is it? Time to read. All right. Okay. We're good. We're back. We're good. We're back. We're back. We are back. We are back. Let me make this a little bit big. Make this as big as I can. Make it fit the screen. All right, we're good. We're ready. Get the music ready. Okay. Lower the volume, put it halfway. Lower the volume on my end now to where it was. My volume was at 40, 60 is too loud. Test, check 1, 2, 3. I just want to make sure it's not too loud for my ears. 1, 2, 3, 44, 46. Let's just, I'll limit at 40. I liked it, and I'm playing it in the background with sound lowered. Oh, thank you, D. Yeah, I hope the video gets shown. Recommended more since because before LOTM, I read all of Eliseed. Just a lot of my videos are privated from back then. Like I'd read the arcs in bulk. Like the videos would be like 3 to 4 hours long, and I read them in bulk without a filter. And after I got one strike, I'm like, oh shit, I privated all of my old manga and manga reactions. And then I just started doing with filters, but then the filters took so long to do. But then I realized, oh, I can just add overlays while I'm live. And so I'm like, now I can just do them quickly and then just upload it. That's why I don't know if I'm gonna be like so close to the end of volume. I know, damn, we're there. Just look, heads up. I don't think I'm gonna be doing a lot of anime reactions, just because of my time. And I have nothing but respect for people that do anime reacts, because you always have to go back and edit it and make sure the videos are safe to play. So you always have to trim the videos and splice them, and then like it's a lot of work. And I assume that's why like big YouTubers get editors, because it helps alleviate that time barrier that I don't have. Okay, putting on playing big now, hell yeah. Which is why like right now I think I'm gonna just stick to like manga, manhwa, light novels, because I don't necessarily have to go back edit. And maybe in the future, I don't know, maybe I'll do more. Maybe I can do like 1 a season. Apparently there's another way to do it, much simpler, but IDK. If there is, I need to look into it. I need to look at what's the fastest way to edit anime reacts. I need to look into that, man. I need to look videos on seeing what's the best way to like min-max editing for manga reacts. Because right now I realize it takes a really long time trimming down the Lord of Mysteries videos. Like the Zik episode, Kaka said it in his first drama video. Oh really? Yeah, because it's crazy, dude. It takes a long time. Well, not to get into the drama, but yeah, dude, like the episode 6 react, it took me like I think over 2 hours to trim it down. So it's like the one hour I spent reacting, and then the 2 hours I spent trimming it, and then the other hour I spent uploading it. That's like 4 hours, like just dedicated to that. And yeah, it's like I get it. I get why people don't just stick to it, especially if they're not having fun, or if they're not having fun with it, they're not vibing with it, they're not following it. It's like I get why they don't continue it, because it's a big time commitment. I get it. But I love Lord of the Mysteries, so I'm gonna do it regardless, because I fucking love it. It's fun. And just spoilers ahead. I'm wearing clown makeup for the whole final act. The second Klein digests that fucking clown potion, you best believe I'm gonna be wearing clown makeup every episode, man. Every episode, the second he becomes a clown, I'm wearing clown makeup. By reading web novels, you are investing early, because the anime will get hyped, so your read-through will gain its value. It's a good idea. Yeah, your read-through. I'm back. Warhammer will speak. Bro, now back to what? Dude, Warhammer's the GOAT, man. I fucking love Space Marines, too. It's probably episode 10 that he gets Clown Potion. I don't even know what 7 could be. I haven't even watched the episode preview. But let's keep reading. Alright. Let me skip Ludwig, the Holy Blade. Fuck, food coma. I should have thought of this through. Monster. How many episodes do I have left? Oh shit, look, people are coming back now. Thank you guys for coming back. How many chapters do we have left? So you think about episode 10 he's gonna have clown makeup? Okay, hold up. Before I read, you know something crazy? I've been watching a lot of clown makeup tutorials on like social media that I started getting recommended this like e-girl with clown makeup, and I'm like, wait, this isn't what I want to watch. 14 chapters. I'm like, dude, this is not what I want on my algorithm right now. It's like, no, this is like some weird kink that I'm not into it. Bro's practicing. I know. I'm watching clown makeup tutorials, and I'm just like, this, like, and then YouTube just, or not YouTube, like Instagram recommends me this like e-girl clown girl, and I'm like, okay, this is too much. Like, this is not the clown makeup tutorial I want. I'm like, not interested. I'm not here for this. And for people that are into that, that's cool, but the hype is real. We're back, and blah! Just like that, we're back. We had our lunch. We watched some videos. I watched an NKB video on Formula 1, so I hope that's able to be uploaded. By the way, did you get your girlfriend to watch the dubbed episode? Yes, I did. And I'll be honest, guys, she was not vibing with it because we did not pause it, and there was no translations on that dub. Every minute I look and she'd be like, what? Huh? Who? How? Who is he? Like, it was really confusing for her, but she's gonna power through it because we made a deal, we made a promise. Damn, yeah, I know, but I think she'll like it towards the end. Let me take a sip of water. Yeah, I'm pretty sure real clowns can copyright their makeup. Really? I'ma do the Lord of the Mysteries makeup. Yeah, dude, like, my girl, the only anime I have made her watch since we've been dating is season 1 of Spy Family. That's as far as her anime journey has gone, and I made her watch Your Name, the movie. She loved Your Name. My brother did not get into it either. Yeah, she watched it, and I feel like it was also the dub's fault for not having translations available. So every time they kept introducing characters with text, she's like, bro, I can't read this. Why is there no text? She's like, and I'm not trying to help her out. I don't want to be the, well, actually, you know, I wanted her to experience it at face value from a non-reader perspective. I'm like, damn, man, it was like, I feel bad for her. Watch Made in the Abyss. It's very wholesome. Dude, I don't have any I love Made in the Abyss. That shit fucked me up, man. It's sad, dude. I saw the movie live when it just came out. I saw the movie when it came out, when they're in the 5th layer with Bone Dread. That shit fucked me up, man. I cried like a little bitch. And then I read the manga until, like, I guess like the finale of what season 2 would be. And then I stopped watching the anime for season 2 because I wasn't into the whole like CG stuff. And I know I'm not saying like, oh, CG's bad, so I'm not watching it. But I was like, I wasn't vibing with it when it came out years ago in the Golden City. But I'm probably gonna finish it. I'll probably do that off stream. Made in the Abyss wholesome. Why? Oh man, fuck, man. The elevator scene still fucks me. Look, wait, hold up. Before I read, let me show you. Hope, you don't even know what I'm talking about. It's okay. I didn't say big spoilers. Oof, this thing is dusty. Look, I bought this at Anime Expo years ago, dude. It's so dusty. I bought Nananchi. It's cool. I think it's a cute figure. It was expensive as fuck, but I bought it years ago. I thought it was pretty cute. I was like, I'll buy it. I feel like I need to do a collection of all the anime, manga, and web novels that I own. I think it'd be cool. I think it'd be cool to do like a little room tour of everything I have. Oh my god, I thought I was recording. Thank God I'm not recording. But after that second tangent, we shall continue with the finale. 932 thin-skinned. Okay? The goddess really... Oh, do I have all my stuff ready? Yes. Ooh, this music is starting to hit right now. I'm going to raise it a little bit more. The goddess really replied, upon seeing the world formed by the powder, Klein's first reaction had nothing to do with the content. Instead, he was shocked to see the seemingly ridiculous thing had happened. Although he was already mentally prepared and had to believe that the chance of success was rather high, he still felt conflicting emotions. It took him almost a minute to accept it. After a while, Klein exhaled slowly, raising his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner. Praise the lady. He then ended the ritual, forcing himself to force his attention onto the revelation itself. Possessed by an evil spirit requires exorcism. Insengul actually got possessed by an evil spirit. Oh, the actual owner of the quill. The one controlling the quill. He has gone from sequence 9 to sequence 5 for the death pathway. The godhood he had obtained at the critical stage is also sequence 5, Night Watcher of the Evernight pathway, one that is good at dealing with the spirit body type creatures. Evil spirits and wraiths should be afraid of him, so why would he end up being possessed? That's unless the evil spirit level is extremely high or at its core it's very special. Unfortunately, I've already met one evil spirit in the truest sense of the word, and it's that ancient evil spirit sealed with the underground ruins of the Elisa Tudor. I can't believe I believed him. I know a little, or her, right? It was a female spirit. I know a little about such monsters, so it's difficult for me to grasp the details. I can write to ask Miss Sharon. I can also get Little Son to find out more. The shepherd elder Livia had grazed an evil spirit. It's no wonder Insengul is trying to meet a demigod of the numinous episcopate. When it comes to exorcising evil spirits, aside from the Church of the Evernight and the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, music sounds really loud. I'm gonna lower it again for you guys. I can see it. And the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, the best would probably be the Numinous Episcopate. There's probably the Church of the God of Combat as well. Neighboring pathways often have similar traits. They're also on point that can be gleaned from this side. Insengul doesn't wish for his possessed state to be known by the royal family factions and the demonist sect, who are in cahoots with him. Otherwise, there's no need for him to come all the way to the southern continent. The two factions existed before the fifth path pocket and they have a long legacy. It's quite unlike that they don't have a sealed artifact that can remove or exorcise evil spirits, even if they can't find. When getting the demonist sect to contact the numinous episcopate is definitely safer and more covert than getting Insengul to make the trip himself. As for his thoughts race, Klein unfolded a piece of paper and wrote, "The intel you have provided me made the connect certain clues for what I've previously gathered, and due to particular great existence, Klein's help this points to clear conclusion. Insengul is possessed by an evil spirit, and he seeks the numinous episcopate's help. Just based on this fact alone, we can make several useful judgments. Insengul will often manifest inconsistency in his words and actions. He will often deviate from his normal path, doing something we feel that is absolutely impossible for him to do so, and make mistakes we find incomprehensible. Before this problem is resolved, he will not stop having contact with the numinous episcopate. It might even become more frequent. Making investigations based on them might allow us to catch Insengul by the trail. However, I believe we still wouldn't be able to lock onto him. The creation of the coincidences from Grade 00 artifact is insurmountable. Upon writing this, Klein couldn't help but recall his direct encounter with Insengul. His own investigations didn't directly point to him, but it caused the deploy to nearly fail. Hence, Insengul personally took action, sending a meteor falling from the sky in an attempt to kill Sherlock Moriarty so as to obliterate any clues. And he ultimately received Mr. Zick's help and escaped the dire situation. And he ain't gonna help him this time, forcing Insengul to step into the limelight and expose himself. Back then, if Mr. Zick had recovered from his former strength, Insengul might already be dead, but to replicate such a situation and force him to appear before me is extremely difficult. But no such thing as unplausible. After all, back then, not only was there Mr. Zick, a deaf console, and my use of the gray fog to foil the coincidences, there was also Trissy Cheek and the ring, which was suspected to be a grade 0 sealed artifact. Without her suddenly escaping, Insengul wouldn't have been forced to personally take action. Klein deliberated as he wrote, "If we can figure out the origins of the primary goals of the evil spirit, there might be a chance of the situation having a favorable exchange." After writing the matters regarding Instant Will, Klein's heart stirred. Just as he was about to mention something, he stopped his pen after writing the few letters. He raised his left hand and pinched his cheeks. It appeared to be in a serious dilemma and seemed a little embarrassed. After muttering silently a few times, Klein finally smoothly wrote the rest. Even without grade 0 sealed artifacts help. Instant Will is an enemy you and I are unable to face head on. We need to make plenty of preparations. If you can provide me with some worms of time, I can use them to create high-level charms that can deal with demigods. It's called a Fate Siphon Charm. It can swap the fates of yourself and the target for a short period of time. Putting down, are we going to use this to take him out? Well, I mean, my bad. Like, I want to know, like... Hope, wait. It's the quill. The quill is literally alive. But wouldn't the living characteristics stem from someone? No, never mind. You're right. Sorry, I take that back. Sorry, that was engagement bait. He quickly rejected his attention and once again modified Enzo and Ludwig's appearance. After all, they had been seen by the Angel of Fate Ouroboros during their exploration of Cauldron City. During this process, Klein suddenly had an idea. He planned on sending them above the Great Fog and using the Spirit World Plunder's true soul body for disguise. The Spirit World Plunders could make its soul avatar take form of its true soul body, and it could also get them to disguise with themselves as other Spirit World creatures. The Beyonder ingredients it left behind must have had such abilities. However, it would be difficult to use it with the poor effects and the huge negative side effects. However, this wasn't a problem for Klein, who possessed a mysterious space above the Great Fog. After all, he didn't plan on using the Beyonder ingredients for actual combat. Doing some changes to his marionettes didn't require too many smooth operations and great effects. Furthermore, it could be slowed adjacent, and the negative effects that came from the godhood, it wasn't something to consider. Who wasn't obedient when he left the junk pile? After a series of tasks, Klein sat at the high back chair of the fool. In his hand was a palm-sized Spirit World Plunder's true soul body. Without looking down to look at it in detail, he extended his spirituality bit by bit into it. There wasn't much changes to the scene before him. It was still the illusionary dense black spirit body threads. However, when he tried controlling them, he discovered that not only could he control the marionette spirit body threads, but he can also let his spirit body threads extend out and penetrate into the bodies. When both sides established such a two-way connection, Klein suddenly felt that he and his marionette was one. All Beyonder powers could be enacted and on the other party through the spirit body threads, including his trick for changing his appearance and body. Amidst a slow and difficult process, Klein felt rather groggy as he felt his emotions turn into a mess. He began showing signs of losing control. Klein is showing signs of losing control. Only info we have is that it writes without ink. This was an inevitable outcome from having his spirituality make direct contact with godhood. He hurriedly diverted some attention to stir some of the powers of the mysterious space above the Great Fog as he restored his condition back to its normal state. After enduring the torment, Klein finished his attempt. Unzo had transformed into a southern continent native that looked like he came from a plantation. Lidwell had a mixed blood feel to him. His ghastly face was no longer more bone than flesh. Instead, there was a plumpness to it, as a silver mask that had the effects of placating the soul. There was no way of removing it from the time being. All Klein could do was let it stick to Lidwell's chest, so this is still a certain level of effect, but it was inferior to wearing it on his face. It could barely maintain the status quo. Unfortunately, there's no way to change this mask into the other types of accessories, otherwise it would have me quite a bit of trouble. As Klein rushed to throw the Spirit World Plunder's true soul body back onto the junk pile, he rubbed his temples and allowed his thoughts to wander. Right, I still have a soul azure beyond characteristics here that can be made into a mythical item to replace the mask. No, I've always planned on returning to the church. I'll mail it to him, Leonardo replies. After the discomfort slowly subsided, Klein took out his golden pocket watch and opened it to check the time. Following that, he summoned a paper figurine and stirred some of the powers of the mysterious space above the Great Fog. He then threw both into a specialty labeled Point of Light. It was a point of light representing the full only believer at present, the Nits. From Klein's point of view, Admiral Stars Katlia had the most ascetic order backing her. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina was from the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom. Anderson Hood didn't know much about German Sparrow, and being good at identifying the situation he was in, he wasn't one to be put on the brave front. Therefore, when the Rural Order did an investigation, it was unlikely that he would be in grave danger. The Nits was the only exception, with him in West Ballam and not being able to return to Golden Dream anytime soon. His lacking strength and him often wearing the boxing glove that made him act rashly, and it was truly worrisome. Due to the fact that Mr. Fool had to work a little harder, he gave the Nits a paper angel embrace and every day at a fixed time so as to disrupt any divination or prophecies about him. Oh, okay. Leonard never expected Klein to reply that quickly. With some level of incredulity. He opened the envelope and read the corresponding content. Due to particular great existence's help, is he referring to the fool? Indeed, Klein is investigating into Insengul. Indeed, Klein's investigations into Insengul has already reached a significant depth. He has already figured out the truth the moment I mentioned Duminous Episcopate, possessed by an evil spirit. How did he end up being possessed by an evil spirit? How did we make use of it? Worms of time. This Leonard quickly scanned through the last part of the letter as his expression suddenly became complicated. In his mind, Palatzaros maintained his silence without saying a word. He want the sugar money. Yeah, he wants that sugar mommy's money. Long story short, that is what we're scheming for at the end of the series. Chapter 933 is called The Evil Spirit's Common Trait. 933. I need to check my memory. Hold up. Before I read, I got to make sure I have enough to record all this. Let me see how much space I have. 1 hour, 55, 46 seconds. Give me a sec. Palas also mentioned it would try to kill its owner. Now, I remember that part. It tries to kill him. Let me just check my memory. Okay. We have over 400 gigs. Yeah, we can record it. It's okay if it's long. Yeah, we have 400 gigs. We're fine. We're safe. All right. 33. Chapter 933 is called Evil Spirits Common Traits. After all, Leonard cleared his throat and wore a smile without realizing it. He said with a surprised voice, "Old man Kleins, this suggestion seems pretty good. It's very, very viable. The effect should be quite substantial. Why don't you consider it? Didn't you mention that you would do your best to help me exact revenge? Ha. I thought worms and type could only be used for avatars and act as support." He subconsciously droned on while Palatzaros remained silent the entire. He's not saying shit. Only after a while did he slightly and say, I can only give you a maximum of 2 worms a time. Without waiting for Lauren to say a word, he added, to exact revenge on the demigod who wields a great zero sealed artifact, the most important thing is still your own level and strength. Otherwise, you won't have a chance of using it, even if you have a high level charm. Leonard wiped away his smile and nodded seriously. I'll do my best digesting my potion. If you finish digesting it and fail to accumulate enough contribution points, I'll help you seek out the beyond ingredients needed for Spirit Warlock. Oh, shit. As for only having 2 worms on time, he wasn't disappointed at all. It was already a bonus. Just getting 1 was a great boon. Having 2 meant that he and Klein could split it, each of them having 1 Fate Siphon charm. After expressing his attitude, he asked in puzzlement, "Old man, do you think Klein has already used the previous worms at times to charm?" He remembered very clearly that back when they were figuring out who Emlyn White was supporting, Old man had parasitized Tinder with a worm of time. Later lost contact and failed to be of any use. Now, on the retrospection, just Emlyn White and Sherlock Moriarty's close relationship made it easy for him to figure out the truth. The worm of time had been limited by the upper echelons of the secret organization or even the fool himself. Furthermore, there was a high chance that it had been bestowed to Klein, otherwise his former colleague wouldn't have known of the existence of the worm of time. Palatzaros immediately scoffed. If he wasn't already used to it and seen the effects, why would he raise the issue and ask for more? Alright, I need to separate the worm of time. This will make me fall asleep for at least 2 weeks. If you have any questions, find someone to answer them by yourself. With that said, not giving Leonard a chance to raise further questions, he scattered his spirituality and created a blob of light that hung high inside Leonard's mind as though he didn't wish to speak. You're too weak. Even if I give you stuff, you will die before being able to use it. It's fucked up. But it's true. He's not strong enough yet. He didn't wish to speak. He's like, what can you what can you do at your current level, bro? Leonard's instinctive response was to chuckily dry. He focused his attention back on a letter from Klein Moriarty as he carefully read it again. Possessed by an evil spirit, the origins of the primary goals of that evil spirit. I don't know much about the evil spirits. Nothing comes to mind. After a few minutes of thought, Leonard took out a matchstick and burned the letter. Then he left the room which the local Nighthawks had assigned to him at the last minute. He came to the room diagonally opposite him and knocked on the door. Before long, Dally, who hadn't removed her blue eyeshadow and blush, opened the door and pricked up her eyebrows. When did a sleepless have the courage to knock on a lady's door at a time highly associated with a bed? I have some questions I'd like to consult you about. Leonard obviously didn't dare respond to Dally's comment as he merely expressed the reason why he was here. Like, damn, dude. Dally sized him up and chuckled. I'm not responsible for counseling minors. As she spoke, she made way and allowed Leonard to enter her room. Without daring to let his eyes wander, he casually pulled a round stool to sit on. He then went straight to the point. Ma'am, I'd like to know more about evil spirits. You're a sequence 5 of the death pathway. You have higher clearances than me. You should know quite a lot. Why are you asking me this? Stanley propped herself up with her hands on the edge of the table behind her. Without waiting for him to realize, she continued, most evil spirits are the result of the dead high sequence beyonders. A small number of them are wraiths who break through the various restrictions via using various opportunities. The first situation is more common. After high sequence beyonders consume a potion to attain godhood, their soul body would have experienced a mutation. It would be a mutation at their core. This allows their soul body to remain even in their death, or when their powers are dispersed. There will be a certain level of divinity to it, making them rather terrifying. The second situation isn't different on a fundamental level. Normally speaking, evil spirits will weaken with their passage of time until they completely dissipate. However, they can also assimilate into the region when they were born, making the spirit world, even the underworld, fuse with it. Then extract the power from this to maintain their existence. Therefore, many evil spirits have their own territory and activity range. It's not that they do not wish to leave, but they cannot. The only exception is when they accumulate sufficient power, allowing their existence to experience the fundamental change. Leonard habitually crossed his right leg over his left and pressed in thought. Can evil spirits leave this territory by possessing a person? Yes, but ordinary humans and most beyonders are unable to withstand the extraction effect the evil spirits have on their bodies. They would quickly lose their spirituality and body temperature and be unable to do last song. As Deadly spoke, she raised both her hands to point at herself. The best method is to rely on beyonders of the death pathway, her. Of course, it has to be at least a sequence 5, because from Gatekeeper we will have our own dead spirit prisoner in our bodies. It can be called a miniature underworld. It can provide an evil spirit with an adequate environment for their existence, just like Admiral Ho. Once you become a spirit warlock, you will have similar powers. However, it will be more about sealing and sleeping than an internal underworld. These natural spirits or wraiths are truly troublesome when they come in and out. In Zingul's Sequence 5 is Gatekeeper. It's no wonder that evil spirit can possess him for long periods of time. Or could it be that he failed an attempt to enslave an evil spirit? Leonard's thoughts opened as he merely made connections. He deliberated for a few seconds before asking, what sort of needs does an evil spirit have? Needs: singing, dancing, poetry, men, woman, the sea of stars. Stanley returned with a question, mused. Leonard realized that his usage of words was problematic as he awkwardly looked for desire. I mean, what desires will an evil spirit have? That depends on what it desired while it was still alive. Typically speaking, the remnant spirits will inherit the original obsessions without being able to balance it rationally. If it were you, the evil spirit might attempt to write poems, imprison a group of spectators, and seek acknowledgement, or it would do the things in an auspicious manner like the protagonist of a play. Dally joked. However, regardless of so it's like whatever the former host was, or the body is. However, regardless of what it was while it was alive, as long as one becomes an evil spirit, they commonly desire two things. What are they? Leonard turned attentively. Dally shot a glance at him and said, first, it's to feed on the souls of the living creatures. This can please an innate pleasure that stems from the needs to maintain their existence. In addition, a large number of souls will allow them to escape the restrictions of their territory and activate range. It will replace the power provided by the spirit world and underworld. Second, it is to seek out beyond ingredients from their pathway while they were alive. Through this, they could create another foundation. At a certain stage, the evil spirit would no longer need to draw on the powers of the spirit world and underworld. They would no longer be restricted by their territories or active range. In a sense, they would have transformed into a special spirit world creature. Leonard seems to realize something as he thought. This also means that evil spirits can consume sequence potions. No, sequence potions are created for human consumption. They reduce the risk of losing control. Too many supernatural creatures, there is no need to do so. They can directly consume the ingredients raw. It's especially so for evil spirits. Their obsession, cruelty, ferociousness, and penchant for souls, making them half crazy to begin with. There's no need to regulate it from the source. Furthermore, they are the spirit bodies, so the method of consumption is direct accommodation and slow digestion. Dally corrected Leonard's point. This, to the evil spirit that possesses Insengwell, whenever it has the upper hand, it will control the body to seek out the beyond ingredients of its pathway while it was alive. Leonard was first surprised, so that's why he got Saint Selena's ashes at the end of Volume 1? No, he wouldn't have been possessed until after. Wait, let me keep reading. Leonard was first surprised before he had an idea. He said with pleasant surprise, I understand. Thank you for answering my question. With that said, he hesitated for a few seconds and asked after some deliberation, Ma'am, I believe we shouldn't just figure out the motives behind I know he's not being possessed because it's the quill. No, wait, hold up. I know, bruh. I know. It's the quill. They don't know that the quill. I know. That's why I said, wait, let me stop. Because I was thinking in context of what they're saying. But yeah. He got the ashes. He could advance to a neighboring pathway. I know. I wonder what pathway the evil spirit is. Now, thank you. That's what I want to know. With that said, he hesitated for a few seconds and asked, after some deliberation, Ma'am, I believe we shouldn't just figure out the motives behind Insegwell meeting with the numinous Episcopate demigod, but we also need to track his trajectory since Backland to East Balm. We need to know what he did midway, what items he found, and this might lead to the effective clues. Dally suddenly fell silent before she pricked up her brows and said, "Well said, but what does this have to do with the evil spirits?" "Nothing. I raised the question so as to make preparations because I believe that since we are investigating the Newman's Episcopate, we might encounter evil spirits. The latter half was a suggestion I wish to make after the break. I wish to talk to you about it beforehand." Leonard's mind raced as he slowed down his speech and fabricated an excuse on the spot. Dally listened in silence and chuckled. "If you actually work so hard to fabricate stories in front of other girls, you'll no longer be single with those looks of yours. Unfortunately, I'm not a clueless girl. All right, there's no need to explain further. Leave." She's onto something. She's like, "What are you hiding, dude?" Leonard stood up lamely without trying to emphasize his point. He then walked towards the door. Just as he gripped the handle, Dally slightly ethereal voice sounded behind him. "I don't know what secret you're hiding, nor do I wish to know what you know. None of that matters. But when it comes to Insengul, if you need any help or aid, you can find me." Leonard paused for 2 seconds as his mouth quivered. He then pulled open the door and walked out. And it's like he can't tell her because once she knows, then the Quill knows her. Like if he were to tell Dally everything about Klein and the Quill, then the Quill would also know her. Derek Burke had received the order to join an expedition team leading to the Chief Colin Iliad. Their target was Noah City. It was a northern city ruins where the shapeshifter and the other terrifying creatures lived. Oh, okay. Now we're in the City of Silver. 1 + 2 is greater than 2. We've seen this chapter before, indeed. I remember this chapter. We've had a chapter called that before. 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Okay. 9:34. 2 hours. Holy shit, man. My back is starting to ache up, man. I'm not going to lie. Son of a bitch. I got to stay strong. Hold up. 1 + 1. Greater. I have to actually type greater than. Dally'd be like, "No maidens? Maidenless?" What's the last chapter again? Oh my god, we still have. Oh my god, man, we still have a ways to go. And it's getting late, man. Fuck, it's getting late. But fuck, man, we gotta keep going. Shit, man. I'm staying to my word until I pass out. Well, it's nearly 3 a.m. at my place, and I'm starting to tweak a little, so I'll be off now. Then read faster. I know we gotta keep enjoy the rest, but thank you, man. We'll see you soon. Hope. Chapter 934 is called 1 + 1 is greater than 4. I'm updating this live. I hope. Hey guys, how are you all doing? Sorry I'm not joining so late. It's okay, Lee. We're so close. I know we're close. Chapter 934 is 1 + 2 is greater than 2. Ever since the information about the suspected bizarre being shapeshifter, we gave Mr. Old Derek constantly believing that the latter might one day entrust him with a mission for the corresponding ingredients. However, his strength was lacking even with his friends. It was impossible for him to complete the hunt. Furthermore, such expeditions needed to go through the 6-member council. Private teams were unable to wander too far from the City of Silver. Therefore, all he could do was temporarily suppress it deep down. From time to time, it was used to motivate him to advance quicker. To his surprise, it didn't take long before an expedition team headed for the Noah City was set up. Leading the team was Chief Colin Iliad. Combining his previous discussion with Mr. Hangman and Miss Justice's company at the recent Terra gathering, Derek quickly came up with a theory. During the exploration of the former Chief Mausoleum, Mr. Fool had provided a certain level of help to the present Chief, allowing him to foil the fallen creator's ploy of successfully resolving the problem. I'm going to loop this song. This song is good. I feel like this song hits. I'll loop it. During the explanation of the former Chief Mausoleum, Mr. Wu had provided a certain level of help to the present Chief, allowing him to foil the fallen creator's ploy and successfully resolve certain matters. Hence, nothing his search for the information. The demon hunter had decided to hunt a shapeshifter to please the deity. This is a necessary way to curry favor and is also a kind of equivalent exchange. The hangman's words resounded in Derek's mind and made him no longer puzzled over the matter. So, taking the opportunity before he set out, he prayed to Mr. Fool and requested him to inform Mr. World of this expedition. He quickly received the response and heard Mr. World say, if the hunting of the bizarre bin is so difficult or dangerous, the requirements can be lowered. Attempt to extract the blood. As you obtain it, I'll trade it for the Priest of Light's Bionic characteristics. Priest of the Light Bionic characteristics. Mr. World already had the Priest of Light Bionic characteristic. It could be that he has locked onto a target and will quickly be able to obtain it. With the chief's strengths and the teamwork of the expedition team, there's a high chance of success. If it's just extracted the blood, Derek felt relieved that the thunder god's roar in his left his resonance Heading straight for the training field, just as he arrived at this destination, he saw Chief Colin Iliad. The latter carried 2 swords on his back. He was tall and staid, leaving anyone who saw him at ease. And beside this demon hunter was another person. She was wearing a black robe. I can't even speak. You're still in time for the ending. Elder Shepherd Lovia. She was wearing a black robe with purple patterns, and she had long, curly, gray hair. Shepherd Lovia. Lovia, who was apparently participating in the expedition, turned her head as the pale gray eyes reflected Derek Berg's figure. However, there was only one calm in her eyes. Derek felt a baffling sense of alarm as he involuntarily slowed down his pace. I'm back. Welcome back, dude. East bottom above the Great Fog. Klein deeply approved the City of Silver chief organization of the expedition to Noise. He also informed Little Sun that there was no need to take risk. All he needed to do was some blood of the target for the completion of the mission. When the time came, he could smear the blood over Grizel's travels, bring in all the gear, and challenge Bizarro's Bane on his turf, thus obtaining the beyond ingredients he needed. Klein had also considered the possibility of whether Grizel's travels' abilities to swallow people into the book world was also screened by the uniqueness of the forsaken lands of the gods. He had also come up with a solution. It was to bestow Little Sun with Grizel's travels. After achieving the goal, he could get Little Sun to sacrifice it back. In addition, he wasn't worried about the Bizarro Bane lacking blood because of its nature as a spirit world creature. This was because the Bizarro Sorcerer's Potion formula clearly wrote, supplementary ingredient 200 milliliters of his Bizarro Bane's blood. So blood does exist. There are always more solutions than problems, Klein muttered in satisfaction before returning to the real world. Before sleeping, he received a reply from Leonardo Mitchell and mentioned that it would take another day for the Worm of Time, and he described the monsters known as the evil spirits in details. Another day before it can be provided, and there will be 2 of them. The Grandpa Leonard's body had quite a good attitude, unable to leave the territory, limited in activity range. Their common trait is to devour the souls of the living creatures and to desire beyond ingredients from their pathway from when they were still alive. This also means that the evil spirit will seek out the corresponding ingredients and the beyond characteristics when it wields control over Insungwell's body. This is indeed a direction for investigation. Klein held the letter as he read and thought. Suddenly he recalled something. Back when he encountered Insungwell on Waypoint Island in the Berserk Sea, the latter had pursued by a power demigod from the Hunter pathway. Could it be a result of that evil spirit? I previously imagined that Insungwell had received the commission by some faction in the royal family and did something that targeted Intis Republic, only to have a mistake happen, thus exposing himself and getting pursued by their powerhouses. From the looks of it, there might be another possibility. That evil spirit desires the beyond characteristics of the Hunter pathway, and when it can control that evil spirit desires beyond characteristics of the Hunter pathway. And when it can control Insungwell's body, it attempted to hunt beyonders of the same pathway. This might succeed or failed. In short, the result was that he was targeted by a powerful demigod from the Hunter pathway. He pursued him the entire journey with his intuition as a hunter. The more Klein thought about it, the more convinced he was that his theory was close to reality. That was the only way to explain why Insungwell, who wields 008, was discovered. At this moment, Enzo and Ludwell were kneeled down, massaging Klein. The fact that he always has them massaging him now. It was kneeling down, massaging Klein's leg. I can guess that it was an evil spirit of the Hunter pathway for now. I'll later write back to Leonard and get him to steer the investigations in that direction. This fellow acting isn't that great, nor does he have the psychological experience. I wonder if he will end up exposing himself. Perhaps he will explain it away after some non-existent informant. Hunter pathway evil spirit. Hunter pathway evil spirit. Klein's eyes suddenly widened as he suddenly sat up, leaving the 2 marionettes at a loss. There weren't many evil spirits he knew, and he only seen one. However, that one happened to be from the Hunter pathway. It was Red Angel Medici main body that had combined with the remnant psyches of the 2 sequence ones, angels from the Sauron and Einhorn family. When it came to the Hunter pathway, there was no evil spirit that was of an even higher level. That was unless Blood Emperor Lisa Tudor still had his psyche remaining. Previously, Insungwell was in Backland. The evil spirits, who I'm not sure of if I should call Medici, was also in Backland. Later, that evil spirit escaped the seal that his whereabouts are unknown. As for Insungwell, he suffered from possession of the evil spirit. Both sides are evil spirits from the Hunter pathway. Both sides are evil spirits from the Hunter pathway. This could be the one possessing Insungwell. Be the... Wait. So, I'm sorry. He's suspecting that Ince is being possessed by Red Angel Medici? Insungwell is being possessed by a King of Angel? That's what he's suspecting? Could it be that the one possessing Instant Ghoul is a red angel evil? Oh no, the evil spirit underground. Klein frowned bit by bit, almost finding his theory unbelievable. However, he found it very possible. As his thoughts raced, he found another indirect piece of evidence. What the fuck? The unique trait of 008 is that once you know it, it will also know you. And as a king of angels who survived from the second epoch, Red Angel Medici probably knows all kinds of details about 008. In other words, as long as the evil spirit attempted to recall anything related to 008, 008 would know of it and establish a connection. Right, there was that sentence. Pleasure working with you. No way. But the problem lies in the fact that I previously suspected the evil spirit to have one sequence 1 characteristic. There's no need for it to seek any more of it. Could it be that it hasn't digested it? Klein rubbed his temples as his head ached. My head is starting to ache. He stood up and countered his bathroom and took 4 steps counterclockwise and headed above the Gray Fox. Sorta like how as soon as you mention me, I just show up. What's up, dude? Just as he sat down, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the following divination statement. The one possessing Instant Ghoul is the evil spirit back in the underground ruins of Elisa Tudor. He scrutinized each word for a few seconds before taking off the topaz pendant on his left wrist and planned to use spirit dowsing for the divination. This time, the scene he saw when he opened his eyes wide and the topaz pendant stood still. This meant the divination had failed. The level is too high and there's 008. Right, the evil spirit also carried the red priest carried that has anti-divination, anti-prophecy properties. It's no wonder I failed with the 3 combined. This is also an indirect confirmation. Klein analyzed the reason and considered what other ways he could make a verification. He tapped his finger on the edge of the long bronze table and silently muttered to himself, apart from getting Leonard to lead the Red Gloves to do an investigation, I should do something as well. Assuming that the one possessing Instant Ghoul is really the Red Angel evil spirit, where will it seek out beyond ingredients from the Hunter pathway when it gains control of the body? Intus capital tier, face it capital Saint Millum, or would it solely rely on the card of blasphemy activation? Wait. Or will it solely rely on the card of blasphemy's activation and seal it in order to use the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence to attract Beyonders to fly to it like moths flying to a fire? Wait, it mentioned before that the descent. Oh my god, wait, I'm getting lost. Shit, it's been so long. We've been streaming for like 6 hours. Wait, but it's okay. We're gonna keep going. Wait, it mentioned before that the descendants of the Medici family are in Bansi Harbor. Although it has already been destroyed, there might still be something buried there. Also, the evil spirit with the 3 angels, remnant spirits, had very potent provocative traits. This matches Leonard's description of the evil spirits in the latter. It might deliberately have left something in Bansi. With this in mind, Klein immediately conjured the word German spirit to figure out and quest the hanged man to head to Bansi once more and do a more thorough investigation. After doing that, Klein began contemplating once he confirmed that Instant Ghoul had the Red Angel evil spirit in him. He wondered if he could use the law of Beyonder characteristics and convergence as a starting point, enticing Instant Ghoul into the trap he set up by using the corresponding ingredients. Hunter pathway, Hunter pathway. Amidst his thoughts, Klein suddenly recalled 2 hunters who was loitering in West Balham. He frowned slightly and began analyzing. Along East Balham and West Balham are vast territories, and distance between the city that Instant Ghoul made his last appearance in the northern state is very great. It probably takes nearly half a month to travel, even if demigod, since he doesn't have teleport. In 3, Danitz and Anderson will not suddenly encounter Red Angel Evil Spirit because of the law of convergence. Also, their sequence are too low, but I can't be too sure. West Balham, northern state, Kokawa City. The Nitch shot a glance at Anderson and blurted out, I'm going to do some investigations. Why are you following me? Logically speaking, shouldn't you head back to the Fog Sea at Behren's Harbor? Bro's not sleeping today? Oh man, we're gonna keep going. 935. Wow. I think I need to read a chapter fucking standing up, dude. Holy shit. Oh man, my back. It's been 7 hours, man. My back is aching. 2 hours. 17 minutes. I need to stand up. Let me see if I can find a good position to stand and read. Ugh. Oh my goodness! Oh. Don't forget the what? Afterward? Let me see. I can read a chapter if I do it up here. Now, the only problem is I have to move my camera. No, we're not gonna bother. We'll just keep going down here. I think I just need to read a chapter down here. Don't forget the after. I don't know if I'm gonna do the afterward. I don't think I'm gonna do any epilogues after the volume. After the volume ends, I think that's it. Lee, I'm not sure. Are you talking about like the author notes, or what part are you talking about exactly? Okay, I need to do a chapter like this, just not sitting, just so I can stretch my back rather than standing. Okay, I need to read a chapter like this. What's the last chapter? 46? If chapter count accurate, still 11? Fuck, man. That's like 3 more hours, right? Woo! Okay. No need for author effort? Okay. I don't know if this author volume does have author notes. We will do it later. Fuck, man. I'm getting tired. Just enjoy the ending? Alright. Just enjoy. I'm getting tired, but I know you guys are hyping me up. Well, I know once shit hits the fan, I'm gonna have this huge adrenaline rush, and it's gonna wire me again. I just gotta get to that point. I'm getting tired, but I know once I get to that point, I'm wired. This volume has author notes. We'll save author notes for tomorrow. Okay, but definitely okay. All right. Yeah, look, I'm gonna keep it about 50. I am tired. I'm pretty beat right now, but I know once we get to like the finale, and shit hits the fan, I'm good. So let's keep reading. All right, chapter 935 as we power through. Timestamp, yes. But we have the Raws and MTL. Chapter 935 is called Meeting Up. Anderson, I'm not even sitting on my chair. I'm just like on my knees right now. I'm trying to like stretch my back. Anderson, who was enjoying a piece of cream cassava bread, looking up to the net seemingly in thought, he said, I'm not sure why, but I don't wish to leave West Ballum. Since I'm here as a treasure hunter, how can I return empty-handed? In the extensive forest, there are all sorts of abandoned temples that have golden jewelry, antiques, and maybe mystical items. All of them are waiting for me to rescue them. The Nitz tipped his chin and guzzled down the remaining gauder. This was a beverage made from a fruit native to West Ballum. It was orange. I need to put the volume down on my end. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. I need that second win, man. I'm really tired, but I need that second win right now. Putting down the cup and picking up his napkin to wipe his mouth, the Nit scoffed. I keep feeling as though you're up to something. I also hope that's the case, Anderson said with an unconcerned smile. He matched breakfast with coffee. In East and West Ballum, there were many excellent coffee-bearing lands that were just slightly less famous than the Fana Potter's Highlander coffee, the Southern Continent's Highlander coffee, and the Star Highland of the nearby Pass Valley Fermo coffee. Without waiting for Danette's reply, Anderson said with a smile, Actually, isn't this good? I'm providing you with free protection, and you're my interpreter. Everything benefits out of arrangement. Recalling that was only sequence 7, and he wasn't of all kinds of action, Danette had a baffling feeling that Anderson words made sense. As I scroll down, I'm gonna just start the playlist all over. Raise the volume. I'm gonna raise the volume, and I'm gonna just take off my headphones. If things are too loud, you guys let me know in the comments. But I need to take off my headphones because my ears are starting to ache a little bit. He coughed slightly and said, but there will be certain times when I'll get you to stay away next time. If you say please, and there will be no problems, Anderson said in a relaxed manner. The Nitz merely hooded himself and walked towards the hotel's exit in preparation to begin today's investigations. Midway, he suddenly said, Have you had such an experience, often dreaming of an angel's ascent wrapping you in its layered wings? No, it's not only a dream. I occasionally will have the same hallucinations even when I'm awake. Anderson glanced at the boxing glove and the Nitz was wearing. After pondering for a few seconds, he said with a smile, Are you a believer of some secret existence, or have you made contact with some ancient item? The Nit's expression froze as he forced a smile. If it were as simple as you said, I wouldn't have long guessed reason. As he spoke, he brushed shoulders with the 3 men who came in before walking out. Anderson habitually sized up the passerby to confirm his surroundings. Therefore, he glanced at the 3 men and realized that they were a master and 2 servants. The master was tall and his skin was brown. He had soft facial features as though he had parents from Ballum and Lowen. He wore attire in the style of the northern continent, a silk top hat, black formal suit, and a golden inlet cane. Is everything updated? Yes, everything is updated. This is 935, correct? Yes. Yes, right? Yes? Yeah, okay. The Nick's expression froze as he forced a smile. If it were simple, as he spoke, he brushed the soldier. 3 men came in before walking him. Anderson habitually sized up the passerby to confirm his surroundings. Oh, I just read this part. The 2 servants were standard locals that seemed to come from the plantations. They were helping their master hold his cane and leather suitcase. One of them was a mixed blood with fleshly face and baggy clothes. On his waist was a rapier, and as though he was also playing the role of a bodyguard. Unconcerned, Anderson retracted his gaze, following the Nits onto the street. He pointed at the different styled coffins that were horse-drawn or manually lifted with piqued interest. Want to try one of these? It's very interesting. Once you get used to it, you will realize that death isn't something you can be afraid of. Perhaps you might be able to open the lid at some point in time and stand up again. The Nits looked at the strange transportation tool through the corner of his eyes, and he didn't hesitate to shake his head. As a pirate, I more or less believe in the Lord of Storms. Certain things are taboo, and one of them is to stay away from coffins. I'm different. I don't have any taboos. Anderson casually took out a few delexi and bought a few sheets of new papers from the paper boy on the street. It had been said that when it came to paper boys, the various cities on the southern continent weren't inferior to the northern continent. After all, manual labor was cheaper, and there were many children who needed to be supplement their family's income. As the Nix walks to the end of the street in searching of a carriage, meaning for foreigns, he took a copy of the newspapers from Anderson and quickly browsed through it. Suddenly, he noticed a piece of paper. Infamous pirates who calls himself Admiral Hill. Lidwell had been killed by that crazy adventurer Germansborough. His black tulips and entire crew had been taken over by Mirella, who claims to be the Death's envoy. This Death's mouth turned slightly agape, and he was hardly able to close it. He finally understood why Germansborough wanted him to be careful of the numinous episcopate. This lunatic had actually killed the strongest of the 7 pirate admirals, Ludwell. About 10 seconds later, the Nits handed the newspaper to Anderson with a dazed expression. Take a look at this. Anderson received the newspaper with a smile and quickly scanned through it. After a brief silence, he whistled and chuckled. That fellow likely has a new nickname, Pirate Admiral Nemesis. The Nits didn't dare to nod as he... Pirate Admiral Nemesis. The Nits didn't dare to nod as he pungently said, back when I first met him, although I already found him terrifying, I never expected him to be this terrifying. At this moment, he recalled his early attempts at recruiting Germansborough as a sailor at the Golden Dream. And while they left the hotel... Pirate Admiral Nemesis. That is so badass, dude. And while they left the hotel, Klein had already taken up residence in the lecturer's room. He was standing by the window watching the 2 hunters who were being flippant while walking, rubbing the cufflinks on his sleeves, but unfolding the letter and wrote, I suspect that the evil spirits that possess instant gold is from the hunter pathway. You can carry out more investigations in that regard. Along with the letter and soul azures beyond her characteristics, it comes with a pitiful person who was grazed. I liberate him and promise to return his characteristics to the church every night. In East Balham, oh look, he followed through on his promise. In East Balham, having just prepared to join the morning meeting, Leonard suddenly saw the angel messenger who wielded the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads appear before him. Already using this, he received the letter and opened it to give it to Giants. He was surprised to see it an item as resplendent as the night sky. Did you catch the 3 people entering when Clang was his marionettes? Even his reactions are lagging? Wait, no, who were the 3? The stream is lagging and my reaction is lagging. I'm waiting for that second wind. Once I get the second wind, we're back and we're locked in. And East Balham, having just prepared to... We just got to get over this hurdle, you know? It's like we're at the tip of the mountain. We just got to give over it, and then it's downhill, you know? As in easy. It was Klein? I'm confused. What do you mean it was Klein? Did you catch the 3 people entering was Klein and his marionettes? Bro is starting to tie out. No. It was Klein, the 3 that the Nits saw. That was them? What? Really? I didn't catch that. I thought they were just random pirates. Really? Okay. What the fuck? The one with a rapier? Oh, you're right. Admiral Hell, that's his weapon. Oh, Klein came to check on them because Medici can come to them with... Oh, you're right. The weapon. That's the same weapon. I should have picked that up right away. I'm so sorry. You see, look. I'm waiting for my second win, man. Once shit hits the fan, I'm locked in again. I'm so sorry. I'm like slightly zoned out. But it's okay. Okay, thank you. Wow, I am sweaty. I feel like I need to take a shower like in between stream. I feel like we need one more break so I can just take a shower. Whew. In East Balam, having just prepared to join the morning meeting, Leonard suddenly saw the angel messenger who wielded 4 blonde, red-eyed heaps appear before him. Already used to this, he received the letter and opened it and gave it a glance. He was surprised to see an item represented as the night sky. This list, Leonard had an inkling as to what the item was. He hurriedly unfolded the letter and read it. 20 seconds later, he slowly signed as he silently said, as expected, it's a beyond characteristic. Klein is still very friendly to the church and the night hawks. He was rather delighted and he took out 2 transparent deed ring worms and placed it in the envelope. He then summoned German Sparrow's messenger, handed it in to her, and paid the 1 gold coin. After doing this, Leonard loosened up the pop buttons of his shirt, walked out of the room, and headed underground. On the way, he encountered Dally Simmons, still dressed in the spirit medium. Dally looked forward and asked very normally, any new clues? It's supposed to be an evil spirit of the hunter pathway. Leonard fell silent for 2 seconds before he decided against concealing the matter. Dally, oh, he doesn't tell her. It is a workout. It's literally like a mental workout. Woo! Woo! I'm telling you, it's a mental workout. Oh, man. Dally nodded indiscriminately and said after some thoughts, then it might have the instinct of being proactive. It will proactively leave clues for us. Of course, this might be also contain some level of misdirection to it. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked at the captain's cabin in the Blue Avengers. Come on in. Olger put down the brass sextant in his hand and said in a deep voice. A sailor opened the door and looked back. With the urging of his companions, he hesitantly entered the room and struck the left breast with his right fist and bowed, Holy Lord of Storms. After Olger did the same response, he forced a smile and said, Captain, many pirates and sailors from the merchant ships have been recently saying that they found valuable items in the ruins of the Bansi Harbor. There was even gold. We don't have any particularly important missions recently, so everyone is wondering if we should make another trip to Bansi. Such a bustling harbor, even if it has been searching for numerous times, it should still have plenty of things left. Olger listened with a deadpan expression. After a few seconds of thought, he said, I can understand your feelings. Let's do this. Let's head in the direction of Bansi Harbor, but do not set a destination. If nothing happens midway, we will still stay there for a day. Aye, aye, Captain. The sailor excitedly clenched his right fist and struck to his left breast again. May the storm be with you. May the storm be with you. Olger watched as his subordinate left and closed the door. Then, as though nothing had happened, he poured himself a cup of Lanty Prue without any joy or anger as he sipped slowly. Whatever that has just happened with us was within his expectations. This is because the news of finding items of value in Bansi Harbor's ruins was something he had spread while disguised. As the captain of the Church of the Storms, he was constantly monitored by the sailors, having been to Bansi Harbor, meeting it again, and made it suspicious. Therefore, Olga decided on getting the crew to make the request themselves. That way, even if they discovered anything, they encountered something at Bansi Harbor, no one would suspect the captain. The sailors, especially sailors who was just to spend all their money in Bam and their news of the rumors, will be sufficient. Allure would still stir in their hearts and most. Olger knew this very well. In addition, the Blue Avenger had stayed in Bam for too long. If he hadn't set sail, it would also be suspicious. As for the monitoring artisan chief, it was naturally left to the Hermit Kalia. Due to the investigations of the Aurora Order, this pirate admiral of the Featured had recently been hanging around the Roasted Archipelago. Fuck, man, It was said to be an important base of the most ascetic order. After drinking the liquor, Olger put down his cup and looked out at the undulating waves and silently said a word, Bansi. Considering how it was late June and Will Ossiton's birthday was still unclear, Klein did some recognition before heading above the gray fog to bring the radio transceiver back to the real world. He also warned himself that he could only ask a maximum of 2 questions. In order to suddenly turn gloomy and cold, the unnamed transceiver began producing clicking voices. 936. Don't want to miss out. And I don't want to miss out, so that's why we're going to keep going. Whew. Oh, man, I'm feeling it, man. I'm starting to feel it. I'm feeling it now, man. I'm waiting for that second win. Holy shit, there's 50 of you guys here. I'm waiting for that second win to hit. Once that second win hits, I know I'm locked in. I have 10 chapters? Oh, my God. 10 chapters left. Come on, bro. Come on. That's 2 hours if I just read nonstop. Come on. It's very soon. Don't worry. All right. My laptop's still lagging. I know it's coming. I know it's coming, dude. I'll be honest, I need to get G Fuel in a chapter or 2. All right, without spoiling, when should I go get G Fuel? What chapter should I go take G Fuel? You guys let me know. What chapter should I stand up and go get G Fuel? Second wind is coming. All right, second wind is inbound. Gabriel, Munch, KX, thank you guys. Now, now? Get G Fuel now? Oh, we'll see. Let's keep rating. 200. Holy shit, we regressed a lot. Plus 100 talents, minus 7 mental strength, plus 200 confusion. Chapter 936 is called Don't Want to Miss Out. Woo! I don't want to miss out. That's why we're not going to end stream. We're going to keep going. 2 chapter things start. Look at that. That got me excited. Like, just wait 2 more chapters. All right, I'm getting excited. I'm waking up. All right, energy's coming back. Second wind. My battery's charging. Chapter 936, Don't Want to Miss Out. I'm going to lock in. I'm not going to read chat for like a chapter or 2. All right, here we go. Amidst the clacking sounds, a white piece of illusory paper spewed out from the radar transceiver. On it were words... I'm taking off my headphones. Don't forget the sanity meter. I'm going to lower the volume. All right. Amidst the clacking sounds, a white piece of illusion paper spewed out from the radar transceiver. On it were words composed of Loaness. Exalted Great Master, you puny, loyal, and humble servant, Rhodes is here to enter your summoning. Did you know that Dr. Aaron Sirius's child was born the... Will is born? Will is born? So I'm about to say Will gave birth. He's been born? Oh, shit. Okay, I'm getting excited already. Okay. All right. Exalted Great Master, you puny little humble servants of Rhodes is here to answer your summoning. Did you know Dr. Aaron Series' child was born the night before the last? He was born 2 nights ago. Thankfully, I contacted the magic mirror in time. Klein nodded slightly and said, now I know. Amidst clacking sounds, more of the illusory white paper spewed out. What Will is born? Oh, God, dude. Okay. Based on the principle of the stricter period, it's your turn to ask a question. Klein had originally wanted to ask about the matters regarding Instant Will. Look, I have to cover my ears because my ears are starting to ring because I feel like I am too loud for myself, so I'm covering my ears just so I'm not too loud. Klein had originally wanted to ask about the matters regarding Instant Will 008 and the Red Angel Evil Spirit, but considering how he had failed divining it above the Grey Fog, it was almost certain that Rhodes was unable to see it. At best, it could provide him more detailed information regarding 008. But this way, without the Grey Fog screening, it would be equivalent to him knowing 008, and it would result in it knowing him, so you can't ask that. It didn't benefit him when it came to hiding behind the scenes to directly play. After thinking about it for 2 seconds, he asked, what means are there to speed up the digestion potions? Do a great job acting. On the illusionary white paper, black words were produced. Upon seeing the magic mirror reply, Klein first fell silent before he slowly exhaled. For the best present Instant Will appearance was too early. He still needed about 2 months to complete his digestion of the Marionette's potion. When that happened, I wonder if he's going to drink it before he digests. I wonder if he's going to be like a conundrum, like, holy shit, I have to take it now even though I'm not ready. When that happens, and with him already gathering the ingredients, he could orchestrate an assassination of the demigod Instant Will, placing the sequences. Oh, shit. Advancement with his wish together, then there was no need for him to consider any room for retirement. However, Instant Will would appear until he was done preparing everything. He wouldn't follow the steps that Klein had in mind. Based on Klein's earliest ideas, it was first gathered information, find out where Instant Will was, and wait until it was late August or early September before confirming the plan based on the situation. If not for the possession of the evil spirit, Instant Will wouldn't have exposed himself. If he didn't use Instant Will's current condition, it's very possible that they couldn't find the ladder again once he exhorted the evil spirit. Coincidences wouldn't stand in his way when it came to meeting him. Furthermore, if that were really the Red Angel Evil Spirit, Klein was also worried that Instant Will might have already died by the time he and Leonard started exacting revenge. The reason behind his death could be due to certain machinations from some ridiculously comedic situation and not because of his sins. Due to these considerations, Klein attempted to digest his potion faster, hoping that he could complete it within a week or 2. However, Rhodes' answer left him depressed. He also knew that this wasn't something he could force. In 2 weeks or even the next few days, how was he to create a better opportunity to act? In the silence, Klein had already made up his mind. He didn't plan on tying the 2 matters together, and for the beginning, he wanted revenge against Instant Will, and his primary goal, provided there was a chance of success. He didn't wish to miss this opportunity, although it had only been about 10 months, less than a year since the incident at... It's only been less than a year since the incident at Blackthorn Security Company. It felt like a very, very long... You know what's crazy? I started reading this less than a year ago. It's been about 10 months since I started reading this, if you think about it. It's close to 10 months. Damn, that's crazy. Less than a year since the incident of Blackthorn Security Company. It feels like it does feel like a very, very long time ago. So that he didn't wish to wait any longer. Catching a glance at the gloomy radio transceiver, Klein thought before wearing a stern look. He asked with a deep voice, back when I used the winter marionette to look at myself, I learned why Beyonders of the Fate Pathway will have such a reaction when facing me. Now I would like to know what you see when you look at me. The question was a bolt out of the blue that seemed to echo in the room. The radio transceiver suddenly fell silent, and the clacking sounds sounded after quite a while. He's like, I see the fool. A black illusionary piece of paper spewed out, and on it were ghastly white words. I see a pillar and support from you. Are you satisfied with such a question? I see a pillar and support from you. Pillar, support. What does that mean? Klein had planned on pressing, but he believed that Rhodes was unlikely to explain it too clearly because it lacked the required knowledge. Realizing that the Mother True Desire was about to find him if he kept this up, he nodded and said, acceptable. That shall be offered today. You may return. The clacking of the radio transceiver became increasingly briskly as the paper that appeared was white again. All right, great master, goodbye. Your loyal and helpful servant Rhodes is constantly at your service. This time, a pillar. He's a pillar? This time, the magic mirror seemed to forget to add a hand-waving drawing. This was quite a quick... Oh, he knows something. This was quite a quick escape. He doesn't want to tell him. Oh, there's probably something bad that he doesn't want him to know. Shit. Maybe he really isn't best girl. Maybe he's trying to hide something from Klein. He's hiding something from us, no? Klein mumbled and immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered above the gray fog. He conjured the world Gurmit Sparrow and informed the hermit Kalia that the mythical creature blood she needed was ready. She was to provide the means to regain a certain amount of strength during 1 week stages as quickly as possible. Before long, Kalia set up a ritual and sacrificed an item to the fool and requested this mighty existence to hand it to the world and told him that the principle of the item's effects was to temporarily borrow a portion of one's strength from the former self. This sounds familiar. Sounds like the powers of the sheer pathway sequence for the scholar of yore. The fool. Oh my god, here we go. Maybe he really isn't best girl. I'm confused. Because maybe he's trying to hide something. The fool Klein was surprised as he picked up the item from the man Hermit had sacrificed. It was like the end of a cane with a long, transparent gem embedded on it. It was carved with a complicated, mysterious, indescribable 3-dimensional symbol and magic labels. Klein recognized 2 of them. One was the incomplete pupilless eyes, and the other was the incomplete contorted lines. Could this be an item that really points towards Sequence 0, the Fool? Let me reread this again. Klein recognized 2 of them. One was the incomplete pupilless eye, and the other was the incomplete contorted lines. Could this be an item that really points towards the Sequence 0, the Fool? But isn't it a little too complicated? This can feel really familiar. It's like the crystal ball that Little Sun had used when he prayed to me. Could it also correspond to another crimson star? Klein looked out of the ancient palace with the odd expression, but all he saw were illusionary stars suspending in the infinite gray fog without any signs of abnormality. With the fact that such an item were one-use items like charms, he abandoned the idea of experimenting with it. All he did was summon some paper figurines, and Jung Pong seriously recorded down the complicated and abnormal symbols and magic labels on the cane. Like Alger's sting that brought him to the gray fog, and also Audrey's magic mirror. He had the magic glass bottle, Audrey had the magic mirror, and then Derek had the crystal ball. Okay, how are all these things connected, man? Knowing Kingdom Backland, Dr. Aaron's residence. Is like the Fool or the uniqueness of the Fool using mystical items as like a bridge. Lowen Kingdom. I'm sorry. Hold up. I feel like I'm very lucid right now because we've been live for a while, but we keep going until we get that second one. Lowen Kingdom, Backland, Dr. Aaron's residence. A maid was inside the master bedroom taking care of a soundly sleeping infant. Holy shit, it's Will. Downstairs, the banquet, which had many guests attended, had reached the midway mark. Suddenly, in a corner of the 3 figures quickly materialized. Leading them was a man in silk top hat, black former suit. Oh, it's Klein. It was none other than Klein Moretti who hadn't disguised himself. He tossed out a charm and muttered an ancient Hermes term, crimson. The dark red flames flashed amidst the light of explosion sounds, soothing powers emitted outside. The maid fell asleep, instantly collapsing onto the bedside into the deep sleep. This is crazy. Out of context, like, what the is this guy sneaking into the baby's room to take like a drop of his blood? That's fucked up. Like, out of context, but within the context of Lord of Mysteries, this makes perfect sense. Like, we need a drop of the placenta bud. Klein made his two marionettes stand in their spots as he walked to the infant's cot and cast his gaze inside. It was a child wrapped in silver silk. His skin was very fair, and he was fleshly with layers after layers. This infant showed no fear towards the stranger as he looked straight at Klein with his eyes wide open while sucking his fingers. He's sucking his fingers like, I've been waiting for you. At him, Klein couldn't help but smile as he took out his hat and bowed. Congratulations on being born. You just say that to my parents? He can speak? I thought he can only speak in dream divinations, or like when he's committed through the freaking crane, the paper crane. He can speak in the real world? You should say that to my parents. The infant pulled out his fingers and spoke with a bright voice that didn't match his age. What the fuck? Oh shit. Klein chuckled and didn't harp on the meaningless topic with a snake of fate. Bro is a prodigy. Dude, this guy learned to speak before me. My man was learning how to speak. Oh, after, like, the second he left his womb, he became perfectly adept at speaking Loanese. Klein chuckled and didn't harp on the meaningless topic with a snake of fate. He went straight to the point. I brought the method that allows you to regain a certain amount of strength during your weak stages. Oh. You can now give me the drop of placenta blood. Will Ossiton opened his fleshy palms and said, let me take a look first. How do you know that this method is an item? Klein couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. Will Ossiton scoffed. An intuition of fate. It's like your diary. It's like you didn't say a thing. Klein moved the cane from behind from his forehead and had it over. The infant held it tightly and glanced at it twice before raising its voice. This can only be used once. That's right, only once. Is that a problem? Klein deliberately and said, with your level of abilities, you can completely replicate the symbols and magic labels engraved on it, then prepare the corresponding ingredients to hold a correct ritual. Wouldn't that allow you to use it multiple times? Will Ospin suddenly cut him off. All right, I accept it. Remember, you were the one who suggested it. Klein was momentarily a little dumbfounded, but he also seemed to realize something. He had a vague feeling that despite him being here to take advantage of a baby, it ended up as the baby taking advantage of him. Like, the tables were flipped. Yes, I was the one who suggested it. He finally drew a breath and nodded, and earnestly the baby plump face revealed a smile as he spread open the other hand. I've already prepared it for you. A total of 2 drops. 1 drop is from the transaction, and the other drop is your commission for facilitating this transaction. Oh, so he gets 1. There's a commission. Klein was delighted as he hurriedly looked at Will Ossipton's palm. There were 2 drops of silver blood there. Each drop appeared to have countless minute illusionary wheels spinning. They form a belt that had its head connected to a tail. Ouroboros? Like a snake? Like the snake eating its own tail? Just one look at it made Klein seem to lose his ability to think. He felt all his thoughts repeatedly appearing in his mind. He hurriedly shook his head and took out the iron cigar case, which contained a Zix copper whistle. Then he placed in the drops of snake of fate blood, which was clearly been sealed inside. Thank you for your generosity, Klein said sincerely before asking, can this be used to make a charm? The baby sucked his finger and said, of course. As for the exact symbols needed to be carved, you have already seen those. You are free to choose a combination. Whatever you get will all depend on your luck. Klein nodded and asked again, who should I pray to? You're probably unable to respond to the relatively high-level rituals for the time being, and praying to Ouroboros is borderline of being a provocation. Do I pray to a sequence to Angel of Fate pathway, but I don't know their honorific names. Will also 10 milligram. There are more convenient methods. Who? Klein pressed in delight. The baby replied with a giggle. Empress of Misfortune and Horror? Evernight? Pray to the Evernight? Give me ice cream? Alright. Several days later. Chapter 937. Wow, this reminds me of 7 Days Later. That movie fucked me up as a kid, by the way. Chapter 397. It's called Several Days Later. Next chapter. Almost there. Alright, I guess after this chapter, I'm getting G Fuel. Alright. Alright, almost there. Almost there. Alright. You guys are hyping me up. Chill. Stay strong. I'm coming back. I'm waking up again. Empress of Misfortune or Horror. Isn't that... It's just my feet are aching up, man. Gosh. I need to read a chapter laying down. Let's do this while we're recording the video. Stay strong. You're at the end of the tunnel. I know, man. I'm at the end of... I know. I need to lean back. It's gonna be a little scuffed. All right. Oh, that feels so good. All right, I feel a little bit better. I can stretch because my legs are aching up. I think that's what hurts the most. You're so close. I'm fucking super close. I feel it, man. I feel something in me right now. All right, chapter 937 is called Sever. I don't even know if you guys can hear the music, so I apologize if it's too low, too loud. I don't know. I have my headphones off, and it's kind of, I don't want to time management this just yet, so I'm just gonna read without them. Chapter, no like here? Okay. Chapter 937 is called Several Days Later, Empress of Misfortune and Horror. Isn't that the goddess? That's right. Misfortune includes bad luck, a part of fate. The goddess has a corresponding authority and can naturally give a response. By giving this suggestion, doesn't it mean that in Will Ossiton's eyes, he has always suspected that I'm Evernight's blessed? It's just that I didn't notice it myself. It's the same as the answer I received about how I should get the high sequence beyond potion formula of the seer pathway. He is even more certain than after what happened at St. Selma Cathedral. Klein was first taken aback before he became enlightened. As though he was muttering to himself, he said, if I were to pray to the goddess, no matter what symbols I choose, the final product effect will likely be inclined towards the domain of bad luck. That's common sense. The baby wrapped in silver silk shouted. After taming confirmation, Klein felt more certain as he said with a smile, are you still named Will Ossiton? Oh, yeah, he'd have a different name. Unless he goes into their dreams and be like, you will name your child Will. Yeah. He was very curious if he changed his name after being born. If you like it, you can continue thinking so. However, my full name has already been changed to Will Ceres. Ah. The baby replied indifferently. Klein thought before asking, if I wanted to deal with the wielder of 008, what suggestions do you have? I don't want to know about 008. I just wish to know if you have any suggestions. Okay, so you learn about it, but it's like you indirectly know about it and the Quill doesn't know about you. The plump baby looked at him as he suddenly opened his mouth and let out a loud cry. Wah! He's like, shut the fuck up. Don't ask me. It's dangerous. I don't want to know, dude. The corners forever will. The corner of Klein's lips quivered upon seeing the maid about to wake up. He took a few steps back and vanished from the room with two of his marionettes. Oh, wait. He actually didn't want to tell him anything. Rorsted Sea. On the feature which was docked in Bayham residence private harbor, Cat Leah, who was holding a ritual, saw a drop of silver blood fly out of the illusion door that manifested itself from the candlelight. With just one glance at it, she hurriedly closed her eyes, despite wearing her heavy glasses. At that instant, it felt like an aloof of the mysterious wheel was spinning in circles, forming a silver snake that had its head connected to its tail. This made her repeat her previous thoughts as she thanked Mr. Fool 12 consecutive times before returning to normal. It has made her repeat her previous thoughts as she thanked Mr. Why I just read that. Oof, time loop. It really is the blood of a mythical creature from the fate domain, and its level is higher than that of an ordinary angel. Catleya entered the ritual in delight, and she took out a container she had just prepared ahead of time, placing the drop of silver blood inside. After obtaining some information of the monster pathway from Queen Mystic and learning the existence of the angel of fate Ouroboros from Mr. Fool, she quickly came up with a guess as to who the blood belonged to. Perhaps it's the one from the Lie School of Thought, or there might be another Sequence 1 angel. Regardless, Mr. Fool is also able to use the least two angels in the real world, along with the ancient bane that I can be certain of. Aside from the lack of sealed artifacts, the faction that believes in Mr. Fool is enough to match that of an Orthodox church. Even the element Dawn and Moses' ascetic order can't compare. As expected of an awakening ancient god, increasingly filled with awe, Catleya drew a gasp and began considering her matters. Pull the sissy. Her other preparations was rather smooth sailing. Without any actions, all she needed to do was wait for a month or so to attempt advancing from Sequence 4 to obtain godhood. Overcast with heavy black clouds. Okay, this is a very scary mood. Wow, man. Whew! I smell. Oh my goodness. Man, we've been sitting here for a while. Overcast with heavy black clouds, silver lightning would occasionally streak across the sky, illuminating the desolate plains and the winding rivers that ran dry. At the middle of the plains, where the river made a half-circled black, stacked, shadowy outline loomed, it was a lifeless city. After several days traveling, the team that led by the chief of the city's silver 6-member council, Demon Hunter Colin Iliad, finally arrived at the destination, Noise City. The team was a small one, excluding Colin. There were only 4 other members. Wow, I'm losing my voice, dude. This is scary. Okay, I think I need to take a 10 after this. I'm losing my voice. I can hear it. There were I can feel it. I hear it and I feel it. There were the 6-member council elders, Shepherd Levia, and 2 Sequence 5 guardians, Legir and Gundlan, as well as Sequence 6 honorary Derek Berg. Damn, he came up. He's rising through these ranks. Sequence 6 notary Derek Berg. The overall strength of the team wasn't weaker than a complete expedition team. It was perhaps even stronger, okay, than a typical expedition team. According to Colin Ilya, this is because Noise City was filled with monsters, making it very dangerous. Shapeshifters were adept at disguises, and they enjoyed making use of the trust between teammates. Therefore, the smaller the expedition team, the better. And since there were fewer people, this was undoubtedly a need to prepare it with a strong team. As they watched the city in front of them, which was covered in mist, one that couldn't be lit up despite the lightning, Demon Hunter Colin drew 2 swords on his back. Unhurriedly, he slathered a silver-gray ointment on one and a golden liquid on the other. He then stabbed the 2 swords in front of him. He then removed 3 small metal bottles from a hidden compartment. On it, his belt put out the stopper and engulfed the contents of the potion. Meanwhile, Legir and Gundlun had made preparations for combat. Derekberg held his hammer with one hand and he opened up the other palm. With a solemn tone, he said in Jotunum, "God says it's effective." Silently, Colin, Iliad, and company felt that the consumed potion that conjured dawn and the slathered ointment had been significantly augmented. Right on the heels of that, concentrated rings of the worm of light entered out, enduing the expedition team with courage and strength. After Derek used Holy Oath to boost his agility, Colin shot a glance at Luvia, who was holding an animal hide lantern and standing silently observing. He then turned his head to the point of the perimeter of Noise City, which was more than 10 meters away. He then said to the teenager, who was once again a little taller, "Use your ability to light up the streets ahead." After saying that, he surveyed his surroundings and added, "Once we enter Noise City, make sure we do not separate. A few days ago, I had already introduced the more active monsters that hide in the darkness in this region. All of you should be aware of how separating will be utilized by the shapeshifter." Goblin was a beautiful female. Oh, Goblin is a woman. I thought it was a male. Gondolin was a beautiful female warrior who was 2.4 to 2.5 meters tall. Upon hearing that, she thought and asked, "Then should we make use of the hunt? Should we make use of this to hunt a shapeshifter? It is best that we do not do so. It's just too dangerous. Also, it's very easy to end up killing our own teammates or end up becoming lost in the Noise City forever." The grizzled Colin Inland seriously warned. Derek looked at the silent city, that the cloak and the thin mist, and subconsciously asked, "Your Excellency, this was the city, also the under Giant King's court?" "Yes, but it's very close to a kingdom ruled by another ancient god," Colin answered patiently. Holding 2 iron black poles, 2.4 meter tall, Legarier pressed with intrigue, "Which ancient god? King of demonic wolves, the annihilation Flagera." "Is that so? Okay." Derek remembered the chief's introduction, took a step forward, and extended his arms. Pure, radiant sunlight emitted from his body, illuminating the either collapsed or rotting building, the grayish-white stone-paved streets, and the extremely silent city perimeter. Derek and company saw the figures appear in the streets. They were either wearing lined robes or animal hides, as though they were busily going on about their day. Upon sensing the sunlight illumination, they silently turned their heads in unison and looked at the City of Servers expedition team. Banshee Harbor at night would occasionally have ravens and other birds calling out, accentuated the gloom and deathly silence of the ruins. Even the sounds of crashing waves were unable to wash away the feelings. Speaking of waves, you guys heard about the potential tsunami that was going to hit Hawaii? Or like a lot of parts on the west coast of the United States? Because of that one, like 8-point-something earthquake. As believers of the Lords of Storms and the crew members of the Blue Avenger, the sailors were bold, especially when they believed that there might be gold valuables hidden within the collapsed buildings. It spurred them on, sapping away the fear that might exist. The moment they arrived, they rushed down the ship, began searching the area in groups of 2 or 3. Alger didn't follow them as he scrolled through the ruins alone, in search of any marks that appeared of the Banshee Harbor's destruction. As he walked with him wearing the whip of mind rings and having the blade of poison slung by his waist, he came to a collapsed building with crumbling walls and a door that was only a few pieces of charred wood. If I remember correctly, this was the telegram office of Banshee Harbor. Alger nodded slightly as he approached and did a slight inspection. He then saw a relatively empty area amidst the rubble. The ground was parched black with 2 blood-red silhouettes. It was as though 2 people had been lying there only to be squashed flat. And this had been months ago, yet the 2 streaks of blood remained fresh as though they had contained some degree of vitality to it. Alger's forehead throbbed as he felt as though he could imagine the vileness before Banshee Harbor was destroyed. He swept his gaze and suddenly saw a picture engraved on the crumbling walls besides the 2 blood-colored figures. It was the spot the moonlight could hardly shine onto. The picture, okay, hold up. The picture was very simple and it wasn't even colored. It was of an armored monster with a squid's head that wielded a trident The mythical creature form of lightning swirled around it as the waves around for behind. Yeah, okay. Behind it was a cape formed by bird feathers. Alder's eyes widened suddenly as he felt a tumultuous storm rage within. He recognized what the monster represented because the sun had once depicted it before. It was the warped version of Lord of Storms, according to the Rose Redemption. Okay, that's what it is. And could this picture's appearance imply that the Rose Redemption members had previously come to Banty Harbor? Oh, Banty Harbor. And had drawn the picture after the building collapsed. Otherwise, it was impossible for the mirror to not be damaged. It happened to fill an abnormal crumbling wall. This should be what the world wanted me to find in Banty Harbor. He's pursuing the Rose Redemption. Alger muttered slightly as he made himself raise his right hand. He had planned on destroying the picture, but after some thought, he retracted his arm, circling around Banty Harbor's former telegram office as though he hadn't discovered anything. He then walked in another direction. I remember we were trying to go inside the post office, but they wouldn't open the door. He's like, no. He's like, can we just leave a message? All right, next chapter. 938 is called writing. I'm already thinking of the quote. If we're talking about writing, I feel like we're going to do something with the quote here. All right, let me pause, update this while leaning back. .38. Control. Copy. Go drink some G Fuel. I think I'm gonna make G Fuel and I'm gonna go make some tea again. The tea really soothes my throat, man. It really does help. So I think I am gonna do that right now. But let me just do my timestamp. Do it before next chapter. I'll tell you, hold up. We'll find out right now. Two hours. 54 minutes. 42 seconds. All right. Wash your face with cold water. That's exactly what I was gonna do, dude. All right, hold up. Just give me 10 minutes. Give me 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Just give me 10 minutes. How many more hours? We should be done in less than 2 hours, right? What's the last chapter? Exactly. It's okay. It's not a spoiler. The last chapter is 46. So I think we just need 8 chapters. I think we can do this in 8 chapters. Drink the G Fuel. We are at peak. All right. Just give me 5 minutes. 9:46. Okay. Look, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make G Fuel. I'm gonna hold my dog and just go outside. I'm gonna go outside for 5 minutes because I can hear the beautiful breeze, cool air. Let me just go outside, get like 5 minutes of fresh air, touch some grass for 5 minutes. Hold my dog as I make my G Fuel, and then I'll come back. Deal. 5 minutes. You know what? Let's do... Wait, no, not 30. It's okay. Give me 7. Go get some break. Okay. I need 7 minutes. I need 7 minutes. Don't sleep on the grass. No, I won't. Don't worry. I'm gonna be standing. Look, dude, I'm barefoot. I'm gonna just be stepping on grass right now. I'll be right back. Hold up. 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Set a timer. I'm back. I was washing my face. Sorry, after my 7 minutes, I want to go wash my face. Okay. Hello. Welcome back. Hold up. Let me play new music to hype me up. Hold up. Let me just play a new song to hype me up. Give me a sec. Why can't I find it? Give me a sec. Incoming peak? I know. I'm getting ready. Alright. Woo! Alright. Are you guys ready? Are we recording? 938 is called writing. Oh shit. I gotta chill. Oh, dude, the lightning strike. Oh, I almost fell out of a seat. Alright, here we go. Let's just play regular music for now. We'll get hyped up later. Big music. Well, you know what? We're probably gonna have that music play in a little bit. Hype is real. Okay, look, I'm already fucking wide awake. We're gonna play the music in a bit. Look at that. I was so unfocused. I should pause the recording as I like drink this stuff. Give me a sec. Look at that. I went out and touched grass. Look, hold up. Let me get a little personal. I did a quick 5-minute phone call with my girl. She's kind of sad right now. She's going through her stuff. We talked a little bit. I was like, hey, I love you. She loves me. And I'm like, okay, cool. I'll see you later tonight once I'm done streaming. We're going to spend some more time together once you're back, and it's all going to be good. And then I was just watching my dog run around, and I'm like throwing her the ball. It was so cute. It was so beautiful, man. And then I feel the wind hitting my cheeks. I'm like, oh, man. And I'm just like, man, I'm so grateful for life. It was so beautiful. But now, Lord of the Mysteries, now we're fucking finishing this bitch. Pulling the Band-Aid. All right, I'm wide awake. Woo! I see you changed with energy. Yeah, bro said he said words to his girlfriend before peak. Bro said... Nice break. It was a good break. But I walked back inside and I'm like, man, I'm thankful for life. I got a beautiful girl. I got a beautiful dog. Life is good, man. All right, but let me click on this and let's keep reading. And I have a beautiful community. I have a beautiful community that I got to read this amazing series with. Don't forget. I'm not forgetting about you guys. Bro said his last word is his girlfriend. Oh, man. Chapter 938 is called Writing. Above the endless great fog in the midst of a magnificent and ancient palace, the warped picture of the Lord of the Storms, one that's suspected to be left behind a Rose Redemption member. Red Angel Medici is one of the founders of the Rose Redemption. Klein sat in the high-back chair belonging to the fool as he silently looked at the crimson star representing the hanged man. Using his feedback, he basically confirmed that the one possessing instant will was the Red Angel. It was the Red Angel evil spirit. He did tell me that. He did say that. And the eternal silence, Klein silently sat at the seat of honor of the model table as though he had become a deity statue. After an unknown period of time, he nodded indiscriminately and slowly exhaled. His figure vanished as he returned to the real world. He continued his nap without thinking of any plans, considering anything related to Ince Zangwil. Okay. He slept till the next morning and got out of bed. He repeated his habits over the past few days, walking to the window barefoot and drawing in the window. On the streets outside of the hotel, the Nits, who had dressed up like a Western Ballum native with an extra hooded cloak, held the iron black box of gloves close to his chest before rushing to the square on his right. Based on his previous report, Klein knew that he was meeting one of the local ruling factions today under their stance of their arm deals. Anderson didn't follow. He had ruffled his park's shorts, blonde hair, in a mess as he leisurely strolled around the perimeter of the square. He sat down and wore a funny-looking puppet over his left-hand black-gloved hand and began putting on a ventriloquist act for other people who walked by. The man and puppet each had different voices as they mocked each other out of witty remarks. It was quite good at attracting attention. Did I skip a line? No, we're good. Easy is now fated to perish while reading volume 4. No, we're good. Our energy is back. The only problem was that it was done by the Intis language and not Dutanese. Few people understood it, so after standing around to watch for a moment, they walked off. Klein focused on the Foxy's strongest hunter with the same expression as before. His eyes betrayed how deep it thought he was. E. Spallum in the temporary office for Soist Dread Gloves. Cindy, who had long wine red hair, walked in the... I'm reading wrong. I'm catching myself. I'm reading wrong. Cindy, who had long, wine red hair, walked in a few telegrams and said excitingly, new clues. What clues? Soyce put down the wine porcelain coffee mug in his hand, and Leonard Daly cast her gaze to the door. As Cindy handed the telegram to her captain, she said, Emperor Rizzo's quote, wherever he steps, whatever he touches, whatever he leaves, even unconsciously, will serve as a silent witness against him. Really makes sense. We found people witnessing Insingwil in several places, forming a complete trajectory. From this, we've realized that Insingwil's thoughts seem to be contradictory. He often approaches the colonies of Intisting for a short period of time before leaving it. Then he approaches once again, leaving it repeatedly as though. Isn't this what Klein mentioned? This has that his actions are inconsistent. Leonard was delighted as he offered a better description for Sydney. Whilst closing in, when you read the Red Gloves team led by Soyce. I got you. As he oscillating, Cindy heaved a sigh of relief and began describing finding items. In addition, Insingwil had killed a few Intis military spies and has purchased several beyond our ingredients. It's unknown when he's trying to do this, Leonard deliberately said, and with pathways beyond our ingredients are being bought by Insingwil. They are from the warrior, hunter, and bard pathways. Cindy pointed to a few telegrams that Captain Soyce was reading. Not more while closing in. Indeed, there's a hunter pathway. Having failed to find an excuse to get his teammates to take notice of the hunter-related clues, or if not, we'll play a song from Plague's Tale. That's battle-oriented. Leonard exults silently as no longer had any doubts regarding Klein's theory. He believed that it was the truth. Next, how should I make everyone realize that Inns had been possessed by an evil spirit of the hunter pathway? Leonard fell silent into thought. He waited until Soyce finished reading the telegram and handed it to the other teammates before he came up with something. He decided to take a risk. Before he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at Dally Simon, dressed in a spirit made him inquire. This lady lowered her hand slightly, indicating that she shouldn't be too anxious, and stopped to whatever he was about to attend. Ma'am Dally is telling me that this isn't a time that I should wait for a better opportunity. Okay. Amidst his hesitation, he saw Dally flick the telegram in her hand and looked around the room. I have an idea. What is it, Dally? What is it? Soyce asked. Dally simple. I suspect that Insingwil is possessed by an evil spirit. She just said it like that. She will be suspected. Leonard jumped in fright. Without waiting for Soyce, Cindy and company to raise her doubts, Dally continued. Insingwil was once a gatekeeper, and now he's a night watcher. His body can accommodate evil spirits and use their powers. Furthermore, he also has 008's help. If I were him, I'd definitely try to seek out stronger evil spirits and raise my strength as much as possible. This way, because he obtains complete control over the evil spirits, there will be backlashes. Insingwil would take actions that seem contradictory. So it's like, yes, one is him and then one is the quote-unquote spirit. What? No, what's closing in? Already? Right now? Oh, no. Okay. Whew. Okay. If I were him, I'd definitely try to seek out stronger... I just read this part. That seem wait, I'm not recording. Whoo, caught that. That seem contradictory. This can be explained what mentions... It can explain what's mentioned on the telegram. In addition, haven't we been puzzled as to why Insingwil has been trying to contact important members of Numinous Episcopate. And we had come up with various theories. Perhaps getting them to help him exercise, purify, or completely control the evil spirit is his goal. Soyce thought for a moment and deliberated over his words. The possibility cannot be ruled out, but this is fundamentally a subject theory of yours. How did you come up with this? What details gave you inspiration? Leonardo became nervous as Dally chuckled. This is a woman's intuition, and it's just like how I know your thoughts as well as those of the rest of you at times. This is a woman's intuition. It's just like how I know your thoughts as well as those of the rest of you at times. What is she implying? Besides, since this is the discussion analysis, we should list down all possibilities. We should then eliminate the possibilities based on the actual investigations. This will aid us in finding the correct answers. Therefore, we need to let out thoughts wander. No matter how ridiculous the idea must be, we must dare to propose it. From the various details we obtained from our feedback, I believe my theory is most likely one. Soy sauce? I'm saying it wrong. No? Madame Dally sure is good with words. At least she has convinced me. She raised the theory of an evil spirit possession to protect me and direct the risk towards herself. On this... Oh, now she's in danger? On this matter, regardless instinct, she seems willing to take on everything. Leonardo became enlightened as she felt poignant. After hearing Dally reply, Soyce nodded slightly. Indeed, since this is a discussion, we shouldn't limit our thoughts. The possibility of an evil spirit possession scenario is quite high. I'll report this to her excellently goddess's eyes. I'll leave it to Archbishop and the high-ranking decons to decide the subsequent investigations. After all, we know too little about 008. The Red Gloves team led by Soyce. Okay. This is it. This is it, right? Let's play this for a little bit. Ooh, it's a little loud. It's a little loud. It's way too loud. The Red Glove team, led by Soyce, discovered integral abnormalities from the feedback from the various telegrams. Stanley Simmons used this opportunity to mention the assumption of an evil spirit possession, and he had received a unanimous agreement. No, not yet. Oh my God, not yet, not yet, not yet. I lied. Walls closing in. Not this. I know. I was just trying to get a little hyped up. I was trying to get a little hyped up. Don't worry. I got the song right here. I got it ready. I got it ready. I got it ready. Bro assaulted my ears. I know. I know. I got it right here. We're looping it. 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 I wouldn't be able to see Cami Romero else anymore. Hold up. I put stream on 144p. I have to do that sometimes. Make sure music is good. Okay, music is good. She claimed to be reasonable theory. I fucking lost my place. The Red Gloves team, led by Soyce, discovered insingle abnormalities. Am I even recording? What's going on with OBS? Don't do this to me right now. OBS, what are you doing? Okay, we're recording. Dally Simmons used the opportunity to mention the assumption of evil spirits possession, and they had received a unanimous agreement. Not streaming thing? We're live? Yes, we're live. She claimed to be a reasonable theory, but she has already ended the note. She had learned it from Leonardo Mitchell, who has a person. Leonardo Mitchell's information sources came from a letter sent by Renette Tanker, who could be the one who mailed it. Meanwhile, Leonard Mitchell and Dally Simmons had already suspected the evil spirit possessing Instant Will belongs to the Hunter Pathway. A classic quill. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Writing the quill. Okay. Meanwhile, Leonardo Mitchell and Dally Simmons had already suspected that the evil spirit possessing Instant Will belongs to the Hunter Pathway. A classic quill. Oh, okay. Fuck, man. Once this shit starts writing, shit goes down. Read slowly. I know. I know. A classic quill dabbed in black ink was writing rapidly on an ordinary notebook as though it was held by an invisible hand. Suddenly, a silent, pale hand reached out and grabbed the quill. The owner of the hand had dark blonde hair with facial features akin to a classic sculpture. One of his eyes was so blue that it was nearly black, instant glow, and the other was filled with a small but obvious blood vessels. He lowered his wrist and continued writing. But is this the truth to the matter? Will everything develop according to what Dally Simmons, Leonardo Mitchell, and Soyce Red Gloves team have in mind? That's crazy, man. The second you know, it knows. And the Forsaken Lands of Gods in Noise City, which couldn't be illuminated by everything, the figures looked over without making any sound, giving Derek a fright. He nearly stopped the illumination effect as he dodged to avoid facing them directly. However, having training from a young age as with the experience of the past few years, he didn't end up flustered. He didn't rush to the end as it forcefully held back his horror and waited for the chief to give the next order. Two dark green complicated symbols appeared in Colin Iliad's eyes. He took the streets that were blanketed with faint mist, the seemingly normal figure which didn't take any action. Suddenly he grunted and genuflected, his hands grabbed by the two swords that were stabbed in the ground. At the back of his neck, his bluish-black skin swelled a little, and indescribable, complicated, mysterious symbols appeared. They were half illusionary and half real, as they crept to either higher or lower levels. At the same time, Shepherd Leva let out a painful grunt as she raised her hands and held her head, vomiting some blobs of the squirming flesh. What the fuck is happening to them? Squirming flesh and blood. Her palms and her body seemed to have silver armor strangely appear, overlapping on top of her. Stop. Demon Hunter colored her softly 1 second later. Derek hurriedly entered the illumination and allowed the thin mist to cloak the figures, allowing the dead silence to once again blanket the ancient Noise City. Everything quickly returned to its former form as Colin Iliad slowly got up. He cast his gaze at the tower, cathedral, and other buildings, and they could barely be made out through the thin mist. It's a bit different before from my expedition. I'm not sure why there are no such changes either. Demon Hunter Colin retracted his gaze as he surveyed the team members. Do you still have any ideas or thoughts? Shepherd Lovia had already crouched down and picked up the blobs of flesh and blood that had fallen to the ground. However, she wasn't in a rush to stuff them into her mouth. Too much of them from before being swallowing. She offered we can change the directions and explore Noah City or other entrances. Perhaps we might discover something. She had been maintaining her silence and keeping her attitude of a spectator the entire journey. This was the first time she was voicing her thoughts and giving her point of view. 939 is called Bait. Hold up. Fucking OBS. Why are you acting up on me right now? We're still good. We're still recording. Now this part is acting up. Son of a bitch. Why are you doing this right now to me? I'm gonna lower the volume down just a little bit more. I want to keep it a little bit low. I don't want it too loud. Alright, timestamp. 3 fucking hours. 6 minutes. And 7 seconds. Copy paste. Things are wrapping up. I'm ready. I'm ready, man. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me with your best shot, bro. Chapter 939 is called Bait Peak. Come on, man. My heart is sealed off. If anything happens, it's chill. Everybody's gonna live happily ever after. Grab the popcorn. Did you understand what Inns had written? Yeah, but it's like he's making them doubt. Like, is this like really what they like? Is this really what's going on? Like he's trying to make them doubt each other. He's basically trying to throw them off the scent. That's basically what's happening. Chapter 939 is called Bait. Colin Iliad. Now, what I don't get is I don't get the whole armor part with Shepherd Livia when she was on the ground. That part I didn't get. I don't know if it's because we've been live for so long. I didn't get that part. But let's keep reading. We can talk about that after though. That was the only part that kind of confused me in that chapter. But chapter 939 is called Bait. Colin Iliad glanced at Livia without giving a direct response. After he pulled out the 2 swords in the ground, he nodded and said, okay. The group of 5 circled around Noise City perimeter, making a few attempts to enter, but they were frightened away as the seemingly normal but silent city carrying out of its daily routine. They didn't dare to venture in. With the frequency of the lightning reducing and how darkness was slowly beginning to rule the world, Colin took a deep look at Noise City from a few seconds and said, we will first set up a small camp. We will continue when it's daytime. The so-called daytime meant when the frequency of lightning was relatively higher, keeping the moments of darkness to a minimum. The Expedition 33 understood that reference. The Expedition team members didn't object to it. Soon they set up a simple camp by the riverside amidst a series of rocks. At the extreme end of the campfire, there was a huge boulder providing them with shelter so that there weren't any worries about the rain. Hold up. I can play this song. Hold up. This song could work. Hear this? I can loop Lampmaster. How does... Do you guys want me to play this for a bit? Just so you guys can have a change in music? Just at least for a little bit. I feel like this could work for a little bit. Just for a little bit. We'll play for a little bit. If it doesn't work, we'll switch back. Yeah? Works? Okay. Okay, it works. Alright. Because this is a really good Act 1 final boss. Alright. They set up a simple. At the extreme end of the camp, there was a huge boulder providing them with shelter so there weren't any worries about rain. A bonfire was burning with all kinds of strange creatures, carcasses piled to the side. From time to time, they would be thrown in as timber. Colin, Livia, and company sat around the fire, eating the rations I lost my place. Eating the rations they had brought about the monster's corpse and that had been proving to not cause any serious harm. Yeah, Lampmaster. Yeah. As the fat sizzled from the roasting, Chief Colin Iliad from the 6-member council looked at Derek Burke and said, we shall inspect the camp first. We shall switch when they're done with their meals. If this were any other time, Derek wouldn't have thought otherwise. But now that the first thought came to his mind, this was Chief's wishes to speak to me in private. Speak in private. All right, Derek stuffed the remaining pieces of meat into his mouth and lifted up the Thunderguard's roar at his side. The piece of meat was clearly already reely, but it was still presented a ghastly green color. I got a burp. I've been drinking too much today. Too many liquids. Oh my, this desk is just filled with drinks. After coming to the dark edge of the camp, Demon Hunter Colin said in a deep voice, his tongue unchanging, Noise City is a more sinister and dangerous than I expected. I'm wondering if you have any views on what we should do next. Damn, he's asking him for help? I know nothing about this place. I'm also lacking in experience. Why is Chief asking me for my views? Derek was instantly taken aback, wishing to raise his left hand and scratch the back of his head. He's like, yeah, what are you asking me? He then recalled the few times he had spoken with Chief while they were in the City of Silver. He recalled Mr. Hangman's analysis of the hidden context in their conversation and suddenly realized something. Chief is giving me a hint. He's trying to tell me that Noise City is more sinister and dangerous than he expected. The difficulty of hunting shapeshifters far exceeds his expectations. He's wondering if there's a possibility of changing the target. Damn, he's good now. He's picking up on these subtle clues. He wishes for me to pray to Mr. Fool and receive a revelation so that we could get his views. Oh, okay. Mr. World really is a wise person. Along the way, he had already told me of a method to hunt a bizarre bane in a relatively easy manner. It's by getting its blood, huh? With the present situation is... Oh, and he has Grizzle's travel. With the present situation, it seems like his plan is feasible. As his thoughts raced, Derek replied earnestly, yes, Your Excellency, I have some suggestions. Colin Elliot suddenly heaved a sigh of relief, holding back the more direct speech he had prepared as he nodded gently. Go ahead. Since Noise City has changed, it will be very risky for us to enter. Perhaps we can consider lurking the shapeshifter out. Derek didn't directly regulate the world German Sparrow method, but he did make some modifications based on the present situation. Colin didn't directly reject it and said rather seriously, then how should we lure the shapeshifter? Yo, Wind Valley, you joined at the best time. Apparently you joined at the best time. Let's find out. Derek didn't hesitate to say, I have an item that is extremely enticing to shapeshifters. As long as it's placed at the boundary of the Noise City or even further, it will lure out a shapeshifter out. The grizzled Colin wasn't surprised by their words. He immediately nodded and said, what's the item? He long knew that Derek Berg had secretly held a bestowment ritual at night during the guard duty shift. Furthermore, if he had kept the truth undercover, it was impossible for Derek to keep it from Livia, Legaris, and Gundlin. Derek didn't know what its name or description was. He immediately took out an iron black box, which was completely different from the City of Silver style, before removing the wall of spirituality. Following that, he didn't lower his head. Instead, he turned his head to the open box slowly and used the sense of a touch. Inside the box was a palm-sized human-shaped object. A cursory glance allowed one to see the transparent liquids filling with inside. From time to time, it bubbled and emanating a black glow. Upon scrutinizing it, there appeared to be maggots circling around the object. This was the true soul body of the spirit world plunder which Klein had previously obtained. He believed for the bizarre Bane, this boundary ingredient had an unparalleled allure. This wasn't simply as a result of the law beyond our characteristic convergence, but also because of the once bizarre Bane obtained. It could turn into a complete bizarre sorcerer. It would break through all kinds of limitations and receive a fundamental improvement in its life natural order, truly becoming a demigod. Therefore, to make the hunting of the bizarre Bane simpler and clearer without wasting any time, Klein took the risk of losing the true soul body of the spirit world plunders by lending it into the low sun. Colin Andy looked at it carefully for a few seconds before retracting his gaze. It's likely to be effective. Close the box and stop adding a wall of spirituality to it. Just bring it up with you. Just bring it around with you. Let's see if they will be attracted to our camp. Derek subconsciously asked. Colin, with a few old scars on his face, revealed a smile. Do you think there's only one shapeshifter? Oh, shit, there's more than one. I thought there was only one shapeshifter. Do you think there's only one shapeshifter in Noise City? If this item's level wasn't lacking, I would have even been worried that it might attract more terrifying monsters. Derek wore a look of shame as he scratched the back of its head. Following Chief's instructions, he closed the iron black square box lid, stuffed it into the concealed pocket in his clothes, oh, he did go here first. Geralt of Rivia out on hunt. You know, he's asking for help. If this item level wasn't lacking, I wouldn't even surprised if it might attract even more terrifying monsters. Derek wore a look of shame as he scratched the back of his head. Following the chief's instructions, he closed the iron black square box lid, stuffing it into a concealed pocket in his clothes. In the patrol that followed, he kept a high level of vigilance, but no shapeshifter attack. After a while, Livia, Leggers, and Golan took over the mission as Derek sat back beside the warm fire. At that moment, he heard calling as 7 to 8 red light ravens flew over the spiraled in midair. This brought about an indescribable sense of horror. It's like they're waiting, man. It's like the ravens are waiting. Colin Iliad drew his sword and looked up. Suddenly, his heart stirred as he quickly cast his gaze to Derek Berg. On the both sides of the bonfire, two brownish yellow-haired youths. Okay, last time we saw a fucking childlike figure, we got stuck in a time loop. On both sides of the bonfire, I'm starting to burn up. On both sides of the bonfire, two brownish yellow-haired youths who had childlike looks and were nearly 1.9 meters tall were staring at each other blankly. Colin's eyes narrowed as he immediately shouted, "Illuminate." One of the youths was taken aback. After a moment of enlightenment, pure warm sunlight was emitted from his body. With a whoosh, an incomplete shadow swept past Colin's sword, sliced through the fake Derek. It was a shadow, a blurry, transparent shadow. At the same time, a red-eyed raven fell from the sky. Its body was swelled up, turning into a pitch-black shadow. Above the shadow shivered a transparent, ghostly blue single eye. Around the eyes were similar eyes, but smaller. Shapeshifter, a shapeshifter that could disguise itself as ravens. Just as the pitch-black shadow landed, Derek's mind turned numb as he could hardly... I'm going to take off my headphones. As he could hardly move, as though he was being petrified. All he could do was watch the enemy pounce at him. Pop! The shapeshifter slammed into an invisible wall and failed to take a further step. Besides the bonfire, Colin Iliad stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground and drew the other swords on his back. The surrounding area lit up, and like the legendary dawn, it descended upon this abandoned land. Infinite beams of light reminiscent of the dawn erupted, turning into the illusionary ocean and devoured the pitch-black shapes along with all the ravens from the bottom up. At the entrance of the camp, an illusionary knight in silver armor standing more than 5 meters tall appeared behind Shepherd Livia. The knight's eyes burned with dark red flames as they instantly locked onto the spot. He suddenly opened up his trident and appeared hundreds of meters away in a flash. Beams of sharp silver light shot out, dicing all the objects around into tiny, neat pieces, including all the different monsters hiding there. It included the shapeshifter that has used some abilities to escape the demon hunter's lethal attack. The monster hadn't died as it switched its true body once again, but the pure brown light of the dawn descended once again, completely downing a huge area. After the light of the dawn turned faint, Colin Iliad in his brown coat appeared with 2 swords in hand. He calmly watched as the points of light gathered above the ground, which was covered in with cracks. Black red blood, which was mostly evaporating, was slowly dissipating. Success. As Derek revealed in the light, he hurriedly sealed the black square box of wall of spirituality. Colin immediately stabbed the 2 other swords into the ground and took out 3 metal bottles that had been emptied on the potions and filled them with the blood on the ground. Okay, so they're getting the shapeshifter's blood. While waiting for the ingredients to take form, he said to Livia and company with the unusual expression, "I have to use the ingredients left by the shapeshifter. I wish to directly make an exchange for them. In the city of Silver, there was typically 2 ways to handle the spoils for such expeditions. First, it was to bring it back and give it to the city and exchange it for the corresponding contribution points. The distribution depended on the amount of effort put in during the expedition. Second, if it wasn't something especially important, if it was caught by the fancy of the member of the expedition, they could directly make an exchange for it with equivalent items and contribution points." "I have no objections," Legolas and Golem answered in unison. Livia didn't say the word as a form of tacit consent. After the illusionary silver armored knight returned, she turned her head and looked towards the bonfire where Derek Berg was sitting in a deadpan expression. The difference between Clyde and Colin decimated that thing. He fucking one-shotted that bitch. Colin, I really like Colin. Like, he just gives me Geralt of Rivia vibes. Like, he is just a straight-up witcher out on the hunt. And it's Colin is just the embodiment of badass, dude. New music, new chapter in Discord. Oh, okay. And East Balm, the temporary office for the Red Gloves. Soy served the area and said to all the team members, "Her Excellency Goddess's Eyes has ordered us to investigate the sale of the Hunter Pathway ingredients in the local and surrounding cities, as well as any disappearances or death beyonders for the same pathway. She agrees with Dally guesses, and she suspects from the death that the Inta spies that it's an evil spirit of the Hunter Pathway. Of course, we mustn't ignore the abnormality since it's only one possibility. There's also another thing. We only need to do the gathering of information, ignore everything else. We will delve deeper into the investigations. It's an order by Her Excellency Goddess's Eyes." Goddess's Eyes? Got that? Yes, Cindy and company replied. Soist looked at Leonard and Dally before retracting his gaze and said heavily, "Move out." Okay, so they're making me move. They're making their move. Oh, shit. Oh, this chapter is called A Story. Okay. Oh, fucking K. What the fuck is gonna happen now, dude? Okay, let me just open up Discord. 3:17 after doing my timestamp. 56 seconds. Wait, have we tested this song before, Cammy? I'm seeing a lot of new artwork. I'll look at all this right now. Hold up. You guys are seeing a lot of artwork. I'll look at this in a bit. Let me just exit. Let me just kind of scroll up to where we left off. Some cool SMT Nocturne art. That's some badass Nocturne art. Okay. Let me go on music domain and we'll look at all this a little bit. We'll look at all this after. And it looks like there's a lot of artwork we got to go through. Who will know? Wiz used them. They're copyrighted, but fuck it, we ball for the ending. Multiple music changes coming up, all of them in music domain. Last time a chapter was called A Story was cool reveal. Wait, hold up. Let me see when he sent all this. Oh, he puts the chapter numbers. These were sent today. Last rival. Made an abyss scientific triumph when you read. Wait. Made an abyss scientific triumph when you read a figure walk over. Okay, okay. Okay. Oh shit, I almost click on that spoiler thing. Oh, I've heard the song before. Wait. Does Wiz have these up? Hold up, hold up. Anime music gets copyrighted. From what I've seen... Wait, shit, man. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Quick pause, quick pause. When I've played anime music, videos just get shadow banned. That's what I've seen. Not on the live stream. Viz muted them on his VOD. Yeah, wait. Viz muted them on his VOD. Wait, so play it for me or for you guys? Wiz doesn't care about copyright. He doesn't care. I know he does. Oh, shit. Because the thing is, since I uploaded the videos are... if I play anime... Because I've played anime music before for videos. If I play anime music on a video, the video just gets blocked in, like, a lot of countries. And the only things where it isn't blocked is, like, United States. But everyone... yeah, you shouldn't play them. But everywhere else, they get blocked. Shit. You play make vids, you shouldn't play them. Yeah, because when I've played anime music in the past and videos just don't show. I actually choose the music without copyright. No, I know it's okay, Cammy. No, fuck, we should have tested. I should have asked you guys earlier if there's any good music to play at the end. Yeah, when I play anime music for a video, it just gets restricted in a lot of countries. Like when I made shorts using the Chainsaw Man song, and like within the hour, it gets like blacklisted and like it'll tell you like it's blocked in like 49 countries. Did Richie had something else? Okay. Elephant music, the borrower. Oh. This is during... What is this from? Who will know? Wait, where's this from? As long as you guys tell me... elephant music. Last one I sent. Oh, this can work. Hollow Knight can work. Hollow Knight easily works. Copyright as well. Godzilla copyright as well. Oh, shit. Oh, I see Godzilla. Ah, fuck yeah. It sounds good, though. Alright, I think the Hollow Knight one could work. Okay, let me open up the Hollow Knight one. Leave it open. The Hollow Knight definitely works. Okay. Okay. Alright. Alright, okay. Okay, that one works. The moment is too important, man. Can't you play and mute on the VOD? Can I play and mute on the VOD? But then the video would be muted, right? Fuck, wait, hold up. Let me think about it. But it's like if I play it, YouTube is gonna pick it up, and the only way for me to do it is to just mute that whole part of the video. Like, you guys will be able to see on the live stream, but the video is just going to be muted. Which is the bad part. And if I don't mute it, it's just going to be restricted in a lot of places. What if we just play the Hollow Knight one? We can just play this. It might not hit us hard. Let's just have non-copyrighted music and enjoy the moment. Let's read quickly. Okay. Yeah, that way everybody can still watch it. Because I'm going to feel bad if I upload the video and then it's like everybody else can't listen to it because they didn't watch it live. All right, let me sip. We can figure out multiple audio tracks later. Okay. Stick with uncovered stuff for now. Okay. Let's keep reading. Let's keep reading. I know I have to... He told me to change the music. Sad? I know. I'm sorry, Cammy. I know. And the volume will be a big video after all. YouTube watch. Is that another song? Okay, I'll look at it right now. I got you guys. Okay. Wait. Let me just open this already. I'll have it open. Do Bloodborne? Bloodborne works. Oh, I have this one on my playlist. I have Ludwell over here. Yeah, I have Ludwell. I already have this song ready. I can play that one then. Ludwig. Yeah, the Holy Blade. I have the Holy Blade open right here. When you guys want me to change the music, let me know. Yeah, don't worry. I also have it right. Okay. Damn, what the fuck? Why are you guys making me play this shit? That looks hard. That goes hard. What the fuck? Okay, okay. Why is it telling me? Oh my god. How do I hide this, dude? There you go. Okay. I need to lower the volume on my end. I need to take off headphones, man. My ears are starting to hurt just hearing stuff for so long. Bloodborne, is that a German Sparrow reference? I understood that reference. All right. Let's just keep reading. Keep reading. Keep reading. Chapter 940. It's called... Wait, what the... I did that wrong. Chapter 914. 940 is called A Story. This is definitely with a quill. After leaving the local Nighthawks base, which was disguised as a private detective office, Leonard glanced at Daly Simon, who had suggested to team up with him. Where do we begin? Any suggestions? Dressed in a spirit-maiden black robe with her hooded robe over her head, Daly Simon, with uncanny beauty and mature air, shot Leonard Mitchell a glance. This is where the gentleman's decisiveness and style should be showcased. Leonard looked at his left hand, which was wearing a red glove. He deliberately said, if we begin by following Captain Soy's arrangement, they might allow us to find some clues, but it's not necessarily useful. I suspect that her excellently goddess's eyes know that she only gives us something to do in order to confuse Ince Zingwil. Why do you say that? Deli wasn't joking, as her expression wore a rare, solemn look. Leonardo glanced to his sides and said as he heaved a heave of voice without realizing it. Based on what I know, 008 has the characteristics of once you know, it will also know you. We shouldn't be influenced while staying on the periphery of its perception, since we aren't sure of its real name or powers, and only will using the code name we give it based on the red gloves in pursuing numerous episcopate matters. And having discussed Insingwil many times, I believe our situation has already been grasped by 008. This is why Insingwil should know his abnormal state has been exposed. From that, he will avoid us by creating coincidences. Natalie recalled the information regarding Insingwil and nodded. Soyce had already mentioned... This is a long chapter, by the way. What the... I'm just realizing it's very rare when there's like an 8-page chapter or when it's this long. Soyce has also mentioned this problem in the beginning. However, he didn't verbally it as he said, it's still in the stage of backward inference as a result of failures. Therefore, Her Excellency Goddess's Eyes is guiding us to investigate the situation on the nearby district's 100 pathway, beyond the ingredients, and pretending as though nothing is confirmed. In the meantime, Her Excellency is preparing the usage of some corresponding items to lay a trap for the moment where the evil spirit gains control over Insingwil and thus appear. Leonard turned his body and spoke as he walked. That's probably the case, but I suspect that it's unlikely for 008 to not know of it. Danley followed diagonally behind as she said and thought, I believe that there will be a chance for success. Don't forget that one of the honorific names of the goddess is Mother of Concealment. I have my own music playing over easy. That can counter 008. The church has a high-ranking member or a sealed artifact that can counter 008. It's no wonder 008 was once obtained by the church and sealed under the Holy Cathedral. I guess that makes sense, yeah? There was something that was able to seal it. Leonard's eyes, or there's something that was able to capture it. Leonard's eyes lit up as he came to realization. Dally nodded very slightly as her expression turned soft. A few seconds later, her pupils contracted as she blurted out, do you think our discussion has caught the attention of 008? Of course. Leonard's expression fell, but he didn't dare confirm anything nor shake his head. He and Dally looked at each other, looking back and forth as they fell silent for a moment. In a particular room, a slightly pale hand... here we go. In a particular room, a slightly pale hand flipped a notebook to its very first page. Page 1? Can you tell people to play the song I want and just play it on your side? Wait. It's going to be like this for you guys. Wait. If I do mute it, you just won't be able to hear anything. It's just going to be quiet. I don't know. I can play the music you want, but it's definitely going to be muted. You say out loud what song you play on your side and don't let us hear it? I could do that. Yeah, I could do that. So us VOD watchers pull it up too? Yeah, I mean, you guys can do that. Okay. If we want, we'll just link the songs in the chat of the video. Just since it'll be a lot. I don't know. Because I don't know, man. True? Yeah, if we want, we can do that. That way we can just keep reading. Yeah, if you want, I'll just play the Hollow Knight one, ambient one. Once we change music, I'll just have that looping. You know what? Let me play it right now. I can just play this right now. Since we're going through the books right now. Keep reading? Yeah, too much work. If you want, here, let me just play this since we're reading right now. I'll just play this right now since it's already looping. Play uncopyrighted music and keep reading. Yeah, we'll do this. Just play the Hollow Knight? Yeah, I'll just do that. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Cammy. Yeah, I wish I was better at like doing all this quickly. I know that's my fault too. I wish I was a little bit better at. Alarm turned his body and spoke as he walked. All right, let me find my page. Let me find my spot. Delving not very slightly. Do you think the discussions led in art expression fell in a particular? Okay, right. I found my place. All right, in a particular room, his slightly pale hand flipped a notebook to its very first page. Then it flipped one page after another. After leaving Banty Harbor, Sauron Einhorn Medici, who had obtained a certain object, was no longer only stubborn or only capable of instinctively conspiring. After repeating, struggling, and resisting Insengwyl, who had obtained a truce and had even decided on having a limited cooperative effort so as to achieve each other's goal. To an evil spirit of the Red Priest Shadow, such a promise cannot be guaranteed to be effective. But once Insengwyl no longer had any other choice. From his point of view, the series of matters had only coincidences, but ultimately this was inevitable. At the very least, Sauron Einhorn Medici was many times better at creating stories than him. After confirming the destination to the southern continent's eastball of Insengwyl boarded the ship to the Berserk Sea. Every time he would enter the Intis colonial islands and irrationally provoking the official Beyonders and hunting Beyonders from the Hunter Pathway. Then, before danger arrived, he would quickly regain lucidity, cover his tracks, and flee far away. This might seem like coincidence, but the problem is when it's the same coincidences every time. It's too much of a coincidence. Shit, dude, hold up. I'm thinking too much about it. I just need to play Vanitas. I haven't tested that song live. I know it's Hollow Knight, but like I can't play the Hollow Knight opening song. Shit, I think I'm gonna just play this. I'm so sorry, because I know that I can't play the Hollow Knight opening because it's not a copyright, but it just. I think from what I remember, I'll just play this one. I'm so sorry, guys. We can loop this one. From the perspective of logic and reason, too many coincidences imply that certain elements or rules were secretly in existence. The reason why Insengwyl was able to do that was because he hid between the words above. Using the quill of Alzuhud, of what? Using the quill of Alzuhud, he naturally allowed himself to switch between the two states of being possessed by an evil spirit and self-autonomy. What a scheming fellow. This wasn't only directed by Insengwyl, but also by the Sauron Einhorn Medici. They were very clearly already coexisting in peace. Wait. The quill is called Alzuhud, and they're technically already working and coexisting? The name of the quill? Yeah, it's... What a scheming fellow. But this is the first time it was only directed at Insengwyl, but also the Sauron Einhorn Medici. They were clearly already coexisting in peace, but they acted out in conflict as though they were relying on external force to achieve some semblance of balance. Insengwyl's purchase of additional Bard of the Ward Pathway Bionic ingredients was very reasonable. This is because he was hiding the clues that the evil spirit was using him to seek out various items of the Hunter Pathway, and to prevent others from realizing that all this was under his tacit agreement, disguising it as attempts to resist. In addition, the Bard of the Warrior Pathway had the ability to resist the dead and exorcise evil spirits. As long as a clever person were to think it over carefully, they would undoubtedly notice this and verify that Insengwyl was being possessed. After numerous provocations, the Iron and Blood Cross orders the Iron and Blood Cross orders Tony down, finally locked onto Insengwyl and began pursuing him. During this process, the war bishop who had... Oh my god, this is getting hard. You don't remember the name of Alzuhud? It was mentioned earlier. I don't remember the name of the quill. Alzuhud is the son of... Oh, I remember now. Yes, the son of Enkwalt. Yes, we talked about that. Thank you. I forgot about that. It's I was thinking of the other evil dragon. My bad. The one of nightmares. My bad. Okay. It's the name of the son of the dragon imagination, Enkwalt. The evil one. Thank you. Okay, I remember that. I remember the dragon of nightmare. I just didn't remember his name was Alzuhud. Thank you. I remember the Dragon of Night. If it said Dragon of Nightmare, I'll be like, oh, perfect. I remember. Sorry, I forgot Alzu Hood. He naturally allowed himself to switch between the two states of being possessed by the evil spirit and self-autonomy. What is scheming? I just read this. As long as a clever person were to think it over carefully, they would undoubtedly notice this and verify that Insingo was being possessed. So this was to throw him off. After numerous provocations of the Ironblood Cross Order, Tony finally locked onto Insingo and began pursuing him. During this process, this war bishop who had made his goal to become a conqueror showed off his powers without any restraint. When a storm happened to stop his pursuit, he had appeared on a ship filled with ordinary people in an eye-catching manner before pulling out the fellow disguise of Insingo. This was a little coincidental, but it was nothing to surprise. This was because the Iron and Blood Cross Order's beliefs is for the supernatural to be known to all, and to be placed above all ordinary people, and Tony's down unbridled arrogance often used his own strength to shatter the doubts of other people and had extremely great confidence. Therefore, the way he acted without a problem. Likewise, he was overly confident, causing him to neglect the possibility that Instant Will was also on the ship. This didn't match his intuition as a hunter, but in this world, anyone could make mistakes. When Instant Will how are we supposed to fight this guy, dude? I don't get it. The second you think of it, he knows you. Like, it's like, I'm sorry to talk about the warp. So I know that's a new sequence reveal, but it's like, I'm so like flabbergasted. Like, how are we supposed to fight someone that knows everything and anything about itself when it's being mentioned? Like, it's like, whatever you do and scheme, there's no way to fight him. I don't get it. I don't know how we're supposed to beat this guy. It's like the desire of, like, it's like the desire, trust inclined, he will cook. It's like the desire apostle, bro. It's like, you can't even plan it. You just have to coincidentally run into them to fight. Ref, do something. It's a ref, do something else. I'm so flabbergasted in a good way, not in a bad way. It was neither too early nor too late before Soy's Red Glove took action, and I'm getting lightheaded. Insinguo, I'm like, how do we do this? Insinguo met with Hand of Paleness, Pelnink Tessiblis of the numinous Episcopal Artificial Death faction, hoping to obtain their help in exercising the evil spirit. The evil spirit was such a conclusion. I lost my place. Captured Pelson, Telibra, and other key personnel in the numerous Episcopate. No one could come up with such a conclusion so quickly. This made his preparations a little hastily, but thankfully he was an outcome he wanted. The Red Glove team, led by Soyce, discovered Insinguo's abnormalities from the feedback from various telegrams. Dally Simon used this opportunity to mention the assumption of an evil spirit's possession and had received a unanimous agreement. She claimed it to be a reasonable story, but she was already in the know. She had learned it from Leonard Mitchell, who had a parasite. Leonardo Mitchell information source came from a letter sent by Renette Tanker, who could be the one mailing it. Meanwhile, Leonardo Mitchell and Dally Simon had already suspected that the evil spirit possessing Insigo belongs to the Hunter Pathway. But is this the truth of the matter? Will everything develop according to what Dally Simon, Leonardo Mitchell, and Soyce Red Gloves team have in mind? After the discussion with that person, the Cathedral Serenity high-ranking Decon Elia believed the Dally theories and decided to use a grade 100 pathway sealed artifact as bait, so all to allow Insinguo to fall into a trap while the evil spirit was possessing him. To conceal this, I said goat. Read above. Give us the good read. Wait, I skipped a paragraph? Exercising the evil spirit. What? I'm too lightheaded, man. I don't even know where that was. How long ago was that? How long ago was Evil Spirit? Like, is that a page? I don't see Evil Spirit on the prior page. I can't find it. I don't see the word Evil Spirit. Not too long ago, I think. It was neither too early or too late. It was neither too early or too late. We are so cooked. Oh, I found my place. Let's reread from here. It was neither too early or too late. Before Soyce Red Gloves took action, Insingo met with a Hand of Paleness. Planik, I just read this. Tanik Tessiblis of the numinous Episcopate Artificial Death faction, hoping to obtain their hope in exercising the evil spirit. Traces of words scribbled away. The development of one thing became a little odd. Before having a sufficient amount of clues, Leonard Mitchell and Dally Simon of the Soyce Red Glove team seemed to come to a conclusion, and apparently came from a letter sent by Renette Tanker. Where did the problem lie? Insinguo was rather puzzled by this. From his point of view, unless one could directly capture Pelink Sibylis, or other key personnel of the numinous episcopate, no one can come up with such a conclusion so quickly. This made his preparations a little hastily, but thankfully this was an outcome he wanted. The Red Glove team, led by Soyce, discovered instingual abnormalities. From the feedback from various telegrams, Dally Simon used this opportunity to mention the assumption of an evil spirit's possession and had received a unanimous agreement. She claimed it to be a reasonable story, but she was already in the know. She had learned of it from Leonardo Mitchell, who had a parasite, and Leonardo Mitchell's information source came from a letter sent by Renette Tanker. Who could be the one mailing it? Meanwhile, Leonardo Mitchell and Dally Simon had already suspected the evil spirit possessing Insiglo belongs to the Hunter Pathway. But is this the truth to the matter? Well, will everything develop according to what Dally Simon, Leonardo Mitchell, and Soyce Red Gloves team have in mind? After the discussion with the person in the Cathedral Serenity high-ranking Decon, Ilya believed that Dally's theories and decided to use the Grade 1 Hunter Pathway seal artificial as bait, so as to allow Inziguel to fall into a trap while the evil spirit was possessing him. So it's like a honeypot. To conceal this goal, she got Soyce Red Glove team to continue investigating the reveling clues. Unfortunately, their premise was wrong. Although Inziguel was possessed by an evil spirit, his actions had never been affected. All he had done before was an act. If it was done in accordance with Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici suggestions, with the aim to confuse the Church of the Evernight and to make Ilya blindly attack and a Red Glove evil spirit that was willing to help and cooperate was enough to change the battlefield situation. Inziguel's true motives for coming to the southern continent is what? Inziguel's true motives for coming to the southern continent. Hunt the high-ranking Decon Ilya of the Church of the Evernight. It was for his advancement preparations by obtaining her beyond her characteristics. Oh. He's staring at you? He wanted to prove to everyone that the Church of the Evernight had made a foolish mistake to abandon him back then. Of course, before beginning this operation, Inziguel had to first satisfy the Sauron Einhorn Medici thirst, a thirst for the mid and high sequence beyond her characteristics of the Hunter Pathway. To keep it a secret, he didn't plan on hunting locally, and he had prepared it to do it further away. When the evil spirit, undying nature, red angel level, and the uniqueness of a gatekeeper combined with Inziguel possessed the relatively high sequence abilities of the spirit world traversal of the death pathway, he was able to head to the remote areas and return in a short period of time. He had deliberately kept this under wraps. After satisfying the Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici, Inziguel decided to first kill. The fuck? After oh shit, dude. We're not gonna kill him, are we? After satisfying Sauron, Einhorn, Medici, Inziguel decided to first kill Dally Simon and Leonardo Mitchell and pretended to vaguely sense the Church of the Evernight trap. He would forcefully counterattack, only to lose his rationality and head for the trap. He didn't plan on leaving any unstable elements. All Avengers that survived Tingen had died. No, fuck you, dude. He didn't plan on leaving in any unstable elements. All the Avengers that survived Tingen had to die. No, man. The notebook flipped to an empty spot as a pale white hand grabbed the quill and added the words, "Today, everything will go smoothly." Shut the fuck up, dude. West Balam, Northern State, Kokawa City. You aren't done with your investigations? Anderson asked in boredom as he walked beside the Nits. Soon the Nits replied as he found it a little difficult to focus. Do you have something to do? At this moment, Anderson took out a map and stack of information. He said with a chuckle, I've already figured out the rough location of the ancient mausoleum. Based on the traditions of the East-West Balam, there's definitely plenty of treasures in here. Here, death doesn't mean to end, but a new beginning. No, man. A new beginning. That's why they have tons of burials items. The Nitz was taken aback as he asked in surprise, I thought you aren't proficient in Deutonese. How did he gather the information? Anderson chuckled and raised his black gloved left palm. He spread his fingers and said, I don't, but I can't temporarily steal their language until I finish finding the information. I knew a fellow like you will have some tricks up his sleeves. Then I have to take out my headphones. The music's starting to bother me. Oh man, my ears are starting to hurt. It's been so long. The Ned said with a gritted teeth as he pointed to the main street beside the square. Goodbye. Anderson didn't stop, and as he smiling watched him walk away with large... Oh, we changed music now? Figure walking. Wait, hold up. Oh, man. I don't want to read this anymore. If they fucking die, dude, I'm so over it. If they die, stream ends, dude. They better not end, dude. Change the music. They fucking better not die. I'll be so mad if I've been live for this long just for them to die, bro. Wait. Last Hollow Knight I sent? Okay, music domain. The last Hollow Knight song. Okay. I have it up here. Who the fuck is calling me? Please don't call me right now. Okay, we're good. Okay. Last Hollow Knight song. Okay. Oh shit, wrong one. I'm not even gonna have my headphones on just because my ears are starting to hurt. Oh shit, okay. Let me make sure the volume is good enough first. It's gonna be, bro, keep going. I know. I'm gonna keep going. Don't worry. Don't lose the moment. Don't worry. I'm getting the music ready. All right, don't worry. The momentum keeps going. Anderson chuckled and raised his black gloved left palm. Let me read this part. Oh man, I don't, but I can temporarily steal their language until I find this information. I knew a fellow like you will use some tricks up his sleeves, the Ned said with a gritted teeth as he pointed to the main street beside the square. Goodbye. Anderson didn't stop him as he smiling watched him walk away with large strides. At this moment, the two simultaneously noticed a figure walking over. The figure held a classic quill and wore a black clergyman's robe. He had dark blonde hair with facial features akin to a classic sculpture. One of his eyes was so blue that it was nearly black, and the other filled with small but obvious blood vessels. He was approaching Anderson and Danitz. No. Anderson didn't know the middle-aged man, but his body couldn't help but tremble as though he was facing his nemesis. Warning signs of danger flashed in his mind as his pupils rapidly dilated. Suddenly, he heard a warm voice by his ears. Don't be nervous. Ooh, Anderson blankly turned his head and saw a figure strangely appear beside him despite there not being anyone there in the first place. This figure had apparently been there all this time, but he always been ignored. He wore a strangely simple white robe. He had a pale golden beard that covered his half. I'm sorry, is this the bishop we spoke to in the church? His light-colored eyes were clear like a child's. He had a genuine and reserved look. Looking at the quill in Instinguel's hand. Oh, no, okay. Looking at the quill in Instinguel's hands, the middle-aged man, who was dressed like an ordinary priest, half closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and gestured for 4 points before him. What the fuck? Hanging up there was a silver cross? I'm sorry. It's Instinguel and the freak emoji chat only. It's okay. I won't read chat. We're just gonna do this raw. Hold up. I'm not even thinking. I'm just reading right now. Let's keep reading. Okay. 9:41. I'm so fucking lightheaded right now. I'm gonna take the biggest, fattest nap today, man. I think I'm gonna sleep outside. If I fall asleep outside, it is written. I need some fresh air right now. Don't stop thinking. Okay, well, okay. I won't stop thinking, but we're gonna like mostly read and think simultaneously. Let's see if we can do this. Chapter 931 is called Development That Adheres to Logic. The moment he saw the middle-aged man dressed in a priest's getup, Anderson zoned out for a second. I'm zoning out right now. Following that, some shackles in the middle suddenly collapsed into countless memories fragments surged through an invisible barrier. It felt like long suppressed feelings suddenly erupted. He remembered the things that had happened over the past 2 months. He remembered the mission that the demigod had given him. Back in Bayam, he followed the thoughts in his... Oh, when he lost his memories. Right? He lost like 2 months. He remembered the things that had happened over the past 2 months. He remembered the mission that the demigod had given him. So this is the guy we saw when Klein left him. Back in Bayam, he followed the thoughts in his mind to meet up with the demigod. He followed him and left the Roshid Archipelago for a secret location. There, he met the priest beside him. It was arranged for him to not enter the ancient coffin. Easy will start anyways. No, never. Oh, while you're doing your important call, maybe. After, I just skipped the line. There, he met the priest beside him. It was arranged for him to enter the ancient coffin. I need to take these off. I'm so sorry. I need to lower the music. At least on my end. I'm so sorry. After a moment of this, then he met the priest beside him. It was arranged for him to enter the ancient coffin, to lay there among the beyond ingredients and a liquid filled with strange mixed blood, allowing them to seep into him. After a month of the corrosive treatment, a dark red chrysalis formed inside his body. Anderson's body? He then had his memories from his period of time sealed before being sent to West Balham. He was then psychologically cued to not leave until he recovered his memories. This meant that he hadn't finished the demigod mission and that it was still underway. Everything that had happened before were just preparations. Scenes flashed through his mind as Anderson discovered this while he was playing harmonica on the streets, checking into the hotel with the Nits, obtaining a language of comprehension charms from the Church of Knowledge preachers, as well as his arrival on the northern continent. All of these incidents had this genuine, seemingly innocent priest present beside him the entire time. When having meals, he was sitting at the neighboring table. When he checked in, the neighboring room was his. When he was walking on the street, he was walking to the right beside him. When playing the harmonica and putting on the ventriloquist's act, this man was looking at him in a genuine manner. Anderson hadn't noticed any of this back then. The Nits who was beside him, the people around him, none of them had noticed him. It was as though they had never seen the priest before. A chill that arose from deep in his heart ran from his tailbone up to his spine to his brain. He felt the experience he had been through were enough to drive him insane to the point of losing control. The Nits, who was already opening up a distance from Anderson, looked at the black-robed clergyman in Singul, and then he looked at the simple priest who was praying with his eyes closed. Oh, he's closing so he doesn't look at him, right? He hurriedly bowed his head and used ancient Hermes to softly chant. The fuck? Who's chanting? Wait, is the Nits praying? Wait, the Nits, who had already opened up a distance from Anderson, looked at the back-robed clergyman in Singul, and then he looked at the simple priest who was praying. Wait, the priest is praying this. The priest is praying the honorific. Is it the Nits or is it the priest? Okay, it's the Nits. I thought the priest was doing this. Okay. He hurriedly bowed his head and used ancient Hermes to softly chant. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the great fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. A few days earlier, he had received Mr. Fool's revelation to handle some matters as a guise to stay around Anderson. It was said that he could immediately pray if any abnormalities were to happen. Okay, so it is the Nits. Although he didn't know what would happen or if he had encountered the Nits, who always cherished his life, didn't hold back as he did, as he was told. Even if the abnormalities happened, it might very well be him being overly imaginative. For this, he had specifically worn the boxing glove made from the Grozel's Beyonder characteristics to ensure that he would act first without thinking. So he just think later. First without thinking so as to not waste any time. Good. At this point, Inzagul has stopped walking. His dark blue, nearly black eye filled with blood vessels reflected the priest in the simple white robes who had a cross hanging by his chest. In his middle, in his mouth, a furious voice sounded, "The fuck, Adam? 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 And in his mind and his mouth, a fierce voice sounded, "Adam, the creator's son, kings of angel Adam." Before Inzanguel could finish his sentence, the priest opposite of him opened his eyes. His light-colored eyes were already pure golden color. Holy fucking shit, it's Adam. Suddenly, pitch black stone columns. It's Adam. Suddenly, pitch, because I remember he had golden eyes, and Amon had black eyes. Suddenly, pitch black stone columns were erected around him. Pitch black stone columns were erected around him, setting up a majestic cathedral. Inside this cathedral, are we lagging? I think it's on your end. Hold up. Let me leave this open just so I can see my end. I'm getting so lightheaded. Inside, a blurry figure stood as though he was watching everything with comparison. This was a cathedral of corpses, but instead of appearing eerie, it was filled with holiness. The walls, windows, and doors of the cathedral had transparent warped faces protruding out. It was as though countless souls were sealed inside, preventing beyonders from sensing an existing of the spirit world or astral world. The squirm pedestrians from before had vanished. They were kept outside of the corpse cathedral and had suddenly appeared. Inzanguel's classical had already flown up as it rode rapidly on the black clergyman's rope. Anderson Hood is German Sparrow's friend. Ouroboros has taken notice of him. Oh, fuck it. You guys got to give me the Spark Note versions of it. We've been going on for so long, I'm starting to mix things up. Ouroboros had taken notice of him, and due to various unknown reasons, Ouroboros appeared here was a development that adhered to... Ouroboros or Adam? Ouroboros also appeared? Development that adhered to logic? Just as the quill wrote the exclamation mark, light beam shone from this colored window as the corpse cathedral formed a stack of illusionary pure feathers. Beneath the enveloping feather, a figure with long silver hair materialized in it. Oh, it is Ouroboros. silver long hair, had materialized in a gentrificating praying stance. Following that, the figure stood up straight. Okay, Ouroboros. He wore a simple linen robe, and his handsome look and soft facial features. He was none other than King of Angels, Tollivar Ouroboros. Okay, man, we're getting Adam and Ouroboros. Why? Why is the Quill doing this, dude? Why is... So, Angel Medici... Okay, so... Insengul is currently with Adam, a king of angels. Insengul is possessed by Kings of Angel Medici, the Red Angel. And both Adam and Medici are working together to summon Ouroboros into the real world. Oh my god, dude. This is so... I'm sorry. This... I don't know if this is a skill issue. This is getting really hard to follow. No, am I wrong? To protect itself, it's scared. It's going up against Adam. I'm sorry. So, they're not working together. Oh my god. I've been reading for so long. It's getting so hard to follow. What? No. Remember the secondary... I don't remember the secondary effect. It's always trying to kill the... Oh, wait. The secondary effect, it's always trying to kill the user. Oh! The secondary effect, it's always trying to kill the user. So the Quill... Oh, Medici is purposely summoning Ouroboros to kill Insengul? It's Sora Ouroboros to go... Yes, it's summoning him to go against them. Yeah, because he's all... The Quill is always trying to go up against him. Got it. Fuck, dude, I'm so lightheaded. Dude, I'm so confused right now. No? Wait, you guys gotta explain this right now. I'll read it again right now. Hold up. No? Oh, shit. Hold up. I need to catch my breath. I'm getting lightheaded. Hold up. Oh, man. Oh. The Quill saw Adam, then summoned Ouroboros. Okay. I thought Adam was with Zil. I thought they were like coexisting. I thought like they were like here together. Okay. They ran into Adam. So the Quill is like, holy shit, it's Adam. Let's summon Ouroboros. The Quill did not summon Adam. He's just been following Anderson. Yeah, okay, got it. Okay, that makes more sense. I thought they were teamed up for a second. Okay, no, that's what it meant by Adam was following them the whole time. They just didn't know it. Okay. I thought that was part of, like, the scheme. Okay, I thought the two of them were scheming something together, and then the Quill summoned Ouroboros. No. They ran... Okay, I got it now. They ran into Adam because Adam has been following the Nits the entire time, and Anderson, right? And because that's been happening, they're like, we gotta summon Ouroboros. What Jen said is literally spoilery, but read it anyway to understand. Okay. Quill is sequence 1, Spectator Beyond it. Check. Characteristic. Of course, Adam wants it. So... Oh! Wait. Adam is part of the Spectator pathway beyond convergence, law beyond convergence, right? They're drawn to each other. Adam used Anderson to attract Ints. Okay, we're good. Oh, man, we've been live for so long. I think I did this to myself. I should have taken a day. You guys were right. I should have taken a day off. Yes. Okay. Just like my brain is shutting down right now. I haven't been live for this long in a really long time. And we've definitely we've never read this. This is our first time reading this much. So it's like I'm noticing. I got it. Thank you guys. Thank you for helping me. I am noticing my limitations in reading. When I read this long, I start going lucid, bro. I start going lucid when I've been live for this long reading. People told you? I know people told me, but once I've been reading for this long, I started getting a little lucid. I'm starting to notice my limit. I think my limit is like 5 hours reading out loud. 5 to 6 hours. I think 5 hours is my limit reading out loud. And then I start going a little lucid. It's chill. Should be easy to understand from here. Okay, now I get it. Yeah, we're lucid dreaming. And okay, Anderson is attracted by... So he's attached by the convergence. Medici is in Ints. Ints has 008. Adam wants 008. So Adam is following Anderson to find Insengul. I feel bad, but you gotta lock in. It's too big. I know. It's okay. All right. Locking in. Suddenly, pitch black stone columns were erected around him, setting up a majestic cathedral. Inside this cathedral, each column, each arc, and each dome surface was embedded with the bones of different races. They were densely packed, and they used different eye sockets to stare at Ents Zungwil. They surrounded a cross that was more than 100 meters tall. In front of the cross, a blurry figure stood there as though he was watching everything with comparison. This was a cathedral of corpses, but instead of appearing eerie, it was filled with holiness. The walls, windows, and doors of the cathedral had transparent, warped figures protruding out. It was as though countless souls were sealed inside, preventing beyonders from sensing the existence of the spirit world or astral world. The square of pedestrians before had vanished. They were kept outside, but the corporeal cathedral had suddenly appeared. Enzingul's classic wheel had already flown up as it rode rapidly on the black clergyman's rope. Anderson Hood is German Sparrow's friend. Ouroboros had taken notice of him, and due to the various unknown reasons, Ouroboros' appearance here was a development that adhered to logic. Because of the Beyond Convergence, got it. Just as the quill wrote, that's the part where he means adhere to logic. It adheres to that logic. Just as the quill wrote the exclamation mark, light beams shone in from the colored windows in the corpse cathedral, forming stacked illusory pure feathers. Beneath the enveloping skills, a figure with long hair materialized in a genuflecting praying stance. Following that, the figure stood up straight. He wore a simple linen robe and had handsome looks and soft facial features. He was none other than the King of Angels, Terrell Devourer Ouroboros. Ouroboros' eyes were momentarily unfocused, but it soon reflected the genuine priest's image. In his eyes and his feet and on his stacked feathers of light behind him, a supernatural mysterious circle was accentuated, forming an illusory river like a snake that had its head connected to its tail. The corpse cathedral once again reverted to the point where the pitch black stone columns erected with the surrounding square were still on the border of existence. Taking this opportunity, Ouroboros flew out. Insingul didn't hesitate as he made the surrounding colors saturate and overlap against each other. Just as the night watcher was about to step into the spirit world, he suddenly saw a cross spanning more than 100 meters away and plummet down from high above. This cross impaled the middle of the unformed corpse cathedral. As the blurry figure that carried the cross raised its head, infinite light spewed out, drying Ouroboros and the quill holding Insingul within. The corpse cathedral filled with bones of the different races and the countless warped souls took form once again. Upon hearing the stacked illusionary pleas, Klein was inside of the hotel and thinking about his daily miscellaneous matters and lampooning and boredom. He suddenly stood up, went straight to the window, and looked towards the nearby square. On the square, coffins were coming and going. The fountains was still spewing, and there was reverberating music. Everything seemed normal and even felt idyllic. Here, what seemed to be most unnervous was Anderson, genuflecting with a stiff expression, with a trembling the knits was closing in his eyes, praying. With a second thought, Klein followed the plan he had formulated above the gray fog. He controlled Winter Enzo, who was 100 meters away, to enter the telegraph office. He had instructed the knits to live beside a telegraph office. At the same time, he took out his adventurous harmonica and blew into it. Renette Tinker walked out of the void with 4 blonde red eyes in her hands. All 8 eyes turned to the square. For Leonard, Miss Messenger, he likely hasn't left your detection range. Klein took out a letter he had already prepared and a gold coin before handing it to Miss Messenger. What he said and did was akin to the marionette. He only followed the instructions he had prepared in advancement. If he couldn't help think of something else, he would immediately use cognition to divert his attention. This was the method he's figured out from Wu Ossiton and how to deal with 008. By doing the thinking above the gray fog, all he did was act according to the plan of the real world. In a particular pair from the knits, Klein had used the scene that appeared from the observed Anderson, who was nearly in the end. He discovered the unfamiliar priest, who was also feeling unfamiliar by his side. Thinking back to the psychology alchemist and the Twilight Hermit Order's hidden connection, and making the connection to the contact of the Emperor Rizzo's diary, Klein immediately realized something. He was certain about what would happen. The master of the Twilight Hermit Order, the son of the creator angel Imagination Adam, was considering to obtain 008. The son of the creator angel of Imagination Adam was conspiring to obtain 008. This also means that there was a high chance for Insiguan to appear with Anderson as a target. Then Klein readied his plan above the gray fog, pretending as though he had never noticed anything. He continued his state as a marionette in reality. One of Renette Tinker's heads bit onto the letter as the 8 eyes looked deeply at Klein for 2 seconds. Oh my god. Klein nodded indiscriminately without a word, watching this messenger return to the spirit world. I just woke up. Good morning. And Kukawa Telegraph Office, Winter Enzo handed over the telegram addresses and virile gold he had already prepared of the staff, urging them to send it immediately. West Balam, Northern State, Kokawa, and Senguo had appeared. The radio waves quickly spread, sending the message to the major bases of the Church of the Evernight in West Balam and East Balam. East Balam. Why are you always active around the cathedral? Why don't you go further to carry on the investigations? Dallin asked Leonard. Dally asked Leonard. Leonard thought and said, frankly and seriously awaiting news. Dally nodded and thought without praying further. She returned silently, no longer playing jokes on Leonard. It was as though she was waiting for something as well. Suddenly, Leonard's spiritual perception was triggered as he turned to look left. As the gatekeeper, Dally, who had already cast her gaze and eyes in that direction, a letter had appeared at some point in time, landing underneath a gas street lamp. Leonard didn't avoid Dally as he hurriedly picked up the envelope and opened it. The content of the letter was very simple. There's only one line: West Balam, Northern State, Kokawa, Revival Square, coordinates. Oh, and then that way the Quill can't detect her. Because she doesn't know. She's just like, she has a hunch, but she wasn't verbally told. Leonard's expression turned heavy as he turned to Dally and said, ma'am, please help me to cover my tracks. As he spoke, his left glove had turned transparent. He stuffed his right hand into his pocket and grasped the fate siphon charm. Dally fell silent for a second and said extremely seriously, bring me along. Back then, you managed to at least fight, but I don't have the time to do anything. Leonard's expression changed as his mouth gaped silently. Finally, without saying a word, he grabbed Dally's shoulder. The two of them vanished from rather empty streets. As he watched Miss Messenger leave, and once he confirmed the telegraph office, he had at least sent one telegram. Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered above the gray fog. He directly set up the high chair rank of the beckoned chair from the tyrant card and the sea god scepter as a silver gray charm. Immediately, he was wearing a papal tiara with a papal robe. Draped over him was a bone specter in his hand. Amidst silver bolts of lightning, Klein's spirit, his spirituality, towards the point of light where the Nitz was. Oh, shit, we finished the chapter. One sec. Timestamp. Let me close my windows. One sec. 3 hours. 53 minutes. 55 seconds. Let me close my windows. One sec. I don't get it. I don't get it. I really don't get it. You baboon read my message. I know. I'm gonna read it right now. But I don't understand how he's able to work around the quote. I don't get this part. It's like he's acting as a marionette, so he's not directly knowing. It's like he doesn't directly reference the quill, so the quill isn't detecting him because he's still playing the part as a marionette. The gray fog is pretty powerful. You tried? I know I'm a little tired. He doesn't think about the quill in reality. Yeah, because it's like above the gray fog, the quill cannot know. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh, you're right. You're right. There's always interference above. Yes. He goes above the gray fog to think and takes action as a robot. He already planned everything above the gray. This part is I'm gonna have to go back and listen to myself. It's like I understand the fact that Klein he's already planning all this. It's really hard to follow right now, but it's still badass. I'm still getting the raw emotions. I'm like, yo, this is badass. But next chapter. So I apologize if I'm not like top notch right now, but I get it, but I don't get it. You get me? One sec. Oh man. What music am I playing, Kami? Bruh? That's what he said. He's in his own marionette. Wait, what music? What music am I playing? Elephant? Elephant? What is elephant? Wait, what is this from? What is this from? What is this from? Wait, Cammy, I don't know, man. I am begging you, read slowly while asking questions from chat. We didn't come here for an audiobook. I know. Wait, where is this from? No, it's copyright free. I checked. He did say it was copyright free, but it's Scams.dk. Really? Okay, hold up. Let me close my blinds. I don't know if I can play it. No, it's like... Yeah, Elephant's probably gonna get us demonetized. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna play it. Wait, what? I think it might... No, because it looks like a cover. You lied to me? No, it's okay. And I don't think I can play it. It's a composer song published Elephant... It's a publisher. Contact licensing? No, I won't be able to do this. Link in chat? No, it's okay. I'll check. Here, I'll play this. Or do we just play Cold Steel Coffin? This is close enough. Huh? This could work, right? I think this could work. Link the song in chat. Oh, the one you guys were playing right now? The one you guys started playing? Here. I didn't. It's not copyrighted. That one Cammy wanted. This one, right? The elephant song? I can play this for now. We can read the chapter with this song. We can clear up what you don't understand, so think through what Klein is doing and pinpoint what you don't understand. Okay. Okay, we'll do that. Just get a fight music at ICBA at this point. I don't know what's CBA. Can you please read slow and ask questions when you get confused while reading? It's 4 a.m. I'm getting tired of this BS. It's okay. No, it's okay. No, we're good. We're good. It's okay. All right. It's hard for me to follow because we've been live for 9 hours. It's a little bit hard because I'm kind of tired and drained. I guess that's the only reason it's kind of hard for me to follow. But we're good. It's not like I don't know what I'm reading. It's just it's a little hard to follow. But we'll talk about it after. Okay. All right. It's not your fault. No, it's okay. It's okay. It happens. It happens. All right, but let's keep reading. Chapter 942. I am good to go. Chapter 942 is called Deity's Curse. So there's a curse and a deity. Okay, let's read. With Klein's spirituality making contact, the points of light suddenly expanded into a scene before his eyes. With his shadow cloaked up, the Nitz was praying with his head bowed in the corner of the square, chanting the fool's honorific name with ancient Hermes. So he told him ahead of time, if anything crazy happens, you pray to me. Thanks to this, Klein could see an expanded area around him, and he began searching for Ince Zangwil. Through the gray fog, everything he saw was clearly different from what he had previously seen. In the middle of the square, pitch black corpses embedded in the cathedral had appeared at some point in time. It was dark inside, but there wasn't any signs of activity inside. Using this opportunity, Klein replied to the Nitz, leave the area, find a hidden spot to hide in. As he spoke slowly, dressed in the papal tiara and dark robes, Klein raised his left hand and made the blue gems at the tip of the bone scepter light up. Sharp, jarring sounds immediately resounded in the revival square and the real world as a sudden gale swept the area. It made the Pole, who were seeping their leisurely time there or the pedestrians to leave quickly and head for the shelter for the wind. Even Anderson, who had a frozen expression, recovered his usual insouciant attitude. Holding his abdomen, he quickly rushed out of the dangerous area. It's not your fault. Blame the sleep deprivation. I know. I should be more wide awake right now, but thank you guys. I'm sorry. In a few seconds, Revival Square became extremely silent. Okay? It became extremely silent. Even the pedestrians who walked slowly without running had experienced the feelings of flying with the nudging of the wind. The empty area entered a brief silence, then a flame appeared from the Corpse Cathedral window. It grew in size, became increasingly blinding. Suddenly, the color of the glass window shattered as blinding white light that bordered on blue shot out like a meteor. The flaming light instantly crumbled, materializing into Inzanguil, who wore a black clergyman robe and had one dark blue eye and one eye covered with blood vessels. The moment the Night Watcher appeared, he couldn't help but open his mouth and scoff at the classical quill in his hand. If a fool like you didn't listen to my suggestion, how could something like this happen? I'm not even sure what you're afraid of. If you had allowed me to pray to the Lord, allowing me to secretly return to the Rose Redemption and join forces with the Serpent, our preparations would allow us to set up a trap. Today, we will be the one hunting Adam and not the other way around. The seemingly dark and damaged quill immediately flew up and wrote on an empty spot of Inzanguil's clothes. Due to the range stemmed from the embarrassment, Sauron Einhorn Medici pushed the blame of this development to the quill of Alzu Hood. But in fact, it was he who was stopping himself from praying to the true creator. Be it the Sauron Einhorn, neither of them trusted their evil god. Today's development made the evil spirit's psychological disassociation worsen. This is extremely reasonable. This is I can't read. This is the diagnosis by the best, most professional psychiatrist. Inzanguil immediately frowned as he raised his left hand and pressed it to his head. His dark blue eyes rapidly covered its lustrous and classically sculptured face, turning extremely stern. At this point, having escaped the Corpse Cathedral, he was no longer facing the square. Instead, it was flights of ancient stone stairs. They were leading to the peak of a towering mountain? The cool is mad. Erected there was a huge cross with countless angels spiraling around it. This reminds me of the mural. The huge cross on top of the mountain with countless angels spiraling around it. At this moment, an exaggerated bolt of silver lightning tore through the overcast sky, smiting right down on Inzanguil. The sealed and struggling space produced cracks. The fountain and its splashes appeared in his dark blue eyes. Inzanguil's figure immediately vanished, leaving behind a blurry, transparent spirit. The latter was struck by lightning and was instantly obliterated. The Night Watcher didn't have the luxury of time to consider what other lurking dangers there were. He took his opportunity to transform into a flame as he pretended to crack and rushed out. To him, no matter what lay ahead of him, nothing was more terrifying and difficult to deal with than the son of the Creator, King of Angels, Adam. Upon seeing the flame rise up from the square, allowing Inzanguil to escape the restraints of the illusionary world and return to his appearance with dark blonde hair and pale hands, Klein raised his hand slightly and subconsciously sat straight. I have a new ship for you. Cool. Cool in the roads. Definitely not. Countless scenes flashed across his mind, him having his heart penetrated in the pair of bright leather boots just before his previous death. The fuck am I reading? Wait, I skipped a line. Upon seeing the flame rise up from the square, allowing Inzanguil to escape the restraints of the illusionary world and returning to his appearance with dark blonde hair and pale hands, Klein raised his head slightly and subconsciously sat straight. Countless scenes flashed across his mind, him having his heart penetrated, the pair of bright leather boots just before his previous death, Dunsmith smiling at him with a wink on his left eye, and the Blackthorn Security Company which had been reduced to ruins. The corners of Klein's mouth quickly curled upwards as he revealed a comical smile. He then deeply muttered using ancient Hermes' misfortune. The silver-gray charm on his right palm suddenly burst into a gloomy black light. This was a charm of misfortune domain Klein made using Snake of Mercury, Will Ossipton's blood, and precious metals by praying to the Evernight goddess. This was a present he had prepared by Inzanguil. This was an arrow of vengeance. This was a deity's curse. Klein immediately stood up, stretched his shoulders, and threw out his right palm, fusing the gloomy black light with the little powers he could stir up from above the gray fog as he threw them at Inzanguil. Just as Inzanguil returned to the Revival Square, he saw a dark black beam appear out of nowhere. It blanketed the entire sky, making him find himself in an extremely dark environment. Such a change happened in the flash before everything was restored to a normal in an instant. Nothing seemed to amiss, but as a Night Watcher who could only give others a certain level of bad luck, Inzanguil actually smell the aura of danger. Without any hesitation, he reached out of his left palm and bid to use his evil spirit within him and his powers as a gatekeeper to enter the spirit world and flee. So he's trying to escape. However, none of the surrounding bright flowers, pure white fountain, and dark black tiles had the colors to saturate, much less become stacked. In Zengul's spirit world traversal had become ineffective. The glint in his eyes froze as he seemed to understand the reason. It was because the evil spirit in him was having an internal struggle, thus they wouldn't lend him their powers. Okay, so because they're at odds, he's not lending him his powers. See, everything would be fine if you had listened to me. Bullshit, I rather died than believe it. He's fighting with each other. Bullshit, I rather died than believe in a true creator. What's the point in saying all this? Didn't you still end up the same as us, being made into a potion by Elisa Tudor? Wait, what? I don't get this part. What's the point in saying all this? Didn't you still end up being the same as us, being made into a potion by Elisa Tudor? None of you are nervous at all. Didn't you notice that the curse clearly came from a deity's aura? The power was fundamentally very powerful. Our present condition doesn't allow us to avoid it at all. Continue arguing. Go on. I'll wait till you die with all of you. They really beefing in a situation like... Yeah, it's funny. It's like... They're in like such a predicament and then they're at odds with each other. Should we explain or should it be spoilers? I don't think it's spoilers. I don't get this part. Being made into a potion by Elisa Tudor? Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici are all... I know I get the part that they're all fighting each other right now. They're like, fuck you, bullshit. But I don't get this line of dialogue. What's the point in saying all this? Didn't you still end up the same as us, being made into a potion by Elisa Tudor? So none of you are nervous at all. Didn't you notice that the curse clearly came from a deity's aura? The power was fundamentally very powerful. Our present condition doesn't allow us to avoid it all. Continue arguing. Go on. I'll wait to die with all of you. Damn, that's fucked up. Oh, shit. All the three angels in the event spirit were killed, so Elisa Tudor became blood. So it's like, that's how Elisa became the Blood Emperor. Yes, this is no sequence 1 allowed when sequence 0 it's... Oh, you're right. The 3 of them. 3 sequence 1s. So the 3 were killed so that Elisa Tudor could advance to Red Priest. Got it. Nobody knows what you mean? Because they got captured when Elisa tried to change pathways. When they were killed, Tudor used her bionic characteristics for a potion. 23 out of 539 is crazy work. 39. Fucking red. Okay, the veins on Inzingwill's forehead throbbed when he heard that. He was furious that Sauron, Einhorn, Medici would suddenly engage in an internal strife at such a critical moment. They didn't seem to notice the danger. They were all at all. As a former archbishop and a beyonder who had watched over the Church of the Evernight Holy Artifact, Inzingwill didn't let the judgment become clouded because of his rage. He instinctively believed that the gloomy black beam had something to do with the Evernight goddess' authority over misfortune. He believed that the Sauron, Einhorn, Medici suddenly fallout was clearly a result of this influence. Otherwise, it was impossible for the Red Angel evil spirit to break into the quarrel without concerning themselves with the situation they were in simply because of the quill Aldazud had writing. He immediately turned around, quickly running towards another exit of the Revival Square in an attempt to communicate with the other spirits. He wished to borrow their powers to escape, however, there wasn't a single spirit around. At this moment, a figure stood... There wasn't a single spirit around? At this moment, a figure stood in a hidden corner of the open square. He was a mixed blood with parents coming from the Lowen and Balam. He had a fleshly face and baggy clothes. On his waist hung a rapier. It was Admiral Hel Ludwell. This was a marionette who usually didn't have any thoughts. After throwing out the deity's cursed charm, Klein folded his palm, returned to the real world, and made use of the 2 marionettes. As he made Enzo find a corner, he took out the idols to preach, set up a bestowment ritual, and controlled Admiral Hel to walk to a secluded spot to face Instingwill. 1v1. This Admiral Hel, who looked like nothing like his original self, raised his right hand, allowing his arm to find the fingers of the rapier rapidly turned incorporeal as they extended towards the target. This was a power he used by barring the underworld creature within him to extract... Oh, the underworld creature that currently within Admiral Hel. Creature within him to extract the spirit bodies of others remotely. Lidwell's palm quickly turned pale white, and above Insingwill, a figure floated up uncontrollably. However, Insingwill was once a gatekeeper, an illusionary bronze door filled... Okay, hold up. An illusionary... So this is in summoning an illusory bronze door filled with mysteries immediately took form in his eyes as it quickly pulled back his escaping spirit body. I dropped my mic. Tasting bad. However, in Singwil, once as a gatekeeper, as an illusory bronze door filled with mysteries immediately took form in his eyes as it quickly pulled back his escaping spirit body. With his level and strength, this was unlikely to succeed so successfully, but for some reason, he repeatedly made mistakes that nearly allowed Admiral to succeed. For a brief moment, all he could do was manage to see a seesaw-like struggle. So they're struggling. It's like a tug-of-war. Seesaw-like struggle. At this moment, two figures rapidly appeared beside Lidwell. One of them was a black-haired, green-eyed Leonard with a transparent glove in hand, and the other was Davy Simon? I'm sorry, that's a typo. Dally Simon, who had blue eyeshadows and blush. They had arrived at the perfect moment because the bad luck of an enemy often implied that one was lucky enough. Yeah, a lucky person is when you make somebody else unlucky. The first thing Dally saw was a figure she could never forget. Pangs of fury burned in her eyes instantly. Oh, shit, dude. The real MC is here, dude. And Madame Dally. Oh, shit. Pangs of fury burning her eyes instantly. She didn't rashly attack as she made some observations. She came oh my, if we don't fucking kill Ince, I'm gonna be so mad, dude. She came behind Lidwell and speared her arms and spread her arms. A bronze door filled with countless strange patterns immediately descended and the cracks opened a gap. This was a door that led to the underworld. It was a door filled with allure to all undead creatures. An indescribable and terrifying suction force came out of it as a figure above Insigwell's body completely separated from him. It was a translucent man wearing bloodstained black armor. He was a young and handsome red-haired man. His face had terrifying signs of decay, and all the glabello was a flag-like mark. This young man wasn't too surprised after being separated from Insingwell. Instead, he sneered, We sure are unlucky today. We have already died together once. So is there a need to do so another time, especially when we're being controlled by such a weakling? A bloody gap appeared on his upper left cheek as it opened up and closed. All right, let's continue on the surrounding trash. Damn. Before the sentence finished, the man in bloodstained black armor reached out of his palm and drew out an illusory sword with dark red rust stains from his body. A terrifying suppressive voice easily allowed the evil spirit to free itself from Lidwell and Dally Simmons' extraction. It spewed down in an attempt to return to Insingwell's body. At that moment, a hoarse voice sounded as though it held a sand cloth. Admiral Lidwell had chanted an ancient Hermes fate. So the black armor's Medici. Medici was extract from Ince. Medici. So yeah, so he pulled him. And he's the one in the black armor. Bro, this is so... It's like... This volume is such... This fight is such... Yes, okay. This volume is such a step up from all the volumes. Like, okay, now I'm noticing why you need to be fully focused. Holy shit. So, like... This is the fight, like, I'm noticing this is the fight where you need to be fully concentrated, like, because once you get lost in the whole thing. I know, it's like, there's so many beings involved in this fight. It's kind of hard to follow, because, like, I don't read web novels. You should have made this, yeah, this definitely should have been a two-part ending. Yeah, now I know. We are cooked in the last volumes. No, we're not going to be cooked, because I know not to go this long. Like, this was like now we know. Prepare for your high sequence is just the beginning, by the way. Fuck, man. I know my limits. I can't do this again. We cannot do a 9, 10 hour, 12 hour stream and read this far. We got to split it up. Because once we pass the 6 hour mark, it's like, it doesn't go downhill. It just gets really hard to follow. And now I'm noticing these fights need a lot more concentration. Like, these fights need so much more focus. And like, because once you get lost, it gets hard to follow. Like, once you miss one thing, you start missing other things. It's like a domino effect. If you miss one thing, you're not gonna understand the next thing. High sequence beyonders equal high IQ fight. Dude, you guys were fucking right, man. When you guys told me this was only the beginning, I thought you guys were just trolling me. Trust us, next time when we say split things up, I know. Now I know. I'm not gonna... After this stream, I'm gonna go back and listen to myself. That fight only... Dude, they only get more complicated from here? Oh my god, bro. Oh, shit. Okay. Dude, I gotta know. Is there like a volume 4 summary on this? I need a volume 4 summary after this stream. Holy shit, dude. I need to sit down, eat popcorn, and just watch summaries on this video. On this volume finale, because this is hard. 89, dude, thank you guys for 90 people. You guys are watching a true baboom lost in the sauce. Yeah, I need to reread this part like 4 times. You see, thank you. Thank you for defending me. Because this is, oh my god. Woo! All right, chapter 943. It's called the third act. We're in the third act. From volume 5, fights are getting harder to understand. Wiz did a good job. Short summary to page. I'm gonna listen to Wiz right now. After this stream, I'm gonna pull up Wiz. Voice chat me. We will spray anything you. You got yourself a deal, Romero. Those were volume 5, 6, 7, 8 summaries by IDK. If there are 4, dude, if there's a 4 one, we definitely need one. If not, I'm gonna listen to Wiz and then I'm gonna listen to Romero. Woo! Okay. Woo! Chapter 943 is called the third act. So now we've split Medici. And now he's in his... Okay. 4 hours, 12 minutes. Holy shit, man. I gotta understand. When you guys say stop, I gotta take that for... You guys are telling me for a reason. You guys are telling me why to stop. Oh, man. I need to read this one sitting down. Oh, shit. I have my food on the bottom. No, I know. We're not going to stop. Don't worry. We're going to finish it. We're going to finish it. We're going to finish. We're going to finish. Can't stop now. The peak. Yeah, we can't stop now. We definitely can't stop. We got to keep going. I know. I just got to do this one while I stretch my back. Chapter 943 is called the third act, Fate. In the awkward sounding Fate? The third act? This is the third act? The key to reading Elo Tim is digestion. Definitely, dude. I get it now. Fate. In the awkward sound voice, the spot where Admiral Ludwell and Night Watcher Insingul stood turned dark as if they were covered by 2 black clouds. Fate Siphon Charm. This was one of the Fate Siphon Charms that Klein had made using the Worms of Time from Palatzarost. To make plans without 008's knowledge, he had kept himself hidden behind the scenes the entire time. Not only had he let Creeping Hunger to Leonardo Mitchell, he had also given the Fate Siphon Charm to his marionette. Hence, the one who was possessed by the evil spirit had gone from Insingul to Ludwell. So now Ludwell has him. Admiral Hale instantly had Sauron Einhorn Medici's blood-stained, black-armored body plunge into him, and his eyes became filled with minute blood vessels. Inside the hotel, Klein calmly controlled his marionette, and he's just doing this from there. That's fucking wild. He's just doing this from his hotel. Inside the hotel, Klein calmly controlled his marionette without showing any wavering or hesitation due to the impact of the evil spirit had. Ludo reached out to tear his clothes and raised his soul-soothing mask to cover his face. At the same time, having heard the Red Angel's words and witnessing his actual condition, Natalie Simon, who had suffered immense pressure, seemed to realize something. Not only did she not close the door to the underworld, she left it open. She even gritted her teeth and used all her might to widen the gap. Bloody, skinless arms, slimy tentacles with teeth, and blushy black vines with baby faces began emerging from the door to the underworld as they grabbed at Ludwell. Oh, shit, dude. Oh, man, dude. This freed up Admiral Hell, who had planned on completing this step alone, taking the advantage of the opportunity that the underworld within his body hadn't yet been destroyed by Sauron Einhorn Medici. With only negative effects on the body being decaying, he hurriedly turned around and dashed towards the mysterious illusory bronze door. He was then grabbed on his body and legs by the arms, tentacles, vines, and spears behind the door. With the running working hand in hand and the scalp's tingling tugs, he instantly leaped through the widened door gap and entered the underworld. Upon seeing this, Dali merely pulled back her palm and they stopped maintaining the mysterious patterned bronze door. Thud. The indescribable illusory door closed heavily. Admiral Hell Ludwell, along with Sauron Einhorn Medici, were kept out of the real world with the underworld creatures. So now they're in the underworld. This was a key step in Klein's plan. It was to forcibly separate Red Angel Evil Spirit from Insingul. So once they're separated, that's like half of the problem has been solved. Okay, I get that part. Although he believed that the Red Angel Evil Spirit was the reason for Insingul's instability, he wasn't willing to face any additional evil spirit formed after the deaths of one of the Kings of Angels and 2 Sequence 1 Angels. 2 fucking Sequence 1 Angels when taking revenge on the demigod. No one could predict what, and he's only Sequence 5 in this whole thing. There wasn't any room to being interrupted as they successfully pulled Red Angel into the spiral. Oh, fuck, I lost my place. Therefore, Klein had used the basis of magical powers of the Fate Siphon Charm and Lidwell's Pathway characteristics to formulate a plan. The addition of Dali had allowed the entire process to happen more smoothly. There wasn't any room for being interrupted as they successfully pulled the Red Angel evil spirit into the underworld. She's been pulled. Check. This way, even if the evil spirit was able to possess Admiral Hill's body and travel back to the real world via a secret spiral traversal, it would be far into the future. It wouldn't happen right away. So now they have the advantage. After all, to leave the underworld requires them to find an exit, and they're not going to find it right away. And with the Evernight goddess wielding the control over the artificial death, she's not going to give them. She had a certain level of the authority in the underworld. She was definitely not letting the Red Angel evil spirit leave so easily. Sacrificing a marionette, it's crazy. He just gave him up like that. Sacrificing a marionette, a high-level charm, and 2 mystical items in exchange for removing the Red Angel. All that just to separate them. Oh my goodness. Sacrificing, are we recording? Yes, okay, thank God. Sacrificing a marionette, a high-level charm, and 2 mystical items in exchange for removing the Red Angel evil spirit from the battlefield was heart-wrenching for Klein, but it was definitely worth it. It's definitely worth it for revenge. As for the misfortune of Insengwil, no one, on the one hand, it was a continuous state and not a short-term affliction, and on the other hand, he had suffered from deity's curse. The Fate Siphon Charm could only replace a tiny portion and it not empty it out. He could soon recover. As for Ludwil, he had the Winter Endo imbuing him with good luck. Nothing would stop his series of actions for a short period of time. Such a change was completely unexpected for Leonard. However, he had to become a Red Glove for almost a year. He had plenty of experiences dealing with supernatural cases, so he didn't show any hesitation or confusion. He merely cast his gaze at the still dazed Insengwil. He's like, holy shit. Okay? When the figure in the black clergyman's robe with one dim eye was reflected in his eye, his expression immediately warped as though he was facing a trauma of his. It was a trauma where he did his best, but he failed to put it to use. It was a trauma of seeing the captain inclined already dead after regaining consciousness. It was a trauma where he did his best, but had failed to put it to use. It was the trauma of seeing Captain Klein already dead after regaining consciousness. As Leonard back in Volume 1. Wait, how did he technically beat 3? Well, he technically did outsmart all 3 of them. The ancient supernatural language echoed. It's literally, man, the Great Fog is just way too fucking strong. It is such a crazy anti-divination technique. Like, literally, you just can't perceive any, besides Amon. You just can't perceive anything. The ancient supernatural language echoed as a transparent book condensed in front of his left glove. Following that, there was the eternal chant, I came, I saw, I record. Bolts of bright, blinding silver lightning blasted down one after another as they instantly devoured Leonard. Lightning storm. This was akin to Leonard holding a revolver to his temple before pulling the trigger. What the fuck is happening? He was committing unaliving, but the same... the Fate Siphon Charm. It gets redirected. By the same time he was using the Fate Siphon Charm, this would transfer such a fate to Insengwil. We skipped the line. Okay, I get this part though. After the trauma line. It was a trauma where he did his best, but he failed to put it to use. It was a trauma of seeking Captain and Klein already dead after regaining consciousness. As Leonard raised his left palm, he pressed the human skin glove to his temple and grasped the Fate Siphon. I missed that part. And he grabbed the Fate Siphon in his right hand tightly. With a deep voice, he said fate. So now he's transferring his fate. The ancient supernatural language echoed as transparent but condensed in front of the left glove. Following that, there was the ethereal chant, I came, I saw, I record. Bolts of lightning. I thought, I was like, why is he killing himself? Bolts of lightning, blinding light, blasted down one after another, and they instantly devoured Leonard. Lightning stormed. This is akin to Leonard holding a revolver to his temple before pulling the trigger. He was committing unaliving, but at the same time, he was using the Fate Siphon Charm. This would transfer such a fate to Insengwil. So he's perfectly lucky, and now he gets all that damage. This was the best solution he can think of when using Fate, Siphon, Charm, and Creeping Hunger. It required immense courage. Definitely requires immense fucking courage. Countless... Dude, if we don't kill him after this, I'm gonna be so fucking mad. There's no shot we go through all of this and we don't avenge done. Big brain time? Bro, my brain is... I'm trying to keep up. This was the best solution he could think of when using Fate, Siphon, Charm, and Creeping Hunger. It requires immense courage. Countless silver lightning swept over him, shattering the surrounding darkness. I need to take off my headphones. Leonardo Mitchell immediately snapped awake and found himself still standing at his spot. He's completely okay. His left hand had yet to rise, and his right hand had just grabbed the Fate Siphon Charm. Whatever he did was just a dream. At this moment, in Instinguo's dark blue eyes, he's dead. Dark, please. Darkness was slowly swirling. It was as though it was saying, when did you get the misconception that you aren't dreaming? In fact, long before Sauron Einhorn Medici had been extracted from his body, he had already created large-scale dream in an attempt to pull all his enemies in. The fuck? Unfortunately, the man with a rapier, Admiral Hill, Ludwell with a rapier was in no way affected, so he wasn't affected by that. He easily escaped and ended up destroying... Oh, he destroyed the dream, so it didn't work. Reducing of its effects enough, so it didn't work because he was able to stop it. Okay, I got it. I'm following. As the ability to detect the danger, which was... I am so sweaty. I smell like... Oh my god, I smell so bad. As the ability to detect danger, which was gained from one spiritual perception, feedback was that obvious, and with the possibility of the conflict between the two kings of the angels behind him spilling over at any moment, Instinguo didn't hesitate to create a large-scale slumber effect while pulling Dali, Simon, and Leonardo Mitchell into a dream. Right on the heels of that, he picked up the Quill of All Zud and rapidly wrote on the sleeve. What the fuck is he gonna write now, dude? Oh, he's writing on his sleeve because he doesn't have the book. You have to get used to this since fight will only escalate. Oh my god, really? Oh man, bro. Oh my goodness. Oh shit, really? It gets harder from here. This is so hard to follow. Holy shit, dude. I'm fighting for my fucking life over here right now, dude. I'm literally fighting for my life. I have nothing but huge respect for everybody that can follow this shit easily first try. This is nothing, bro. I'm dropping my mic. You have to be shitting me. Yeah, I am tired, but still. There's people that read this shit apparently in a month. Like the power of 10. Oh my god. Like, oh my. This isn't even a 10. I'm lightheaded. Where was it? He wrote on his sleeve. I lost my place. He wrote on his sleeve. He wrote on his sleeve. Hold up. I need to catch my breath and find my place. Okay, I found my place. Okay, he wrote on his sleeve, Instinguo was in the optimal condition today. He could effectively control his mythical... The fuck? Oh, it makes sense. Okay, he's a demigod. Yes, mythical creature form. Instinguo was in optimal condition today because he was separated from Medici. He could effectively control his mythical creature form. Therefore, he didn't hold back and use all his strength to escape. No way he escapes. To escape the area. As he finished writing the sentence, with the cool, Instinguo's body began transforming. Fuck, dude. What's he gonna look like? His eyes instantly turned black as though it was tainted with ink. That's scary. The fine patterns around him began to extend, forming strange and distorted mythical symbols. Mysterious symbols. At his waist and ribs, his clothes swelled up as 4 skinless arms grew out from the screaming flesh that were covered with blood vessels. The arm was rapidly covered with white feathers. There's been a lot of white feathers in this volume. I've noticed that. Covered with white feathers as a cadaveric aura rippled out. At the same time, Instinguo's teeth grew long, turning sharp. His body seemed to embed with numerous blurry, tiny faces. So gross, man. In a blink of an eye, this Night Watcher was already slumped to the ground, turning into a strange monster with 8 legs and white feathers. The fuck? How are we supposed to fight him now, dude? What? Like, come on. Night suddenly fell upon the square as the worms in the soil and the bacteria on the floor tiles died one after another, entering an eternal slumber. This was a combination of powers of the Evernight and Death. Okay. It's a tag team attack. There's fan art imagined about this part. Just as Dali, Simon, and Leonardo Mitchell were about to lose their lives amidst their slumber, a thunderclap boomed. Bolts of silver lightning struck down, turning it into a force of lightning and blanketed Instinguo's incomplete mythical creature form. After sending away the Red Angel evil spirit, Klein didn't stay any longer. Like a marionette with a present order, he methodically took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered above the Great Fog. Wearing the papal tiara and papal robe again, he picked up the Sea God scepter. This was the... My arm snapped. Klein knew that he didn't have the strength to directly fight a demigod. Wait, this was the third act of this is the third act? The final act of the play. With 008 exhausted by Adam and with the Red Angel evil spirit separated from Instinguo, thanks to the Fate Siphon charm, he had to face the Sea God's wrath as a sequence 4. Oh, so now he's vulnerable. Mythical creature forms of both deaf and sleepless combined. So wait, they fused. I need to digest this, man. Klein knew that he didn't have the strength to directly fight a demigod, therefore his plan had been to wear off Ince Zanguil's helpers while smiting him from above the Grey Fog. So he's just gonna be attacking him because now he has to face him as sequence 4. Now he's like at sequence 4 strength. It was akin to the sea battle with the demigod Kunes Kilgore, who was from the Black Emperor pathway back then. Even if he couldn't complete the kill due to the demigod's potency, he could stall for time until the Church of the Aeronite's Archbishop, high-ranking decans with sealed artifacts arrived. Yeah, because Ince was someone... Oh, because he switched pathways. Got it. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, how? Okay, because he switched pathways, now he has both. From deaf to sleep. Got it. Because yes, because of the switch of deaf and sleepless, vice versa. Okay, that's why it's been fused together. The reader who stalls for eternity, the tamer of beasts and dogs, the one who farms Lord of the Music, Easy Geeky is here to keep reading. Is your name Amon? Amon is in the chat. The Church of the Evernights Archbishop of high-ranking decans with sealed artifacts arrived. Ugh. Oh, man. In this plan, there were two uncontrollable... It's getting hard to breathe in here, man. In this plan, there were two uncontrollable parameters. First, it was unpredictable. I'm trying to take my heart monitor right now. It's really high. First, it was unpredictable how much influence 008 had towards the end. A card up his sleeves was to let Enzo set up a bestowment ritual and be prepared to send Grisol's travels to the real world at any time. By sending it to the edge of the battle, outside of their... If it goes to the end of battle, they can't really detect it. Klang wanted to know if it would lure the Quill away from Insingul. After all, he guessed that the Quill was a grade 0 sealed artifact of the Spectator pathway. It was likely that it was interested in the special book left behind by the Dragon Imagination. That makes sense, okay? It'd be attracted to her, like it'd be interested in it. Second, he wasn't sure how strong the son of the creator Adam was. Klein had no reference point, and he believed that it wasn't impossible for the King of Angels like him to subdue 008, imprison the Red Angel Evil Spirit, and kill Inzingul alone. This feels like a series finale. How is there 4 more volumes after this? I don't get it. Like, how is there more? How is there more? I don't get it. This feels like the series finale, dude. Oh, wait, Amon. What does he have to... What does Amon have to do in this whole grand scheme? Oh. I'm so lightheaded. There is a lot. How the fuck is there more? I literally thought this would be the finale, like going up against Ince. For such a development... Oh, my God. I'm so lightheaded, bro. This is so good. For such a development, Klein had no means to fold it. All he could do was pray for the goddess's blessings and fate, tenderness as he waited for the outcome. Rumble. Now the rumbling is here. It's the halfway. Oh my goodness, man. The lights force and smot down, bringing it with intense destruction's auras. At this moment, pure darkness surged out of the gaps in the lighthouse, devouring all the silver white swath. Right on the heels of that, Inzingul's 8 legs moved rapidly as he ran out of the area. He couldn't find a target of attack, nor could he lock onto the enemy that has cast Lightning Storm. Holding back his fierce emotions, he ran towards the buildings along the perimeter of the square, leaving shadowy after images behind. However, amidst the booming thunder, terrifying lightning bolts smote down one after another, trapping Insingul inside the square. Dahlia and Leonard had already woken up from their dreams, but the light from the lightning affected their vision, so it's blurry, allowing them to discover that Insingul had apparently turned into a monster, but their details were unclear. Mythical creature form. As the two had a solidified foundation in mysticism, they immediately realized what was happening and quickly closed their eyes. So yeah, you can't directly look at it. They then retreated to a spot that provided them shelter. Realizing that he was unable to dodge the lightning strikes given to the amount of time he had, Inzigo retraced one of his legs, retracted one. She's riding on his leg. Inzingul retracted one of his legs, picked up 008, and as he ran, he wrote... Oh, because he has more than 2 legs. As he's running, he picks up one, he wrote on his body. And what the fuck is gonna come now? An unknown... And what is this... This is so good. This is some good shit. It's really just pulling random shit. He's like, random shit, go. This is really good, dude. An unknown existence is attracted by the combat and feels great pity for Inzingwo. Experiences before deciding, helping him by taking away via a spiritual world. I swear, if he's pulling in a note, if the unknown existence is on, I'm gonna flip out. He's desperate, random, reasonable shit, go. He's like, fucking whatever can come out, come right now and help me. And none and Zix is attracted by combat and feel great pity for instant gold experience before deciding him, help him by taking him away via the spirit world. Fucking pussy. You stand and fight, you little shit. There's a 4th act. 944, the 4th act. 3 more fucking chapters. Imagine I'm like, all right, guys, we'll finish tomorrow. You guys would be so mad. Dude, the sun is setting already. We literally started in the morning. The sun is going down. The sun is almost gone. 4 hours, 30 minutes, and 46 seconds. Holy shit, man. Memeing is prohibited here. The sun is up here. Dude, I was fucking lying when I said we'd be reading full morning tonight. Okay. I'm sorry. It's so late for you guys. I apologize for everybody that's been with us this entire time. Chapter 944, the 4th act. On the heavily scuffed and damaged revival square, the environment turned dark as a gloominess and airiness filled in. What is happening? Seemingly corporeal manner, even the blinding silver lightning wasn't able to dispel this feeling. Dally Simon actually sensed what? Sensed that an unknown creature was crossing the spirit world. So something from the spirit world and approaching. An ominous feeling. What can be from the spirit world, bro? An ominous feeling rose up in her as though she could already see Inzigwo using such an accident to easily escape, never to be found. She felt ice cold in a manner that couldn't be resisted, just like when she first became a Beyonder. Back then, due to a particular accident, as a 19-year-old, she had lost her family and ended up drinking a potion by mistake. So she became a Beyonder by mistake. She ended up becoming a corpse collector and was placed in the Nighthawk's team. The influence of the potion... It's getting hard to breathe, man. My heart is racing. The influence of the potion and the wound from losing her family had made her enjoy gloominess and coldness. She couldn't help but approach corpses, often loitering in cemeteries and sleeping here. This is sad. What the fuck? Such a sad past. This made her appear odd, with people instinctively avoiding her. This not only dropped her body temperature, but it also slowly froze her heart and soul as he turned ice cold. She was afraid of this feeling. She still hoped to live as a person. Hence, she instinctively used her man coveted her for her looks. And wait. She instinctively used how man coveted her for her looks and body to gain a boyfriend. She wanted to use the warmth of a body to stop her soul from turning cold. What? Is it done? No. In this decadent and surreal life, she met the man. A man who always warmly listened to her. She was a man who always stayed by her side and provided her help. He was a man who became embarrassed when faced with jokes involving the two sexes. He was a man who accepted all the flaws and weaknesses of his teammates with a sincere attitude. He was a man who fumbled in helplessness, who was jested at him again and again. He was a man who hid the pain and sorrows in his heart to the point of suffering an early receding hairline. He was a man who was just he was a man who was the first step forward when encountering danger, putting himself in between the danger of his teammates. She changed. She began putting on makeup. She did this for him. She began putting makeup on because of Dunn. She began putting on makeup that made her appear older. She stopped mixing with old men but kept jokes and deliberately expressed that she hadn't changed in an obvious manner. However, she still didn't make it in time. She didn't manage to witness the man master an acting method, digesting potions and advancing to sequence wigs. She didn't manage to see him reach out of his hand to invite her to an opening. Is it the dance in the artwork? Clearly this is shit. This is the dance. Wait, this is from the artwork. Wait. We've seen this artwork before. Oh. I lost my fucking place. Wait, I lost my fucking place. Wait. I lost my place. This is too good. She didn't manage to see him reach out of his hand. Wait, she didn't manage to see him reach out his hand to invite her to an opening dance or be able to participate in the final battle. She didn't manage to tell him her feelings in time. I was wrong. I failed to do anything in time today. I'm not having it repeat again. Dali's expression turned sorrowful as the corners of her lips curled bit by bit with tenderness and sweetness. With her eyes closed, she suddenly pulled out a small metal bottle with a hidden compartment. She threw the stopper and gulped the liquid inside. Her blue eyeshadows and blush instantly brightened, and even her skin turned slightly translucent. Her coiled up hair was instantly released, pushing her hood back as she fluctuated. Spirit wandering the void, higher orders creature that level 1 with awe, the unforeseeable creature, Dali chanted with simple and forceful ancient Hermes, I shall sign a contract with you in my name. Pray that you leave this place. Behind the 8-legged, the white-feathered Int Zangwil, a figure appeared. It was a blood-colored piece of flesh with countless eyes on it and arms of different races. This is, Just as it was about to grab Inzagul and drag him into the spirit world, it suddenly paused. It then turned its gaze towards Dali Simon. Pitch black snake-like scales instantly appeared on Dali's skin. No, is she looking? And appeared on Dali's skin, and within the gaps of the scales, white feathers grew. Her knees buckled and she knelt down in pain, but she ultimately maintained her spirit channeling posture. The quill began riding autonomously on Inzagul's body. Fuck, man, get out of here, dude. The unknown existence descended upon Revival Square and was just about to take Inzagul away, but no, it was attracted by Dali Simon. No. Its senses of aesthetics was inclined towards humans. Oh no, it abandoned Inzagul. Oh no, you piece of shit. It decided to listen to Dali Simon's suggestions and ended up leaving. How surprising that when it came to spirit channeling, Inzagul, a demigod, would actually lose to a secret. Okay, wait. This is working in her favor. Inzagul, thank you, Cole. Thank you. Inzagul, a demigod, would actually lose to 6-5 Dali Simon. Although this lady had consumed the flowers of spirit and paid an immense price, she had little chance to defeat Inzagul, who was barely using the quill of Ulzuhud. Did you skip? Nah, definitely not. That shit is gross. I can't believe my first ship was Kleinix Dali. Who the fuck? What? Who the fuck was Easy? Who the fuck is that dude? Easy Geeky? Why the fuck would he say that? No wonder you guys were so against that. You guys were like, ew. I get it. This is beautiful, man. Inzagul was just too unlucky. He actually encountered a matter with nearly zero probability. Amidst the lightning strikes, blood-red beams lit up in Inzagul's pitch-black eyes that were covered with mysterious symbols before calming down. His hand, which held the quill, wrote on his body once again. Another unknown existence was lured. This bitch is just pulling shit out of his ass. Another unknown existence was lured into the vicinity and attempted to enter the real world. Just as he wrote that, the quill suddenly paused as it continued writing. Incoming, it's not she. Was Renette Tankard. No, Renette Tankard chased away all the surrounding creatures in the spirit world. She gave Inzagul a glance looking away and left, continuing her patrol of the surroundings. Inzagul is too unlucky, just too unlucky. Fucking quill. The one time the quill is coming in clutch, it's like, Inz is fucking too unlucky. Inzagul rapidly moved body suddenly paused as though he had suffered a terrible blow. Boom. A thick bolt of silver-white lightning smote the 8-legged monster. It sent Inzagul flying up as he let out an inhuman cry. Little bitch is crying. Ref, do something. Do something. Do anything. Yellow card. Anything, dude. In his pitch-black eyes, the blood-red beam spread out like an explosion, turning into a 2 bloodthirsty, cruel, and maniacal blobs of light. How do we still have 2 chapters after this? Inzagul could no longer control his emotions and maintain a good state of mind. He lost most of his reason. The more the slightly damaged quill wrote, the darker it became until it slowly stopped. With a scream that left one with goosebumps and endless darkness blackened the area, pulling Dali, Simon, Leonard, and Mitchell into a dream. However, the thunderous booms and lightning snapped the dreamers awake. Inzagul took a step back with his 8 legs, leaving behind an afterimage in his spot. He rapidly ran towards Dali Simon, who was on the brink of losing control. No, man, we gotta save her. Hoping to rip apart the Nighthawk who had foiled his plans for escaping. Boom, boom. What are those booms? Ridiculous bolts of lightning blasted out, stopping his attempts to escape. Okay. Boom, boom. The 8 legs that were covered with white feathers, which now had signs of... I feel like we're going to spend an hour looking at artwork, bro. By the way, man, for any of the artwork, please just write what this is referencing, okay? If you posted artwork, be like, it's okay. Treat me like I'm 5. Be like, this is from this. Like, this is during this part, or this is when this happens. The 8 legs that were covered with the white feathers, which now had signs of being charred, moved one after another as his body kept low. There's no way he escapes, right? While his circled the circle, while he circled the square, dodging the lightning in search for an opportunity to kill Leonard and Dali. With time, he realized there was a problem with the remaining reason that he had. The frequency of lightning was dropping. The person that kept casting lightning strikes had apparently reached his limit, and his spirituality was almost drained. Insingul's heart stirred as a cruel smile was pleased across his face. He ran at high speeds as he muttered in ancient Hersey, "All of you will die." He had apparently forgotten of his need to escape. All of you will die. Leonard Mitchell could do nothing but, despite hearing that sentence, because he couldn't even open his eyes. He couldn't oh yeah, he has his eyes closed the entire time. He couldn't determine where Insingul was, nor use his spirituality to lock onto him. At this moment, he felt as if he had returned to Tingan, back to the Blackthorn Security Company, back to the day where he had engaged with Magoose in intense battle. He had returned to a time where he was weak and helpless, unable to stop anything himself. Spoilers in it. If there's spoilers, don't read chat. I won't read. Back then, he clearly wanted to help Captain and Klein. Despite overcoming his horror, despite having Old Man to provide him with help, he quickly fainted due to his low sequence and lacking strength, thus failing to participate in the subsequent battle. All he could do was wake up and see the two corpses and... I'm crying, man. That was such a sad moment. All he could do was wake up to see the two corpses and use the pain of meeting family members to resolve the blame he had placed on himself. He always cherished his leisurely life, Tinjan City, the feeling of not needing to take any responsibility. It was as he was the protagonist. However, the more he cherished those memories, the more he hated his former self. Oh, he hates his former self. Wondering why he hadn't worked harder. With his eyes tightly closed, I love Leonard, man. Such a good character. With his eyes tightly closed, the figures of light were darting around, and all he could do was ball his hands into a fist as he hurriedly shouted, "Old man, old man." This time there wasn't any response in his mind. No one provided him any help, as Palazzo Ross was still in deep sleep. Oh yeah, he needed like 2 weeks to recover, right? Leonard's breath turned heavy as he couldn't help but move his head from side to side with the darting of the light. Then, with a slightly hoarse voice, he shouted in clear anxiety, "Old man, old man, old man." His voice gradually softened, drowned by the thunder. Leonard hung his head bit by bit, his face filled with shame and pain. He's like, "Platz, do something! Do something! Get the fuck up!" His lips quivered. Did I skip a... No, I thought I skipped the page. His lips quivered as he relaxed his hands and gripped his tight again. His entire body froze for several seconds. Suddenly, he wore a firm expression. With grimace, he opened his mouth and shouted softly in ancient Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Just as he said those prayers, he majestically saw a scene in his mind. Inzingul, who gradually seemingly turned into a spider or some deformed feathered wolf, was running frantically and dodging the lightning strikes. From time to time, he attempted to attack him and Dali Simon. And unlike normal Insingul's further appeared rather blurring the scene, it was almost completely represented by the red light, and it would only be used to determine his location. Leonard was first taken aback as he immediately left. 10 teardrops flowed down as he left. Without any hesitation, he raised his left palm, pressed the glove to his temple, and then tightly gripped the Fate Siphon charm with his right hand. Oh, right hand. Fate, the incomprehensible, mysterious world in ancient Hermes resounded as a transparent book appeared in front of Leonard. It flipped to a page amidst the ethereal chanting. "I came, I saw," recording, and he locked onto the 8-legged monster with white feathers growing all over him. Silver bolts of lightning blasted Leonardo Mitchell through the charm with a hideous expression, shouting, "Die, Insingul." Yeah, dude. Please tell me we killed him. He had waited to say this for a very, very long time. He played the scene in his head so many, many times. Oh, shit. Who came? I don't know, man. You tell me. Oh, shit. The story's ending. Oh, my God. Next chapter, Kill It, Leonard. Oh, my God. 4 hours, 43 minutes, and 10 seconds. Oh, man. 4 hours, 33 minutes, and 10 seconds. I got to tear my eye. Die, Inf. 4:45, man. This is so... Let me turn up my light. It's so dark now. Just 2 more chapters. Easy, got this. You see, I can follow this now. This is more reasonable. This is easier to follow. Everything else before that shit was hard, man. There were so many fucking Kings of Angels involved. If Ins fucking survives, I'm gonna be so mad. This whole time, I'm like, bro, Watch is like... I don't know, man. I thought, like, maybe we need a spectator to fucking kill Ints. Because, like, since they're a spectator, he wouldn't be able to detect them. But no, man. Klein got this shit figured out, bro. Chapter 945 is called The Stories Ending. Dude, it's... My hands are so shaky. I can't even take my timestamps right now. Chapter when In's plans was shown is called Story. This chapter is called Story End. Oh shit, you're right. His story is over. Yeah, I'm telling you, I thought we were gonna fucking hire like fucking Audrey or Susie to take him out or some shit, because if there are spectators, he wouldn't be able to detect them. But Klein got this shit figured out. Chapter 945 is called The Story is Ending. The moment the Fate Siphon Charm left Leonardo Mitchell's hand, it vanished in midair, its whereabouts unknown. It cloaked the spots where In's... Did I update this part? Yes. Damn, man, my timestamps are getting really big. 100 people, man. Thank you guys, man. This shit is getting really hard to follow, but it is still fun nonetheless. Let's fucking go, man. If you guys haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Turn on bell icons. Ain't no way Audrey not getting noticed. I'm like, you know what? Maybe Susie would be like, fucking, she just comes out with a knife. Shit. You see, maybe that's why you guys were calling her a fucking demon dog. Shit. The moment the Fate Siphon Charm left Leonardo Mitchell's hand, it vanished in midair. I'm so sweaty right now. Its whereabouts unknown. It's cloaked the spots where he and Instinguo stood in darkness. Even the burgeoning, the silver storm was unable to illuminate it. At this instant, Leonardo felt the surface of his body turn numb, as though lightning was leaping over it, creating a slight stabbing pain. On that would completely pulverize his body at any moment. But following that, he didn't get bombarded with the irresistible pain, as though nothing had happened. No, something did happen. A bolt of lightning smote down at him, as if he had bared his fangs, shattering the ground and tearing the soil. He had personally redirected his casting of Lightning Storm from Instinguo when Leonardo Mitchell used the Fate Siphon Charm. A shrill scream sounded as rich darkness around Instinguo failed to dissipate the storm that was formed from a mesh of silver lightning bolts. Dude, thank you for subscribing, man. Oh, shit. His body was swept into his heart of the storm. He had suffered the fate Leonardo Mitchell being devoid by the Lightning Storm ability. Boom. The thunder boomed deeply as the lightning forest... Oh, man. I'm tweaking out, bro. I'm so jittery right now. The thunder boomed deeply as the lightning forest quickly dissipated, but before the lightning storm came to a complete end, more bolts of silver lightning smote down from the sky, causing a new wave of attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Fuck, man, this Fate Siphon Charm is GOAT, bro. This shit is so OP. The wrath of a thunder god smote down again and again as the lightnings frequently returned to normal. There weren't any gaps in between. Even though there were waves of darkness surging out from Instinguo's position, they were unable to obliterate the silver swaths. After a few lightning storms, the blinding light finally dimmed. The minute bolts of snaked around weakly. Instinguo remained standing there without collapsing. He fucking died standing up. I'm just a dog. That'd be so wild. I'm just a dog. This is why you never saw me. No, but this is a lot better. Oh, shit. Standing there without collapsing. However, his head was pitch black eyes, bolded red halos. He has bold red halos, and mysterious symbols had cracked. The flesh inside cracks was charred black as a grayish-white liquid seeped out. It's brain matter. The four legs by his torso had already been burnt black and curled up together. Holy shit, this is so satisfying. All it took was a bunch for them to fall off. On them, not only were the white feathers gone, even the overlapping blood vessels were pulverized and had scattered to the ground, leaving them at the head height with them. But even so, Instinguo... How the fuck is he not dead, bro? How the fuck is he not dead after this? Like, this bitch doesn't die. Instinguo still wasn't dead. Creatures that had obtained a godhood and unimaginable vitality compared to ordinary people. The blood red halo in his eyes. Oh, the blood red halo in his eyes, not on his forehead. Grew richer as the violent. I'm burning up, bro. As no longer had any room for decreasing feeling of hatred. I'm gonna take such a long nap today. Feeling of hatreds and red goats. I'm not gonna be able to sleep, man. I'm too excited. Regret surged in him, giving him the urge to vent them out. He hated himself for only thinking of escaping in the beginning and not killing all the enemies present. Back then, if he hadn't held back and had used his powers by releasing the terror of a demigod without any reservations, he will definitely be able to kill Dally Simon and Leonardo Mitchell amidst the lightning strikes. If he had done so, he wouldn't have been left in such a sorry state by two mid-sequence. To be honest, shut the fuck up. Damn it. Instinguo roared and threw away the Darkening 008 quill. Using his remaining 4 legs, he pounced at Leonardo Mitchell. Oh shit, dude, be careful. Leonardo was just about to take action when he felt a coldness in him. It was as though a thin, long hair was reaching out and binding him from the darkness. Doing so from a dream, he was unable to move again. Oh, boom. A bolt of lightning struck Inzingwo, but he only severed his stagger him from a moment and dropped a few pieces of charred flesh. He continued his attack, even revealing a cruel smile. From that time, he was already certain the person hiding in the background, casting the lightning strike, was at their limit. The person was unable to use any more demigod-level powers. As for Leonard, who was being bound by countless strands of invisible hair, his thoughts quickly became serene. It was as though he no longer put out... It's getting hard to read, man. This is such a long chapter. Holy shit. Who was bound by the countless strands of invisible hair, his thoughts quickly became serene. It was as though he had no longer put any resistance and had wished to sleep in the darkness. Unable to move, he bit the tongue lightly and temporarily, recovering some of the lucidity. He made the transparent book in front of him emit the ethereal chanting, "I came, I saw, I record." With resonating whoosh, a terrifying hurricane swept at Insingo, who had arrived at the pounce. It snapped the illusory black-haired object, giving Leonard's freedom again. Whoosh! Insingo was thrown up as he slammed heavily to the ground. His body was covered with deep gashes. The pale white blood gushed out of him. Despite having lost another front leg, he still wasn't dead. He stood up again and locked onto the Evernight poet, who still had his eyes closed. Without any warning, Leonard suddenly slipped and fell to the ground. When he tried to get up, he seemed unable to maintain his balance. Even the gale he created had failed to sweep up his body. Damn it, I should have killed you when you were unconscious back in Tinkin City. You fucked up, huh? Inz and Go cursed through clenched teeth. That woman is about to die. The same goes for you. Dude, I can't even read. My eyes are getting a little watery. They are built different. As he cursed, he hopped over to Leonard's location as though he had lost his ability to move at rapid speeds. With a ferocious expression, he said, "Your captain was irritating like..." Fuck you, man. "Your captain was irritating. Likewise for the teammate of yours. All of you are the same. After I kill you..." Not the same, bro. Klein is also built different. Bro. All of you are the same, not Klein. "After I kill you, I'll leave this place and return to Dingen to dig up their graves." He's gone. As he cursed, the darkness filled with a cadaveric aura surged out of Ince Zingwo, sweeping towards the nearby Leonard Mitchell. Leonard could sense that he was ridden with bad luck, but he could do nothing. He didn't even dare to open his eyes. Bang! Amidst the gunshot, a pale golden bullet pierced through the thick, deathly darkness, bringing out blinding sunlight, terminating the abnormality within. Tarot cards flew over, stabbing into the ground at different spots. One of the cards landed in front of Leonard as it... Holy shit. Oh my god! Klein is going to kill him. He's going to kill Ince in front of... He's going to kill Ince in front of them because it's part of the ritual. And then he's going to drink it, right? He's going to drink the potion and he's going to become Bizarre Sorcerer. No lag. Oh, this is so bad. No more lag. We're so back. Okay. Okay, lag is back. We're good. Okay. Okay, we're back. OMG, I thought it was my connection. No, that'd be so bad if stream ended there. That would be such a bitch. Literally the fate. It was preordained. Okay. This is what's going to happen. I got it. Ince is going to kill him in front of them. And because he killed such a high, because he killed him, he's going to drink his Bizarre Sorcerer potion in front of them because it's an act. That's why he appeared in front of him with Flame Jump. Oh, shit. Oh, Leonardicus. Oh, man. Oh, shit. Bang. I just read this. One of the tarot cards landed in front of Leonard as it burst. This is... I'm about to bust, bro. Amidst the flames, a figure wearing a half-top hat and black suit walked over with a revolver in his hand. It's like, holy shit, it's Klein. Oh, I'm about to cry. With a bookish demeanor, he had black hair and brown eyes with a face with a deep outline. He was none other than Klein Moretti. Holy shit, it's Klein Moretti. He's just, oh, dude, I'm crying. He's using his Klein face. He's Klein Moretti again. Lag was a reasonable development. 2 music changes very quick. Oh, man. Unable to see the Sea God's scepter anymore, he had decisively returned to the real world. Oh, I'm crying. He had rushed here with death now. It's really you. You are still alive. Died together with them. Instinct was moved. Dude, I can't read. This is so good, dude. You really are still alive. Died together with them. Instinct was moving. Sped instant. Recovered as he... No, this is so much better than volume. This is the best volume. This is the best volume, dude. I'm crying. These are tears of... I fucking told you it was going to be tears of joy, not tears of sadness. I fucking told you it was gonna be tears of joy. I was like, if I cry, it's gonna be tears of joy, dude. It's really you. You really are still die together. Shut the fuck up, Ants. You little bitch. Ins and Will's movements but instant recovered as he circled around, Klein trying to forcefully pull him into Dream. You see, I can follow this. He had been acting. However, Klein... Oh, he fully digested his potion because he's been acting. However, Klein was completely unaffected. He didn't show signs of falling asleep as he raised his right hand and pulled the trigger as though he had foreseen it. Bang! Instingo was thrown to the ground by a powerful impact. The cracks of his head widened. Oh my god. I'm gasping for air. The shot was from Mam Dally. Klein said in a deep voice as he snapped his fingers using the flames that burst up. He flashed to the side of Inzigo. Inzigo's eyes protruded out. As he moved at high speeds, he released Bad Luck a bit to influence Klein, but it was completely useless. This shot is from Leonard. They both shot. All the tarot cards were ignited at the same time like bursting fireworks. Klein, oh, definitely he's putting a performance. Klein flashed behind Insingwil, cocked the gun, and relying on his intuition, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Felt what blood spurted out from Insingwil's left leg as it broke. His running came to an abrupt stop, and he even failed to maintain his balance. Using the burning tarot cards, man, we are witnessing greatness. This shot was Mamdali. Using the burning tarot cards, he repeatedly cast Flaming Jump, preventing himself from entering the influence of the black hair. This shot is for Magoose. This shot is for the Keepers. This shot is for the destroyed Backland Security Company. This shot is for all the Nighthawks. This shot is for me. Holy shit, that is the hardest line I've ever read. I got tears of joy in my eye. Oh, man. I'm trying so hard to stay cool, dude. I can't be composed. Cinema, dude, I'm trying to be composed. I think this is the best thing I've ever read. You guys were giving me so much shit that I couldn't follow, but at the end of the day, we can still follow it when we put our head into it. This is the greatest series I've ever read in my entire fucking life. I can't believe I just said that. Very few series get this emotion out of me. It's not over, son of a bitch, dude. This is only volume 4. I'm fucking shaking, dude. Amidst the gunshot, look at me. It is so late, bro. It's so late. It is 8 o'clock, bro. Oh my god, it is so late at night. Amidst the gunshot, Klein kept pulling the trigger, and they did the corresponding reloading as he shot the demon-hunting bullets. He blew through another Instingwill's legs, blasting open his forehead, causing his roars. I just spat on my mic. I'm sorry. Causing his roars to turn into a whimper until he fell to the ground. Finally, Klein flashed in front of Instingwill's. He then had Death Note to his fucking face. At this moment, we're so demonetized, but it's okay. At this moment, mysterious patterns accentuated Instingwill's almost... I'm so shaky right now. My hands feel numb. At this moment, mysterious patterns accentuated Instingwill's almost cracked head, creating an immense impact. He still had the ability to resist. He was waiting for him to approach, and then he ended up using his mythical creature to form to turn the tables. However, Klein's brown eyes continued looking at him with reflecting anything. He thrust Death Note forward and pulled the trigger. Bang! Instingwill's head completely exploded. Shit. And like a smashed watermelon, the fragments and the juices splattered everywhere. Death Note had sounded to kneel for him. Klein raised his left hand and rubbed away his 2 eyes. The real eyes they hid behind were moved back to their original spots. His brown eyes had blurred up. He curled the corners of his mouth bit by bit and said to the already dead Instingwill softly, oh man, this shot is for the captain. He didn't give Instingwill a chance to leave any last words. And like, you're not getting the last word, bro. Man, he had no wish to know what bitter past the latter had experienced. He then took out one of the remaining tarot cards from his pocket and threw it on Instingwill's corpse. Oh man. Oh shit, I'm crying, dude. It was inverted. It was an inverted star card. Tears of sad. These are tears of sadness now. Oh shit. This shot is for the captain. Music changed back to the previous one. And another change when we get to Delhi. Man, Cammy, hold up, man. I'm fucking emotional, dude. I can't even concentrate right now on changing the music. I am so sorry, dude. I hope you can forgive me right now. Shit, dude. I lost my place. Oh, it was an inverted start card. At this moment, a figure appeared not far from him. He bent down and picked up the darkened quilt. The figure wore a simple white robe, and he had a pale golden beard. Is it Adam? On his chest hung a silver cross as though he was the most ordinary priest. But he was the king of angels. Okay, it is Adam. You see, I didn't forget. Adam looked at Klein and said with a genuine smile, unfortunately, I failed to retain the snake. The fuck? He looked at the quill in his hand and then at the tarot card. He smiled and added, a price is always exacted for why the fate bestows. Isn't that so? This bitch is speaking in riddles. Is he the Riddler from Batman? A price is always exacted for what fate bestows. Isn't that so? With that said, he turned around and slowly disappeared from the ruining squares with each step back. He left the following words as though he sang it. Under the witness of a spectator, Klein already completed a grand performance, directed... Oh, he digested the potion. Directing a magical murder. With that, the managed to digest his potion with enough energy left to attempt an advancement before the curtains fell. Klein didn't take it to the feeling of his marionette's potion digestion and corresponding feedback. With flaming jump, he arrived in front of Dally Simon. The lady was already in the... Oh my god, no! The lady was already on the brink of losing control. She said in days, I don't want to become a monster. Alright, Klein looked at her with a sorrowful gaze and he quickly thought of the means to rescue a rampager. No. Who I considered getting to chat the... I don't even know what to play, dude. Music? What do I play? What do I play? I don't even know what to play. What do I play? Oh my god, fuck you. No, fuck you. No, go fuck yourself, Cammy. You do not... I'm sorry, I don't mean it like that. You know, am I really playing All Was Well? No, you gotta go. You have to be fucking shitting me. Is she dead? All was... What? Dude, we haven't played this shit since Volume 1? Oh, no. Where is it? Oh, God, please send it to me. All Was Well. Who was the guy that sings it? Who was the guy that sings it? Oh my god, play it. Oh my god, what was it? Oh shit, somebody link it, please. When was All Was Well? Oh my god, it's been so long. All Was Well. Who's the one that sings it? I don't remember who sings it. Play it. Play it. A price is always exacted. Wait, please, somebody link it. Trauma music? Oh, I'm scrolling off as quickly as I can. Oh, go fuck yourself. I found it. I found it. Am I really playing this right now? No! Or I found it. I found it. Nah, you have to be kidding me. Nah, why are you making me play this? I'm already crying. I'm thinking of old Neil. The last time we played this was when old Neil and Dunn died. Oh, shit. Look at this. I'm a grown-ass man crying again. Okay, guys, please remind me to put this in the YouTube description. I don't want to become a monster. All right, Klein looked at her with a sorrowful gaze as he quickly thought of a means to rescue a rampager. Oh, no, you can't. You can't rescue them. He had considered getting her to chant the fool's honorific name before pulling her spirit body above the gray fog. But with her body already mutating, it was apparently useless. The only way was for Dally to choose to remain there forever. As a flower of blood, it was unable to resolve such problems. Dally smiled with great difficulty as she resisted the white feather and pitch black scales that kept growing out of her. So it's you? Son of a bitch, tears of sadness. Dude, I thought it was gonna be tears of joy the whole time. Didn't you ask me why didn't you invite you to confess to Dunn to throw him in bed? Didn't you ask me why I didn't take the initiative to confess to Dunn to throw him in bed? She gasped for air. She said with a bitter smile, I had indulged myself too much in the past. He was a conservative man. I felt inferior. She couldn't hold out much longer, with the outcome of her becoming a monster happening at any moment. At this moment, she heard Klein Moretti reply, Captain, actually I liked you too very much because you were too outstanding and young. He felt inferior as well. Dally smiled. Oh, man. Shit, I can't read this. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit.
Oh, fuck. They hit. This is the best volume ever. This is the best volume book I've ever read in my life, man. It's very rare to get these emotions out of me, man. You don't see me like this all the time.
Dally smiled as her blurry gaze. Oh, my eyes are blurry too. Dally smiled as her blurry gaze saw a man in a black trench coat. Fuck you, is she seeing done? Dally smiled as her blurry gaze saw a man in a black trench coat with receding hairline. He had a dark gray eyes. She watched as she pressed his hand to his chest, bent down, and reached out his palm to invite her.
Oh, don't look at me right now, dude. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck.
It's the dance they never had, right?
Oh, fuck. Oh, shit, dude. Fuck.
I lost my place. He invited her to a dance. She reached out her hand as her thoughts turned sluggish. The gray-eyed man in the black trench coat pulled up Dally, whose imitation was slowly fading away. And oh man, fuck them for making that artwork of them dancing, man. Under Lenard's watch, they danced a brisk dance in the destroyed square with the phantom spewing water everywhere. I can't even read. One material after another flew out. There were golden grapevines and a rather ugly rubber mask. I feel like I'm ugly crying right now. Under the guidance of spirituality, they slowly mixed together and entered a small metal bottle. Oh shit. Amidst the beautiful dance, Stanley leaned forward gently, resting herself in Dunn's embrace. Klein held the potion bottle, brought it to his mouth, and downed it.
He fucking drank it, dude. Shit, this is so bittersweet, dude. This is so bittersweet.
This is the most beautiful dance I've ever read in my life. Oh man, I don't even think when I get married, it's gonna be this beautiful. When I marry my missus, it ain't even gonna be as beautiful as this. I'm sorry if you're watching, babe. I love you. We ain't even gonna top this moment. This is gonna be better than the day I get married. Oh shit, dude. I'm sorry if you're watching this, babe. I love you. Our marriage is gonna be better, I promise. Don't say that, I'm joking. Chapter 946 is called a bestowment or a curse. Oh, my nose is so stuffed. Oh man, where am I? It's 5 hours, 6 minutes, and 10 seconds. 5 hours, 6 minutes, and 10 seconds. Holy shit, guys. It took us 30 minutes to get to that chapter. It took us 30 minutes to finish that chapter. Music changed when you read Door of Light. Okay, just link the song already. If you guys have the song, just get one of the mods to link it right away. Oh man, bro is gonna be sleeping at the couch the whole marriage. I'm gonna hug my dog tonight, man. I'm gonna hug my girl. It's like, I love you guys. Chapter 946 is called a bestowment or a curse. The ice-cold potion slid down his throat, bringing Klein's numbness on one that reached the deep into his soul. He had already stopped dancing. His mind seemed to be lifted, as though he was high in the air, looking down at the ruined revival square and Kokaya City, which had been left in shambles by repeated lights. I can't even read it anymore, man. By repeated light strikes. At this moment, he left his emotions roused up for some baffling reason, as all the pedestrians below seemed to be connected to him by some invisible thread. They could be happy, angry, or sad, making all kinds of actions based on his directions. Klein often had such feelings recently. He knew that this was the vision of a director. You should take a break to digest. No, it's okay. We can finish, man. Making all kinds of actions based on his directions. He knew that this was the vision of a director. By viewing all participants as marionettists or actors, he attempted to control or guide them into putting on a grand performance. Just tell me when to play it. Oh man, grand performance. Using that hint of familiarity, Klein hurriedly adjusted his state of mind, completely separating his emotions from it, and viewing everything in a cold, aloof manner so as to prevent himself from being affected by the play. As a director, he followed the script, referred to reality and rationality, made an analysis to choose according to the circumstances. He allowed the emotions to build up, allowing himself to push matter forward and use the clues that had developed. Once his state of mind settled, he felt the potion's power spread across his body like a sharp thread's net. Suddenly, Klein felt that his soul body was connected to his physical body. They were split into countless parts, and without being able to hold it in any longer, he let out a cry from deep within his soul. No? His thoughts were diced apart, turning into fragments as he fused with different pieces of flesh as he gained his own sentience. Oh, man. I look like a little bitch right now, dude. It's okay. It's okay, man. If you cry reading something, it's okay. Adam talking is the same as the quill writing something. Oh, you're right. Okay. They're in and of themselves the same. So when Adam said what he said to Klein. Okay. We gotta talk about that after, man. I need to digest this. It was the King of Angels, Adam, praying with his eyes closed. It was a scene of his shocking appearance. It was him using Death Knell against Insingul as he pulled the trigger to blast open his head. It was when he revealed his clown smile, saying in a deep voice, "This shot is for the captain." It was the spectator when Adam used an extremely clear and innocent eyes to take in the ending of the performance. It was of him turning into Dunn Smith, inviting Dally 7 to dance at the closing dance. They were all so fresh on his mind, especially in the gaze of a spectator. Oh my god, I can't read. There was a scene. I'm so bummed. Oh shit, this is too much, man. It was of him turning into Dunn. I'm sorry, who turned into Dunn? Klein or Adam? I'm too fucking emotional right now, dude. I can't concentrate anymore. Easy, Kiki. Go back to these included Klein with talent, Klein with arrogance, Klein with coldness. Klein, right? Klein turned into Dunn, but you skipped some lines. Holy shit, dude, I skipped that. Klein turned into Dunn. Okay, I got it now. Yeah, he did it for Dally. Okay. I at first I interpreted him as like spiritually appearing, and then like, you know, him pulling up her like spirit, you know. Damn, I skipped some lines, man. Dude, I'm sorry if I skipped a line, dude. It's so hard to read right now, dude. My eyesight is so blurry. I hope you guys can forgive me. But we got it. Okay. This is so sad, man. This is so... I don't even know how to feel, man. It was of him turning into Dunn, inviting Dally to the dance, the closing dance. They were all so fresh in his mind. I'm so lightheaded, man. Man, especially the gaze of a spectator. There was a seemingly corporeal feedback that felt like a magnetic force. It made Klein gradually discover his sense of self-awareness once again. Who am I? This was a question that Klein had to answer to when he was still a faceless. He didn't need to think too much about it, as he quickly understood his identity. A person from Earth, a person who has been reconstructed from Klein's memory fragments, a person whose experiences of Nighthawks deeply influenced him. This series is so fucking personal, man. Oh shit, this is such like a... I'm so lost for words, man, but this series makes you think about life, dude. Like, it makes you think, man. It makes you have existential crisis here and there. Like, who are you? What's the meaning of life and death? Or like, oh, there's fucking Zik reincarnating, and like, what happens after death? This series, man, I've gone through so much reading this shit, especially when I've had like people I know almost die or go to the hospital, and then reading this shit, it gets to you, dude. Oh man, I'm getting emotional. They were also fresh in his mind, especially the gaze of a spectator. Or was it, who am I? A person who played safe, was arranged after danger, but was able to persist and give up everything. A guardian. A guardian and a miserable wrench. Strange scenery organs that didn't come from the body of the heart and mind or the soul body were extracted bit by bit from the fragments, condensing Klein's new thoughts. Coldness, calmness, spectating, and overlooking. There were thoughts that allowed him to view the world from even more angles and dimensions. I can't read, man. My eyes are so blurry right now. Bro said wrench. I said wrench again, right? Romero? I know. Miserable wrenches. Miserable wretches. I'm so sorry. I can't read, dude. Miserable wretches. I'm sorry. I said wrench again. He knew that this could possibly be godhood. Without putting up any resistance, he changed his original spirit body fragments with black threads, allowing him to slowly take form again. At this moment, he realized the purpose of the advancement ritual. It was a mark, and oh, this is his anchor. This is supposed to be his anchor. Compared to other pathways, the bizarre sorcerer who experienced the fragmentation of their soul bodies required an anchor much earlier. Okay. Yeah, you required an anchor much earlier. However, this didn't require the support of any faith. On the contrary, your faith was a numerous and jumbled affair with too many personal feelings involved during the fragmentation. During this revival, it easily wiped away the humanity of advancement, who was only sequence 5, leaving behind godhood. A grand and profound performance under the watch of the countless spectators was enough to make up this anchor. Man, I can't read. We are the miserable wrenches. Shit, dude. Ah, man. This is such a good series. We're halfway through the chapter. These chapters are long now, dude. Although the spectators were few in number, and the principal existence of the spectator pathway, Adam could match thousands of ordinary spectators. He could even imagine a theater of spectators to create the effect. With his entire body taking form, all kinds of knowledge surged out from the depths of his demigod spirit body, embroiling Klein's mind and giving him an indescribable impact. It felt as though his brain was about to explode. However, some level of godhood and his rich experiences, he could view this in a detachable manner and rather easily pass through the stage. I can't read, man. Oh man, this is hard. The transparent maggots on his face, hands, necks, and beneath his clothes returned to his body. Damn, man, we became a demigod, but at what cost, bro? The transparent maggots on his face, hands, necks, and like, dude, at what cost, bro? And beneath his clothes returned to his body, turning back into the black-haired, brown-eyed Klein Moretti. Looking at Dali Simon, who was still in his embrace and slowly turning cold. He lifted her up and walked to Leonardo Mitchell. He bent down and placed her on the ground. Dali no longer had pitch black scales of the white feathers. She had been restored to normal and her eyes were closed. The corners of her mouth were curled up like she was having the deepest and sweetest dream. Oh, man. Klein stood up and looked at Leonard, who had opened his eyes again, and said in a heavy voice, "She has returned to the goddess's kingdom just like Captain." Oh, shit. Ah, this is so hard to read, man. We must make it. We made it after this long. We fucking made it, guys. Oh, man. At what cost? And the perfect performance for the perfect spectator. Ah, shit, man. Oh, man. Klein looked up at Leonard, who had opened the kingdom. She had returned to the goddess's kingdom just like Captain. He turned her into... Oh, man. He had turned her into a marionette to reverse Dali's mutation, allowing her to die like a human before releasing his control over her. Leonard tried to force a smile as he whimpered a sound of acknowledgement. Tears were straining down his face. Oh, man, this is so hard to read. Klein gently nodded his head. To her, this might not be the worst outcome. She returned as a human to the embrace of a deity she believes in. And that's where Captain and the others are. Oh, man. Fuck, dude. This is only volume 4. How was there more? How was there more after this, dude? How is there more? How are there 4 more volumes after this, dude? I can't do this. This is so hard to read. I can't do this again, dude. To her, this might be not the worst outcome. She returned as a human to the embrace of a deity she believed in, and that's where Captain and the others are. As he spoke, he subconsciously and sincerely raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. Leonard instinctively drew the sign of the crimson moon. He was momentarily taken aback as his expression turned odd. Klein surveyed the area and said, "Take Ma'am Dali back with you to East Balham. Make it known that she died due to Instingul's attack and had made exceptional contributions in causing Instingul's death. Don't worry, no one will investigate you. Of course, you can take this opportunity to leave the Red Gloves." "I'm used to the church," Leonard said heavily. Klein took off his hat and bade farewell with a bow. Holding his hat, he turned to walk to Instingul's body and took a card that had a chariot and a red priest on it. The red priest wore the face of Rousseau Gustave. Leonard's lips quivered as he suddenly asked, "Aren't you returning to the church?" Klein didn't turn around as he wore his silk top hat and headed for another exit to the square. Nah, bro. After a few steps, he paused and replied to Leonard with his back facing him. "I can't return anymore." Oh, man. Can't return anymore. Leonard stared in daze as the familiar figure gradually distanced himself as he vanished. Oh, man. After a while, a few beyonders flew to the revival square. One of them was wearing the clergyman robes of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. She had a head of a beautiful raven black hair. Wait. After a while, a few beyonders flew to the revival square. One of them was wearing a clergyman robe of the Church of Evernight. She had a head of beautiful raven black hair and an exquisite face. I'm sorry, from volume 1? No. No one could tell her age. I pray to the Lord, give Dally Simon eternal peace. No one could tell her age because no one cared. They would only notice the eyes that seemed to contain countless stars within. This lady was floating in midair. As she looked at the square, all she saw was Inigo's sorry corpse that could hardly be recognized. Covering his cracked heads was a calmly seen tarot card. It was the star. Above the grave. Oh wait, what? Who is this now, man? I can't even focus. Who the fuck is this? Evernight? Who the fuck is this, dude? I can't read, man. Oh shit. Oh man. Above the gray fog, Klein placed a red priest card by his left hand and closed his eyes to rest for a moment. He had a basic grasp with understanding of the powers of the bizarre sorcerer. On the other hand, he could transform into animals that weren't too what the fuck? He can polymorph. He can transform into animals that weren't too disapparent in size. In his spirit body state, he could completely ignore this point. He could transfer wounds from either himself or others onto a paper figurine. Also, damage transfer updated. Now it's even better. He had also gained the enhancement of the flaming jump ability and now spanned nearly 1,000 meters. Fucking 1,000 meters. Music changed at the Door of Light. Remember, Door of Light. Thank you. Oh my god, fuck you guys. Because he's demigod now, he has access to the Door of Light above the Great Fog that I've used in my thumbnail for so long. I'm like, what the fuck is this bright light? So we're going to end the volume of Crazy Ass Cliffhanger with the Door of Light. He had a basic grasp of the... I just read this. On one hand, he could transform... I can't read, man. Man. He could turn a target into... I can't read anymore. I'm so lost, bro. Big reveal. Bro, okay, chill out, guys. I'm too emotional right now. I got too many emotions going on in me right now. I can't even focus. It's nighttime, man. It's bedtime in like an hour. On the other hand, he can now... I think I skipped a line, but it's okay. We'll go back. On the other hand, he can now obtain initial control of one spirit body threads in 3 fucking seconds. He can turn a target into his marionette within 5 seconds. His control range was 150 meters. At the same time, he could switch spirit body threads, allowing his marionette to obtain all the Beyonder powers within 1,000 meters. He could switch locations with a marionette. He is so broken now with his marionette as well as he would. He is so broken. Klein is so fucking strong, dude. Due to this point and the maggots he separated as a Due to this point and the maggots he separated as a mythical creature form, as well as the disguise from his spirit body threads, Klein obtained a higher level of body doubles. He obtained a higher level body doubles. This also meant that as long as any one of his marionettes were alive, a bizarre sorcerer would never die. Wait, so even if he dies, if one of his marionettes is existing, so if he were to die, if a marionette is alive, he can still resurrect? Bro, what the fuck is demigods? This shit's gonna be wild. I can see his like actual self dying, but because he has a marionette, the bizarre sorcerer still lives on, would never die. The enemy often found it difficult to know if the one killed was bizarre sorcerer of his marionette. What was a real and what wasn't difficult to determine. After confirming his state and resisting for a moment, Klein immediately walked to the deep mysterious space above the gray fog. He headed for the staircase of light that seemed to lead to the heaven. As he expected, there was another step, one formed of light. This time, Klein believed that he could use the 6 steps to resemble the giant step onto the condensed gray fogs. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He came to the end with a leap, spread onto the clouds formed by the gray fog. Reflecting in his eyes was a door of light. Oh shit, door of light. Wait, somebody linked a song, dude. I can't focus. Somebody linked the song, dude. What song am I playing? Thank you, Romero. I love you, man. You guys want me to fucking play Seal Vessel? Oh. Oh, hell yeah. This shit is gonna hit. Something's gonna fucking hit right now. Oh, man, you guys give me the fucking 10-minute version. All right. Please remind me to link the All Is Well thing in the description right now. I'll be honest. I'm not looking at artwork today. We're going to save artwork for tomorrow. We're going to make our own separate video digesting like volume 4 or something. We'll do that tomorrow. We're just going to finish this. Oh, man. We'll talk about it, but we'll look at we're going to save artwork for tomorrow, man. I need to like focus. I can't concentrate. Okay. That's fair. I'm so lost. Where was the door? The door of light. Okay. Okay. Reflecting in his eyes was a door of light tainted with a blush black luster. Are we recording? Do we have timestamps? It doesn't matter at this point. Yeah, okay, we're recording. It was formed from countless layers of spherical lights, and each spherical light enveloped the squirming maggots. Some of them were transparent and others translucent. This was the scene Klein saw through Enzo's eyes, but the objects were very blurry, as though something was obstructing his vision. But now that he's a demigod, he can see through the blurry vision, right? In addition, above the door of light, there's a thin black threads that hung down. They were hanging up what seemed like completely transparent cocoons. Okay, hold up. We haven't heard about cocoons in a while. It's been a cool minute. These cocoons were gently swaying, wrapping different souls. They looked to be of all descendants, African, Asian, Caucasians, etc. The fuck? They looked to be of all descents. I'm sorry, different past transmigrators. African, Asian, Caucasians, etc. Some were wearing jeans, other holding... Oh my god. Others holding cell phones. Some had beautiful clothes. Others having beautiful facial features. All of them had the aura as though they were living, but their eyes were tightly closed. Klein's gaze froze as though he had returned to Earth and had walked onto the streets where were filled with people. Then he noticed 3 cocoons had opened. What the fuck, 3 opened? They were empty and were swaying with the wind. Wait, shit, there's only 2 more lines? This is such a good series. Raising his head, Klein took in the sight as he observed in silence. What the fuck is this cliffhanger? End of the 4th volume, Undying? What the fuck? What am I reading, dude? Dude, it's been 5 hours and 24 minutes. Hold up, Matt. Give me a minute. 5 hours. 24 minutes and like 30 seconds. Overall thoughts. Wow, man. 3 open cocoons. So peak. The plot thickens. Your brain is cooked, but what do you think of the cocoons? Bro, I don't even know what the fuck the cocoons mean, dude. What the fuck does that even mean? Life, this is a life-changing series. I can see why people say this is the greatest shit ever. This shit is like crack. This shit is good. Your brain is cooked, but what do you think of the cocoons, man? Congratulations, poor Klein. The plot... Okay, wait, what were we saying right here? What were we saying, Martin? So remember your prediction about Sharon being turned into a marionette to avoid becoming a monster? Your prediction came true in a different way. Yeah, I was thinking about that, dude. So it's like, I was wrong on who. I thought it'd be Sharon, but it was actually freaking Madame Dally. Like at one point, he turned a friend into a marionette because, you know, if you're a marionette, something's gonna be far worse than death. It is such a good fucking series. Mods, is this calm? I don't even know what's going on. What happened? I'm gonna lower the volume. Yep. Vol rating? Dude, this is the best fucking volume. I gotta go to sleep. I'm sorry, yeah, for everybody that's been watching since the beginning, go to sleep, man. We've been here for a long day. Oh. This is the best volume. Okay, hold up. This we'll look at some artwork. We're gonna quickly look at artwork and just kind of take it in. This is the best volume. This is the best volume finale. These had the best moments, the best fights. Everything about it is the best. These had the best character moments. These had probably the most emotional moments. I think that part. I think this was the best moment in all of Lord of the Mysteries so far. And this is only halfway. And I know you guys were fucking mad at me when I got really lost. I'm very tired right now, as you can tell. So I do apologize that I got lost when like fucking 3 Kings of Angels were fucking going in, and they were like at us. I'm gonna go back and listen to it. Wes, where have you been, man? We finished it. Do artwork and author notes tomorrow. Yeah, let me just look at the artworks at least so we know what's gonna be the thumbnail. But I'm gonna close this right now. Wes, we just finished this, man. Oh shit, dude. I feel so lucid right now. Alright. Let me throw chat up here. Give me a sec. Do artwork. I'm just gonna look at artwork, at least so we know what's our thumbnail, man. But Discord. Now, I'm gonna be honest, man. So much happened that I do not. I currently don't understand what Adam's intentions are in all this. I'm so overwhelmed. I can't process what Adam's intentions were this entire time. It just, oh my god, man. I'm so overwhelmed. It's like I need to go back and like reread this off by myself. I think what I'm gonna do tomorrow, I'm gonna go touch grass and just read this by myself in silence, holding my dog. He took 009. Okay, he wanted the quill back. Adam took the quill and left. So his goal was to retrieve the quill. Okay, that's why whenever he was, that's why the creator was, that's why the quill was always trying to write about the user's death, so he can retrieve the quill. Okay, now I get it. Thank you. Oh man, it's just okay. You know what? Let me read. I can't even speak, man. I'm stuttering. Let me just type all this. Digesting. Volume 4. Let me pull up Discord. There's so much artwork to look at. We've read. Why am I opening up this? I'm opening up the wrong thing. I'm so sorry. Give me a minute. Let me close this. No, the quill didn't want to go with Adam. The quill's normal negative effects is that it wanted to kill the owner. Oh, okay. Sorry. It wanted to kill the owner, and Adam used that to his advantage to retrieve the quill. Oh my god, man. Oh man. Don't go fans waiting a year or more for season 5 after the end of season 4. It's gonna be a while. Yeah, congrats on reading so much and finishing volume 4. What a marathon of a stream. W chat. I can see the flashbang from your monitor. Yeah, this is a big flashbang. Give me a second. There's like a cami wallpaper right now. It's really bright. All right, let's look at the pictures. Let's look at artwork. Bro, I don't even know where to start. Romero, your wallpaper was Adam this entire time? Let me switch. Wait, wrong one. Fuck is this? Wait, I got 2 showing. Hold up. I have the window one showing. Let's turn this one. Okay. Oh, I have to turn off the brake thing. Adam is everywhere. Adam was always watching. Check the clip, bro. There's a clip? Okay, we'll look at it right now. Wait, hold up. This was Adam the entire time. Romero, I thought... Oh, look at his hands. Dude, bro, I thought... I was under the impression this was just some random OC character. This was Adam the entire time. Oh, look at his eyes. What the fuck? So this was Adam. This is... Oh my god, I can finally see artwork on Ouroboros. He's popped up like 2 or 3 times, man. I thought it was just another random priest. Okay, so this is Ouroboros. Oh, look at the Ouroboros on top of his head. The little infinity sign. Tail Devourer Ouroboros. It's like the snake eating itself. Can I just... I can. I'm sorry. Is he wearing a bunny suit? I don't think it was. I don't think this part is canon. I don't think he was wearing a bunny suit. He won't see my clip. I'm gonna look at. Don't worry. I'm gonna look at the clip right now. I got you. I got you. I'm gonna look at the clip. This. Let me just look at the artwork and then I'll listen to the. I'll listen. I'll watch. We'll watch the clip. Let me just see the artwork first. So this is Adam. Oh shit! Look at the hands. Bunny suit Ouroboros got me acting unwise. Yo, chill. Don't lose control. Weird as shit. Mila, send this bunny girl Ouroboros. That is canon, by the way. So this is Adam. Adam wanted the quill, and he has retrieved the quill. Wow, look at the beard. More art of Medici. I love his design. Okay, he's pretty badass. Yeah, he's pretty badass. Look at DSV message on Discord and start from the top. Oh. Start from the beginning. Start here. Thank you. I don't think this is part of it. Okay, we saw this. This was on everything going down with a Zik. Okay. Oh my god, look at the serpent-like face, dude. What the... This was the portrait he saw? Oh, man. Oh, that's the bird. Okay. Those long red hairs is beautiful. You can hop in voice chat if you want. Romero, Miriam, explain what you could do to understand. Okay, man. I think we're gonna have to save that for tomorrow. I think we're gonna have to save that for tomorrow or like literally Friday. My brain is fried. I'm just gonna like take in the pictures and then I'm gonna watch the clip. And I think we're gonna call it there. Oh, is this Cauldron City? Oh shit! Look at the little. Oh man, this is wild. Look at the little portals. What the fuck? Look at the eyes. Sure, you can cosplay Adam. We can pull off Adam. When she spoke to Adam. I mean, when she spoke to Azik. Okay. I've seen this picture before. I've seen this picture months ago. I just never knew who it was. I'm like, she looked pretty cool. Wow. Holy shit, dude. Who the fuck is this? Oh, this is Klein. Okay, and the Tyrant. Okay. When he takes the Tyrant card to blast me. Look at him wielding the Seek Out Scepter with his crown and his freaking robe. This is sick. I think this is all the art I plan on sending. Okay, so we're saving artwork. Okay. Adam. Whoa. Ah, so cool. What is with that? Wow. Oh, shit. So this is official Adam. This one is badass. This one, I like the official one. This guy's clean shaved. Look at that. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna cry, dude. I can't look at this right now. Oh, man. Drama Def Love director. Oh, man. Oh, man. This is so bad. Inside the cathedral with the head across. We'll look at it. We'll get to it. Oh, man. This is so hard to read. This is so hard to look at, dude. This is painful. Oh, man. Where my head's like 1 in the morning, so I'm going to sleep right now. I lost my voice, man. I'm drained. I'm tapped out. Oh, man. This is beautiful. I'm so sad, dude. Oh, I just looked at the same thing again. I'm so sad. Fuck is this? Oh man, this is fuck, dude. The scales that were coming out, right? Look at the tears of joy, dude. Drink tea, man. We need the voice. Yeah, man. I'll be gone. You know what, man? I'm gonna be gone for like 2-3 days. I need to recover. Oh man. So cute. I fucking love Lord of the Mysteries. The Last Dance, is that what it is? Oh, Leonard is watching them dance. I think we found our thumbnail. Oh, man. Shado, this was the best volume, dude. This was the best volume by a long shot. I can't look at these pictures, man. Oh, be careful, Shay. Wait, dude. Chill. Just if you're on the video, just talk in chat. Just talk in chat. Be careful. Get out of here, bro. I have only 2 more OSTs arts left. Oh, look at Klein's face. Oh, man. He's the director. Yeah, this is the one, please. It's The Last Dance. Is this Ince? Oh, what the... Man, this is so much more sinister than I thought. What the heck? Okay, I understand this part, all the freaking giant teeth. I didn't realize this part of how his whole face mutated. Okay. Fuck. This is the best series ever. This is for the captain. Oh man. This is for the Nighthawks. This is for everybody, dude. Holy shit. Dude, in a way I also feel bad for Leonard, because once again he's kind of just like there on the floor and he's like helpless, right? A part of me still feels bad for Leonard because he's probably gonna like blame himself for Dali's death. He's gonna be like, if I was stronger, I would have been able to save her. I feel so bad for Leonard in this whole volume. I think he's probably the one going through the most besides Klein. Like, yes, Klein's going through the most, but now it's like, now Leonard helped. No, I know he helped, but like at the end, he was just like on the ground and all he could do was watch, man. He did help. No, I get the part that he helped, right? But like at the very end, like when it mattered. Well, I mean, yeah, no, never mind. Klein took over. So it was okay, but man, but still, dude. Oh, look at all the face. All his personas. Dwayne Gurman, Sherlock Moriarty, Klein Moretti. Wow. Leonard, Azik. Is this supposed to be Trissy? Oh, that's the. Oh my god! It's the new. So okay, Leonard helped, but Klein carried. Undying. What a good volume, man. Oh, look at cute baby Will. He wanted ice cream. Oh, he got the ice cream he wanted. Shit. That is so funny. Look at that. He got the ice cream he wanted, dude. Remember how the wife was like, I'm craving ice cream. Oh, now it's time for my goat Medici. Wow. So he's technically not dead. He's still in the spirit world. This is top. Number 1, bro. Volume 4 is the best. Everything about this volume just one-ups everything. Wow. Now, I'm not going to lie. I need to go back. I need to find like a summary, or I need to listen to myself, and I need to listen to Wistream, because this is the part where I was getting confused with Medici. The chariot. Oh. Oh, shit. Okay, now I get it. The black armor. Volume 4 was the best. Yeah, you're right. I should have never doubted you guys. I'm so numb right now. Ah. He's the chariot. Dude, this is so cool, dude. This is so sick. Whoa, Medici is such a badass, dude. What the fuck? This is probably like the best character design in Lord of the Mysteries. I mean, there's a lot of cool ones, especially Ouroboros. Ouroboros was looking crazy. But I think Medici just... I like his character design. I think this might be my favorite character design. Do you understand our hype for this now? I get it. Okay, Kings of Angels. Amon? I still don't know what his goal is in all this. I'm sorry, my voice is so low because I'm out of it. All right. So we got Amon, Ouroboros, Adam, Medici. He has black Air Force energy. He's gonna be wearing full armor, but he's wearing black Air Forces. Shit, dude. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's so funny. More Adam art. Damn. Wow. I'm so dumbstruck right now. Not that, like, I'm like in awe right now. Ah. Adam, Spectator, Dragon. I get it. Sequence 0, Dragon. I get it. Oh my goodness. Is this implying that he's gonna is this implying that he need so is this implying that he needed to quill because it's the Spectator uniqueness to be Sequence 0 Dragon? No. I'm not. My brain is fried. There's nothing to interpret right now. I'm way too out of it. More art. Man. Oh. Adam Hate, true creator, and his organization is at odds with him. Thank you. LMAO. You know the Sequence 0 Spectator, but boom. Fuck, what did I say, bro? I'm so out of it. I'm so sorry. No, it's not the uniqueness. Okay, so the quill isn't the uniqueness. You see, I'm under your impression, Sand. My theory is that the quill has a Sequence 1 Spectator uniqueness. But I guess you're confirming it's not. More Adam? I think we looked at these earlier, right? Wow. This is the best character design. Oh, this is what I saw earlier. Ouroboros, though. This is crazy. I love this series, dude. This is so good. Adam was always watching you, Easy. Holy shit. Come to voice chat if you have questions. It's okay. I think we're gonna save questions tomorrow, man. I am so fried right now. I'm so out of it right now, man. I think I just need a rest. I need to go take medicine. I'm burning up. Let's open this. 1 second. My heart is sealed off. If anything happens... That's... Listen to the vid I sent? Okay, that's pretty funny, dude. My heart is sealed off. If anything happens, it's chill. Everybody's gonna live happily ever after. Grab the popcorn. My heart is sealed off. If anything happens, it's chill. Everybody's gonna live happily ever after. Grab the popcorn. My heart is... I said that at the beginning of the stream. Do I watch this?
Ozzy Eggers was a Sequence 2...
do I play the music? Famous last words. Tears of joy indeed.
Yeah, Salinger, and used to be...
Let me watch this by myself with the music muted. Oh, wait, hold up. And you're good? Okay, I'm gonna watch this by myself with the music muted. I'm sorry. Alright. I'm gonna play this for myself, but the music is muted. If you guys want to watch it, make sure you join the Discord. Romero linked it in the artwork section. Music might be copyrighted, but you should listen to it. Hope you understand. I was like, okay, I'll listen to it on my end, but everything is muted. Or you can look up the TikTok by _Vero. Two halves. The one on his forehead. Over and over. 60 years. And he said no. That's the crazy part. He chose to live the life of reincarnation. Wow. All right, guys. And that is all she wrote. Rani, thank you for tuning in, man. I have some chores to do by everyone. Dude, thank you for tuning in, man. All right, man. That's all she wrote, folks. Flashbang. That is all she wrote. Any more questions you have? No, it's okay. We're going to save questions for tomorrow. Thank you for sending me that TikTok on Azik. If there's a TikTok on the three on that whole finale part with all the ages, Kings of Angels appearing, send that my way too. The best 11 hours. Remember your ship? Yeah, Dally X Klein was not a good ship. Goodbye. This was your best stream ever. Fuck yeah, man. Best 11-hour stream of my life. Yeah, man. Ah, shit. Ah, that was good. Sorry we took so many breaks in between. I've never read this much. As you can tell, we definitely got lost in the sauce at some points during the finale. But it's okay. We recovered at the end. All right, guys. You guys have a beautiful day or night. It's been half a day, by the way. I hope you guys have an amazing day. Peace. I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow. I think I'm going to take a day off. If it's okay, I'm going to take a day off. You know what? I fell asleep in the middle of a peak stream. You know what? I'm going to take the day off. And on Friday, I'm just going to watch the episode. You know, we'll chat on Discord. We'll see what we'll do. We'll probably do our video with Wiz on Friday. I probably won't stream it. We'll probably just do it on Discord. Just so I'm not streaming because I'm so tired right now. Even though I can't actually watch the ending because of my lag. I'm sorry, username. I'm sorry your PC is lagging right now. It happens to the best of us. All right, guys. This was the reader who stalls for eternity. The tamer of beasts and dogs. The one... God, I'm not reading my honorific. The one who reads LOTM, Easy Geeky, is signing out. Volume... Or this is my rank... Before I forget my rankings. In terms of hype, they just get better. 4, 3, 2, 1. In terms of hype, they just keep better. 4 is the best. 3 is the second best. 2 is the third best. 1 is the first best. In overall terms of volume, material, it's 4, 3, 2, 1. That is how I rank the volumes in terms of content. It's just the volumes just get better. So that's my ranking so far. 4, 3, 2, 1. In terms of volumes, that's how good they are. 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, in terms of ending, I think it switches up a little bit. I feel like it's reversed, but 4 is still on top. The best volume ending is 4, followed by 1, followed by 2, followed by 3. I think 3 was the weakest volume 4 ending, but it had some of the best content. Second to best content in terms of ranking. But yeah, 4 is the best finale. Then it's 1. 4 is the best finale. Then 1 is the best finale. Then 2 is the best finale. And then 3 is the best finale. And I'm not saying 3 is the worst finale. I'm just saying it's my least favorite finale, but that's not me saying it's bad. They're just all so good. I'm going to leave it at that. Volume 6 is what makes the volume ending in the whole volume. Ugh. All right. I'm drained. I love you guys. Have a beautiful day or night wherever you live. And I'll see you guys for the episode 7 react, or maybe a conversation with Wiz. And don't worry, I'll have it's gonna be a while for the video to upload because it's gonna take a while. My internet has been kind of slow. Peace. Have a beautiful day. And I hope you guys have an amazing day. This is a really bad outro. It's okay. Bye. Get some rest. You guys get some rest. You guys were with me for almost 12 hours. Later, guys. Sleep well. Yeah, I'm gonna have a good nap. I don't think I'm gonna be able to sleep, man. It's hard sleeping whenever I get this emotional. Oh man. All right. Later, guys. Peace. Oh man. Woo! What a good volume.